going, if I throw out this, I still include that, things don't make sense. Of course they are.
Like, is that true even?
Paradigm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would never ask that because I know that there's some answer that's within the model, and then you start talking about that bullshit, and who cares? So let's just talk about reality.
You do it. Right, let's talk about reality. In reality, elevation is a thing above sea level.
Right.
In my conception of reality, that sea level is curved. So if something's a long way away from me, that doesn't mean water flows down to that thing. That means that's level over there. Water's going to stay there. Ours is going to stay here because it's equipotential. It is the point at which everything is even. All the forces acting on it have all evened out.
Okay.
Remarkable about it. Nothing magical being invoked. It's just what I think about reality.
Is the magic the curving water part? Is that the magic part?
There's no magic part. It's just if you're going to say curving photo over there, then you're just not like.
It's like the one thing. It's the one thing that's here.
Hey, I don't understand things. Isn't it weird how I don't understand things?
No, I'm just saying, like, curved water is the one thing that you have to imagine if you're here that is existent that allows the ball. You have to just only because you can't see it.
Many things. Well, I think I can see it. I think I can see it in the white swan photo. I mean, I think I can see it anytime I see any.
No, light's messing with you. It's not observational data. It's just like you have to give over your mind to the idea that the water curves, and then the ball makes sense. Fine, okay, do it, whatever. Let's globe. Yeah. But if the water doesn't ball, just like a pizza doesn't fly, right? Unless you toss in it, man. But do you know what I'm saying? Like the presumption of the curvature of the water is really primary in the logic of all of it. And if you can allow for the water to curve, then you can ball it.
Sure. Yeah. Once ancient Greeks and all manner of people started going, hey, things appear as they sail towards you or we sail towards them from the bottom up. One has to go. Maybe the water's curving, sure. But when Plato says, all they're saying is, in the ways I've measured it, which we all agree are fallible, all should agree are fallible unless we're inconsistent with our logic, which is admittedly most people. I've like who's measured it to not curve at all, or who's measured it to not curve if Blistrian optics are straight through the amount of the ball set?
Well, it is.
Nobody's done the latter, have they? The former. How have you measured it? You've only measured it using fallible methods. That presume your model and go, hey, look, my misunderstanding of their model is wrong.
Surveyors measure it. They measure elevation changes.
Why are so few surveyors? Elevation changes. There we go.
What was that?
This evolution into becoming a flat earther is fascinating to me. It starts with reasonable questions and then ends up in this very bizarre place.
No, what are you talking about? I mean, you do trust the surveyors, right? And the map makers.
Trust anybody.
I think he's just dealing with.
I certainly trust people with competence.
Yeah.
So if people demonstrate that they are competent at something, then I will be more likely to agree with them. Right. I still have moments where I doubt that, like the guy who puts on my tires. I watch him pretty closely because I know a little bit about it. But if all of the tire experts said you're better off to have a tubeless tire, as some of them do try to say to me, and I go, hang on, I thought it would be better to have this. I'm gonna want to know what they're saying, but eventually I'll defer to their expertise on it.
Right. So you trust
what
that
I really
the map
want to
makers.
do is I want to understand their reason for it.
So their reason. Right. So I trust that the map
based
makers
on misunderstanding of my needs.
Are you listening to me?
Kind of. You listening to me?
Yeah. You're saying that it's about trust, and yes, we both trust map makers, right? I presume. Yes.
Yeah, everything appears to be where I've aimed for it.
Right, and they use straight line scales.
I mean, I haven't talked to a map maker. I wouldn't take it for a non-map maker what a map maker does.
Well, it's right there on the map.
So, Eggs, did you go back to the globe already?
I had
He's
Sounds
not
to.
allowed to flat.
I was getting in trouble.
Is it really a bitch to argue against reality?
No. It's because as I keep saying, like, if I said to you, I know that Earth isn't flat because the spinning space pizza is silly, and clearly the Earth, the position of the sun shows we're not a pizza in space, you'd go, that's dumb. We don't think that. So you haven't disproven it, and that's the point I'm making here. Nobody thinks what Jerry's trying to suggest we think. So it's not really disproving anything. It's demonstrating why people are flat earthers, and it's to a misunderstanding.
I think like observing your flat Earth journey, and when you the first 48 hours, I found it to be original and spontaneous, even because I think it was just a little bit spontaneous for you to like take this major departure in your presence in the Discord here. I thought that was interesting, and I actually think that you were making brain connections, and you actually were not saying like crazy fallacious things. You only started to do that later on,
I was
as people were
deliberately
like,
saying the whole
am I wrong?
time, which is why my girlfriend was, for the first time ever, enjoying overhearing the conversations. I was deliberately saying things that were as wildly silly as I could think of, without giving away the fact that I thought they were dumb, and people were agreeing with them. I was intentionally parodying it, and people were agreeing with me. So if you're saying that sounds
like the first day, I think the first day you had there was higher scrutiny on you the first day. I think, but maybe you played it better.
Well, I'm telling you what I was intending on.
Can you play a character?
That doesn't match up with what.
Yeah,
of course.
When you play the character, does the character stick with you a little bit too?
Sure.
Like if I act dumb all day, I will actually in some way I'll remember being, or if I do it all day, or if I act really intelligent all day, somewhat of that will stick with me.
I don't think things like that change, but I certainly think things that are behavioural change. IQ seems relatively fixed, but confidence or maliciousness or things that are behavioural, I certainly think can stick with you.
Well, it was fun. It's fun to switch sides.
Yeah, what was wild to me was like that there didn't seem a limit. If I sounded genuine, there didn't seem a limit of the wildness of the thing I could say without somebody in the room going, "Yep, sounds good." Like big numbers are sus. A number of times I said big numbers are sus, and people agreed with it. It was mind-boggling.
Well, you you didn't begin with just exactly that, but I think it made. Wow, I don't know, man. Whatever.
It's nice that you. I mean, it shows that we've got rapport if you felt that it was genuine. And I don't sort of want to be mean.
No, well, actually, it makes me a sucker for like letting you do it, because I would have called you out in the beginning, but I'm tolerant of the fact that like people may try to explore this experience of knowing something else on the other side in a way that they have no way to do. So maybe this is the best you could do to approximate the experience, and maybe it shows that you're reaching out to the other side, or maybe it shows that you're just like a totally mean person and you want to just mock other people. I don't know.
I can have the same conversation, point out an obvious inconsistency in someone's logic, and that they can stand there and go, "No, that doesn't make sense to me." But I was like, "Oh, this is dull."
We would point out that
every time I would open my mouth, somebody would go, "Do you have proof of that?" And if I showed proof of that, they'd go, "Do you have proof?"
So you do not need to provide. You already have inconsistencies in your own logic that people will try to point you out for. You do not need to like synthesize somebody else's inconsistencies.
Sure, point out something for me. Rather than me going to your epistemology.
Well, okay, then you have bulletproof logic, sir. Whatever. I have nothing to show you. But other people may.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying if you're going to say that there are inconsistencies in logic, doesn't it make sense to go, here's one?
Okay, so then I'll say that the opposite is true. You have no inconsistencies in logic, so that you must go to the other side to invent inconsistencies in logic to actually have fun with it. Is that the case? You find that you don't have argument when you like say something, even if you think your logic is sound. you know, it's going to be
No,
challenged. But
that's-
like when you go to the other side and just try to like that, then it becomes like kind of poisoning the well in a sort of malicious way. And I agree with it. I think you just miss it though. Anyway, really, to tell you the truth, you're
That
dealing with
sounds fun.
postpartum flat earther syndrome, and you
Sure.
can't be a
And then
flat earther now.
you can decide for yourself what are my thoughts and feelings. Absolutely
I
free
think
to do that.
I think you're feeling guilt, remorse, and you realize you've
Cool.
spoiled it for yourself.
I think you're
I'm painting
reaching. I think you're trying to
pretty
find
good here.
explanations
Okay,
for things that don't
I'm just
really need
joking.
explanations.
All good. I'm done.
You did admit, eggshells, to making silly stuff up to see how far you could take it. That's kind of
It
what
was
you were saying.
astounding how like the wildest things I could say. People were like, "That's a pretty good idea." What,
Well, I
really?
could do the same for your science side, and I
Yeah,
frequently do.
I've done it for the globe.
Yeah, there's stuff
And
you
it's
can
not
say
a
that you need, like that is
it's
intentionally wildly
but
silly that Globers can
but
agree
you
with, and you'll show that the Globers are also flawed in their logic.
I'm actually better at doing what you
Pretty
attempted to do. Like I can do it with the moon stuff and moon bases, and I can do that all day long. And I
sure.
can tell you
Tell me
like why
something
they
about the
should
moon base.
exist. I'm just saying I can tell you all why they should exist, what the importance of them would
But you're
be.
not doing it. You're just saying,
I'm
"Oh,
just saying
I could have a
I'm just saying
tenfold model."
I'm better at doing it to your side than you can do, because you're just making shit up. But I'm actually taking real science and, you know, real quote unquote science and like trying to reapply it, and it doesn't make sense. And yet I'm sure.
But you're just saying it. Like I was doing it for 2 weeks. I
Oh
had
well, you know
people
what?
agreeing with me for 2 weeks, and you're like, "I could have done that," and I'm like, "Do it now," and you're like, "No, but I could. I swear I could." It's like when you meet that person, it's like, "Oh, I could have gone to the big leagues. I could have been in the NFL." It's like, "Yeah, really? Do it." That's what the proof will be in the footage.
I'm just saying it just seems cheap what you did. You know.
I mean, the
I
whole
was never fooled.
flat Earth is cheap
I,
anyway.
I thought you
I
were.
don't think
thought
many
you were
people
being-
were.
I had a good conversation with you, I think a day or two before, so I wanted to give you the latitude on it, see where it went at least. But I do feel like now, yeah, I don't know, it just makes me feel icky. I tell you,
That's fine.
so eggshells are icky now. They're
That's fine.
stinky. But I also thought that eggshells are flat is in a way like symptomatic of a parody to, I guess, Humpty Dumpty or a broken sort of cosmology.
Well, that
So
was
I
my first
wasn't sure
parody with it.
if
It was pointing out that the same logic people use to say you can't prove the Earth is a globe can be applied to an eggshell. And I had people going to their fridge and taking photos of eggs. It was awesome. And still, I was doing it for like a good 4 or 5 days, and nobody could present anything that stood up to their own standard of evidence for the globe. They'd be like, "No, I need a physical measurement," and they'd take a photo. Like, come on, they're standing there blinking for 11 years that they need a physical measurement of curvature, and each time they're showing a photo, they go, "That's a photo, that's optical."
That's what Rue has
Physical
does.
evidence, and they're sending me photos of eggs.
yeah, right.
Oh,
It's like once the egg breaks, then the shells, you can't put the shells back together. You know, like no matter how much glue you use or forces and king's men or what have you, right?
hang on a second. It's ringing.
And those eggshells are always going to be curved.
They're always curved. Yeah.
Yeah, if you wanted to prove that eggshell's curved, you could just see if it gets dark out, or if like things fall, then you could, use anything you want. Like, the stars spin, therefore this eggshell is curved, or you know what I'm saying?
I'm going to pour
No,
some
no, no,
water.
no, you're missing the point, Jerry. The point is to go, how can you prove that eggshells curve that stands up to your own logic? So pointing at stars you would be going, why are you pointing at stars when you're trying to prove the curvature of eggs? Right, so that's not standing up to your own logic. What you need to do to stand up to your own logic is present something, because my contention is it doesn't exist. There's nothing you can do to prove that eggs are curved that wouldn't fail your own refutation that the Earth is curved. right? So it's the whole thing's a non-argument. It's a non-starter. Again and again, like we had with Northern a few moments ago, the request, you've got to show me X, is swiftly followed quite often by exactly X, and then the reason why I don't accept X.
That's
how anybody remains fixed in their belief. I mean, I think the Globers would be the same. Globers will ask for something and then be shown that thing and then disagree with it. I don't think this is unique to flat earthers. Everybody's got inconsistent logic. They just where they can use it to defend a position, regardless of whether that position's true or not.
Logic's a big word. Logic can be situation dependent and then sometimes not. Some things are just true all the time. Like logic would say that, like,
it's about whether you've got a logical reason for believing.
Well, like, let's say I pour a cup of coffee, right? I'm a little bit heavy with it, and I go all the way to the top. Logic would say that I shouldn't pour such an amount of coffee into that container. But I mean, logic says that surface remains like flat in that cup, and doesn't it?
Doesn't make any sense at all. I'm sorry.
Does logic say if I expand the size of my coffee cup to such a degree that it will begin to like change the shape of the coffee? That I expect it to convex out? Like, why should I expect such a thing to occur?
And I can't even tell what you're saying, let alone whether it's logical. It certainly doesn't sound logical to me.
Well, it's based on the logic of the convexity of water. Like, that's an illogical
less incorrect
situation.
Solutions.
Based on everything you know about and have seen about water, right? To expect it to convex out at a certain volume is.
Well, no,
you realize there's a minimum. When we have a drop, we can see it. That's at the minimum. But when we start to have many drops all working together, that they tend to not form a super drop. But you think that the Earth forms a super drop of water?
No, I don't. If you want to know what I think, there's a cool, neat trick for it.
Like that doesn't it logically demand that what I just said is not? I'm not strawmanning you.
Oh, you are. No, there's a neat trick for figuring out what people think about things.
No, I mean,
it's one that you're avoiding for a good reason. Very good reason why you're doing this.
I'm just trying to get to the topic here. That's all.
Right. So if you want to know what someone thinks, do you want to know the neat trick, or do you already know it?
You asked me to point out logical inconsistencies. I'm trying to point out where does the logic begin? If you think where's the semblance of logic? If
I can tell you what's illogical.
Convexity of water.
That's telling other people what they think.
That's okay. I'll write this down. That's how logic works. Okay, telling other people what they think is part of the logic.
It's illogical if you're trying to establish what they think.
Tell me about logic.
To finding out what somebody else thinks, sure, ask them.
That's logic.
If you want to know what other people think, ask them.
Because people are honest, they will tell you what they think all the time.
Most of the time, yeah. If you want to find out what they think,
it's most
asking them is a better way than telling them. Particularly, here's another tip. If you tell them what they think and they say, no, I don't think that, then ask them. How's that sound?
I could also tell you what you do think in a way that you will disagree with why I said it.
Right, but can you parody what I think? So
what is disagreeable about the way that I? What's disagreeable about what I said about the convexity of water, in the way that it was not appreciated by you, and that you felt that I'm not saying we're representing your side? And why do you feel that it's annoying to you to have your side misrepresented? Why would you be so touchy if you just did that to us for a week? Why would you even presume to have any kind of...
My point was, while I did sometimes do that to
ability,
you...
Why would you have the ability to be upset by my assertions that you have zero logic?
Not about whether you're upset. You're free to be upset by whatever you want. You're kind of jumping all over the place from logic to whether you're upset. You can be upset by anything, whether it's true or false.
Okay. Logically, Where does the
No,
convexity
logic
of
doesn't have
water?
anything to do with emotions, in my view.
Oh,
Are you
logic has
talking
a
about the
lot to do with
convexity of water
emotions.
or people getting upset? I'm confused now, man. You're not making a whole lot of sense to me.
I'm trying to stay on track here with the convexity of water. I'm just saying,
Right, but then you're talking about how you get upset.
as a side note, if you're going to be personally offended, if you're going to be personally offended that I'm now teaching you what you think, that's that you're saying that that's my that's not logic. Okay, that's your A point. To address
I'm
that, I'm
saying it
saying
is
that
illogical to tell someone what they think when they say, no, I don't think that. Persist with the belief that they think that. That to me is illogical. It's like going, hey, I went and established that this thing is 4 foot long, but I still think it's 7 foot long. That's
why are
how
you trying to tell me? I'm just trying to say from a
similar.
first-hand point
I view
of
that as similar to what you're talking about, right?
for primacy of knowledge, right? We require that like as an elemental building block for logic, right? Like we have to have some
I don't
kind
know
of
what
like
primacy of
anchor that we
knowledge
know is something that's
is. Can you
true,
explain
right?
that?
I
Do
think you
what we
just
need
use
to.
logic like a word to access people's belief that you're actually using it, but you don't sometimes.
No, I
It's
don't
just
think
really you're just
I'm
using like
logical. I
objectives in a
just
way.
think I'm more consistent in my use of reasoning and logic.
Well, it
So if
really
I
has
say
more
light
to do with the manipulation
bends a little
aspect of it
bit, for
rather than
example,
being objectively logical.
sounds like you're talking about the upset a bit again. So example of what I'm talking about with consistency is I think that it is important to be consistent with one's logic. So if I say I think light bends a little bit, and then you hear me saying stuff that precludes that possibility, you would go, it sounds to me, Eggshells, like you're being inconsistent with your logic.
Right.
Not whether it is or isn't logic, but whether it's consistent is what I'm talking about now.
Whether or not the thing itself that you're talking about is consistent, right? Things in the physical world or nature are sometimes counterintuitive. So in that way, like you could sound illogical, but you're describing things accurately. All I'm saying is that for your own rationale, right? Because logic is a human trait, right? Is about thought, or is this, or would you apply logics to all mechanical things that is logic in itself also?
Yeah, no, I think I'd agree with you on that. It's usually sort of how we describe thought processes or sort of valid deductive or inductive ways of reaching conclusions.
There's a core to what the word means. There's applications that extend all over the map, really, with how we can bastardize the
Yeah, but
word.
I think
right?
what I'm trying to agree with is that I think it is subjective. It is mind dependent. It can't have logic devoid of a mind thinking a thought. It's sort of
Right. Okay.
about the validity of it.
So we need some kind of anchors in here that are going to be actual truths that we can build a logic from.
That's a kind of Darth Dawkins idea of like a do you start with a fundamental truth? I think you can also have, I forget the other way, but it's more inductive where you go, if A, if B, and if C, then probably D, and if D, then, and build that way. And then if one gets struck down, you go, do I need to go all the way back to the beginning? Or can I still, is there still a way to reach a conclusion here that makes sense? It's the way I've heard. That's a terrible description. I beg your pardon. But
we're
what I
like trying
meant
to
to
build like
say
a. Go ahead.
Is a better description I've heard for it is it's like a crossword where you don't, like, let's say you got a word, you're not 100% sure if that word is the right word, but as you fill in other bits of the crossword around it, and you're more confident with your previous choices based upon new choices. It's much more describing inductive than deductive reasoning, but most of what we use, I would say, is inductive. Sorry.
I mean, inductive and deductive reasoning, does that have to do with logic? Because if we're just like, I mean, and it can, because it has to do with something about the connection of two things. But we need to just say, like, if A is true and B is true, then C is true, right? I mean, for basic logic. But really, hey, this is so basic. It's like we're trying to compare like building a fucking camping tent to like architecture of a grand purpose. You know what I mean? Like there are logics that are, we can build them like they're a fucking camping tent. And then there's
What do you mean by that?
institutions
I
of
don't know what
logic.
that means.
But I'm saying that there are institutions of logics, or that logics can work together with each other, right? So our simple like little logic, we build, you know, a little lean-to. If A, then B, then we can lean these two things against each other. We have like a little structure. We have a shape, right? That's the
Okay.
logos,
Yeah, I like
right?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. So where do we go from there?
We can thread it in other ways, right? We could say, well, also, hey, take C. C is also like A. It has a relationship to B. We can string these along, right? We build a whole ladder of things. They're fucking geodesic, fucking whatever.
Sure. But yeah, that's what I'm saying is more that
Within that logical system, everything should have that the elements within the logic have like equal weight is important, I think, or else it's very easy to imbalance that logic and to use it or easy for it to topple, but also easy to say that, oh, this is a proven logic. You know, it doesn't hold true all the time, but I can tell you it, and you should believe it.
Again, I'm not claiming there is one thing that is logic. I'm just saying what seems to me to be important or useful about it is that we're consistent with it. So it doesn't mean you're going to reach the right conclusions, but to me, something is indicative of poor reasoning is when reasoning changes, when a rule we use in one place gets abandoned in another place, because that seems like that is there to protect a belief, that is being used to protect a belief, whereas I think
all
logic
the laws the man makes up, like cannabis, where you're allowed to smoke it in one place and not another place. That logic debunks all of man's law.
Okay.
I don't.
So I would say a lot of Globers might have like an interior logic that's unshakable that says like A, the ball is true, and then B, see A. You know, go look at A because it's true. That assumption, the assumptive property of that,
I've heard so many ballers say that with others.
even if it's wrong logic, it will still like hold true. It'll still like allow somebody to keep doing something. People do things for crazy reasons, but they keep doing them because their logic maintains it. I don't think love is a very rational thing, but we maintain love with logic, with
logic
structure,
without really making sense to me.
It's just having like structure, you know what I mean, holds the thought. Without anchoring it to anything real, why even have the thought? It's so mutable, so abstract. You guys are done hearing me talk. This is a pretty dry convo, but I'd rather hear you guys talk for a little bit.
I was going to say, the logic that you're allowed to smoke cannabis because it doesn't harm anyone can't be followed through because other men in government say, no, that's wrong. It can harm people.
Who said that's logic? I just mentioned the word logic, and then what I've heard for the intervening time between then and now is got nothing to do with logic. You're just talking about opinions. Yes, people have the opinion.
It's illogical Eggshells, do you think it's illogical that you're allowed to smoke weed some places and not in other places? Is that illogical?
Not inherently. It's the reasoning. Logic talks about the reasoning one uses to get to a conclusion. It doesn't speak on the conclusion itself. The conclusion that you cannot light up a spliff in a preschool doesn't mean that it's therefore illogical to allow somebody to not allow somebody to smoke a spliff in their own home.
No.
It's about
you. The law.
In any case, you've got to talk about the intent.
Weed is illegal. They've used a certain logic to get to that and decided it's a fact, and they're going to make the law. And someone else has decided it's totally legal. It's fine. Then they make that a law and a fact. Someone's illogical, right? That your consistency has been broken in one place.
A, it's not my consistency, and B, there's no indication that you've given that those.
Fucking hell! What I'm trying to tell you is you claim
through any kind of logic.
You claimed if something works in one place, but you abandon that rule in somewhere else, that's illogical. And I'm giving you an example of the government being illogical by your logic.
Right, but what you're talking about is an ought someone do something, not is. You need to talk about an is. Logic doesn't have much to do with oughts.
Your logic says that man is just making stuff up when he makes laws because it's broken a rule he made somewhere else. That's your logic. Do
you understand the idea that Hume? Do you understand the idea of an ought and an is? That's where we need to start.
No.
Okay. So Hume said this thing that I still think is so important and really useful, which is never mistake an ought for an is. Right? So an ought is a moral thing. Should we do this thing? And an is a question about the real world, about reality. So is cannabis harmful is a different question to ought we allow people to smoke it in different places. And if you confuse the two, then yeah, something will look illogical. But the problem is you're mistaking an ought for an is.
No,
And
you're
we do it all the
mistaking
time.
you're mistaking moral relativism for fitting your logic when it doesn't.
Well, you don't understand objectivity, so I don't think you can really speak
What
on
I'm saying is,
relativism.
your desire for things to be logical breaks down if you direct that at the government making laws up. Totally breaks down.
Who suggests that the government makes laws logically? I
I'm
haven't.
suggesting you probably believe that they're
I
allowed to
don't.
make up laws. Would
I
you
don't
agree
even
then
know,
they're
know why I need
illogical?
to repeat this so often in these rooms, but
Can you
there is a
agree they're
really neat
illogical then?
trick if you want to figure out what somebody thinks about something, and that is just ask them. If you think that they think something illogical, and then you just tell them that that's what they think, and they say, I don't think that, then persisting in that is not just illogical, it's stupid.
No,
That's
it
what I
means
think.
I'm getting closer to exposing you as a liar. That's what it means.
By making up stuff that I think and then going, oh,
Can
look,
you
he's an idiot.
can you agree? If you just told me the government doesn't make laws up logically, can you agree they are illogical when they make laws up?
Yes, I've already said I think all
Oh, that's
people are
brilliant. That's all
illogical.
I needed. So your logic
Right, but you
describes
could have
how
got there
government is
20 minutes ago
illogical,
by just
right?
saying, do you think they come up with laws logically, rather than going, but your logic doesn't work because the government's dumb. Of course the government's dumb.
You go along with illogical laws. That's my conclusion.
Everybody goes along with illogical
No,
laws.
I don't. I know they're illogical. I don't believe in them.
Right.
Because you
So what do
can't
you do when you see
change
a speed
laws
trap?
because that's
I
illogical.
think that speeding laws are illogical. What do you do when you see a speed trap? Assuming you have a license.
Do you think they're illogical?
Of course. Should be able
You
to drive
don't.
as fast as I see fit. I
I don't
regularly go
believe you.
speeding.
I don't believe you.
But I have Waze on my phone, so it tells me how
I don't
fast I'm
believe
going.
you think that.
Or where there's a speed trap, sorry, is what I mean. Well, okay, you don't need to, but there's a neat trick. As I keep telling you, there's a super neat trick to figuring out what I think about things. It's wild, it'll blow your mind. I've only said it 15 times.
Glad you agree. You go along with illogical laws.
Of course, you've got to.
No, you haven't got to. You can know they're illogical and know they're bullshit and then
Yeah.
do what you want.
Right, but I think that's dumb. That to me seems illogical.
No,
Given the
doing what you
needs,
want is
given
not
my
dumb. That's your
desires,
freedom.
that
Look,
strikes me as illogical.
sorry, I interrupted. I hate everything you say. Just like flat earthers changing one set of rules in another place, government do for laws.
I get it makes it much easier to hold weird beliefs. Just assume that people disagree with others. That's why I keep suggesting the GM. Instead, I decided to play my game. I should have like scheduled or organised stillman times to go. Can I decide? They must agree. So they go, yes. Here's what I think. Snuck in behind. I wasn't paying attention.
Transmission's a little rough.
I'm watching a group of farm terriers kill rats, clearing rats from a farm. It's quite
Oh, rat. Isn't that what they call
interesting
that?
to watch. You lift the straw bale up, and then, like 5 massive rats run around, and the dogs get them.
I just moved in right next to a farm, and I've got a Chalky, so a Yorkshire Terrier Chihuahua mix, and I can't wait for the first time he sees a rat to see what he does. He comes from a line of Ponzi show dogs, though, so I don't know if his instincts to kill will be there.
They will.
You got like CB radio quality going on there, Eggs.
Oh, sorry, my headset died. I'll just go.
Over.
What do you guys think about social mores?
Like what?
Yeah, just like things that we, rules that we follow in society. They're either spoken or unspoken. Many times, unspoken things are social mores, like things that we won't do or should want to do. Or, unwritten laws, I guess, that sort of make up for a public sort of social code, I guess.
You mean like smiling when you see a stranger kind of thing? Covering
Right,
your mouth when you cough.
Well,
The stuff we
yeah,
pick up as kids automatically
That
just by copying.
that's like an ideal, right? Smile at a stranger, but probably not like make a crazy face at them and hiss and stick your tongue out, right? Like the social mores don't do those things, basically. Like that's an activity that's like abhorrent to the thing we're trying to be about here.
So social, just
Like a
being
social
generally,
norm, I guess you could say, is something that's similar. It's kind of adjacent to that, but I think it's really like, yeah, like piercing your face or something like that. You know, it'd be like,
oh,
or getting or face tattoos, or you know, all that kind of stuff is like
yeah.
socially like creates a, you know, it
I think
unsettles people. So
that's
things like that.
where I lived in India for like 5 years, so I felt like I understood Indian culture pretty well. And then I came back this big trip, and I met an old friend, and she was like, "Did you know that it's rude to blow your nose in India?" And I was like, "What?" Like, just the whole 5 years I'd been here, I hadn't noticed that Indian people don't really blow their nose in front of other people. And like, I'd been here and been like, "Oh my god, it's disgusting." Now they'll just like spit or like chew palm and spit on the wall, leaving this big red smear down the wall and stuff. But at the same time, been reminding myself, like, you know, it's not that big a deal. You know, it's a different social custom and stuff. They hadn't ever really questioned, like, is it a bit gross to blow your snot into a tissue when you're unwell and then put that soggy tissue back in your pocket? So yeah, it is. It's quite gross. You should go to the bathroom and do it and throw the tissue away. And I was like, been really nervous about blowing my nose the whole rest of the time I was in India.
Right. And that's just like a basic thing, but I think it goes to say that like it's connected to other things that you might do if you're from that culture, you know. Like along with that, maybe there's like other things you might not do.
Yeah.
or you might
Yeah,
do. I don't.
it doesn't seem obvious. Or how they evolve as well. Like how nowadays there are many people who are, can you believe that person just called me? They just picked up the phone and called me. Like that's crazy. You got to message me first. And to them it's like rude to just call someone.
What was that thing?
Some people, I don't kind of agree with it. I'm like, why would I message you to tell you I'm going to call you? But I would agree with it. Thing that didn't used to be the norm, which is don't just turn up at someone's house, whereas that used to be really normal. As a kid, the doorbell being, I'd be like, oh goodness, it's Auntie. And I go and tell mum. Whereas as mobile phones became more common, it was suddenly like, no, you don't just turn up at their house. You call to check if they're home and if now's a convenient time.
Yeah. I guess I just like extra don't follow those rules.
Many of them I think are silly.
Only because like I probably err on the side of being so cautious. I just won't even try to contact the person. I'll just be like,
Yeah.
too much trouble.
I think a lot of people would also say it's kind of like kowtowing a bit to someone, to more anxious people's.
Kind of missing some words now, Eggs.
Sorry, also because I'm stopping speaking. It's like more kowtowing to the more anxious people. So if people are super anxious, it's like, oh, we've got to understand that they might be a bit nervous about this.
Right. Oh. You got any Easter plans, Eggs? Any Easter eggs?
I'm in Oman, forgetting where I am. So yeah, not much is happening here.
Are you like approaching the Middle East or something now?
Well into the Middle East, yeah.
Where you is now?
It's called Oman. It's like near Saudi Arabia and the rest of.
Cool.
Oh,
You can swing
man.
by Hagia Sophia or some shit.
Sophia is Istanbul. Is that right? I don't really know.
I don't know. So she has Saudi Arabian citizenship.
What, you have Saudi Arabian citizenship?
Oh, the robot chick, Sophia.
Huh.
Jeez. Yeah, she'll be able to drive cars probably before women in Saudi Arabia.
Who's Sophia, the robot chick?
Yeah, the robot is made by the Hanson Robotics Group. It would be a lot better if it had ChatGPT loaded in it, though.
I haven't even heard of this thing. What is it?
It's just like an automaton. It's like a life-size mannequin that talks, and it was a simpler. It's before like these real. It's not a good AI. It's more like a performance thing.
They always look so creepy.
Yeah, it's got a pretty They have some kind of special formulation for the skin, so it makes elastic deformations much more similar, like to how human faces stretch. We got like 17 points, I think, that you need to simulate in order to make a face look like a face moving. Lots of little motives, man.
Yeah.
I've seen some stuff a Disney research group does with AI, basically like these idle gestures, and random algorithms to just like space off and like look at something behind you and stuff like that. It's incredibly cool. Like how much more realistic these shitty robots will look. They start having these kinds of motor cues. You know what I mean? We speak with body language, so like, you know, somebody has like real stiff body language, we feel real stiff to them. But if a robot's kind of programmed to swagger around a little bit or act drunk or, you know what I mean, do all kinds of things.
Yeah, like the imperfections make them seem more human, you mean?
Absolutely, yeah. Mm-hmm. Got a good idea for a Disney script right now. Okay, I'm gonna write that down.
Don't let them steal it.
No, this one's a good one. It's not like my Black Dukes of Hazzard pilot, which I think is still a solid idea. You know what I mean? But you know, this one's real. Black
Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, we reboot Dukes of Hazzard, but instead of white guys, it's black guys. Two
But
brothers.
hang on, wasn't that, is Dukes of Hazzard the one that, like, I know nothing about this culture, so I'm not, but like the one that people got really upset about because it like had a, like, something that upset people, like a Confederate flag on the car or something like that.
Yeah, there's definitely it's a orange. Geez, I don't know, what is it, a Charger or something? I'm probably wrong. It's probably like that national. What is it? It's like a muscle car with a big Confederate flag on it, and you got the main characters, the brothers who drive the car, and they just go on adventures and stuff. Bo and Luke, you know what I mean? Just the good old boys, never meaning no harm. That's the theme song. Great theme song, by the way. Daisy Dukes, who, you know, created a whole type of shorts. So that's all right, you know. She's known for that. And then Boss Hogg. And then Skeeter? No, Cooter? I don't know. One of those. I think it's Cooter, which is kind of a questionable name for somebody.
I feel like I've heard references to these without ever actually knowing what they are.
I don't know if there was ever a black person in any episode. I was a kid when I watched it, but I don't think it just felt so like, yeah. It's kind of like one. So I thought it would be interesting to, you know, for race reversal, since that's the thing we're doing these days. Yeah, when there's gonna be a black Batman at some point. Come on, Black James Bond.
I'd like
Mix
to
it
know
up,
why they hired a white man to play Black Adam. That's what I want to know.
The Rock is mixed.
Yeah, he's not black though, is he?
He's biracial.
Yeah, they need a black person. If the character's Black Adam, they need a black person.
Well, I think he was just called Black Adam. I don't think he was ethnically necessarily Black
He's
Adam.
got Egyptian, African Kemet power.
Okay, actually, you're correct. Yeah, but yeah, right. Yeah, he's
We're just swapping all the roles for some reason. It's absurdity.
I hate the DC universe. Except for Batman. I don't really consider him DC. And Spider-Man, fuck him. I really like him anyway. Sorry, it's kind of a harsh take. But anyway. Did you watch that movie? What'd you think of that, Black Adam? Did you like it?
No, I haven't seen it. I don't like comic books.
It's weird the way they play it, though. It's, you know, kind of like he's almost like a terrorist, you know, because he's like Middle Eastern. He's just blow shit up.
Yeah,
but like, no, he's also a savior too. He's a savior as well. And he's like on par with Superman. So that's cool. But then how did these other like humans just like fuck with him? You know what I mean? Through the whole movie, you know what I mean? Dude's just got like, what, there's some flying wings. He's not like a demigod. This other guy can move with basically the speed of light, you know. flash, you know, he's there, fucking snap your neck, blow you up, look at you, blow your head up. That's a powerful being to be doing combat with. There's no reason for these fight scenes to have lasted as long. He would win every fucking time. There's no reason that they could. That to me is incredible. That's like these are like one shot. These characters so overpowered. That's all.
It's the same in Star Wars where the bad guys can't ever aim properly.
Yes, and there's a line where he's these shots are far too accurate. They must be from stormtroopers. It's like, have you ever met stormtroopers?
I watched a clip where it was Star Wars, but the Empire is accurate, and everyone dies really fast. That could work as a
It's
Star
just
Wars.
kind of like a weak sauce time because like basically all we can do is tell stories to the next generation about how to be people through unpeople characters, superheroes that have no human problems. Like,
So I was thinking the same thing a while back, but then I was like, isn't that what we've always done? Like we always tell stories about like Samson, his hair is magical, and you know, like
yeah,
you know, the giants and the this and the that.
yeah. It's weird. People definitely have a capacity for lore, right? Just the idea of it that there's a story, something happened before you, all those kinds of things.
That's history, it's lore.
Right? You'd love you some lore, don't you?
Mm. I mean, the concept is great to grapple with. What does lore mean? Who makes it up? Is it real? Is it always the same?
To me, that's only confusing if you assume it is objective. If you assume it is, you know, made by politicians who are just trying to get re-elected, then it's like, no, of course they're the way they are. Of course, people get caught, you know, banging boys, but passing laws against being gay. They're Republican, they're right wing, they've joined the Republican Party, they're stuck there now, but they also like dick.
Yeah, just like it's just like when we're when we're just experiencing stuff before we're like have full knowledge of the world, right? We're just like watching TVs and getting ideas about things from watching other examples and things, like trying to put our minds together to go be adults or whatever, or what have you. If that's what people actually do, if we're not just thrown to the wolves from the beginning, but maybe we are actually. I don't meant my point there. No, but the lore of something, right? Like might just be the air around it, the mystique of something. You know what I mean? Like we vibe on those things, and then we become curious. And we want to learn more about it. It's an interesting thing. I think people do. And like you like what Don was maybe thinking already, like a conspiracy theorist about or whatever, if it's true or not or what have you. But the when you get into it, you're not questioning anything. So like at least for some period of time, you're just like, I accept this. You know what I mean? And that's an interesting.
I accepted it all. Yes.
And then you might question it, and then even there's more information access. But
Even a man who tries to describe nature's laws, he's still just deciding, right? He's measured lots of things accelerating downwards at 9.8 meters per second. So he's decided that's a law of gravitation. But he's not measured everything all over the universe falling.
You're speaking law like LAW. I mean LORE, lore.
Oh,
Sorry.
it's another interesting word. Yeah, the myth
I
of
guess
something.
I think both of you have thought that I said that. But the conversation's really gone fine anyway. So maybe there's a real similitude between these terms.
Oh,
So,
I like law.
yeah, I've only just figured out that that's what you're talking about.
Nothing was really at odds though with what we were saying though somehow. Strangely.
Like the Christian law that we're getting to the end of an age and God's going to judge us. That's part of Christian law, right? A myth.
I'm not even sure which word you're saying, but I agree with you.
Law, LORE.
Right, which is biblical, right? And the Bible's like
Yeah.
the written word, so like, right, is essentially like a law anyway. Like
It's become such a myth that even atheists are living inside the law. LORE.
Yeah. You live inside a land, quote unquote, built on Christian values. You're going to be stuck having to adhere to those Christian values. And if you don't agree with Christianity, you find some of that stuff hidden in the back of your mind.
Yeah. Paradigm comes with law, doesn't it? Attached, and then you have to go through it, see if you believe it or not.
Yeah. I think you're just labouring under the misapprehension that you're the only one who's aware of that. I think most people are pretty.
There's not many of us.
You get the fact that they are in a Christian land and they have Christian values despite not being Christians.
What about the law of the government? The idea that somehow they've got more power than you and they found the right to tell you what's right and wrong.
Yeah, I think
That's what you have.
I think if you end up with anarchy, as we regularly do as a species, you just end up going straight back to that thing.
Possibly, yeah. But that's kind of nihilist.
It's not nihilist. Nihilist is a view about morality. This is just a view about reality. It's again, you're mixing oughts and isn't.
No. You just said whatever happens, we'll always go back to masters and slaves. That's what you just said. That's a type of nihilism because you think we can't change reality for the better. We're stuck like this.
That's not what nihilism is.
Yes, it is.
You can't change the way you think about words, even if they're wrong.
The idea that you're stuck in a bad world and you can't do anything about it.
Nihilism is a lack of meaning, not anything to do about what is or isn't. The ought is thing from Hume is well worth learning a bit about, Dawn.
But that was I guess my tie into social mores earlier was the ought and the is that these are sort of social mores, but like also that I wanted to tie that to logics too, like that there are logics to social mores. Like
sure, most of them come from a quite logical place. I would agree with that.
But even if we're just socially signaling something, that it's like expressing the more itself, and then therefore like makes you a good part of the society, which is like that's I guess the logic that's holding that together.
That's a beautiful thing, right? Most of them, certainly you can see the ones that are shared between different cultures have a really obvious logical thing of all cultures, regardless of their religion, are like, hey, it's bad to murder people. Like, I can see a good reason why you'd go, hey, let's not murder the group.
And so, what do you? So now I'll take it to FE. Like, what do you think about social mores or the idea of virtue in action or it's like I would say like that FE is against the social mores of the established scientific Whoa, that's good.
What happened?
Ask a question.
Phone
Exhaust.
fell down there.
Evidently, you can ask the question. Would you like to ask another?
Gravity's a real
What
thing?
do you want?
What's that? No, gravity's not real. Actually, sometimes I think it's a high gravity day, and sometimes it's not,
Well, I mean,
depending on
it's
how
more
clumsy I
as
am.
to behaviors that you have based on sort of, like you were saying, cultural customs. I think they're very different from that. But when it comes to gravity, I mean, I think that we all end up agreeing with it. It's just how, right? You even Witset's new thing is essentially mass attracting mass, right? Even if it's electro, whatever, it's the electrons within a
Right.
mass or the whatever within a mass. In other
Right.
words,
Well, I guess what it gets down to, I think he's approaching something like where it's like a static modulation or demodulation, where these statics then do the work within that medium. And they kind of, I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting, yeah, to think about.
but I mean,
'Cause I'm looking at all these different things. Like there's an element here that I don't really understand, but I really feel like all of these different trends we're talking about, sound, light, um, you know, electromagnetism, gravity, all that stuff. It's like there's a modulation of energy that's like happening, within this. Uh, they're all energy. I'm saying nothing here, but maybe it might be that the whole thing is kind of riding on a type of uh, system that works across all of these in terms of like powers of amplitude or like modulation just by like taking a frequency and doubling it or something like that, or the way that it's in line with how the inverse square kind of works, or something's working within this system. I'm seeing like across all these different disciplines. So I'm interested to see like where the electrostatic thing kind of goes. As far as like this is a good kind of a pressure cooker to test these ideas in. So I think it is good that he talks about it. What do you think?
yeah, I think they're great ideas. But I think the interesting thing that somebody from the Flat Earth pointed out one time that is really valid, worth bringing up again, is that gravity, we called it gravity and we didn't change its name when we changed what we thought it was. So we already called gravity the thing that, like, gravity used to just mean weight. It's my understanding in Latin, gravitas.
Okay.
And it already meant how much stuff was pulled down. Like, unless you're going to, which I don't think you are, I'm not trying to straw man you with it. Sort of
Well, but even like gravity.
Goes up is like, okay, right, that's a way of looking at it.
But like gravitas is a self synonymous with magnitude.
Sure.
And I do think that a lot of the forces are basically like we're just like little delicate beings. We can't handle the full brunt of like whatever the fury of the forces that are capable of happening. Whether it's like a lightning strike or you're not going to go into lava jacuzzi. We're not capable of sustaining those forces. They have to be demodulated out through the atmosphere, through all these things in order that we can actually live. Like we require these like drastic forces to be occurring in order to have these modulative in between forces like wind and rain and shit like that. So yeah, it's like I realize that's kind of like I'm blending disciplines here and maybe I'm going all over the place, but if you follow that, it's just like, yeah, that's what I'm working on. That's my theory of not everything, but a lot of things. There's got to be a commonality between all these.
Like a grounding idea.
I'm gonna do some interesting shit with lens tests, I think. Check, because I think I can set up something soon that's I can set like hard stops to my lenses, so I can I should basically be able to like do pretty accurate like depth of field stuff, because I think that there's like inherent with most like long distance lenses is like a type of barrel distortion that's like unavoidable with a spherical lens. You know, I just think it's kind of baked into the cake. But
Yeah, I think with the growth of, I don't quite understand photography if I'm honest, but I was wondering when I was hearing people talking about that yesterday, with the growth of sensors, you know, they're like, oh, bigger sensors better. Like, can you get a foot wide sensor? Or it's still very, you know, finely packed pixels, but it's a foot by foot. And then as you grow it, you're getting closer to a flat orthographic view rather than the, you know, the one that's mapped out from the center.
yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, you know, a lot's made of like rectilineation in a lens, which I think really only matters from the perspective of like just trying to, you know, fix it in post, basically to fix for deformations in certain types of. I mean, you could do it manually, but you know, a lot of these are just done algorithmically. And so there's like profiles for lenses, you know, for their spherical distortions that they'll put on stuff, and so, you know, then later graphical post processing can like clean it up and make. So it will try to make the straight line straight, but it won't really, you know. And in my playing with glass, like the only way that I'm able to make straight lines straight that are like hyper hyperconvexing or whatever, fisheye, you know, let's say, is to introduce like a square element, a squared lens piece, and then that sets the optic back to like a straight, and like a doorway will look straight again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what you were saying. Yeah, yeah, it was this new with a square sensor that it lands on. Even if it's like an array of lenses, so you know how they do those ones where they put like 20, you know, fancy cameras around on a rail and then take a photo of the same subject from like a bunch of different angles, so then you can like get that effect they had in the Matrix where Trinity jumps up and then the view goes like wow, spins around.
I see. I just watched a video last night about it's a piece of hardware that YouTube creators making like a Kickstarter for. But basically, it's just like a motor. You hang it over your head, and it's just a huge ass pole that swings around like a long pole, and you can do like these bullet time type of effects with it. It's dope.
Yeah.
Like,
Is that a motorbike that's doing it? Because there's a guy that's been doing that for ages, called or cross training enduro, and he wears he does motorbike, really cool, like showing you how to ride well off road motorbike videos. And he has one set up that from memory is like bolted onto the top of a like climbing helmet deal. But yeah, it's like bullet time thing where the pole swings around you and then gets view from different sides. And rather than being on a motor, which he said he was originally going to try, he found he could just tilt his head in whatever way he wanted the camera to be. So the whole time I was looking at it, I was like, how that looks so dangerous. Just attaching
it's got like a beanie with like a little, yeah. I mean, you could do it with like a mini like a drone camera and just like glue it to like the end of a string and have like a motor on the top of your helmet that spins the thing around, and it would always bullet time you.
Yeah. You can get some pretty cool stuff with my 360. I can just like, have it waggling in front of the bike. Yeah, Insta 360.
Yeah.
So not the newest one, but the middle one. And yeah, it's super cool. It's like you have it on the front of the bike, as you probably noticed, like the pole it's attached to disappears, so it looks like you're being tracked by it. It's very cool. And you get that spherical that sounds like.
Yeah. Have you ever used a gyroflow for post for that?
Don't think so. No.
It'll take all the gyro data, and I mean, it might actually already be stabilized out of camera. I don't know, but you can use the gyro data to like it'll whatever stitch the frames together in a motion stabilized kind of way.
Yeah, I think it already does that. It's like, yeah, it's very stable.
Yeah, it says it's on like an in-camera feature on that pretty much. But you can use that to you can output that gyro data that it makes, and then if you had like another if you had like a larger camera like a DSLR type or a mirrorless or whatever, you know, you could like just stick like that Insta360 on that camera, and then you can motion stabilize that footage. So even if you don't have like a stable like an in-body stabilization,
Yeah.
and like that's kind of cool. Some warpage probably, but
Yeah, it's interesting how and then how it appears to like flatten out again as it like gets closer to that, you know, that
yeah.
regular thing. You can go like zoom all the way on the planet. It's so bizarre, but it really it gives sense because we go on some, like gnarly tracks. Like, God, you film them on the GoPro, and they look pathetic. It's so disappointing. You're like going up this thing that looks like a sort of like it's enough of a slope that if you start a rolling, it'll continue rolling, and that's often the only indication that the viewer will get. And they're like, oh, it must be quite steep. That will just really kept rolling.
Eggshells, your microphone is sounding like you have an whole array of guitar pedals attached to your microphone. Distort and delay and things like that. And I command Snacks to still understand you, but others
I'll
might not.
I'll try and leave and come back.
Yeah, I was having to fill in a couple words here and there with that.
Yes.
There, is that any better?
Yeah, it sounded like you said objectively the Earth could be flat, but you were breaking up a little.
Absolutely, Earth could be flat. I think it'd be dumb to say that it's impossible. Just illogical. Based on the unknown unknowns, it's illogical to claim any kind of absolute knowledge.
That's cool. Yeah, your connection is a lot better now.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, again, it counts on like what you use as a definite article in your logic. So, you know, if article A is man went to the moon and took pictures of the Earth, then you know, my B is going to be kind of weighted by that, or vice versa, right? Or maybe not vice versa. I usually don't say vice versa. I'm not really sure about the applications of that. Anyway.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Yeah, it's all right. At least you can hear me. Anyway,
Definitely
continue on.
let you up.
I'm just doing a thing here. Yeah, but anyway, baked into the spherical lenses, where curvature is there, I think that at greater focal distance in any kind of variable lens, that you're going to have like barrel distortion applied to it.
I thought that greater distance from the lens equals less distortion. Like that's certainly what happens on my 360. I'm not basing this off anything except
Right.
when I
Yeah.
zoom in on a element of that 360, it just gets
Okay.
closer and closer and closer to a rectangle.
Right, because that's you have that's like a fixed lens that's not doing any zoomage. So it's not bellows action that's focusing. So you have no change in that distortion of the spherical or concave bit of it, since it's fixed, and then it's like cropping in through the tightest point of that center of the lens to get its the video feed, and then that's going to like some kind of quad bear fucking chip or something like that, and then all the color information gets filled in from like some fucking little sample points that it's getting in the sensor, and then got your image. Yeah, that's the train, the optical train, choo choo, that's going on there. But if you have a variable lens, then you're moving element distances from each other, and so because of that bellows action, you're going to get, because the glass itself is fixed, through the range of motion between these two different lens elements, if you stretch these beyond their limits, they'll be applying distortion to like the deep field, and I think it's just unavoidable. And even though you can minimize it a lot, it's still an artifact that's just built into the optical cake here. That's all I'm trying to say, basically, in so many thousands of words. I mean, even if you're shooting down like something like a P, at the end of it, if you're like zoom, zoom, zoom into the center of the center of the center of the lens, or something smaller than that, it's still getting like the incident of angle to the lens is still going to mean that you're going to crash into the ground because of the curvature of the lens, and because light's weird. Like I find that like putting a lens hood on something sometimes can mean a lot, or just the spaces between lenses. If there's like a larger circumference around the element than is necessary, like it can affect it in a way. Like that there's for lack of a better way to describe, there's almost like an acoustics to how the light is moving through these lens systems, and that's why it's like an art form to build like a really dope ass 600 millimeter lens or some variable lens. Boom. And then ultimately, like, I don't know, like our iris, the the roundness of that, it's hard to say. Like the way in which we see things is not influenced by that, just generally anyway.
Yeah, sure it is. Like it's the thing I keep saying is whether we're created or evolved, we appear to be pretty good at judging things moving up to about the speed of a spear and at about the same distance as we can throw a spear. Beyond that, it seems like our ability to judge speeds, distances, sizes, and everything else gets a bit less trustworthy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the shape of the eye being of interest. We got these circle eyes. So the things that are like out of focus will appear to be like radial. Whereas I believe if our pupils were square, we would see them as square projections, like not a radial. We would see like a radial square instead, like a bokeh sort of for the out of focus part of light. That's an interesting thing to think about. Or where the bees are kind of seeing in some kind of hexolens. You know what I mean? And then they make hexagonal, shapes. It's sort of like a presumption that the biology is going to influence a lot about how the organism acts. So, yeah, I don't know. Just some thoughts, man. As far as like our ins and outs perceptually here, what's going on, and then we're throwing it to a camera, and then we throw it to computer chips and stuff like that. So, yeah.
And supposedly some animals, insects, react on different frequencies of light.
Oh yeah. Even a cool one that they did in Australia was, I don't know if you've got these elsewhere. We've got these things called dung beetles, and they like shit, and they go and they get a ball of shit and they roll it in a particular direction away from the poop to, I think, eat, but it could be something else. But I'm pretty sure they eat it. Anyway, they sometimes can find the ball again, and sometimes they can't. And they were like, well, they're probably using the moon the same way everything else does. And so they tested it by putting a circular light source above them and seeing if they were any good at orienting themselves. And they rolled the balls of shit in all sorts of different directions. They went, oh, maybe they're using the Milky Way, the big sort of bright smear. You get it much more in Australia. I don't think you guys get much in the north. So they replicated something like the Milky Way, and sure enough, they went back to rolling the things in a straight path. I think
just a fun fact about the dung beetles. They actually roll it. You're actually quite right. Actually, they do use it partly for the adults to actually eat, but it's mostly for the females to lay the eggs in.
Okay,
yeah, mostly.
you.
But yeah, they partly as well during I guess probably winter months they do use it partly as food, but it's not their main food source.
There you go. Okay, thank you.
Just a fun fact. I just thought I'd just change it. It's just funny because I was just watching I saw a YouTube documentary about it just literally about a week ago.
That's very interesting. Thank you for.
Sorry, it's completely irrelevant. I just thought I'd just point it out.
That's absolutely relevant.
Yeah, I'm empty on any kind of puns that have to do with dung.
They know their shit. These dung beetles.
Yeah, they know their shit.
Dung and Kruger.
But I think before they actually use it as a food source, I don't think they eat it as fresh. It seems to sort of decay considerably before they would use it as a food source, I believe.
Are they using some of the decay? Is that part of the delicacy of having a ball of poo?
I guess so. I don't know, but its primary purposes was for the female to lay the eggs into it.
Because interesting.
They put it into a hole.
Is it have to do with the moon cycle? Did they do something with that? It's just interesting to think.
I'm not sure. They didn't mention that. I don't know. It's an interesting thought that I really don't have a clue.
There's some kind of microorganism cycle that responds to the moon cycles.
Could be. Don't know.
Well, if women have periods near the moon, perhaps microorganisms also have their periods at the time. I'm not sure.
Maybe.
And then the dung beetle's like, yes, this is what I wanted. My life stuff. I live for this. I'm gonna lay my young babies in here. Oh man, you gotta love the simplicity of nature sometimes. Maybe that's too simple.
Along similar lines, something I learned something new not so long ago about bees. And people got this impression that the queen is somehow in charge of the hive. The queen isn't. In fact, it's more of a slave to the workers. The workers are collectively in charge of the hive. They can kill off a queen if they don't think the queen is doing its job. In other words, if it's not producing enough eggs to, for more bees. Yeah, and also when it gets close to the winter, the male bees become useless to them because they're just mouths to feed, so they kick them out of the hive. And then quite often, if you see during the winter time, if you go to a hive, you'll see dead bees outside the hive, and that's the male bees. They've kicked them out. Don't want them.
Cool.
There you go.
Yeah, that's so interesting. Hit me with your animal fact.
Yeah, well, yeah, like whoever just said, pointed out the simplicity of nature sometimes. Yeah.
Is Dyslow in here yet? There's a Grebennikov intersectional off ramp here, but I guess we shall not take it. But I do think that there's something interesting about the design of hives, whether or not I agree with the Grebennikov effect or not. And it does seem like
effect? I heard that the other day, and then
I find it to be I'm skeptical about it. But this fellow etymologist studying how it is that a beetle can fly with its non-aerodynamic wings set up and its bulky body and stuff like that. And he allegedly discovered a type of electrostatic effect that allowed for him to produce a levitating sled that he was then able to ride around in. And this is where I find
levitating sled. Kind of like you said, levitating sled.
Utilizing extracts from beetle shells and a high frequency generator, he was able to make a sled that allowed him to fly in the air and also become invisible.
I would say about beetles flying is the same reason why. Well, we're just talking about bees. I mean, bees are not particularly aerodynamic, right? I mean, they don't. I mean, the beetles I don't think fly particularly fast. I don't think they really need to be aerodynamic. They kind of slowly hover, don't they? They just sort of move around quite slow. They don't go particularly fast. Bees and flies, I guess they do go a bit quicker, but I suppose because of their size, aerodynamics is not really an issue. I would argue anyway.
Well, it's just the idea of the wings themselves have a cavitation hole or holes in them that allow for the propagation of static energy, and very similar to like the Van de Graaff generator. It functions because it's rubber. Rubber has these little holes in it. Rubber hole, rubber soul. But it's what's grabbing it's allowing the electric to kind of travel up in the band or whatever.
But if that's true, though, wouldn't they need something for static electricity? You would need something of the opposite charge to be attracted to it, right? So how would it do that?
It would just be, well, I don't know. It seems like thankfully flies go to sleep at night. It seems like bees don't work at night either. And, they may be somewhat solar powered, or you require some kind of amount of light to like kind of create this like system that seems to, function for a lot of different like insects.
Well, I mean, I know for a fact the
there's
bees
certainly like insects that fly at night too, right?
Yeah. I mean, I know for bees, for them to operate, their bodies can't work unless they're of a certain temperature, and that's why during the wintertime then also at night time they get into the hive and they produce their own warmth.
But it's like hive, I find it like,
they can't operate, but
moths and maybe some other like types of flying insects, you know what I mean? But most of the buzzy type ones, like the ones that are just using some kind of like hummingbird type action to fly around, they're not at night. So I don't know. Is there something to the static effect that has something to do with the component of light and how that's working with it? I don't know. But
I think it's more to do with heat rather than light.
So other things have like Grebennikov also worked with like dried leaves, you know, because like the dried leaves on the tree are actually static attractors, and they can create a charge. You can put like a static electric charge because it's got little holes in it. Yeah. Just is that part of how the tree is supposed to function, where the nodes of the branches are supposed to get like wind action on them? They're supposed to like statically charge the tree up. Is that part of the design of the tree, or is it just like those are dead leaves? They have no purpose. I don't know, right? I think there's a lot of mysteries for like how things work on a microbiological scale. You know what I mean? We could say it's all chemicals or all shape, but it's like there's some kind of like rule set that I don't think we're quite hip to yet. And it might have to do something with like just resonance and shape. That shape determines resonance, and that resonance is like akin to harnessing natural energy. You know, like as a biology has to do that. It's got to like take advantage of what it has, like to work with whatever is plentiful and natural. Rocks haven't gotten this idea, so they're not making lungs. I'm just joking. That's like some Alan Watts shit. Anyway, you get a laugh. Everything has lungs? Seems like everything that's alive's got a set of those things.
Fish don't have lungs.
They got kind of lungs. They got water lungs.
Gills.
They're still using oxygen.
Yeah, but they don't operate the same way as lungs, though.
Right, but they're still using the same thing. You know, lungfish, yeah, well, they do work the same as it, you know. Not all species are going to survive outside of the water for very long, but that's mostly because of the dryness and the inability to maintain moisture. But a lot of them can like just gulp air and process it that way because it's, you know, it's just the surface area gases and whatever, however the microbiology is going on. But anyway, man, yeah, same type of setup.
Well, I mean, gills can only absorb oxygen through water, but they can't absorb oxygen from the atmosphere.
They can. They can.
How?
Some can better than others. And a goldfish will gulp for air and process it that way if it needs to, if it's in a low oxygen bit of stagnant water.
Because the fish, they take in the water through the mouths, which passes the gills basically, and then it dissolves the oxygen from the water, whereas at least the human lungs, we breathe in the atmosphere, which is only what, a 20% oxygen, and we only absorb the oxygen only. So it goes into the lungs and then goes into the bloodstream. Whereas fish don't do that. It's it's a completely different system. It's not really quite the same. They're doing the same.
But their gills are connected to their bloodstream, and that's what gives them their O2. You know? But they also have like an air bladder, a lot of them. So they have kind of a little bit of a different system. Essentially, it's the same thing though. Like that these are organisms that do respiration, using atmospheric gases to like propel a circulatory system, principally by using a heart. Like what doesn't have a heart if it's got lungs, right? There's no, like they go hand in hand. Well, you have like hands. Nothing just has one hand. Okay, Things in nature seem to go together for just because they're systems. There's a whole like Chinese medicine built on this. The organs work in pairs and stuff like that. They all work together. Anyway, we don't really question, why everything wants to breathe, though. Or plants don't have lungs, right? But they kind of just are lungs. Isn't that the beginnings of a lung? Plants are complex too, man. Anyway.
Well,
So yeah, just like
plants don't absorb oxygen though.
I don't know if that's true, but
Okay.
They're not. Are they filtering out oxygen? Like they're not permeable by oxygen. So there's like they're taking up water and there's some oxygen. I don't know, like whatever, however you want to define it. All I'm trying to get to is that there is this guy. We were talking about the Grebennikov effect or whatever, and some of his observations between that and beehives, right, and the shape of beehives, and that there's acoustic properties to the shape of things, and it's interesting to think about. That there may be like another dimensionality to the design of things. More than just like it's gross biology. More than the taxonomy. More I don't know. And that some of this is working on electrostatic principles, like antennae or what have you. I think probably bugs are an excellent way to like kind of observe these things because bugs are so persistent. They're well tested, and none of them can stand up to a boot. But they're made differently than us, right? They're made of chitin as their main protein. Protein? I don't know. We're made of like other things like collagen. More so is creating this fiber-wise. and chitin has these kinds of like because of what bugs are made out of, that the chitin has got like different sort of material properties to it. Yeah. I just killed this whole topic. Sorry. Anyway. But yeah, birds have like certain feathers that seem to just like kind of just be sensory, almost like a straight one feather. You know what I mean? Like on the head that like is tied to like a sort of a nerve that's like, or a cluster of nerves or something like that. That's giving it some information, sensory information. It's working in electrostatics. Yeah. I don't know. I hate bugs. I don't know anyone want to just study bugs all the time. Weird aliens. Anyway, yeah, principles of flight different from butterfly. Butterfly's got a certain type of flight. Bumblebee's got something quite different. And just like everything in between there. I think if you go down from there in scale, you go more micro. You're looking at like zooplanktons and shit like that. And, they're like bugs too, but they're like more like weird robots, man. They're like fucking creepy to look at. It's swimming around in a fucking drop of water somewhere with like a propeller. How the fuck does that work?
Yeah, what was the creator thinking?
I'm just glad that like macro Animalia cannot have propeller limbs. That's cool to me. You know what I mean? Because life would be fucked if that was true.
Why do you say that?
I mean, just the types of like life forms that would develop on land, at our scale, if they were like had all the rules of like planktons and I don't know, that'd be a fucking scary monster world to be in. But I'm saying, like, at each one of these scales, like a certain type of like impossibility occurs. They all seem to be processing gases. You know what I mean? To like to deal, right? So there's like some kind of energy that's being taken from that. That's not just for respiration, calorie burning. We're not burning the oxygen literally, right? So I think that's just like a field charge. Everything is sucking off of, basically off of sippy straw. Like there's just field charge. Like it's in the air. We take the air in, and we keep living. If not, we're not gonna live that long. Nothing does. It's like that charge is what is in the oxygen, but it also like because of that oxygen it prevents the takeover from like other bacteria and stuff like that. A high oxygen environment allows that because of electricity. Electricity is what the bacteria don't like. Basically, over a certain amount of energy, whether it's you could say it's like a chemical, whatever your oxygen content in your blood, but that has a relationship to the bioconductivity of your blood, which is like how much energy. If it goes below a certain, that also affects your pH too. Your pH kind of rides on that as well. Anyway, it's just like all these things are connected to oxygen, which is essentially just. I think we're just scrubbing the electrons off of the sites of the oxygen. We're scrubbing the energy off the molecules.
Yeah.
And then that goes to the pulmonary system. Go ahead.
Interesting that you opened this because I am thinking for quite some time now that the feminine, that is electromagnetic, that's space, creating space like in a Tor field, right? That's the field energy. And the male energy, that is directive energy, action. That the feminine energy somehow brings information how everything is going on, what is all going on. So, and it brings us to the male, and there's information how you can act on it. So, in a certain way,
it's like a net.
Yeah.
For your feminine, and then like a specific for your masculine, if you like.
Yeah.
Natures. So yeah, like a net charge influences all.
Yeah, and because heat is needed for action, of course you can in some way say that it's burning, but well, as you say, if we take in air and there's oxygen in it and we put out CO2, if that is what is going on, and then we bring out oxygen again. And if that is going to the plants and they chew on what we bring out, and they bring back oxygen again, then that if it works like that, that's a kind of a cycle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a net. It's a net. It's cycles of cycles and interdependence. Man, like the bioweb is deep, man. It's deeper than the internet.
Yeah.
And then it's literally like an internet with the interplay. We start adding some mycelial mat to this forest, you know what I mean, with these trees moving this oxygen, stuff like that. Like now you got a nutrient transport system that's intelligent, its own agent, self-propagating, man, that's dope. Build me one of these systems, man. Just build me a old growth forest, you know. Or let's cut it up for logs and fucking build warships out of it. What do you think? You know, just destroy the nature. You know, it took like eons to create this condition. Mold the land and fuck it up, man. Build a base there or something.
So if the cycle snacks, if there's cycles in this energy, it's very difficult to know what kind of energy was in it in the past, because you're always dealing what you are provided with. If it's lower or higher energy, or it's lower or higher in information.
Yeah. Yeah, information. It's interesting to think about that in the natural world, you know, information. Like if you were, I don't know, if you were just a bee, you know, you have a pretty small idea where you are. But you might know that, you know, you talk to some other bees and there's like, oh, there's a patch of flowers over here. There's an apple tree over here. You know, use as a network, sort of pinpoint, get a greater intelligence now because I got a bunch of people, a bunch of hives. They're all kind of committed to the same thing. They figure it out, map the area. Okay, so bees can do some mapping, you know, independently, just having their own thing. And in their own little world doing their own little thing. But the forest has like existed forever above them, you know what I mean? For generations of bees and other types of insects before that. It's like a daunting thing to think about. The origins of all of it, you know what I mean? To specifically say that, yeah, we've pinned it down. This is the process. This is the mechanic of it. This is like, it's a pretty open system, though. I mean, it's built to be an open system. But, you know, that doesn't have social mores. It doesn't care if it cross pollinates with the wrong thing. It doesn't care if it's you know, reproducing back to the mother plant that it came from, you know. So, you know, diversity of species can happen. Or I really think probably with plants, especially, that there's like pollen elements from like one thing that'll just like plug up some of a receptor for not intended for that plant. You know, you're gonna get cross pollination in this way. You know, so you'll get like varietal changes based on that. You've got like proximity evolution, which I kind of believe in. It's just like, you know, if you have like not evolution, but you know, you get you take two types of apple trees and splice them together. You know, over a period of time, they'll just kind of mellow into its own sort of type of tree. Some people argue you can't pass that. I would say maybe you can. Or at some point that there are like subtle like changes that occur to both things. And so they're both changed by each other, right? So if things can be changed by each other, that's cool. Like that's going to go on the micro level too, right? such as to say that bacteria affects how we act and how we process nutrients. You know, who dies off? You know, survival stuff. Just beneficial, non-beneficial ways that we get this. You know, we're a host system for another colony. I mean, damn, it's just trippy to think about.
You mean, for instance, when a bee first visits a red apple tree, and then a green apple tree, and then he cross-pollinates that green apple with some red apple pollen, for instance.
Yeah. Well, it's like a lot of the things that we like are disparate species that are blended together.
Yeah.
There's types of like, you know, it's like not like crab apples, but there's a lot of type of like wild apples that are not really great eating apples, you know. And yet, yeah, it's like if you blend that non-edible apple or one that you might turn away for something more juicy and delicious, blend these two things together. Yeah, the likelihood is you get new trading kind of coming up. And if we just take like two apples that are very similar, we might not know the difference. Yeah, there's also this other vehicle for things to change with radiative mutation. So yeah, apple trees growing near a little hunk of uranium, which might be a long decomposed, you know, animal of some sort or whatever. It's just been growing over this thing for a long time. You know, it might start to become a different color apple, or it might turn itself inside out or whatever. And in the case of like pink grapefruit, it's something that we engineer, you know, using radiation. It's just a regular grapefruit. We throw some rads at it, at the seeds and stuff like that. It changes the way the gene expression is when the plant grows. It's got ruby red on the inside. There's probably a lot of other things that we don't need to keep doing that. Once you set it, it's kind of done. You can just propagate them now. But if you wanted to make one from scratch, if you just had a regular grapefruit, go ahead and try this. You think they've done this with other things? Possible. I don't know, man. You know, just diversification goes on in this whole system. It's an open system. That's why things can go on like that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, Darwin's correct on the nature of all things, or that modern science understands that it's just shaped by the life forms are shaped by the environment that they're in. Yeah, that's the container of life. All right. Oh, crushed it. I'm gonna get on with my life here. Good talking to you, Lightwater.
Thank you, Snacks.
Yeah,
See you later. See you later.
Peace, bud.
Yo, where's everyone at, man? I don't believe people be sleeping like this.
I'm here. Still just
Your mic still sucks.
Spring into the next age.
Well, your face sucks.
You're literally incoherent as usual.
So about the same.
This challenge. Many villagers gather enough gold to place a land and advance to the feudal. Good luck.
That. Now my earbuds connect.
You sound like you bought your earbuds at a dollar store.
Oh, I'm so unhappy
true.
with them. Do not get Sony. Oh, hang on, that's my problem. Okay, now I've rejoined.
Ugh.
Maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll just parody a flat earthers version of a glober now. All my answers will be stuff that flat earthers say that globers say. It's getting very meta.
I mean, you guys be saying crazy shit. It don't even match half the time, so I don't know which one you got to pick. One of them. Maybe pick the one that makes the most sense. I don't know. I catch these guys out all the time. Xanax, Kosho, Dr. Ba, they all be saying like different shit all the time. It's weird. Right now I'm in the middle of Xanax saying that when a plane goes north and south, it has to speed up and slow down. And Xanax saying it actually slows up and speeds down. There's Xanax said that. Kosho saying some other weird shit where the Coriolis wind does it or something. I don't know. Weird. You want to play a fake Glober with me? How does the plane gain tangential speed when it goes from north to south?
Magic. It both does and it doesn't.
We don't say you guys say that. Maybe somebody
don't
might
say that we double
actually.
speak?
That was a good double speak. I mean, I was too quick. I don't know. I've heard you guys do it pretty quick like that, but that was pretty quick. It was like instant. I have heard it not quite that fast, but almost.
Depends how you look at it.
No, me and Coach Show are gonna have it out today. This guy said, if pretend me and you were on a merry-go-round, and I got a drone, the merry-go-round's spinning, and I fly the drone straight to you. Right? I adjust the drone. Like I always have the drone, it's heading at you. So I gotta constantly correct for it. Constantly correct. I fly the drone straight. You know, it's rotating. So you fly out of the way, I correct my course, I fly it straight, you fly out of the way. I keep correcting my course. Then there's another scenario where I just fly the drone where you're gonna be. Shit. Straight line at you. I'm not turning it all. Kosho said those paths will be the same. This is what it's come down to, bro. They try to get out. That's what happens when you try to get out of everything using reference frames. In these weird spots. Super weird. Like the shit is bananas. bananas. You think that's true? You think they're the same path? Both of those things I just explained with the drone?
I don't fully understand the question. But yes, yeah.
No
We're both
doubt.
ruining it.
Whatever Kosho said.
Yeah. I just have to check what the government says.
Whatever NASA says.
Yeah, if NASA says it, then they're right. Bronze medal is no good. Let me try that again.
What was everyone up super late last night?
I wasn't up super late, but I'm coming down with something. But again, this is like mid-afternoon for me.
Yeah, me too, bro. I've been sick for like 2 weeks now.
going on in your life? Jeremy, what schemes you got going now?
I've
You always
been
got some
sick for
scheme you're
2
making
weeks,
money
man.
from? Huh?
Okay, here's what I got now. Here's what I got going on now. I'm still doing a little phone stuff. I make 10, 20, 30 cents a day off of some different stuff and shit. But
Yeah.
recently I've been there's I got some lag thing going on. Hold on, I'll be back 1 second. Hey, check.
We can hear you.
1, 2, 3. All right. So this is how America works. We have senators and congressmen and shit, and they are, for some crazy reason, allowed to trade stock. All right, it's fine. The problem is, they go into their office with like basically being like a peasant. They'll have like a couple $100,000 to their name, and they go into these. They'll be a senator. They'll make a couple $100,000 a year, right? So you figure, all right, maybe by the time they retire, they're worth a couple million, maybe a few mil. I don't know. They leave being worth like 50, 100, hundreds of millions of dollars. What they're doing is they're buying stocks. These people are they must be have a crystal fucking ball or something, the way these people call it. But they
They're always ahead of the market.
they'll be selling shit that crashes the next day, and they'll be buying shit that bubbles. So they're always making these like miraculous calls, right? So the Stock Act, where they have to now post what they think, because there's huge conflicts of interest. This is the most fucked up shit I ever seen.
Yeah,
Anyways,
absolutely.
they have to post the trades they do. They have to post them. Like, yo, I bought a million shares of such and such. So you can go on a website and see it. So right now I'm just buying. I'm buying
Whatever Nancy
stuff that
Pelosi. Yeah.
whatever Pelosi buys, I'm fucking buying that shit. And I'm only buying like $50 worth or something, because a lot of these people, like, I bought 10 different ones within the past 2 weeks. So I'm only buying $50 worth. I probably should have lowered it to 25 if it's going to be one a day, but I mean, so far I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
It's not bad. I got my account back up. I was down a little bit in one of my accounts. I got my account back up, so that's what I've been doing. Always trying to get some scheme, some harebrained scheme going, right? I know. I just clicked the website, made 10 cents. I got a couple phones going here. I'm about to set this other phone up. We really got to get rid of money in the long run. I mean, it's done us good this far, but probably still need it for the foreseeable future. But eventually, we are going to have to get rid of money. Like, it's so detrimental.
Like, I think that's going to be. There's always going to be a way to exchange what I can do for what I want. I think.
Well, I mean, unless you have everything be free. Once everything's
Right. And why would
free,
I do
maybe,
anything?
you know,
I play computer games all
once
day.
the automation comes out and they're just giving people money, what's the point of having money after that? So the rich people can just stay filthy rich?
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I don't think a solution is going to be to not have money, but I certainly think it could well be to have it more equitably distributed.
It doesn't matter though when you distribute the money. Okay, in America, just now they gave everyone they did a whole bunch of stimulus checks. They gave us, I don't know, maybe $5,000 a piece or something total, depending on if you had kids or not. Everyone got like a few grand just now in America. You know who ended up with all the money? Like
Always
people like
2 seconds behind
Bezos.
a gold medal.
2 seconds behind
Sorry,
what?
I'm playing Age of Empires. I'm trying to do the most optimal early start, and to get a gold medal, you need to get age up to the next age within 5 minutes 10 seconds. I did it 5 minutes and 12 seconds.
I always wanted to be a vampire when I grew up.
Did you? Why? What appealed about being a vampire?
The immortality thing. Definitely don't want to kill people. Definitely do want to have super quick speed though. Not being able to see the daylight kind of sucks too, but the immortal thing is that's pretty big. You get crazy with some interest-bearing accounts going there. Few hundred years with some nice dividends or interest or something. Be sitting pretty. Like I said, hold on. Like I said, once all the automation hits, and they're cleaning floors automatically. They got the growing of the foods happening automatic. The transportation systems happening automatic. Autonomous vehicles and the trucking system and the robots. There's going to be a point where the unemployment rate will be so high that if you do keep money, it's just so that the billionaires and shit can stay billionaires and have their yachts. Then we'll just have basically eliminate the middle class. I mean, I feel like they've been trying to do that the whole time. The automation will just rock it to sleep. Just completely get rid of the middle class. You'll have your filthy rich people, and then you'll have your just peasants that get the universal basic income or some shit. It needs to be rationed. It's gotta be resource based instead of money. Dude, there's 8 billion people on Earth. We catch billion lobsters. Say you catch 8 billion lobsters a year. Everybody gets one fucking lobster, dude. It's got to be resource based. The money thing is just like I said. Once it's all automated, I mean, you keep the money just to keep the filthy rich people rich. So
I kind of agree, but I also think that you could say that the people were saying that about the Industrial Revolution, but what you find is that what could be the case, I kind of agree, but I also hold to this other view, is people move into less necessary stuff. So if you think about like the further back in history you go, the more people spend time on necessary for survival stuff. So they're just building shelter and finding food, and that's it. Food, water, shelter, and that's it. And then as we've got more and more spare time, you find that they're like building monuments, or they're like making music or something, and like you have these like non-necessary things can become a career now.
I mean, I guess so.
I like how many, like I wouldn't say my job is all the like necessary thing to have. Like it's not.
What do you do?
I do soft skills training, like corporate training. If they want like to make the people better public speakers or better customer service, I'll go and do a workshop on that.
Oh, damn. I don't know. I just feel like, could you have said we wouldn't need money after the Industrial Revolution? I mean, people still had to work. At this point, we're talking about people not even working anymore. Like, dude, if they automate the
That's what I'm
cars,
saying. That's only if you assume work is just for stuff that is necessary for survival. I think what you find is people are like, oh, I run a vape shop, or like, I make trinkets and put them on Etsy. I make
work is necessary
YouTube
to get
videos.
money. Right now, you have to work to get money so you can eat and live and have food and shit.
Right.
So if you take 5 million, the 5 million Americans that make money driving a car, and you automate all the cars, and then you automate all the fast food workers, and then you automate all the janitors, you see where this is going? Like, eventually,
Yeah.
when is it like, why do we still have money? Because no one's even working and making the money anymore. So what are we doing here? Like, they're super close to automating the three things I just said: the autonomous vehicles, the fast food workers, and the janitors.
Right. Yeah.
They're super
And
close to
yet there are more
automating that.
people
Those
than
are millions of jobs, bro. Millions.
and yet there were more. We've got more people than we have had ever before, and we have less unemployment.
That unemployment rate, they tell you, is a sham, but
Could be, but I mean, in order to have this conversation, we've got to assume that the stats are somewhat true, because otherwise,
yeah, no doubt.
Just making stuff up.
Hold on a second. I'm counting. Well, I mean, we'll see when the cars go autonomous. I mean, I don't know. That's 5 million jobs. I don't know how many jobs there are in America, but they're trying to get rid of the fast food workers and the cars and the driving jobs. That's about 8 million jobs right there. That's
Certainly
a
a challenge for
giant chunk.
I certainly think that America's challenge is it hasn't really invested, as far as I can tell, very much in education. So what you see most other nations do is once they become as powerful as America, and you can do this a whole variety of ways, just by sitting on a lot of resources like Saudi Arabia does, is you invest the income from those resources into education, and then you can become a service hub where you're like, we've got the best engineers, or we've got the best, like the smartest people, so that then they can do something else. But yeah, generally the challenge is you can go from early economy is like just grunt work will get you there. You see it in like Africa. It's like they just literally enslave children because the skill required is virtually zero. But you can hold a child at gunpoint and he can dig out, copper out of the ground for you. But that doesn't. It might have a bumbling economy, but it's not going to get you anywhere. In order to maintain competitiveness, you need to educate people so they can do better and better tasks. So the idea being, historically, it would be as immigrants take over those jobs, but in what we're talking about now, it's like as computers take over those jobs, you go up to higher order thinking, the more decision making rather than the grunt work. But it doesn't look to me like America has invested much in that, so that many of the people in America still can only do the grunt work jobs. And yeah, when you take away working in a fast food counter, they do not have any skills that are transferable into something like programming the AI that sells the food. That's all India, China, countries in Europe.
Yeah, well, what are you doing? No one has to do the grunt work anymore. We all become artists and shit like that.
Could be. That's certainly
where
some
do
of
we
the
get
switch
money
we've
from?
seen.
Yeah, but where do we
Since
get
the
the money
Industrial
from to buy?
Revolution.
I know, but where do we get the money from to buy the other people's art?
Like
from people buying my art. Like I'm gonna sell art, and then I'm gonna be able to buy other people's art.
Well, it's not just going to be artists, right? It's like
no, I'm just using it as an example. I'm just saying.
I like motorbikes, so I need to pay a motorbike mechanic to help me fix it. I need to pay engineers who design the motorbikes. I need to pay tire companies for all the tire replacements and sprockets and stuff I need. It's not a necessary thing, but it needs to be there. Sure, do some of those get automated? Yes, but I'm asking for higher order things. Like the sort of. I think we're a long way from AI being able to design a good motorbike. So yeah, it just sort of skews towards creative pursuits or higher order thinking skills.
If you got rid of money, you could get rid of planned obsolescence. There's no reason to have planned obsolescence anymore. That shit would be dope. Like your motorbike would last fucking, 100 years or 50 years or something. You get, you'd have some durable shit.
My challenge with the planned obsolescence is I can't tell the difference between planned obsolescence and me just wanting new shit. Like it's not that my old laptop died or failed. I mean, it probably does start to slow down a bit, but I struggle to pick that apart from me just wanting the latest graphics card because then I can play a cooler game.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, take your cell phone for example. Yeah, you want a faster, a better cell phone and shit, but it's like there should just be a chip you pop out and pop the new graphics chip in or something.
Yeah.
Like, do we really have to buy all new? What's up?
They did try and make a phone like that. It was a modular phone.
I
And
know.
the idea being,
I saw it.
it was. Say again, sorry.
I saw it. It was like plug and play. You could just pop the pieces in and out. If the screen broke, you just pop the screen off. If the battery broke, you just pop a new battery in. I saw that. That was a
Yeah, it
fucking
seemed like a good
brilliant idea.
It's like you're going to drop it and it's going to pop apart like Lego, and you
No,
haven't
you
actually
probably
fixed
have it
the
in a
problem,
case.
right? You're changing your phone out modularly, but you're still upgrading to the latest lens, the latest processor, the latest screen, the latest battery. You know, like you're still churning through stuff. But I kind of agree with you. But I think the challenge is it's about throwing the stuff away. Like when your phone's done because you want a new phone, what do you do with it? Like, nothing. You know, you chuck it in the bin or give it to somebody else is good, but that you do nothing with it is, I think, some of the issue. We're soon going to have more copper and gold and stuff in landfills than we're going to have left in the wilds. You know?
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, bro. Once that anyone worried about global warming should stand up and look at the planned obsolescence thing we got going on. I mean, they're purposely making shit so that they use it under the guise of, oh, we're trying to make this product as cheap as possible, but really they're making sure that shit fucking breaks as soon as possible so that you got to go buy a new one so they make more money. Now, not all companies do that, but if you got to check the CO2 emissions, I'm guessing that this planned obsolescence thing would be the bulk of it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you on that. I think the disposable nature of modern life is a big issue.
I mean, dude, look at a house. Look at a house. Just start with a house. We're building the house. Yeah, you can't pay $1 million for a house, some indestructible underground bunker, but you can build them. I mean, we're building them out of wood. Wood burns. That's a bad start right there. Wood gets knocked over by hurricanes and tornadoes, and if you have a flood, the wood rots, and you got to replace. We're just making houses all wrong just to start with, and that's something we're always going to need. It's never going to change. Yes, you might need a bigger house if you upgrade your family. You know what I mean? There may be a day where you're living in a 1-bedroom house and you're like, oh, I need a bigger fucking house. I'm getting a wife and kids and shit. Let's go, and you need a bigger house, but then someone else can have the little house used, but whatever. We just need to be building houses better to just right off the jump.
Look, yeah, hurricane rated places, we have to have like solid poured concrete homes.
I mean, whatever they made the Great Pyramid out of, just make the homes out of that.
Limestone, that's indestructible. That's the way to go.
Right? Like how much limestone? We got enough limestone to build homes for everyone, or what?
It's like there's not a lot in the northern hemisphere. There's a lot in the southern hemisphere. It's more granite. But yeah, like all those star forts that you see, they're also made of limestone. They do coquina shells a lot of times, and like when they shoot cannonballs at them, it just like absorbs the cannonball, and there's no structural damage really.
Did you say there was more in one hemisphere than the other?
The limestone?
Oh, just limestones.
Limestone, I think they find more of that in the southern hemisphere than the northern.
Oh, that's good to know. That's good. but then would that maybe say that one hemisphere is a different elevation to the other? Maybe that's not a different elevation, but if it's at a slope, but you've still got your sort of gradient type of segregation as always. If limestone's
You're
more
cutting out,
one
bro. You're
area
cutting
more
out.
than
Yo,
the
I thought I saw. You're cutting out, dude. Try it again. You cleared up at the end. I want to go next, but go ahead.
Can I respond to that?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, that the explanation is the ice age. That's why the granite that we have in the northern versus the limestone in the southern hemisphere, more of the north froze, is what they say.
Well, I actually saw a TikTok last night where they figured out how to replicate Roman concrete. They use seawater instead of regular water. They use some other stuff in it, and if it ever gets cracks and shit, it like self repairs. So like that would be the best shit to fucking use, hands down, because that way you can concrete is fucking banging. You get the concrete shit, 100 years with no maintenance. Some of those Roman things been going for, I mean, what, over 1,000 years supposedly. So
Yeah, I agree.
That's a good run on a home.
And then when we build our house out of stick, crazy.
I mean, that's concrete would be the best because then you don't have to chisel stone and fucking lug it all over the place. The concrete one you could 3D print. They're 3D printing homes now out of concrete. If you can do the Roman one where it self repairs, like that would be straight fire. Now that we know how to do that, we should be building all the homes out of concrete. I think. I don't know. I don't know how much concrete we got on Earth, but
Yeah, that's the big problem is the amount of concrete. We have that problem here. It'll put building to a halt down in South Florida because they can't get any more concrete block. So I don't know how much there is, but yeah, but if we can make it like you're saying, that's kind of interesting with seawater and it's self-repairing and there, structures are thousands of years old made out of this stuff. What were we thinking? I think what it comes down to is affordability and labor, and also like you said, venture capitalism, make it to break.
what'd you say at the end there?
What's that?
I said, what was your last sentence? I didn't hear it. I didn't catch the end. My kid talked to me.
I was just saying, it seems it could be the labor, it could be, the expense of bringing that stuff in. And then also, I think, like you do, that it's venture capitalism, make it to break. So they're good with the wood and stucco or wood and vinyl siding that blows away. And, it's crazy.
Yeah, no, you know how much maintenance we do on homes every year? That number has to be in the fucking. I can't even imagine what that number is for the amount of money we spend on home maintenance. Or when your home burns down or when it gets wiped out by a tornado or a flood, then you need a whole new home. Now it's not just you need a roof or you need siding or whatever. You had a little leak and you need a couple floors. Now you're talking about the whole fucking house. I wonder if there's a stat on that. I'm about to Google that shit in a minute. I know we spend $50 billion a year in America on landscaping.
That's a super silly one. If we all had gardens instead of green grass or whatever.
That's what I mean.
That's another example of what I was talking about, Jeremy.
Go ahead. What? What's the example?
Like landscaping, not something AI can do, just a luxury thing that you pay a human to do.
I mean, that shit's really unnecessary. Most of it. Some of it is necessary, I guess. Some of it you got to cut.
You pay people to do unnecessary things.
Well, I'm just saying a lot of the landscaping, some of the landscaping is necessary. You got to cut. You can't let grass grow too high. shit like that. But we should have gardens, like you said.
I think it's salt,
You
dude.
kill
They must have. Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy. I thought you were done.
you kill two birds with one stone there, right? We need food. So you make your landscaping be some kind of hanging garden pyramid thing where it's got, tons of food going on it. And you clear the landscaping thing because you got the food. The food's there. You don't need to landscape shit because the food's there. Yeah, bro.
I wanted to comment on the concrete. That's what I do. But we put like the salt. I think will lower like the pH and shit. But it fucking we put sugar in concrete to like if we're doing some type of like river rock finish and we need it to dry slower, and we put calcium like a calcium salt in it to speed up the like in the winter we add like calcium chloride. And as far as salt, like I never even thought of sea salt, but I could try that though, man. But
Bro,
man, yeah, go ahead.
No, I don't know. I wouldn't go fucking with your mixture, bro. You better. I mean, unless you're gonna start using the concrete they used.
Oh yeah.
They
I'm not gonna
reverse
do it in some
engineered
big
it.
vat.
They reverse engineered this shit. When it gets cracks, it just self heals itself.
Yeah, I'm
Like
saying I
that's
work with concrete every day, damn near. I could try like a little, like just put a little box off to the side, and try a couple different things. I've fucked around with it, but I've never tried that. But
just look up the recipe for the Roman one. They reverse engineered it, bro. We got it now. I think.
yeah, but we've always, like salt. Period. Like we try and avoid, in any kind of salts, we try and avoid them. Like that's how we do the color, the pigment dye, like metal salts and shit. It like fucking etches away. So yeah, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like it corrodes and etches
There's more
concrete.
than
But
just.
then, yeah. It makes sense what you're saying because if there's a crack in it and like maybe if it mixes with air or something, it could like etch the fucking crack away. I'm kind of thinking that might be. I'm gonna check into
More
that,
than
man.
the salt. Yeah, it's more than the salt, dude. There's other shit that they put in it. It's not just salt. It's some powder, some natural powder, something. Just Google the recipe.
Yeah, I will, man. And
Not
dude,
like we
see, 'cause
fucking made that. Go ahead.
thank you for that information, brother.
Yeah,
You
I
know
don't
how
know. I
like
mean, I don't know. They said in 2023 they reverse engineered the Roman concrete. Go ahead, guy.
you know how like instant mashed potatoes, like you put a teaspoon in your mouth and it fills your whole mouth, like something like that, man.
Yeah, because like, dude, we put steel in concrete. Well, like, I'm not saying that's going to get rid of the need, for strengthening it with rebar and shit. But dude, the shit they built, like all them stretches and them columns, them header beams and all that shit, dude, without steel, like it's almost unfucking thinkable, man. And they did it without
Bro, they built
steel,
those
like
domes, those
crazy.
huge fucking domes, dude. Yeah.
Hey
That
Brian,
shit's supposed to get harder for like fucking 300 or 400 years. Just keep getting harder and harder and harder.
Hey Brian, what about that star fort up by you by St. Augustine? That thing's made out of what?
Yeah, it's like coquina, limestone, and shit. As far somebody mentioned concrete, and that's just basically ash and fucking and sand and lime, and a bunch of different mixtures of other shit. But that's the majority of it: sand and lime, and ash. But yeah, that shit they built. They got some. I've never actually been in it, but I've talked to people and shit who
How
went
long's
there.
it been standing for?
I've seen it, but never up close.
How long has it been standing for? This concrete thing.
I think some
No idea.
14 or 1500s is what they claim. I don't know exactly. That same down in the dry Tortugas, they have a similar one. It's crazy.
That's right by where I did that
That's a
seawall.
pretty good lifespan. If you can get at least 1,000 years out of that shit, because I mean we're always gonna need homes, so.
When there's a hurricane heading towards St. Augustine and Jacksonville, that's where they go, and it's right on the coast. That's one of their refuge places.
Yeah, you're in a fucking concrete thing. Well, a dome is the best shape for like hurricanes and shit. Like, that shit could just swipe right over you. You'll be fine. Earthquakes, it doesn't fuck with earthquakes either. I saw them build an Adobe thing, put on an earthquake plate. They did it to like a 7 or 8 Richter, all the way up. They had it, and it didn't fuck with the infrastructure of the building at all.
Yeah, when the Keys got hit, or the Bahamas got hit, Hurricane Dorian, which was major, I think most of the houses fell, but the cylindrical built ones were the ones that were the safest.
Yeah, they get hit every fucking season, bro. They're like right in the path. They're sure to get hit, dude. They probably know best. I don't know if they got the best houses and all that stuff there, but they definitely know what works the best, bro. And fucking they get hit
What are we
every
talking
year hard. Bahamas?
Yeah, they're still rebuilding right now. That Abaco area is still in shambles. Like, my buddy's from there, and he goes back. They're just getting their restaurant reopened, and Dorian was, I don't know, like I can't remember, 5, 6 years ago.
Yeah, Dora?
Dorian, I think it was. The one that it was like a category 4, and it just stopped right over the Abacos of the Bahamas and just stayed there for like a day. Just wrecked the whole place, man. Like, all the Haitians on the island that don't really have homes, like, so many deaths never reported. It was crazy.
Yeah, I bet you if you asked any American right now, which state, what American state is closest to the Bahamas, I bet you almost all of them would say Florida. No?
Yeah, it is. Not remember, I was thinking Bermuda. Yeah, man.
Oh,
like
is that Bermuda?
Yeah, Bermuda's off the
made
coast of South Carolina. Dude, B-Ball
alright.
made a fucking video like trying to dog me out. And I'm like, dude, I done figured that out. Like, I figured that out the same stream because you told me. He was like, he's like, you think it's off the coast of Florida? You'd guess that. And I looked it up, or you looked it up, I think, or Brandon or somebody, and said, nah, it's off the coast of Florida. But Bermuda was the one off the coast of South Carolina, like right in between North and South Carolina. Just you never think that, but
You
B-Ball
came in
made
saying
a video and threw that in there, like he's fucking with me. Like, dude, big deal. I was wrong.
everyone would have got that wrong.
Yeah, that's why I was so
Everyone,
surprised when I found
where's
out.
Bermuda? They would have said. If you asked anyone where's Bermuda, they would, what's the closest state? Everyone would have said Florida.
Except
I thought you were
Floridians.
fucking nuts when you started saying. What's up? Bro, I was good in geography as a kid, and I would have got that wrong.
Yeah, that's my point. Like they don't tell us. Like, dude, if I'd have known that when I was younger and had my boat and all that stuff, if I'd have knew how close Bahamas was to like off the coast of Miami or Lauderdale or Key Largo or any of them places down there, like, dude, it's really not that far, man. It's if you got a reliable boat and decent weather, bro, you could get there in half a day, man. Just if you got a speedboat, bro, you can get there in a fucking hour.
Yeah, we do it. We take boats across. Usually we want 2 engines. It takes about 6 to 7 hours, and it's 60 miles.
Yeah, they never told us all this stuff, dude, because people would have swamped that shit. And even Bermuda, like
In
off the
case you
coast
get
of
an
Carolina.
engine. My bad, go ahead, bro.
No, you're good, bro. You're good.
In case you get an engine failure, you're saying you go with 2 engines, right?
Exactly. Yeah, definitely don't want to be.
You don't want to be stuck.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, I don't think it's not really advisable to go with one. Maybe a big
Just bring
old
a paddle, dude.
Bring a paddle, bro. You'll be wound up fucking on the Flemish Caps and shit, way up the fuck north.
You'll end up on a 3-hour tour like Gilligan's Island.
Yeah, Ryan's right. You'll end up way north with that Gulf Stream pushing 5 mile an hour north all the time, and that's what you got to drive through. That's where it gets kind of snotty sometimes.
Or just get some of the. Sorry.
Once you get up,
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say take Kosho's mom's underwear and make a sale.
There you go.
Yeah. Get some of them
Yeah, if
bacteria,
you get in a
them fucking propeller bacteria that that snacks or whatever was talking about earlier, man. And
yeah, if you get a boat and you put it in and you gotta fucking put it in a stream that's going 5 miles an hour, your boat's gonna be going 5 miles an hour in that direction, right?
Yep.
Yeah, same thing with the Coriolis effect on the globe. Like if you put it in air that's moving at a speed, you're just moving that speed now.
What if we made a boat design similar to that San Janela route that propels itself adversely against the flow of water, and then you don't even need anything to fucking power it. You just need like a rudder to steer it.
Hold on, what kind of crazy harebrained concoction you got going here?
That thing that goes up the water stream, you mean?
You never seen it? It's like a
Yeah, no,
corkscrew looking tree root, dude. And this thing, you stick
All
it
right,
in the water, bro.
why don't you tell me what to all right, tell me what to Google.
All right, I'll pull it up, dude. I'll post it in mainstream, dude. We'll go over it real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, that sounds dope.
Dude, they're so
oh man,
cool.
I just thought of something too, man. Real quick, before we leave this subject well in the dust, to make you know, you ever heard of a salt rock finish, like the holes and the porous looking concrete up top? We use salt rock, like a different sizes and shit, and we scatter it all over the top, and then we trowel it in. But I don't think that's the salt necessarily damaging it. I think it's just melting. I think this when we put it in, it's solid, but then when we float it, it you know, it washes away, so it just leaves holes and stuff. But I don't think
Hey,
I think
Hammer.
that's just good.
Hammer, can you look it up? Because I'm driving. I'm like kind of struggling to find it. It's the San Geneva route.
I mean, Brian, we have the recipe now for the best concrete in the world. Like, there's no need to you don't need to start like trying to do different concoctions and shit. It's like self-repairing concrete. So I'm interested in this water thing though.
Yeah, that route
You're
is
saying
insane. They need to
you're
make.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this route basically it spirals against the current and propels itself forward against the current. I've seen Dyslow thing before. He's brought it up, and they need to definitely invent that for like simple things like a kayak should already be using that kind of technology.
Hold on. So you're saying they have a thing that can make you go forward against the stream?
I got it. Yeah,
It's a
got it right
natural route. Yeah, it's a route that
I'm gonna
just
post it.
naturally grows. Yeah.
I'm gonna post it in live stream text 1. Or do you want me to share my screen? It's like literally a 2-minute video. But anyways, I talked about this with Drink a Kool-Aid, and he thought it was a great idea too. Because for one, when you're dealing with like naval fleets, they're always listening, right, for sounds of motors and shit. This thing virtually makes no sound. It's got no moving parts, and if you set it up to follow the convection cell of the ocean flow, like this thing could literally just like do its own thing, dude. And all you'd have to add is just like a rudder or something to kind of steer it, and you literally got a freaking silent device, dude, that can track anything. Indefinitely, like never has to stop for fuel or anything.
Can you make this thing go up? Can you make this thing go up?
Yeah.
Waterfall.
Yeah, supposedly it can go up a waterfall.
Oh,
There's a
dude,
video of
that's
that too.
perpetual motion. That's perpetual motion right there, bro. Wait, is it?
What's interesting, and the only thing I could think, Dyslow, is like when we have our incoming and outgoing tides, it would be, you know, we have currents going in opposite directions sometimes.
That's Victor Schauberger
Yeah, but
shit.
you
Like
have
like if you blow on something, how you get it on your lips and everything, or if something like y'all seen Victor Schauberger, how he like built that shit that goes against currents, like against strong currents, dude. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's what inspired him to create the turbine engine. But back to what you were saying, Hammer, there's like a natural flow to the water. It's called the convection cell, and it like has this certain circular cycle. So you'd probably have to stay far away from the coastlines to not be affected by all that shit. But Yeah, you just stay within that jetty stream, dude, and that thing's fucking moving, dude.
Yeah, just get out to the Gulf Stream and then go for it. Yeah, I see it.
Right.
Which
So
is great. You'd
there's
be
another
ending up in
similar
Florida.
Yeah, there's another similar thing where basically I'll post a picture of it if you want, but it's a wind chime, and it literally has that same corkscrew type geometry, but then they put a ball in between the curve of that. You know what I'm talking about? And the ball starts spinning and it goes up and down. So basically, if you made that ball the capsule for the boat and just had it like gyroscopic to where only the outside rotates but not the inside, now you've got a hull for a ship or a submarine that requires no fuel. You understand what I'm saying, or did that make any sense?
I mean, yeah, if we could be moving around in the ocean with no fuel, that's dope. You have
I
to go
mean,
against
think
the
about it.
current,
They could be
though.
sending. Oh, go ahead. Sorry, dude.
Do you have to go against the current, though, or?
Yeah, it has to go against the flow.
Well, that just makes
Like
it
Gulf
awkward.
Stream is
But
like I think about like 60 miles wide. Like down the further south you go, like the tighter it gets. But I mean, not that tight. It's miles and miles and miles long. And
I
then
mean,
it
this is
spreads.
my
Yeah, go
bad,
ahead.
bro.
No, you.
Well, this is dope for rivers, like the Mississippi River or something. You know,
Yeah.
like I don't know, in the oceans, can we take can you go from Europe to America or something and just be in this opposite current the whole time, or?
Well, like I
Yeah.
said, it goes in this circular pattern all the way around.
Yeah, it goes up and
So
over,
we would
right?
just be doing circles. You could just do circles all the time. Yeah, sounds like one of my coworkers walking in fucking circles.
One-legged coworker walking around in circles all day.
Put
I'm like,
a
bro, where'd
freaking
you
nuclear
just?
missile on that thing, dude. Now you got a freaking undetectable destroyer that circumnavigates the world.
Bro, I'm
Yeah,
thinking about trying how to get perpetual motion out of this, or how to get, use less gas. You're
We
talking about
gotta weaponize this for the military, bro.
I don't see how
the
these
fucking.
currents work, man. I really don't. They're like rivers inside the ocean, dude. Like big, giant fucking rivers that just flow, and they change a little bit, but it's not like the shelf. It follows the shelf perfectly or something like that. Like it just literally. I mean, it does to a certain extent, but I don't see how they work like that, man. And has anybody seen the picture where it shows the Atlantic and the Pacific meet, like where it's different color, like it's a different color?
I've seen that, and I
Shit.
brought that to them guys in Gems. I forgot the rebuttal for it. This was like 3 years ago.
What about those vents at the bottom of the ocean floor that's spewing all that hot water out that goes deep within the supposedly like within the Earth system? Why couldn't we like put like a GPS and send that little route downstream into the Earth's core?
There's a
That's a
cave
good
See how
idea.
far
We're
it
gonna
goes.
get on that. We're gonna
There's
get
a
right
cave in
on that, bro.
Kentucky, man, where they don't know where the shit comes out. It's like if you go down, it looks like a regular little. It ain't even that big, dude. It's just like a little pool of water. Like it's bigger than a swimming pool, but not much. And it's real deep. In fact, it's before you even get in the suction. I think you got to go down like about 10 feet or something like that, or it's just like a normal little wishy-washy little pool of water. But if you go down, it gets sucked. It's killed people, and they never found them. And when I went, it was a long time ago, years and years ago. But I think they probably by now found out. But they tried to send down like ping pong balls, shit like that, and to no avail. They never did find out where that shit came up. There's so many dead. I think it's called like Dead Man's Hole or something to that extent.
Well, there's a lot of like blue holes and shit they call them in the ocean, and yeah, there's those vents. They have weird sea ocean life around them. You ever see those creatures? But I wouldn't use GPS. I would use some kind of own like local radar tracking or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know why I said GPS. How dare me? Sorry about
Because you're a Glober.
Like where I'm at, they got the
that.
opposite of that. They got the springs, and they're constantly shooting. Like the blue hole shoots out like so many millions of gallons, like a day or
I'm
something.
not
But
talk
it like
about Kosho's mom, bro. Come on.
yeah, but you try to. It's cool, man. Even with flippers on, bro, it's hard. Like you can gain a little bit of ground, like swimming down that thing. It's just pushing you back, man. And as fast as you could swim, to stay at zero. But then they got the other holes where with little cave. I mean, it's fun as shit to dive down in there, but it's scary when it starts getting tight and your ears start. You get all that pressure down like about 15 feet. It gets scary, but you feel the water coming out of them and stuff. But that blue hole, that's the main one. It's the main springs here in Florida. I think that's what Ponce de Leon was looking for, man. Fountain of youth. I think people who lived and had access to that clean water their whole life, I think naturally, especially back then, they're going to live a lot longer drinking clean water and cooking clean water, bathing with it. I think that's what he's looking for, man. But if he was by St. Augustine, he needed to go a little northwest, a couple hundred miles. It's
I don't know. They
nowhere.
say in order to stop the aging process, you gotta overcome this problem with this thing called telomeres. I think it's called.
Yeah, it's the telomeres. It's essentially the DNA coding, and over time they start breaking down their chains of I think it's like amino acids or something, and which changes how your body replicates itself, so it loses information as the telomeres I don't know, I don't want to say grow themselves, but yeah.
So your body's losing information over time. That's what's
Right.
happening.
Well,
But they
That's
say
why you
we're
gotta
getting
put it on the
better. They say we're evolving over time. Though we're supposed to be getting better.
Somebody called the little telephones and told them, "Fucking, you got to keep getting older, man. It's time to die and make room for the
No,
new generation."
I think the telomeres get like calcified or something like that. Like they just don't like plug in correctly to what they're supposed to.
I think they actually changed their structure from what I
they're like the end,
from what I researched.
They're like the end junctions of
Got some old saggy ass telephones.
It's true. Actually coming out the woodwork with some wild shit all the time. Some mad technical shit. Like I didn't know you knew all that.
It's true what Brian
whatever.
was saying.
Something happens. Oh, go ahead.
It's true what Brian was saying. People used to come to Florida strictly to bathe in those springs and everything. But I just thought it was interesting when we were talking about those ocean rivers that are going around. If you look up the word Gyre, gyres, that's what those are. And they can't even map it out accurately. You can't find an accurate map of it. So I always find that interesting.
Yeah. Bro, they keep that shit under wraps too. Like if you're not from Florida, man, like well nowadays you could find anything, but back then, they're still them springs are in some small little I mean, there's no buildings in these towns and shit, dude. You'd think they'd be grown and stuff, but they kept that shit secret probably as long as they could. They're in just little tiny towns, man.
True that, yeah. Yeah,
in the
I'm
middle of
trying to-
nowhere, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to get into Crystal River area and move like towards Inglis because there's super small towns that the people are like, it's so weird that no one goes there when they have this beautiful blue water and everything.
It's
and
creepy,
great
bro.
Yeah.
You think about it, dude. These little towns is creepy, man. Like, dude, I've spent a little bit of time in them and stuff. I'm not far from there, but it's nothing like city life, bro. And you think, bro, with all that, the clear ass rivers and these springs and all that, you'd really think, man, that they'd be thriving there, and they most certainly are not. Or I mean, I don't know how good they're doing, but they are not really on the map as far as population wise.
They keep it that way on purpose, that's for sure. 100%. You go in these little groups of those little towns on Facebook and stuff, and you see they don't want anyone in their town. They don't.
Yeah, and they got night and day, so you could go down there and go to one of the main ones and think it kind of sucked and everything because you didn't go to the like if you went to the state park when like at Chatuckney, and they're strict, bro. They'll search you. They search your cooler, your towels, your inner. You can't even sneak a beer in there, man. You could probably get a pint or something if you stuck it down your pants, but they're on it, dude. They're on it. You're not going down there partying. But then a few miles down the road, dude, Jenny Springs, dude, that's fucking where you go 4th of July and shit, dude. They people there do fireworks and shit, and the campers. But you got to reserve that shit way in advance, bro. It's booked.
Yeah, a year in
Oh.
advance usually. Yeah, that Guinea Springs is crazy. I don't know. I just like the Three Sisters and those ones that are in Crystal River area because it's like real peaceful.
All right, we're getting sidetracked, guys. Let's get back to these. I don't know. I like the telomere thing. Like, there should be a way to stop that, whatever's happening from happening, or
Telephones,
you think so,
Jeremy.
Trent?
Telephone. Arbitrary batteries.
There's a guy that does research on the telomeric reconstruction, like therapies that you can do. I think what he does is he takes, he basically does caloric restriction. So the less calories that you burn, the less oxidation in the body, and then therefore your body can like start to repair itself better.
So if we don't burn any calories every day, we're good. That's what stops it.
Not
Heard
every
the full
day,
story
but
about that though. It's pretty funny.
If we
Supposedly,
just burn zero,
The full story with
don't
that guy
fucking
who
blink.
thought caloric restriction would help is it was based on research with rats and mice, and so he's like, obviously this is going to work in humans. A whole bunch of people joined it. It wasn't just one guy. It's like an entire collection of people cottoned onto this idea that they could live forever if they just ate half as much, starving themselves, swapping tips about like how to deal with the discomfort of having like really hard bum bones and stuff. And then they found it's only for rodents and small and things like rabbits and whatnot. I forget what family they're in. It doesn't actually work for things like humans.
Well, I don't know. He's a very smart, kind of old guy that looks pretty young, and he does the anti-aging research on this. But he takes metformin. He's not diabetic. He doesn't have type 2 diabetes, but he uses it in order to basically induce caloric restriction while he can have like a kind of a regular diet.
What about stem cells?
I
You
would
guys
be doing just on
remember
that
big
one. Go ahead, Di.
Well, okay.
I was gonna say that you guys remember that bust they had in was it like Korea or China, where they were finding like huge cargo shipping containers full of these pills that were dried up stem cells from baby fetuses. They were like literally making these pills for anti-aging effects, and I don't know if it was working, but they were selling a shit ton of it. You guys don't remember that big giant bust?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, bro.
Is that adrenochrome?
No, it's not adrenochrome. It's something with the stem cells or some shit.
I mean, is there things that they know that they would be, hiding from us? This is where we're back
if you
to.
had that secret, bro. If you had that secret, you'd kill your scientists. If you had all the money to finance the fucking science, that'd be like TV shit. Like you'd keep
You know
that
how
secret
powerful
to
you could
yourself,
get?
bro. Yes.
Yeah, if I was alive for like 300 years, 400 years, you'd be running shit by then.
You'd be a super janitor.
Yeah.
Joke, bro. Yeah, dude. After because dude, we start getting smarter when we get older, and you try and tell young people shit, and it's just like a waste of time. Just like when they try to tell us things, but you get wiser, and yeah. So give yourself another 100 years, bro. You're gonna run the game.
Anyways, I think there could be like we were talking about this the other night, like I would be doing the testing. Maybe there's some frequency that these telomeres can, if you play a certain frequency,
Lamar frequency.
just what's up?
The Lamar frequency.
I don't know. Just I would try them all and just have the rats and be like, oh, look, these fucking rats are just living forever because we got this frequency just blasting at them all day.
Yeah, if they know what's causing aging, then they can fight it, bro. But like I said, that's just information you're gonna hoard.
Or you put, maybe you put some in a pyramid or something with crystals. A fucking crystal pyramid.
You smoke it.
Did you hear that reference I made? That how I reference
He
life?
spoke it. He snored it.
They were talking about growing weed and putting shit in the weed. I'm like, yo, if your homie dies, you can get it and gets cremated. You could take his ashes, put him in the plant, put him in the dirt.
Smoke that motherfucker.
Somebody was like, wait, isn't that the plot to how I?
Billy Blunt.
The first thing I would do, that's the first thing I would do is get a whole bunch of mice or rats and just start playing every fucking single frequency possible. I bet you could tune into the telomere frequency.
I'm gonna start notifying the pet stores around you, Jeremy. Don't sell this man rats and mice.
That's good testing right there. I love mice experiments, dude. You ever hear of some of these fucking mice experiments? There's one. The hope. What's up?
The gerbil in the cave.
You got fucking mental health issues, bro.
Bro, it was on South Park. It's not my.
No, seriously, the mouse experiments are fire, bro. The Mouse Utopia one, the Hope experiment was another one that was dope. There was one Redford or Blaze talked about one day. I forgot about it. Oh, there's a cocaine one. There's one where they do cocaine. That one was fire. That was dope. What else? They do be doing some neat shit with mice. You guys know any cool mice experiments?
What was the name of the one with the where they had had the thriving population and they had too much of everything, and they had everything they needed, and you'd think they would have grew. Instead,
Yeah, they collapsed
wound
as a
up
mouse utopia.
Yeah, like a society, dude, started getting crazy, and the males started turning gay and shit, and then aggressive. It was fucking weird, dude. It's like
They got rapey.
how can having so much stuff make gay people? Like it almost reflects in humans. Like society's doing a lot with excess. He seemed to have more gay people.
Well, are we fucking around? Like maybe it's because the struggle's over. It could be because the struggle's over. Like when we're out here struggling and shit. I think we're right in the middle of that experiment right now. As humans, like we keep making it so easy to where we don't have to do nothing and we just get fucked crazy. He did that a couple times. I think it's collapsed every time. They did have him in a tight confined space too, though. So, which is
enough to make you crazy.
Which is analogous to it's analogous to like cities, New York City and shit.
Yeah, you're right. They had a certain amount of space to grow into, and once they quickly grew into that, and then they started getting tribal.
But the more they got packed in, the crazier they got. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't bad at first. Everything was nice and peachy. There was plenty of room.
Right. They got it set up now where, dude, you can't, no matter how smart you are, I mean, you can't really live off grid anywhere near any kind of cities or anything like that. Like no matter what, I'd have to keep paying taxes every year, even if I had all the solar panels and
bro, you got to move to another
battery.
country if you want to not pay taxes. You got to move to like Costa Rica or fucking Argentina or some shit.
Well, you'd think they'd have something to where you could just pay an amount and
should be able to own land, and you own that fucking land. Yeah, I feel
and you own
bro.
it, right. In other words, there should be a price. They've got it where you can't own it, no matter what. No matter, you have to keep having money. You can't just pay, a fee and own it outright. They always own it.
There's countries where you can do that though. Like there's like I don't know. There's countries where you can do that. You just buy your land and boom, that's it. You own that land.
There's countries
You're
that are
not,
waiting
you're
to
not
be
getting.
claimed. You can go stake a flag and make your own country. And there's a couple spots.
Let's do this.
Yeah, you just got to have running water. You got to dig a well and be. What's the rules, man? You got to have a supply of water, and then you got to
I think
have
there's
a flag and a name or some shit. It ain't much.
I don't think there's a set way to do it. It's there are many people claim they've done it, but like it's all. I think the real way to do it is an act of law.
I think you're breaking
Real,
up, bro.
yeah, I didn't hear you. The real way to do it is what?
Law.
With eggs? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you, X. But did y'all see that movie where the guy tried to make a nation? He built a platform offshore in international
I
waters.
saw that. Out of
Yeah, I heard y'all talking
out of
about
the
it. I went and
bottles?
watched it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Was it out of the
talked about
out of
that
the
shit a while
garbage?
ago. Yeah, he took bottle water. He took plastic bottles, and he put them in like nets, like a burlap sack type deal, and basically created a floating island. It's kind of janky, but yeah.
Not the one I'm talking about. The one
Like
I'm talking about.
Waterworld.
He had pylons. He had a platform built on pylons and shit, and then he drilled down and found water and everything. That was one of the things that he was missing.
There's already
that's
like
in the, sorry, what you're talking about, Brian, that's in the North Sea, I think, isn't it? It was a platform that was already there from World War II. He just claimed it and made it a country.
Oh, okay. Is that what it was? Yeah. That it looked more like a
Yeah.
deserted platform.
There was another guy in Italy who was an engineer, and he built an island off the coast of Italy, and he built it with pylons, and he actually went to the United Nations, and they were going to declare him a country, and he also went to some other organization. He went to some other organization in Europe, and they were going to declare him a country too, but the Vatican got really upset by it, and so did the local governments. And they ended up sending the Italian Navy out there and destroying
bombed it.
the island.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, that was crazy. Like they were gonna stay on it. They heard it was gonna get bombed. They were gonna protest and stay on it, and they weren't gonna bomb it if there was people on it. But they were about to bomb that bitch anyway, and they fucking had to. That's the one I'm talking about. The one that guy just brought up. He was trying to go to the UN and declare independence and shit. Yep. But that shit didn't work. They bombed that bitch.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, and as a result, the United Nations got together and made a new law saying that the international waters that extends from the country's coastline goes out, I think, like 10 miles rather than 6 miles now because of the fact that that guy built that island.
Yeah, there's different. Yeah,
Italy.
They still have the 6 mile mark, but it's for different things. Like they got ways around shit. Like these slick rich people find ways. So here in Jacksonville, so they have the lottery, but ironically, there's no gambling except for on the reservations in Tampa and shit. And they're like a class whatever casino. But so what they have here is they have ships. They're not really a giant ship, but not a small boat either. Like they have a couple stories and some are bigger than others, but so they just take you out and you just watch something or play bingo, whatever on the way out. And as soon as you hit 6 miles, dude, they just coast around or throw anchor and you start gambling and then they drive your ass back. And same thing like in Mississippi, like in Biloxi, except for the laws are a little bit different there. But what they did is they literally built their casinos. You can't tell because they have landscape and all that stuff. Well, like the Treasure Island one, you could tell because it's actually shaped like a boat and you walk across the dock with the water. But the other ones have the water going underground, like I forgot the name of it, Bellagio or some shit. But that you can't even tell that it's over water. But they just basically built the shit right there on the bank and have it the structure over water. And that would allow them to, I guess, bypass some of the local laws and shit. So they're different in different places, but.
Well, if you got something a stable structure built out there, that way at least you can keep the shit going. Like the weather's got to get real bad for you to, for you to have to go in. Whereas if you're on a boat or something, you might have to go back to shore and end the whole shit.
Yeah, the one I was talking about is the newest one. It ain't the Bellagio. I don't know why I even said that. It's the fucking Beau Rivage or something, and it actually moves. Like it's a fucking it's engineering structure like a badass marble of its time. It's probably about 20 years old now, or maybe 30. But when it's new, it actually moves. You can't feel it move, but it has a design where it can. It has like
I got one.
leniency up to like a foot and a half.
You guys ever hear about that ship they tried to create during World War II where they took sawdust? There was like a slurry mixture of sawdust and water, and they just froze it into these like giant blocks, and then they basically froze all the blocks together, and they created this giant ship that lasted, I think it was like 2 or 3 years before like the ice actually melted and the ship disintegrated. You guys hear about that? That thing was like virtually indestructible, dude. Like bulletproof.
I heard about something like that.
Yeah, you could take sawdust and water, freeze it into a block, like a brick, and dude, that shit'll stay frozen for a long time, and it's solid, dude. It's like nearly indestructible.
It makes sense to do it like by using like individual like the bottle idea, dude. Who hadn't thought about that before? Like when you're throwing away all these Powerade bottles or water bottles, you're like, damn, I could make a fucking platform. Anybody who lives near the water.
The problem with that is those bottles break down over time. Like they get brittle, they break down. So you constantly got to be resupplying those burlap sacks with new.
They make they make it sound like the plastic. These bottles are like gonna stay around forever and all this shit. That's so fucking bullshit, dude. These bitches break down. Yeah.
Hold on. You just make the net. Fuck the burlap sacks. You just make the net out of some 3D printed plastic shit. You basically have an unlimited supply of plastic.
Well, that
so
salt water.
You can.
Salt water destroys everything, Jeremy. The only thing you can use against salt water, which has been proven, is shit like hemp rope. They found hemp rope at the bottom of the ocean that's over 100 years old, still intact and usable.
That don't float though.
Fiberglass.
Either way, the bottles are going to get broken down, so you're going to need new bottles anyways.
Right, but there's plenty. It's like a never-ending fucking river of bottles.
That's what I'm saying. You can just make the fucking material. You could just make the net out of. You can strip down bottles and make string out of it, basically. Yeah. There's like a little stripper you can make. It's mad easy. You can just make one out of wood and a razor blade.
Another
and you just pull the bottle through it.
Those 55-gallon plastic drums. Those things are thick as hell, dude.
Oh, those are fire, bro. I can do so much with a 55-gallon plastic drum, bro. You don't even know. I can get a lot of electricity out of that.
I got a couple of them, man.
You can store water
right
in
now.
that.
I got one of them running. I'm doing the experiment to make the potassium nitrate shit for fireworks and stuff, man. It's like a year process. I got to do. I was like, I had to do this shit, man. I got wood chips and hay and stuff and threw in
Brian,
there.
do you know how much electricity you can get out of a 55-gallon drum? Do you get wind where you are?
I've got all the stuff to do it with, bro. I've been thinking about it, but I'm going to try it in a 5-gallon bucket first.
Wild amount of electricity out of a 55-gallon drum, bro. You cut that shit vertically, and then you reattach it vertically, but make them perpendicular. There's your fucking blade right there.
I got enough zinc, dude, to make a rod. Not
that
like a giant rod, but go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. No, the one with the.
Go ahead.
Go, Brian. Go.
Okay, I will go. I got enough zinc to make a rod, probably about the size of a 3-inch PVC pipe, from the bottom almost to the top, and then I've got some a bunch of manganese dioxide that I stripped out of batteries, but then I ordered some from a clay. It's cheap as fuck, and then you get some charcoal, like natural charcoal from the fire and stuff, and you could basically make a giant battery like a Duracell, bro. It ain't there's not much chemistry to it, man. That's actually a great idea, Jeremy.
Bro, the 55-gallon drum, that shit, I saw the YouTube video. That shit was moving. I don't know what kind of wind speeds you need and shit, but
yeah, there's all kinds of shit you can do with 55-gallon drums. System for gold processing.
Fuck around and find out. Yeah, you can
I'm
fuck around
using,
and
like
find
I
out.
said, with mine right now, I'm making potassium nitrate, man, for
Yeah, that
fireworks.
don't even sound safe. Yo, you could. Are they? Is that guy finding them shits in the ocean? Just 55-gallon drums floating?
No.
I got a bigger tank than that, a metal tank, man, that used to, I've got two of them actually, but one of them's big, man. And it used to be for fuel oil, and now we don't have a heater like that anymore, but my mom used to pay the fuel oil people to come like every winter, and it was big, it'd last a winter. But I'm saving this one, man, for a good idea, like a capsule would go up on a balloon, but two people could fit inside of this bitch, it'd be kind of tight, but it's about, I'm looking at it, it's probably about 4 foot tall and about 5 foot wide. I guess the diameter of it is probably about 4 foot, man. And so you could get in there. It'd be kind of tight, but it's solid as fuck, dude. And that's the one that I would cut out and put like a thick ass window in it. And it's already got some hole cutouts for valves and shit. So I don't know, man. But I need a lot of money to do that, but not that much money. But I can't do it right now. I'm a little tight. But
Bro, build the wind turbine out of the 55-gallon drum, bro.
Have you
That
seen
shit'll get you mad electricity.
not
you
windy
seen the
around here
guys
though.
that take the old wash machines, stick them in the stream out back, and they make mad electricity off that too.
Oh, if you got running water, you could crush it. Yeah, I'd have a sluice box and a water generate an electric, water turbine going.
It's fucking illegal to collect rainwater around here, dude. I mean, we all still do it. I don't know why the fuck they would even make a law like that. But I do it. But just in a few coolers in the back, and I use it for my garden and shit. But I mean, how would they make it illegal to collect rainwater? They know that you could
Bro,
just from one house, bro. You collect so much water, dude.
You can collect a certain amount. There's no law saying you can't collect it at all.
I just watched a video.
I think
Dude,
it
they
is
don't
a
want you
certain
having
amount, bro.
water. Can't be having
I
too
just
much
watched-
water. That's not fair.
I just watched
They'll
a
let
video
you-
on Africa, and they're terraforming the desert in Africa, and what they're doing is they're creating these circular pockets in the surface of the dirt. So when the rainy season comes, the water pools up. So they'll just have all these like circular dugout little circular patches all next to each other in a wide area. And after it rains, dude, the water stays around for like 6 months out of the year, dude, and they're able to grow plants and all sorts of shit, dude, just from fucking scratching the surface.
I don't give a damn. Bandsaw Bandit had the best idea with the ox or cows or bulls or donkeys. Like I mean, I was thinking about just pretty much just walking them around in a circle and shit, man. It's not really, they'd rather do that than just sitting still, But dude, I mean, it costs a little bit to feed them and whatnot. But I mean, he had the idea
I didn't hear
it. He had the idea of making a ramp, like for ox or something, to make a ramp and it keeps him on a pitch or something. I forgot exactly. I wish he was here to tell us, man. It was a great idea, man. But it was had something to do with putting him on a little slope and having him like walk down or up it or back and forth or something. But just
right.
mad energy, bro.
Right. Can you get 100 tons of sand on your property all in one spot?
And wait, let me think. Man, my property ain't that big.
How many acres you got?
Not even a one, dude. It's under one. I mean, it stretches back, and we have it fenced off.
Yo, 100 tons. They're doing batteries like that now, where the sand gets hot, and they get electricity off of that. If you had some Fresnel lenses pointed at that shit in the sunlight, you could fucking melt the sand. It might actually be a problem. I don't know how you would.
I don't know if they get that hot, bro. They say they get hot, but I mean, it's maybe, I don't know. They might be, but
bro, it melts. I've seen them melt rock.
The problem is, bro, I've never came across a spot lens, bro. I've took about, I think 5, maybe 6 of these TVs, even a Sony one, and the projector TVs, but they're all like linear. Like it's a spot, but it's not a perfect spot. It's like a little bit. It's a little small line Like I could do this shit on camera, bro. I could start a fire right now with one of these fuckers. It's sunny right now. But I think you to get it hot to melt rock and all that. I think it's got to
Have
be
you
a
ever
spot
seen
lens.
them?
You,
Have you
you
ever
could make
seen
a
the ones
water
that
one.
melt the rock?
I think there's a way to polish the
Hold on,
linear
what are you
ones down
doing?
into a spot lens. But I know what you're talking about.
What are you doing with water?
You take Green Power Science has one. It basically builds like a frame square, fills it with, puts a tarp over it, fills it with water, waits for afternoon, burns rocks. Just
Say
using
that
a big
again,
water
dude.
lens.
Yeah, you gotta
Say that
say that
again.
again, dude. I
With
didn't.
a tarp?
Yeah. Just a clear plastic tarp, fill it with water, wait for afternoon, no clouds.
I've got clear
Basically forms a
plastic
huge
tarp.
lens.
I got plenty of clear, thick ass plastic. What else should
Yeah,
I
and you
do?
just build like something to hold the water, like a square frame, and put it up on posts, like build basically like a cube.
What do you say
frame.
that's gonna do?
You're creating a lens basically using the water.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can
Brian,
look
I'm
at that
telling you right
video
now.
if you want and check out the video.
Yeah, check that video out. I'm telling you right now, Brian, you get 100 tons of sand on your shit. Dig a trench in the back. I don't know, whatever, bro. Just get 100 tons of sand and 100 tons of sand in one spot, bro. They
Yeah,
weren't
what I
even
could do,
getting it hot. They were just
what I
getting
could
it
do.
warm by the daytime because it would get warm, and they were using it like that. If you
But
actually had a
you don't
Yeah,
even
yeah, it
need
gets
lens
that.
hot
on
as
it,
fuck, dude. It gets
You don't
hot.
even need that, dude. All you need is a compost pile, dude. Like just
I
dump
got
your
them
fucking
too, man.
trash.
that's
I
It's a
got
big pit,
compost
bro.
piles.
yeah, you can get electricity straight off getting something hot. I saw this other I'm gonna
Yeah,
post this TikTok. Hold on.
You know why
yeah,
that is?
yeah. From what you
Isn't
call
there
it, it's the
isn't
the
there a
thermoelectric effect.
isn't there a connection between heat and voltage or something rather?
Yeah, yeah. It's the differential.
Brian, why don't
It's
you
not.
just get a grid? Brian, you know what you need instead of these batteries? I mean, the battery thing's neat, but you need like a grid tie inverter. They make them where you can just plug them right in. So if
That's
you make
what I'm.
electricity,
Yeah.
you can plug it into your wall, and your shit will use it that's plugged in. The only problem with that, it doesn't store any for if you're not producing it.
There's a what?
You gotta have batteries.
You could
Basically, is what he said to store the energy.
you don't gotta have batteries. You can use it being connected to the grid. Well, you can just plug it into the wall.
How much is a grid
And
tie? Yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing. Is just plugging it because
The
I have
cheap
one
ones are about
circuit that I'm not
150.
even using. Like I could just disconnect that from the house and plug my solar into that, and it's in a couple
The
different
cheap
rooms,
Chinese
like
ones are about
utility room.
150. They got bad fans on them. That's usually the failing point.
the thing I'm talking about.
I'm talking about just cheap grid tie inverters, but a well-built one. Well-built.
How much is it? Wait. How much is it?
Plug it
How much is
into
it?
an outlet.
How much does
Cheap's
a grid
100.
tie inverter cost, bro?
It
Probably
depends.
100 to
He said a
500.
cheap one is 150.
It's something you can plug into your wall, and your stuff will use it while it's producing electricity, but it doesn't store it. You can't store any of it. And if you produce too
Right.
much, it doesn't matter because your shit's just not using it.
Right.
Like
Right.
it's not like the best way to do it. The best way to do it is to get an electrician to come check with your electric company, see if they'll buy the fucking
Yeah, they will. They got to around
excess
here.
energy.
Well, so you could also do something with just like a DC to DC step-up converter kind of.
Well, that's what I got, man. I've got 2,000 watt inverters, just regular inverters from.
Well, just like a step-up converter allows you to, just like take like some weak-ass current and turn it to something substantial.
All right, so we got the floating island with a pile of fucking trash and sand making power. What else are we adding on this thing?
We got the 55-gallon drum. It's on top. That's on the tippy top of this whole fucking giant pile of compost and sand and shit. We got the Fresnel lenses are getting it hot too. We got Fresnel lenses. I'm telling you could get something so hot. I mean, those compost heaps are almost dangerous. I think they start on fire.
So here's what you do too, man.
So if
For
you
a
just
boat
have
to
it
get back and
surrounded by
forth.
sand. if you go ahead, go ahead.
No, yeah, I like where you were going. Surrounded by sand
You
with
just
Fresnel
you
lenses
just have
everywhere.
you just have a giant compost heap, the compost heap. The sand's all around that, and then the Fresnel lenses are pointed. I mean, you could get this thing so hot you might fucking
Just scratch the ice boat, but yeah, we could do that. It's just less the ice boat. But so here, and we for a boat though, the Bimini, we make a sturdy little Bimini, and then we layer it with solar panels on top, just like the roll up kind, the strip kind that's real light. They're not heavy at all. And if that ain't, to turn an electric motor, you'd need a couple batteries, but not much. They'd stay charged. If that ain't enough, you just get you a little couple side carts or little like almost like a catamaran, like have a couple floaty things off to the side that's just solar panels on that, and you'd pretty much never need gasoline, man. You just need a couple badass electric motors, couple fucking 500-watt motors, maybe 4 of them.
bro. You don't get no wind.
Nah, man, I don't get wind.
No, you don't. No wind. It's never.
I mean,
The
I
wind
get
doesn't.
wind,
Dude,
but
I was
it's
in Florida. You guys get raging wind sometimes.
yeah, on the coast, but man, I'm about
I
6
was in
miles
Kissimmee.
in there. So yeah,
How
well,
far
it's
in?
not windy here. It's right now. It's not. It's hardly no wind, man. And yesterday, hardly no wind. The wind comes with the storms. It comes and goes, right? It's like I think a better place for wind shit. This is a place for solar, bro. Like I got 5 solar panels. I got 2 brand new ones in the box, and I'm just
Dude,
waiting to hook up. But I'm gonna stack up and just keep buying solar panels, as I get the money to do it.
bro, just use Fresnel. I would use Fresnel lenses, the good ones. Just buy a couple good ones, and focus it on some fucking something you could just get crazy hot. But you
Salt.
probably only need like a half a ton of sand or something if you had some fucking Fresnel lens pointed at it.
But
You
what
ever
am I
heard of
gonna do with the
molten?
hot sand, though? What am I gonna do with it?
You ever heard of
It
molten
turns it
salt
into
water?
electricity.
Use a
Yeah, but you need
thermoelectric.
dude. That's thermoelectric shit. Is fucking
Yeah.
like it's not very. I mean, you need a million
I
little
think Smack
fucking.
has got
No,
something to
no,
say.
you need DC to DC step up converters. You could take like body heat and use that. You can
Yeah,
charge your
bro.
phone
This
off
Not the
of
ain't.
heat, bro. It's not the heat. It's the differential
It's the
that gives you
differential.
the.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
We
you could
always
heat
have
it to
water.
make
Water's
steam.
gonna
You
be
could use
cold.
the heat to make steam if you're gonna do it like that. But
Well, somebody tried to say something about water earlier. You could heat water up with this and boil it, and then it uses steam. Yeah,
But have
and
you
then
heard
just have
about?
the steam go. Can you have the steam go back into the original system so
dude,
you
there's
never
a
have to
way,
fuck with
man.
it?
You need to use something besides water that has a lower boiling point, and it boils a lot sooner. Like that one dude had a great idea, dude. Like he was making these things like
What's the
literally
difference?
like he was
What
using oh my god, he went to jail and
about
shit,
salt
bro.
water
But
or fresh water?
he was
Don't they
using, what
have
do you call
different
them?
boiling
Not
temperatures?
condensers. What do you call it? They're in AC systems, like with the fans and shit. The oh my god, dude, I'm looking at one. I don't know the fucking name of it. They're like radiators, but condensers or something. And but he had, you get something that's like Freon or something with a real low boiling point, and and then so just the heat, like you can make electricity even like be like 30 degrees outside, almost freezing, if you have the right material like Freon or something inside of there with the low boiling point, like it and then you take off the electricity you make and you add it to the dude, I forgot the exact way, but it was fucking genius, bro. Genius. He made some of these things, but every house would just, you'd spend a few $1,000 to buy one of these things and construct it and shit, and you'd have electricity. And they wound up throwing this guy in jail and shit, man. Like for some bullshit charges and shit, man. They did everything to shut this guy up. My dad looked at it. He's an engineer who does shutdowns, factory shutdowns, and all that. Used to anyway. And he was real. When I was trying to wake him up, I showed him that, and he's like, "That's a fucking good idea, man." He heard the story of that guy, and he's like, "Man, that's crazy." He's the one who told me about Joseph Newman. You know, when I looked into that, it was my dad. He's like, he looked it over, dude. He said it sounds like a great idea, man. because you don't need a lot of heat, bro, to make steam. You just need the right liquid, you know, the right boiling points and shit. Real low boiling points.
You could use magnets. Makes boil water with those.
Permanent magnets?
Yeah, permanent magnets. Just rotate the shit out of them on like a power drill and just warm the water up. Just the field smashing into it eventually will boil water.
I'm
Yeah,
still
but then
not
you gotta-
100%
then you
sold,
gotta
bro.
use
That we, Jeremy, I'm not 100% sold. We can't get perpetual motion off some type of setup, bro. It's killing me, bro. I got all these magnets, man.
Well, no, you just use it.
bro.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Go ahead, Zach. Go ahead.
You use a Bodini system with a solar panel. Effectively, that's a big loop. You just keep recharging batteries forever and use the sun to charge the primary running coil. Go on, Jeremy.
I mean, dude, I definitely got one, bro. There's a V-gate. There's a couple different systems where you can push something along a track, and I've seen the V-gate multiple different times. This is with dudes in their garages and shit and sheds too. Mind you, if you had some really good thing, you could probably make it way, way better. But anyways, you can move something up an incline, and it barely takes like any energy to get it in the incline. So like if you can make that incline higher than it needs, and you just have it go up the track, it basically pushes it out of the track. And you have it go back down the incline and have it curve a little bit and go up another track and just keep looping.
Yeah, you could use an Archimedes wheel and pump liquid uphill like that. But dude, here was my idea. I think you're biting off some of mine, like you kind of putting, or else you just got a mind that thinks like mine. So I'm thinking for perpetual motion. So we get a couple pulleys where it only takes like where you got like a 50-pound weight, but you got a couple pulleys where, you know, about 20 pounds of weight or 25 pounds of weight can lift it. You know, the things that make you be able to lift things a lot easier. And it's just back and forth. So you got one pulley that's attached that's a 50-pound and a 25-pound weight, and then on the other side you got a 50 and a 25-pound weight that you just switch them back and forth. You got one at the top, one at the bottom, right? And so you start it and you attach the 25-pound weight, right? And then at the bottom of the other side is the 50-pound weight. So the pulley gives you the momentum you need to lift it. And by the time it hits the top, or by the time the 25-pound weight hits the bottom, it clicks over and loses the pulley. And then it activates the pulley on the other side and hooks up to the 25-pound weight at the top of the other side. So like I said, you got a 50-pound weight at the bottom of one side and the top of the other side. Then a 25-pound weight at the top of one side and at the bottom of the other side. So you got two sides with a 50 and a 25-pound weight, and you just switch it back and forth. All you need is a mechanism to retract the pulley and activate the pulley on the other side. So as it retracts one, it activates the other one. So the 25-pound weight can the pulley activates and lifts the 50-pound weight. It's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It'd be perpetual motion, right?
Bro, I don't know about pulley. What was moving the pulleys again? You said a lot of words just now.
Okay, I'll try and simplify
making the pulleys move? Just tell me what was making the pulleys move.
The weight on the other side. So the 25-pound weight is pulling down, lifting the 50-pound weight on the other side. In other words, it's like two pulleys. So in other words, I'm one 50-pound and 25-pound weight, and you're the other. My head is the 25-pound weight, and my feet are the 50-pound weight. And over with you, your head's the 50-pound weight, and your feet are the 25-pound weight. So we got two pulleys, right? One, like I don't want to get no more complicated than I have to, but there's a little bit more. But so the pulley goes from my head to your head, basically, and so when we activate it, we pretty much unlock it, and my 25-pound head weight goes down and lifts your 50-pound foot weight, right? And then when it gets to the top, when your 50-pound foot weight gets to the top, it switches. It switches
What
over
switches?
to,
What
to your.
switches?
That's what I'm
Hold
saying. We
on.
need a mechanism.
Hold on. Hold on, because you said a lot of shit there, and it was like, I was like, whoa. Like, you turn it on, like, I don't know what's happening.
We need a mechanism
Holy,
yeah, we just need a mechanism to switch it to. So instead of one string between us, we got two, because we got two weights on each side.
It's like a seesaw with two pulleys.
Yeah, seesaw with two pulleys. So
Okay,
when
yes.
the 25-pound weight hits the bottom, we just need a mechanism to deactivate the pulley, kind of, man.
Okay, you need a physical switch that works on. It's got a contact.
No, a mechanism. Yeah, some physical mechanism to turn off like a clutch or something, and make it to where it's just free spin, and then the 25-pound weight that just went to the top goes down and pulls up the one for my feet. Just goes back and forth, back and forth. We just need a mechanism to switch to
I don't think it
pulleys
works like that.
on and off.
I don't think it works like that. My shit would actually work though with the magnets. You need the magnets and shit, bro. I don't know. Your shit, maybe you guys need to write this up or something, because I don't know. I feel like if you drop 50 pounds on one side, you're gonna need 50 pounds on the other side eventually to pull it back up. Or you're saying you could pull that other, you can lift 50 pounds by dropping 5 pounds. Why would the other side? Why would the other side lift the other side up then? No,
because it's alternating. In other words, that's why you have to have two weights on each side.
Alternating?
So,
the mechanical
what's
energy
alternating
on the pivot.
in other words, alternating like one at the top and one at the bottom, and vice versa on the other side. So you've always got a 25 pulling a 50 up, no matter what.
So why is the other side gonna? If one side lifts one side, why is it? How's it gonna just reverse, and you're gonna get the other side to lift it? Like,
you need
what
a mechanism.
happens? I'm missing what happens in the middle of that. I got to.
Okay. Yeah, let me think about that. So if we have the 20,
but overall, like, even if you get something that's a semblance of a balance like that, you're still going to get all this entropy due to friction in the pulleys, even if it's like increasing your mechanical advantage. It's like, this is not going to be infinite. It might last a while.
Well, if the 25 pounds lifts
that
the
ain't
50
gonna go.
pounds,
That ain't gonna go 2 times. That ain't gonna go 2. One side's gonna drop, and that's it.
Yeah. It would have to
I don't
move
know. Well,
over.
let's say like you get it like it's like some kind of Newton's cradle event, but eventually the kinetic energy is going to run out.
No, the magnet thing. I'm telling you guys.
It would have to move over, dude. I think I see what you're saying.
Listen,
wait a minute. Wait, if the 25 pound lifts the 50 pound, and now you got 2 of them at the top on one side and 2 of them at the bottom on the other. So you got a 50 and a 25 at the bottom on one side and a 50 and a 25 at the top on the other. So now you the 25 pound at the top, you pull that one down and lift the 50 pound one up, and then it just vice versa. Just there's got to be a problem in that.
It's cantilevered, sort of, basically. It's like a dual cantilever.
All right, here's a better idea. Okay, so we take some like 5-inch. I got the stuff to do this too, man. We take 6-inch PVC pipe. Okay, and it's 10 foot, or let's say it's 8 foot tall. So you got a hollowed out 8 foot tall PVC pipe, and we put a 45, and it sticks up about 4 more feet. So it's straight up and down, and then you got a 45 at the top, going to the right. And
We're
then you
already
got a
lost.
45.
What's happening?
No.
Hold on, bro.
Okay.
You already lost me.
Okay, you got a PVC pipe that's off the ground about 10 foot, and it's sticking straight up and down. It's a hollow 6-inch PVC pipe, so it's, you could almost fit a basketball in the bit. It's not quite, and it's vertical, up and down. Now, you put a 45 on it, and at the top, and at 45s to the right, at 45 degrees, obviously, and then one at the bottom that 45's to the left, and it's, let's say, 4 feet. So it's 8 foot tall with a 4 foot 45 at the top and a 4 foot 45 at the bottom, going the opposite way. You with me?
Nope.
And it's
Absolutely
on a
not. No, no,
Nope.
no.
I blanked out.
picture a swastika, bro. Picture one line of a swastika, except for instead of going
This is
straight over, instead of going straight over, angle it 45
Right.
degrees. Okay. So anyway, just picture an upright 8 foot big ass PVC pipe with a 45.
Bro, you gotta draw this out for us.
Bro, picture a fucking lightning bolt style. No, dude, hold on. Okay, picture me standing straight up. Okay, hold on. I'm standing straight up, right? Now, I take one of my arms and I stick it to my right arm. I stick it out 45 degrees up. So it ain't 90 degrees straight over. It's like 45 degrees. So I just have it angled up. Now I take my other leg, my left leg, and I stick it 45 degrees out. So picture my body is the straight part of the PVC. My right arm is the 45 degree top add-on, and my leg the left. So in other words, they're opposite each other. You see now?
No, man, no. You seriously draw this up. I can't. You're losing me out every time.
All right, I'll
Dude,
draw it.
the magnet thing I said will actually work, bro. You have harebrained schemes. I love harebrained schemes, but I know you got burnt by the magnets one time on that after show with that little thing you did. All right, don't give up on the magnets, because that's where it is. I mean, it's not going to be perpetual because the magnets will run out, but
Then it's worthless.
dude, how long does a magnet last?
I'm
What do you
testing
mean
that.
it's worthless? Huh?
I'm just joking, bro. I feel like there's a setup we could get perpetual motion. But
I mean,
I'm gonna
how
lay out
long
these
does
PVC
it
pipes.
depends on how long a magnet lasts.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can get it, but it's like you just need to grab the sort of the excess energy that you're sort of set up to make and store that energy.
Hang on, look, perpetual motion. Look, you get like a wire that forms like a cup, like a hockey cup when you throw the hockey ball. Anyways, it's shaped like a spoon, and you drop a metal ball bearing ball through that curve, and it leaps up, right, and then it comes back down into like a swirly thing, and you get the magnets to like make it go faster, and then leaps back up, and it's a perpetual motion. Isn't that already done?
Oh, Jeremy, can you see my screen?
Nope. Yes.
Okay, the one in the middle is longer. It's just this angle makes it look shorter. But anyway, this PVC is real small, so I need bigger PVC. But so I angle it up on that side, and then down here I angle it the opposite way. So it's like that, right? But it's 6-inch PVC pipe, so it's a lot thicker, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, now I stand it
That
upright.
thing's vertical.
No,
The
yeah, well,
long,
I've just
the
got
long
yeah, I
piece
got
is vertical.
Yeah, it's vertical. The whole thing we lift up vertical, and we put it on a swivel. I mean, on a pivot, on a rotor. And and it's 6-inch PVC pipe, right? So we fill it up with whatever liquid, and then let's say we take a 2-liter size bottle and put it in there with air, right? So and then we put some weights on the top of the 2-liter bottle, like some ring weights or something, lead or whatever, where it's just enough where it can just barely hold the weight without sinking. But so when it goes to spin, the PVC bottle with the weight on it goes up the pipe and channels at that angle and goes all the way to the top. And we got the lead weights around the ring of the 2-liter bottle, so it's all the way to the outside. So it's going to pull down. And at the same time, on the other side, as it starts to go up, the second 2-liter bottle is going to float to the top of it. As soon as it gets vertical, it's going to float all the way to the top with its weight sticking out over. You see what I'm saying? Like it's optimizing the weight, and
No,
it's kind
that's
of
gonna
optimizing.
come to rest. I feel like that's gonna come to rest eventually. I don't know. I don't want to shoot it down, but
It might. Yeah,
I feel like one of those forces is gonna outweigh. It's either gonna match or outweigh it, and then that's the part that's gonna be pointing down. So.
Well, see, I was thinking at
I mean, I don't know though.
I was thinking at first that the water displaced with the weight is gonna just offset. But here's the thing: we're taking that weight. So yeah, that's a good argument, except for the fact that we have all the weight on the ring of the fucking 2-liter. So it's just enough buoyancy to float them weights, but it's the position of them weights. In other words, we've got them sticking out further than just the whole weight of the 2-liter bottle. So it's optimizing the weight and sticking it out at the very end. So it would have to drop down if more weight is it's leverage. If the weight is over to the side, it's gonna fucking make it drop, and vice versa on the other side. So then on the other side, the weight hits the top and the farthest outer point. It's going to make it drop. So it's going to have to. It's going to have to go back and forth once you get it moving.
I don't think so.
Maybe,
I don't
maybe
think
not.
so. It could be. It could be. I don't think it would go down.
I have the
like that,
attachments
but
for
maybe.
the I have the attachments for 4-inch, bro, but I don't have nothing good like to use for the buoyancy. Like I need to get the attachments for the 6-inch pipe. I have the pipe, but man, them attachments are expensive as shit. They're like $25 each for the 45s and the couplings and shit when you get pipes that big. I'm so broke right now, man. I got to do some jobs. I got more ideas than I got money.
Have you ever heard me explain my magnet one?
I don't remember. So even if I have, I want to hear it again.
I mean, they got V gates. There's this track you can set up with magnets. You set a track up and you align the magnets in these V's going up the ramp or whatever, and it's going at an incline. So if you can just I've only seen guys do it like a few feet, but this is like dudes in their set and shit. If you could make that shit go for if you could make that ramp go for a while, I don't know. You'd have to get it to go at however high you want to drop something from, and for whatever you need it to get back on the next track. You could do
they've only thought about it 2-dimensionally. Go ahead, but
use the
so you're saying that.
magnetism.
Go ahead.
Hold on,
Like
you
a
use the
3-dimensional V-gate,
magnetism.
right?
No, it's just the 2D. It's just like a track. You can make it way better though if you did other V's on the top and the bottom and the sides and shit. You could probably move it at a steeper incline. If you did like a 3D one, yeah, you could probably get the shit moving. Anyways, they just do it with just a flat ramp, but you can move something at an incline. If you just keep that going, you move it up high enough to where when it falls, it gains energy, and it still has enough energy to go back up another ramp, and this slightly curves. So eventually, this thing would be huge, but eventually it would fall back into the ramp that it started in.
Yeah, but do it like you're saying, do it kind of 3-dimensional, where you got the V gates running uphill, and then as it's about to slow down, give the gravity the boost it needs to get through, and then it's going to pick up speed once it gets through the last arrow-looking thing, and then start your next set of arrows, like where it's a roller coaster almost, and let gravity do the rest. But dude, that doesn't make sense to me. How are they setting up these V gates where they have about 4 or 5 looking arrows, and it starts gaining momentum, and all of a sudden it stops? What the fuck is making it stop? If it gained momentum for the first 3 V's, why? I don't understand why it all of a sudden decides to slow down.
Well, if you're doing a V gate, and you're talking about the ones they do in circles,
no, just
circles
even
don't
straight.
work.
Even straight.
Well, they're not building them right then, because I've seen dudes build them so nice that they get it to go at an incline. So whatever, if That's what I'm saying. This is dudes in their base. This is dudes in their basements and sheds and shit, bro, making this stuff. I tried to do this before. I didn't even come as good as any of these guys that I've seen. Anyways, I've seen dudes do it at incline. If you do it on a flat ramp, it's like a flat ramp, and you do it at an incline, you can get it to go all the way up, and you could adjust for it with the. You can definitely move something at an incline with this ramp.
Dude, did you see David
I've seen it.
Lapointe's shit? David Lapointe's latest one. It's kind of like the V-gate idea, but it's bowls. And he he did a part 1, 2, and then he did a couple of the follow-ups. And I downloaded the schematics. Like he encouraged everybody just download this shit where it's everywhere, where they can't. He wasn't interested in getting rich off of it. He literally downloaded the schematics and showed. Or you can propel something indefinitely in a circle, like because he's got he learned how to polarize the magnets basically. He's
I don't know. I'm highly skeptic.
Well, he's using it for fusion and all that, dude. But he's he spent a lot of fucking time and money on that shit.
Yeah, I'm not saying the circle's impossible, but I don't think it's doable. I've seen a lot of circle things, and it just never. It doesn't really make anything. There's always a resting point. Remember how I told you that night you did your thing? I'm like, dude, that's coming to rest right there, because there's always like this resting point in a circle. The way I do it with the track, and then let it fall. Using if you can get it up to go high, you can get the higher you go, the higher you make that track, the more energy you get. So, and you barely got to touch this thing to get it into a track. Like they just touch them and it goes like out and it goes up the track. So, I mean, if you can make it go longer and get up higher and then curve the track a little bit and have like, I don't know, 4, 6, 8 track segments.
Wait,
eventually,
you haven't seen the LaPointe array yet? Like he demonstrates it, bro. He's done it, dude. I didn't even see this bitch until just now. I'm like, wait, dude, why ain't they sending me updates for this channel, bro? Like he showed a linear version of it, but he made the circular version of it, dude. I'm gonna post it real quick.
All right, let's see it. Is it wide open? Let's see it. See, this is something worth stopping the whole live stream for and playing the video.
Yeah, no. I'm just gonna post it real quick because I.
Are you talking about Kosho's mom? She's wide open. No.
Yeah, post the video. I'll take a look at it. So we need to do mad tests and find a telomere frequency. What else we got? Perpetual motion. So we cure aging and electricity, energy production. What else we need? We're gonna plant gardens instead of spending $50 billion on landscape, and we're gonna plant gardens everywhere.
A guy made a machine that just makes continual water, air. You can drink it. It's like clean water. You know about that, right? They didn't give much coverage, but this black dude.
Bro, we use so much water. It's crazy, dude. Like, we use obnoxious amounts of water.
Well, you need water to live, so that kind of machine is perfect for like a place in Africa where the kids have to drink mud for water. Some third world country.
I mean, yeah, they got shit you can pull it right out the air with if you got the electricity. If all you need to do is make dirt hot, I don't understand if they're making batteries out of 100. If you have 100 tons of sand and you get it hot, you got a battery now, and that shit produces electricity. Why not just put that shit right in the top layer of the dirt, whatever that thing is? How are you connecting that to electricity? Just put that in your fucking dirt, like the top layer of your dirt. Or does it not work like that? I don't know. I'm telling you, Brian, get some Fresnel lenses and get some dirt hot.
Machine does need electricity, so maybe you have it figured out. electricity would sit in the battery. You could run that machine anywhere.
Have you heard about this molten salt battery? It basically takes so long to cool off, that's always kind of putting off power. Never goes bad, it's always salt. I like the Edison battery, but pretty inefficient.
What'd you say about the salt water? Because there's a saltwater battery thing I like too. But what'd you say next?
Oh, well, no, it's just if you take salt and just heat it up until it's like lava, like glowing hot. Like it takes so long for it to cool down that you can actually like cycle power through it. There's like a program somebody's trying out with that. Just because
So
it's
if
like,
you can make,
yeah.
So you're saying if you can make salt hot, you can get a lot of electricity out of that.
Yeah, you just have to do thermoelectric, like, yeah.
Like Fresnel lens hot or hot?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you can even
Like,
get
till it's
hotter than that.
melted. I think it, like, if you had a bucket of like molten salt, it would take like 8 hours for it to get like all solidified again. So that's enough time to like wait again for daytime when you can use solar power to store the power in the molten of the salt, you know?
Can you
So,
keep
like,
reusing the salt though, or what happens
yeah,
after you get it molten one time?
it's like pretty much always molten. Like it just kind of stays that way.
Well, you just use that shit forever. How many like 5-gallon buckets we need?
No, I don't know.
Crunch the numbers. I'm gonna have. How do you get
Yeah.
electric? What are they using to get electricity out of it?
Peltier junction
Once you
array.
got a filter junction array.
Peltier or Peltier junction, which is it's like a flat they're just heat exchangers. They use them for coolers or heaters. So you probably have them built into certain things. If you've got anything portable that cools something, it's using like a Peltier junction, which is like it's putting energy into it from a battery, and then there's two different types. There's an N-doped wire and a P-doped wire, and you're in this like crazy little matrix of shit. Anyway, that's the design of it. You put voltage in, it cools it down. Oh, no.
I mean,
yeah. No, if you put
okay,
voltage
is
into it,
that
it
thing
heats it up.
expensive or what? Well, the thing you just said to get to the electricity. After that, you just hook it to some wires and whatever, and you got electricity.
Well, you get like a small amount of electric, but then you would strap that to like a DC to DC step up. So it's like my Peltier junction, maybe it's gonna get me like a couple volts or something like that. It's not enough to really do much with. But if I put that into like a DC to DC step up, then it'll change all that energy up into usable voltage. So yeah, I can charge my phone with it. Yeah, if you apply heat to it, it creates voltage. If you apply voltage to it, it creates coldness. So you could use it. You could use a whole. Well, I don't know. Heating and cooling stuff's pretty important. So you could build the whole base of technology off of that shit. Yippee skippy. Yeah. Just kind of like amplifies up that power. Just like a separate piece. Or it's kind of like
that
basically
was fun. That day was fun though. I set up the magnet on a string and everything. And what I wound up doing is taking one of the magnets out of I don't think I did it live. I did it live on another channel, but I took one of them neodymium magnets out of the PlayStation, or no, I was out of a disk drive, and they have a shield, and it's like a certain mixture of some type of nickel or some type of metal, and it blocks the magnetic field. Not 100%, but it does a good job of blocking it in one direction. And so I put that on the ground and hot glued it to the ground, and then I put a string with another magnet dangling from it, and I tried a few different setups. In other words, the string, as soon as it tries to settle down, the 0 point where it's hanging right under the plumb is that magnet that's got one side blocked, and the thought was it, it'll just keep getting pushed to the side and it'll swing around for a while. And then when it tries to settle down, it'll get pushed again, it'll never be able to, it'll keep repelling it from ever hanging perfectly plumb. But believe it or not, the bitch will find it doesn't look natural, bro. You got a string that's sitting there kind of crooked, bro. It literally finds a fucking spot to settle at that's not plumb. Like it looks totally unnatural, but you know the magnets are there, so you know what's going on. But it fucking sits off to one side. It takes a long time though, but it does find a spot to rest at, a little bit crooked. But I feel like if I had the right setup, maybe not just one of them things. I gave up pretty quick, man, but it was fun to watch and fun to do. I still want to go back to trying it and just try different setups, because you got different forces. It's not just the magnets, you got the swinging of it and everything. I feel like if we
so
there's just an
it was similar, like
infinite amount of setups, man.
If you had like a plumb bob that was made out of steel or something, right? And then you have a bunch of magnets within the pathway of that. It's just going to be like boom, boom. It's going to hit each one like a.
That's an idea, bro. Instead of swinging the magnet, swing the piece of steel, maybe.
Yeah, if you swing them steel over the magnets, then it's going to like. I don't know. You could create a path for it, sort of.
Maybe I could
You can't.
swing a piece of copper.
Brian,
swing a piece. Good.
Brian, this is the thing we tried on the after show that night.
Yeah, well, I've tried it a couple times, man. I just, it was fun to do, man. Didn't you think it was cool to watch?
I'm telling you can't. No, that was awesome, but you can't do the circle. I already knew what was going to happen. You can't. That's why I don't think you can do a circle, because I've seen this circle thing and it never works. Like the shit I'm talking about with the track and letting it fall with gravity, like that shit breaks the circle right there.
I set up a phone call here live, and I don't know who I was watching. I kept showing my camera about every 5 minutes, and I lined it up, and it ran for fucking like 53 minutes. I mean, it ran forever, dude. Like I couldn't believe how long it went. I forgot exactly how long it was. It might have been almost an hour, a little over an hour, without even touching it. But it never moved at all, man. That bitch went back and forth indefinite. I just showed it every few minutes, man, and kept popping on the screen for anybody who was interested. But it never deviated, not even any. Sometimes it will. Sometimes it'll deviate one way. Sometimes the other way.
Did you record it? Did you have like lines in the ground? Did you burn a rope when you let it go?
No, I didn't burn the rope. I just
You
got
gotta
it going
hang
nice
it up in
straight.
the air, bro. You gotta hang it up in the air, attach it to a string, burn that string to let it go. That way there's like no influence.
That's the right way to do it. It took me a few tries of holding it and letting it go to get it to go straight. But either way, the way I did it, it maintained its path, But yeah, I do have the string. I got some little thread. I could do that, but it took me about 5 tries to get it going straight.
Now you got a piece of string hanging off of the thing though on one side.
What?
That doesn't make
I didn't
sense.
do it like that.
I'm saying if you do burn a string, like I don't understand. Like now there's a piece of string just dangling on one side of the weight.
Well, if you burned it right there by the where it's attached instead of the other side, then it would be very little.
Right by the edge, I guess.
Yeah. Either way, dude, it was going in one motion. No matter what the fuck they want to say about how it got started. I mean, it went for like almost an hour. in that same path.
How many degrees is your deviation for your latitude?
I should have put some tape down. And me, I'm at like almost 30, like 29 degrees or something. So
I don't know what that means.
Hold on, I have to do the math.
No, hell no! Don't do the math.
It's just a sign of the latitude, and then and divided by 24 hours and break it down to how many hours you're going to do it. It's not as much as if it were the North Pole, but it's still a decent amount. Hold on a minute.
So how many degrees in Celsius, though?
Yeah, I'm telling you, Snap. How much
It
is
should
that
be about.
stuff?
It should move about 7.5 degrees an hour, dude.
And your shit went for an hour?
Damn near. I think it was like 53 minutes, bro.
Yeah, you got to like put some tape on the ground or something, and on the thing, and make have it be at rest, total rest, and then you like spray paint a little line on the pendulum and a little line on the ground, and then start swinging it.
Yeah, I could put a piece of tape or paint, but what I did is I just lined it up. Like at first I was just letting it run, and I was like, wait a minute, let me, because I realized it wasn't going nowhere. So on the camera, I lined it up about the same every time it was heading like back toward this one. Yeah, I need to do it right, but you
Dude,
never
you
know
should
what
have
you're
done
gonna
that
get.
shit during an eclipse. I didn't know you had Foucault pendulum. How high was the thing?
About 9 foot.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it, bro. That's all you need.
The higher you get, though, the better, right?
Yeah, I'd have to go outdoors, man, to get it higher. And
you can't do this outdoors. What are you, crazy?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, but either way, dude, it still swings like a mug, dude. I mean, they want to give me a specific size that I need. I'm calling bullshit, bro. If something's moving back and forth at a steady rate, then I should see something.
7 degrees in an hour?
About 7.5, I think. Yeah, 7.5 degrees.
Yeah. Did you measure it, or did you have the camera at a certain spot?
Well, I was just watching it, bro. It stayed the same path.
Oh, you probably ran off to get a beer. One of the kids got crazy or something.
No, I'll say this, dude. If it's sitting there, to me, it depends on which way you swing it, but I'll talk about that after. But here's the thing. Okay, it could have moved a degree or two and me not really noticed. But it could, but if it would have moved, if it would have moved 3 or 4 degrees, like I would have seen, and the way it's lined up. But I'm thinking this, like if it's pushing one way due to earth spin, it's gonna push that way on both sides of the motherfucker. So that's why it just does what it wants, bro. Because and dude, what's funny is what Rumpus said, and one of Oakley's streams, like he was stupid because he didn't know and he was guessing, act like he was teaching people, but it does actually start. Sometimes it does figure eight, kind of like, or it's like circles at the ground, like as it goes to slow down and everything. Sometimes it will start doing circles and shit, dude. So he wasn't totally wrong with that, but he was just, like I said, he was just snowballing guessing. But ironically, it does do that a lot of the time. It's never consistent, bro. I'm telling you that. It'll go consistent for a while, and then you'll see it doing whatever the fuck it wants, bro. But if it's Earth turn,
I have various reasons for why it shouldn't be the same amount of degrees per hour, and even in their model.
Yeah, because think about it. If the Earth's turning a certain way, you'd have to line up the pendulum a certain direction, bro, or it's gonna, like I said, it's pushing on both sides. What do they think that it's pushing one way on one side, and another way on the other?
What were to happen?
Can you repeat that?
I don't know. I forgot my argument for the folk. I had a few good Foucault pendulum arguments. I forgot them.
No. Think about it. You'll remember, because you were saying that even on their model, you got some reasons why even on their model it
yeah, but I can't remember why. It might have had something to do with the utmost effect, or when it's going east-west. I don't know. This is a long time ago. We don't do Coriolis enough. That's what it is. So I just fucking forgot.
That book that Austin sent me, I read that bitch. Well, I audified it, and the computer read it to me. But yeah, they were talking about, they named the scientists, and it was a few scientists at the Queen or whatever paid some people to go, and then they went, and a German scientist was included, and they went to like 19 different spots south of the equator and like 30 different spots above the equator, and they trashed it. I mean, the results were inconclusive. There was nothing consistent. Like they tried to make something of it, and the German scientist, like he published, it was wild, nothing consistent. No matter wherever they're at, I don't know if they made it sound like they're trying to come up with reasons why it didn't do it here or there, but. Dude, anybody who says this, I mean, anybody who tries it is going to see the same thing I see, bro. I've did it 1,000 times, dude. I sit there and did it for 2 days straight, dude, just fucking with this thing. It's not consistent, man.
Yo, I
They're
got
full of shit.
a light. I got a ceiling light. I could attach something up there. This is probably like 20. Is the higher the better?
I use
The
some
higher the
really.
string can be, the better,
I
or
think
what?
it is. I think it is, but I say this: the thinner the string, if you get string just barely thin enough to support your weight, it goes for a long, long time. But they've got flat earthers like convinced, dude. Like, well, it works, but it's because of this. I'm like, dude, that shit don't fucking, just try it, motherfucking people. It's all you need is a string and a fucking weight. You could work on it and do it a little better or whatever, but just try it. See what you get. I could rig it and I could make a video and make it look like it's doing anything. I could make a great video for the globe and say, look, it processes perfectly, it's just going to do something some of the time. But if I'm going to be honest, I'm going to tell you that it does what the fuck ever. And it even starts circling a lot of the time.
Well, if you travel east and west on the equator, do they say you get Coriolis? No, they say Yupvos effect, no deviation, right?
Yeah, they say at the equator also no precession. It's horse shit.
So if you're going 90 degrees, there's going to be a point at the pendulum swing if you can get it to go around in a full circle where it's going to be going east and west, right? I guess not tangent. I don't know. I feel like I had an argument for why the degrees per hour it wouldn't be the same throughout the course.
I want to hear a Glober.
Degree per hour. No, who cares, bro? We got to get you to figure out how much do you need? All you got to do is get sand hot, bro. Get some Fresnel lenses. One Fresnel lens. You could get something stupid hot. You guys get wild sun there. All right, you got mad sun?
Yeah, I do. You come up with an idea of what I'm going to do. I got the sand right down the road, bro. I could get a couple truckloads.
Hold on.
I've got
we may just need
full.
salt.
I always keep buckets full.
You always got a bucket, 5-gallon bucket. Yeah. Snacks. Hold on, bro. What do we need to get the heat from the salt? We're gonna use sand instead. Can we just use sand instead of the salt?
Maybe not. Probably work pretty similar. I think you could just use a Fresnel lens, but I think in that they're applying like a whole like solar array. You know what I mean? To make all that current to keep all the salt molten.
Yeah, but we don't need the solar array. We can just do a Fresnel lens. We'll get something. I'd have to imagine the amount.
Yeah,
the size
just like a thermal mass idea, and then you're just pulling current off of it from the thermoelectric generator.
Like I don't think a solar panel could produce anything near the amount of heat you get out of having a Fresnel lens at a focal length, like with a sun tracker all day. And you could do, I mean, dude, you could use parabolic mirrors. That's actually one way they do it. They'll have fields of parabolic mirrors all tracking the sun and all reflecting onto one spot in a tower. Like if you have sunlight, you can get some shit dumb hot, like cheap. It's not even expensive. An old satellite dish, line it in some reflective material, have it solar. I used to have this thing. It was called a heliostat.
Mm-hmm.
It was called a sunflower heliostat.
Nice.
And it would track the sun all day and reflect it in my house. So I had it pointed in a window. I was like, "Ooh, this is nice. Some sunlight, some heat. Just putting some heat in the house." And I mean, yeah, you could do some shit like that. You could get some shit crazy hot, bro. Like, how much is the stuff to get the electricity? Okay, we got something hot. How much does the next part cost?
That's
We
just
need to
it,
get it
dude.
from
If
there.
you're gonna use heat,
Hold on, Brian. I know we're coming up with a system right now. Snacks. How much from getting something hot to making it be actual?
I mean, it depends on what kind of
electricity.
usable amount of current for how many people for what kind of applications. If you have hot stuff, then yeah, go ahead.
I literally get 100 watts per panel, bro. Right now with these solar panels, 100 fucking true ass watts, like just for one panel, bro. It'll shock your. I mean, well, it's DC, so it won't, but I'll spark the fuck out of anything, bro.
Yeah.
Off just
We could get some shit molten in that amount of time. If you're getting 4 hours of heat of a Fresnel lens focal point, the real ones, not the ones you got off of broken TVs on the side of the road, the actual ones. You can fucking have shit molten for, the whole time. What it stays molten overnight, Snacks?
Yeah. It takes two.
You have constant molten, like you have constant electricity coming in.
It's kind of like just having a campfire kind of situation. You know what I mean? Like the campfire is always the molten salt's always hot, so you can always like get some heat off of it or sap some electric.
So what are you using? Steam, bro? Like that'd be the best way probably to use steam. I got a generator where I could unhook the motor maybe and use steam to turn. I have an alternator too, but I ain't really figured that out yet.
Well, it's just like, in lieu of a battery bank, it's like the salt is the battery because it's like holding the heat and the heat's the energy. So I think it's just like the power density is much higher with this and compared to like a lithium battery bank or whatever.
I mean, I saw some guy on TikTok. He put this it looked like a little sheet pan, like a little square, but it was just like a grid of metal, and he put it into a fire, and then it was just like it turned on like a light bulb and charged a cell phone and something else maybe. Like it looked like it's not that expensive to get it from heat straight to electricity.
No, it's not. You need like a fan, a thermoelectric generator, and some kind of USB power, and you could essentially turn like a couple twigs into some battery power for your phone. That's not hard to do. So at that scale, that works. But that's different than like trying to power a refrigerator or what have you. Which I wouldn't even say you should have. I don't know. Probably a lot of the appliances you'd have to just almost like redesign them to work on a more regular power system. Where if you're not trying to replicate what we do already.
This is what I just got, Jeremy.
I mean,
this is what I want to do next. If I need the money for the sugar, bro. I'm literally that fucking broke, but I've got a job next week. But look, see this sugar, fish tank, this to put in the fish tank. You see this tank up top? That's like the one that Mick West used was a little bit smaller than that one. And look at the one I got at the bottom. Like I don't know if you can see it because it's so sunny here, but that's a tank is like over a foot bigger than the one on top. So it's long, dude. It's like way longer than and I want to get the sugar and do the refraction test. Like I'm not going to do it the cheesy ass way that he did it. Like I'm going to
I don't know if that mimics the atmosphere, dude. Honestly, I'm not saying don't do it, but I don't know if that mimics what the atmosphere is actually doing.
Yeah, but one thing we know for sure is that the light's bending down. It is definitely a density gradient. So if we can put a laser in and show that the light, did you get that done, bro? Thanks, man. If we got the light bending down and then we just look through it and we don't move the camera, like I want to see for sure what it looked like before the sugar and after the sugar from the same damn fucking spot. I don't want no little games and no moved it because it was too cold outside shit. I want to see it set up right, and I want to see the skyline be right up against the tank inside preferably, and so no air gap in between. And I want to see what happens when we
Bro, you need to put
induce
the camera
density
inside the
gradient.
fucking. You need to put the camera inside the tank, dude.
I've got one I could do that.
Don't have it outside and then the glass and the medium. I don't know about that, but
I've got a waterproof camera.
it
I
still
can
might.
good one.
Yep. It's still. I'm not saying don't do it because I mean, yeah, do it. If you could put the camera inside, that'd be dope. But I don't know if that's doing the same thing the atmosphere is doing over miles and miles, bro. I don't know if you can even
Well, one
replicate
thing
that
we
in a
do
small
know
scale.
that it's doing. Yeah, but nobody's done it with a tank this big, and nobody's done it and showed everything about it. Like I don't think nobody has. Maybe they have, but I haven't seen it. Where I want to do it controlled, where I show what it looks like with air, and I keep the camera mounted. I could use the waterproof camera.
I mean, is this going to be a spherical gradient
No, it's not. It's
or
going to be
curved? Is it going to curve
no.
like a hump in the middle or something?
No, I could do that, as a secondary experiment. But over the
But then you
distance
got
we're
to shoot
talking
the
about.
laser level with the hump, though.
Yeah, but with our observations, bro, we're talking about less than they can't even induce curvature, bro. It's 1 degree over 69 miles. So when we're doing these 5 mile, 7 mile laser shots, you're talking about 1/20th of 1 degree, bro. I don't think the curvature is the argument. It's the refraction. So if we're inducing a gradient, the only thing we know for sure is that the laser is curving downward, and that's their main claim. So I want to do it I want to see the view of the skyline before I even put water in it, and then after I put just regular water in it, and then after the sugar is added, and compare the three. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure what I'm going to see, because the whole argument is, even these physicists that just argued Sunday on Globebusters, their whole show was a debate, a pretty good one. And I wish I'd have been on the flat team, but they did pretty good. They had Austin, and they all agreed that, or nobody argued that the light bends down toward the denser medium, but the Globers all claim that it makes things appear higher, but that's not what we see. And so this test would help our argument, because I've already showed, Ranty showed it. He did a good job of showing it. And then Mick West showed it. Now I've got a bigger tank.
Dude, Randy did the weirdest shit. He was on the panel, asked us all about terrestrial refraction or 7/6 or
I was
whatever.
I was there.
And then the next day was like, yo, I'm out. Peace, guys.
Yeah, Brandon called him out, bro. I'm glad Brandon called him out. At least made his transition bumpy. Like, Brandon's like, what do you think, Ranty? What do you think? Because and then Ranty had to claim, that it's bullshit and all that, and then the next day. So put that in your bookmark. Like, good job, Brandon, there for calling him out and not letting him off the hook. I think Brandon snuffed him out. He kind of smelt the worm. Bro, if somebody would buy the sugar, I'd do that shit fucking today or tomorrow. That's how fucking broke I am right now.
Should make some moonshine out of it after you're done, though. So
I mean, I'll clean the tank out
We're
real
on
good.
waste
Where
now.
fucking I don't really want to waste the sugar. I'll just clean the tank out spotless and clean out everything I put in there spotless. You know, where I could use it for something when I'm done with it. But I don't even have money to buy sugar, bro. It's that bad.
You know what you could do with it before you got the money to buy the sugar? You could try build a cloud chamber in it with some dry ice or whatever.
Bro, I can't even afford sugar. But that's my next experiment. As soon as I get, $20 to buy some
What
fucking sugar.
I'm pretty sure dry ice is cheaper than sugar, but you should try that out too. I don't know, man. You ever seen a cloud chamber? You check out some videos on that shit. It's
I'll
interesting.
send you a fucking fish tank, bro. I got one that's like I just showed, the one on top. You want to pay for the fucking shipping? I'll mail that bitch to you. But
I don't know. I thought maybe you might want to
I'm keeping
capture
the bigger
some,
one, man, to do my test. When I'm done with it, I'll
maybe
send it to whoever the
some
fuck
alpha
wants it, bro.
particles or whatever. Yeah.
I literally will. When I'm done with this, I'll send it to whoever the fuck wants it.
Send it to Jeremy. That's a long tank, though. What is it, like 6 feet?
It's about almost 5 feet. Pretty big.
Yeah, it's weird to think about. You ever think about like internal reflection and you know how glass has that and creates these sort of refractions and things like that. I guess that's not a problem in the fish tank and the laser experiment. I guess it's not really affecting it, but weird. And so, how much sugar do you need to add into this thing to be able to?
Well, he
cause the
used
light to
5
reflect?
pounds. Mick West used 5 pounds, and his tank was a lot smaller than this one, and plus he didn't fill it up as much. I'm thinking about 15 or 20 pounds, man.
Dude, is he the one
Hopefully
that
it only
had
takes
booked?
5 or 10, but it might take 15 or 20. I'm not gonna like stop halfway if you put that much sugar in there, bro, and it ain't enough. I want to, I want to be able to add it enough.
Mm-hmm.
Is he the one that almost set his house on fire trying to show the sideways refraction? He had the book set up and then he had a lighter, or a candle or something.
I don't know, but every demonstration, the shit in the background definitely fucking looks lower, bro. But I want to set up on a even plane to see if it's the shit in the foreground raising, or I mean, I'll figure out exactly what it is, and that, maybe not in reality, but it'd be impossible for them
You
to
got to
argue.
do it. You got to have the camera inside the thing.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it. Don't stop recording. Don't touch the camera. Like before it becomes dense and after.
Yeah, I could do that.
Just have like a time lapse going with the thing.
Yeah, I've got a badass chip. I've got a waterproof camera. I've got what I
It'll
need.
be like a time lapse, bro.
I've got all that stuff, bro. I've got actually 2 cameras because I got
Get
one
some wireless
for a
charging
high
going.
altitude balloon. I even got the balloon to fucking send up, but I don't got a transducer to
Bro, you
track
got to
it.
keep this go. You got to keep this going for days while the salt or sugar settles or something. Get one you can do wirelessly right through the glass.
No, it's Wi-Fi, bro. It's Bluetooth, whatever.
Yeah, but just charge it. You want a time lapse over days.
I
Or how long
don't.
does it
I don't
take
have
for the
that
sugar to
capability,
settle?
man. I can't do it over days. I could do it over probably about 8 hours, maybe
How
12
long
hours.
does it take for the sugar to settle?
I don't know.
I guess you could turn it on. You could turn it on with just the water. I don't know. I don't know how long it takes to settle. I thought Brandon, it took days. Didn't Brandon do this?
Wouldn't you want to dissolve the sugar first, like in some hot water, and then add it like as a syrup? Because if you just throw crystal sugar in there, it's gonna take a while.
I don't know. I don't know how they did it. I thought they used salt before. I don't know.
I don't know. I just know from making coffee, I'd rather use simple syrup, which is just like water and sugar, rather than just like throw granulated sugar in my coffee because of the speed at which it disperses.
You get fancy on it.
Hell yeah!
You drinking that shit with your pinky out?
Do you think if you change the colors of the laser, it would matter at all for refractive purposes of the sugar? I wonder.
I come for 9 holes in a martini. I came for 9 holes in a martini.
Are you trying to imitate the? Did you just try to imitate the imitator?
I don't know. Master Chin says, "Stop your fighting and have a cup of tea."
Fuck around, Snacks will be doing your voice.
Oh,
Master Chin, Master Chin.
that's not fair.
I told you 1,000 times, bro. It's a sphere, goddammit. I wish I could do blues, bro. I tried that shit for a while when I was by myself. I can't do it, man. Sugar Karen's got that shit down pat, dude. It's funny. I know Blue's listening, dude. I think even Blue got a chuckle out of it, man. He didn't act like Blue, but he was, said something about an ice cream truck or just saying something funny. He sounded just like him, man.
Nobody sounds just like me, Brian.
Is that Sugar Karen? No, I'm just kidding.
Did you ever get anywhere with your Cavendish?
Fuck no. I still have it. But I haven't done it. I haven't done it, man. I want to wait till I get the other material and stuff.
Yeah, quit fucking around with perpetual stupidity and get back to Cavendish.
I haven't
No,
really
Brian
fucked
shit
around
was.
with. Good.
Dude, I have a real system. Brian got some harebrained scheme shit going on with it though. With the perpetual motion shit.
That was a long time ago, Blue. I think I did it on Jose's too one time. A different setup and shit. But I mean, it was just something to do, man. Something to talk about. It's cool when you're, having a live stream to see something and people are telling me different things to do with it and shit. I just like seeing shit. Dude, talk only goes so far with me, man. I gotta see shit, man. And what that winds up doing is I've got 1,000 little things set up that I never complete. But eventually I'll get around to most of them, But I haven't really tried any of that perpetual shit in a while. But wasted a little time talking about it. He said perpetual bullshit.
No, I mean mine's not even perpetual. My shit, I don't know. If you use magnets a lot, do they demagnetize faster?
No.
And how long do they last?
That's a good question. I have to look into that. I'm not aware that they have a life, actually.
Theoretically,
So if
they
we
last forever.
You can always charge them, sort of, if they get weak.
I mean, there are processes which demagnetize things. So, in the absence of those processes, then it's constant.
Yeah.
It'll live forever.
if I had magnets constantly moving by each other, how long does that last?
I believe it depends on how they're moving away from each other. So I believe they would be indefinite.
Bro, I have an experiment going where I have a stack of magnets just stuck to a file cabinet, like a stack of them, and I haven't moved them in about 5 years. I wanted to see if they die down, but I check them every now and then. They feel the same every time.
All right, what if you have magnets moving by copper? Does that slow it down? Does that decrease their years?
No.
We're good then. I can make something move. I mean, there'd be friction still. You'd have to replace something though. Let me think.
Well,
Mine's not perpetual. So whatever.
Let me qualify that. If the copper is arranged in a certain way and you pass electricity through it, then I think there may be a way to demagnetize it. No, the magnet.
Yeah, that would happen.
I couldn't.
Not with DC
okay.
current. AC current could, but not DC.
Yeah,
it's fine. I can get it to generate electricity without moving by any copper.
Howdy, Blue.
Howdy, Rob. How you doing?
We got perpetual motion madness.
Yeah, I kind of got that. I just saw Blue was on the channel, and I was like, I'm gonna hop in for
Blue, did you hear that idea that I threw out about the PVC pipe, like the say 8 foot with a 45 at the top? You just a vertical at 8 foot hollow PVC pipe with a 45 pointing to the 45 degrees left at the top, and then pointing right, basically opposite at the bottom, on a rotary on a like a bearing or something that spins, and fill it up with like water, and put like two. You could section it off in the middle and put like a 2-liter bottle full of air, and just leave a little gap of air at the top where the PVC, the 2-liter bottle will go to the top, but we can modify. I mean, we could put all the weight so we can get optimum weight. So we put some lead rings around the top of the 2-liter, and it's just enough weight where it doesn't sink it. So it'll float to the top, and it angles out to the side. And the weight is, like I said, it's optimum. So it's at the ring neck of the 2-liter, and it's just enough to float, so it won't. In other words, I know that you were displacing the weight, so it would be pretty much equal. But the way we have the weight lined up is going to be up at the very, very top, and it's going to be all the way over. So the other bottle is going to be floated up toward the middle. So it's going to be a null factor. So it's going to pull the PVC when it's standing upright. It's going to pull it down, and then when it pulls it down, the other 2-liter is going to float to the top when it's pointed up with all the weight at the neck of it to keep it going. Like you just give it a little start, and it might not be a smooth flowing fucking circle, but if it's enough to keep it going, like you keep shifting that weight to the extreme top and outside of the, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'll show a picture of the setup I was talking about with little thin PVC pipe on the ground, but so you got an idea what I'm talking about. But seems like it would work, man, in theory, in my mind anyway. Hold on.
No, it sounds like it would never work. This is one of your harebrained schemes, dude. This is why Blue came in and was like perpetual motion bullshit.
I call it perpetual stupidity. Is what I call it.
Basically like that. That's laying on the ground, Blue. If you could see my screen, I've turned my camera on.
Okay,
That's laying on that's laying on the ground. But say the middle pipe would be about 8 foot. It'd be like, that's just 1 inch or 3/4 inch PVC. But I'm talking about like 8-inch PVC and stand it upright. So
with a 2-liter bottle where floating inside the tube.
Yeah. We fill it up with water, and we leave a little air gap at the top where it floats up, and we put the weight.
Okay.
And so we put the weight that it's floating. I was just gonna make some a couple lead donuts, like a couple pounds, as much as it'll float anyway, and stand it upright and put it on a spindle, or whatever you want to call it, on a rotor, maybe even do like a maglev rotor where it's very little friction. And so when the PVC pipe, or why do I keep saying that? When the 2-liter floats up to one end, there's two of them. It's cut off in the middle, and so when it floats up to the top, it puts the weight way to the left, of the center of gravity, therefore pulling it down. And then the other end does the exact same thing when it's upright. You see what I'm saying?
No, not really.
Absolutely not. I mean, I don't know, but I don't get it.
What's going to stop it from if even if there's nothing but water in the bitch, but well, I mean, I've seen people try it with water. And I think this is what they were lacking, was the little X factor. Like they've got it going. Like I would optimally, I'd use like 3 or 4 instead of just 2 45s. I'd have 3 or maybe even 4, but probably 3. And I've seen them do it with like with 5 or 6 and just use the water like flowing around, and it'd go for a while, but it would eventually stop. But they're missing the X factor, the weight. So we're using the buoyancy, we're using the gravity, and we're using the offset of the center of gravity. So we're using a few different factors, and I don't see how it could stop if you had 3, because there couldn't possibly be a balance. And every time that the weight got to the top and turned that corner, then it would have to drop that side down, because you got all that weight to the side. It would have to drop down. But I was thinking, if it's going to get stuck, it's going to get stuck somewhere in between.
Bro, it sounds like them wheels that already exist where you got bottles of water filled and it just like one bottle at the top falls and it pushes the gravity. I mean, it spins for a minute, but I don't know. This sounds more intricate with the buoyancy and shit. So I don't know.
Yeah, same concept.
It would come to an equilibrium point.
It's the same concept with the X factor, though, man. With the one thing they left out. And that was the
what is it?
The offsetting the center of gravity with the buoyancy, and getting that weight all the way out. So not just the weight of the water, that little extra weight that they needed to keep it going. Just a little addition to their idea, basically.
Yo,
you want to see perpetual motion, bro? Sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
People have been trying to do this forever,
So we got to keep the spirit going, man.
Why actually have something that could do it with the magnets? I mean, if they last forever, I could get something moving for, a long time. You get the magnet, the V track, it pushes something at an incline. Boom, you're good. You move something uphill on a track like that and then have it slide back down a track. All you gotta do is get it far up enough. All they do is like touch them to get them in the track too. It doesn't even take that much force. All right, you get something at an incline. You got this force coming down, right? When it's on the way back down, get some.
That's kind of like what I'm saying with my idea. So you're just using. This is the one thing they leave out. They're doing all these setups like 2-dimensionally, and they're like leaving out an entire dimension, man, with these ideas. So the V gate, that's kind of like using the incline. That's adding another dimension to it. And
you're trying to do circles. You guys are trying to do circles, and circles don't work, dude. You gotta break
straight. It'll work in a circle, bro. It's the same
circle.
concept, bro. It's the same concept, bro.
No, you got to break the circle. It
well,
doesn't work.
How can it? Well, if we're gonna break the circle, Jeremy, how is it gonna be perpetual? You'd have to have a track long enough to extend into infinity.
It'd be pretty big. No, not infinity, dude.
Then you're gonna run out of track. So how's it gonna be perpetual if you run out of track?
You go up. Way down when you're about to collect some energy. It's going to fall into a new track. You just curve the track a little bit. And eventually it comes back.
Starting to sound like a circle. Just saying.
Yeah, and no, mine is circular, but it also goes up and down. Up and down and in a circle. My shit's 3D, bro.
So is mine, bro. Mine goes.
I don't want to scare you, but I'm coming in 3D and your movie barely made it to the trailer.
Mine goes up and down, but then that 45-degree arm swings it out, and then it goes in a circle. So it's kind of the same concept. It's a linear track, and my hill is the angle. I'm just doing it a different way, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, they tried the perpetual motion forever, and I was saying to Blue, like, why stop? Let's keep the spirit of science going, like with new materials, new ideas and shit. And
bro, you're Brian, all the stuff you're talking about goes in a circle, just a 2D circle. My shit goes in a circle and it goes up and down. two
Your
different.
shit'll
two,
never work.
it uses two totally different. But it's using two totally different things to get it there. Like the forces I'm using, they don't even out because I can get something as high as I want. I can make something go up 10 inches or 10 feet. The higher you get it, the more energy you got.
Y'all are aware that perpetual motion would violate the first law of thermodynamics, correct?
If magnets last forever.
No, in the sense that in order to get something to move, you need to input energy. And if you are not inputting energy, then you are violated. Then you are basically creating energy out of nothing, which violates the first law of thermodynamics.
Okay, listen, there's a track. It's called the V-gate magnetic track. Once you get something going on this track, it's going. It's moving in that direction because of the way the V's are. So you can make that go to an incline. I've seen several times they've made these V-gate magnet tracks move just over a few feet. They get it to go at an incline. So if you just move that out a little bit and have it go up a foot, it barely takes anything to get them going on the track again. So you don't have to get them going very high for it to fall back into a new track.
Okay.
You think the people who put together the V-gates didn't try that?
No, they didn't. They only made them go a few feet. This is like dudes in their sheds and shit. I'm just saying, if you can move something up a track like that with magnets, there's no equilibrium point because you're using different forces and it's going up and down in the 3D. Like, I don't know. That shit would work.
I'm just telling you what physics says. Is that perpetual motion machines are impossible because they violate the first law of thermodynamics, otherwise known as the conservation of energy.
But you would agree, the higher we get something, the higher we raise something in elevation, the more energy we could get off it.
The more, yeah, because you have a greater gravitational potential energy.
Yeah, so these magnets, once it's in the track, it forces it in one way regardless. It overrides that falling thing. But you can stop the magnets at a point and just let it free fall down. So you just keep it going at an incline. Turn the track, it's easy to get it off the track. It's not hard. There's no like sticky points getting this on and off the track. And they're only using 2D tracks. You could do this really good with like if you had tracks on the side and the top. But yeah, there's really no sticking points. I mean, a couple of the guys had a few sticky points, but some of the guys like reverse the track and shit. It's not an issue. It's dudes in their sheds and garages building these. So
I'm not really familiar with what you're describing. How do they get it to go the other direction?
they just like touch it into a track and it just goes up the incline. I'll try to find some videos on it in a minute if I can. I've seen them on YouTube. Like search V-gate magnetic track. Because if you make that thing incline 10 feet, and if you only have to, first of all, you only have to touch this to get it to go into the track. Let's say you make this thing incline 10 feet from where you started it at.
Yeah.
Now it can fall for 10 feet worth of drop, and then I can make it fall into another track. Along the 10 feet it's dropping, I can curve the track a little bit, right? We'll put a little bend in the track, right?
Okay. So is the object going back up?
My alarm went up. It's going back up a different ramp. There'd have to be like several of these ramps before it got back to the beginning.
What about
it goes back up.
What about the energy lost due to air resistance?
I mean, if there's energy loss due to air resistance, you can go up 20 feet if you need to. You can make this thing go as high as you wanted.
Yeah, but you're still not getting rid of air resistance. Unless you get rid of air.
That's not air resistance.
Air resistance
Okay.
is going to cause friction, which is going to cause heat, which is going to dissipate. System loses energy.
Heat is going to dissipate what?
The energy of the system.
Unless it's being run by gold.
No, the energy is from the magnets. The magnets are going to heat up.
So the The entire system has an initial amount of energy that is given to it.
Okay.
Once you let this thing move, perpetual motion says that that energy doesn't go away, that you aren't losing any energy. But if you have air resistance, you are losing energy that is escaping from the system. Therefore,
Yeah, the magnets and the gravity well overcome the air resistance going up and down. So
the
it's
magnets
not an issue.
do not replace the energy lost by friction or lost by air resistance.
Yeah, no, it does. I can make this thing. You can make the thing go up as high as you want. It just keeps going because the magnets. Once it's in the track, the magnets are pushing it forward.
Yes, but
It overcomes air resistance. I've seen it.
I'm sure. Yes, it certainly does overcome air resistance. My point is, eventually, it will stop because air resistance is bleeding off energy from this system.
No, it's overcoming the air resistance because it's pushing it. It's pushing it higher.
It is overcoming the drag from air resistance, but the air resistance is still there, and it's still bleeding energy off the system.
Yeah, and as long as you keep the track going, as long as you keep the track going, no, we're not putting this in a vacuum. As long as you keep the track going, there's no need. As long as you keep the track going, the track keeps bringing it to an incline, overcoming the air resistance.
I'm not entirely certain what you, if you're following what I'm saying, in that I'm not saying that the air resistance is going to just initially stop it, but it's going to eventually cause the thing to stop. It's
Okay,
going to,
listen. Maybe you're confused about the design a little bit. There's a track that goes straight up. There's a track that goes straight up at an incline. Not straight up, but it's an incline straight track.
Yes.
Okay, once the thing's on the magnetic track, once the thing's on the track, which you barely have to touch it to get it to go on.
Yeah.
It goes up. It overcomes it. It brings it to an incline.
So you touch it, it's at the bottom of this incline, you touch it, putting in energy, and it moves up the incline.
Yes.
During that process, air resistance is there. It's not stopping the cart per se, or whatever this thing is, but it is slowing it because the air resistance is causing friction, which is causing heat, which is dissipating the energy. If you do that long enough, and maybe this will go for, I don't know, a few days, but eventually it will stop unless you put more energy into the system.
Well, it doesn't stop on the way up because once this thing's in the magnetic track, once this thing's in the magnet track going up, it overcomes the air resistance. We know that because we can get it to go to at an incline. So it's overcoming the air resistance on the way up. We don't stop the track until it's on the way down. And gravity overcomes air resistance. Like, this thing's gonna fall. It's a solid. There's no.
Eventually, when you have so this thing is going to go up and down, up and down. Eventually, this thing is going to settle at the lowest point of your system. And
No, there's nowhere for it to set. There's nowhere for it to settle when it's falling. It falls.
There's no bottom to this track.
It falls when it's falling. It falls into a It falls and you curve the track back up, and you have it be more than enough force to get into the next up.
So when you curve the track, there is a low point. There is a lowest point. I'm telling you that
there's a low point in there.
Yeah, I'm telling you that this thing will eventually settle in that lowest point and not go anywhere.
So it's going to be declining. You're going to have like a roller coaster.
Mm-hmm.
Like, picture a roller coaster. It's just declining on this curved ramp. Wouldn't it go up the ramp a little bit? Wouldn't it have enough force to go up the ramp a little bit?
So it will go up the ramp, and after a couple of trips, when it comes down, it's not going to have enough energy to go back up and clear that next hump, and then it's going to slide back down, go back up the ramp that it came, and keep doing that until eventually it stops. And
I know
like
that was just
That was just my example to show you that if you have something like damn near free falling, you can get it to go up. You can create the higher. Would you agree? The higher you get it, the more force you're going to create on the way down to get it to go higher and with more force.
The larger the incline, the longer you're going to make this thing move, but eventually it will stop.
Okay, I'm trying to explain to you it won't stop, but you agree that it will have enough force to shoot it back up the ramp, and then that's where it puts it into the magnet track. So it's not going to stop. It's not going to stop before it hits the magnet track. It's definitely going to have enough force to put it back into the magnet track. And once it's going up in the magnet track, that is enough force to overcome the air force. Once again, like there's no part of this where it settles. It can't settle at the bottom. It has so much force from it. It's just been falling. It's got mad force into it.
So I understand what you're saying. What I am saying is that there is, in order for this thing to move, basically this system, the car has, or whatever it is, has a certain energy initially. As it falls, gravitational potential energy turns into kinetic energy, which is the energy of motion. But on top of that, you have air resistance, which is causing heat, which is dissipated and leaves the system entirely. The car no longer has that energy. And so eventually, yes, it will have kinetic energy that will be converted back up into potential energy, which will then be converted into kinetic energy. But all during this time, the air resistance is bleeding off that energy as heat. Eventually, the energy of the system will essentially drop to the lowest point that it can possibly get to, which is the lowest point of that track.
I don't know. I'm not so sure there's a sticky point or a point. There's no point of equilibrium in my track, honestly.
The lowest point of your track is your point of equilibrium.
It's that at that point when this car is at the lowest point in the track, it's going to have the most force it's ever had at that point. There's no way it's stopping there. It's going to it would have just been in free fall.
I'm not talking about one time. I'm not talking about 2 times or 3 times. Like I said, this thing could possibly go for hours. But eventually, if you watch it, it will lose all of its energy and then settle in the lowest point of your track, which is the lowest point of gravitational potential energy, thus your equilibrium point.
It literally can't stop there. It can never stop there because whenever it reaches that point, it's going to have so much force because it was just free falling, it'll be constantly at that point in the track, it'll always have a constant speed from the free fall.
It will not.
So that's always going to be constant.
It will not. I'm telling you that the air resistance will bleed that energy off. It will eventually continue to slow. But, we're going back and forth. We're going in a circle.
Can I rebut that, please? Hold on. Can I rebut what you just said, please? Because if we drop something from like 10 feet high, the same object all the time, it's going to be that's a constant.
The velocity changes over time for that.
If I'm constantly if I drop something off a track, if I have a track in the same object and I just always drop it off this track at a decline, it's just going to constantly fall at the same speed, right?
It's the same acceleration. The speed will. Actually, no. Eventually the object will, depending on the height and what the object is, it may in fact hit terminal velocity, and the velocity will stay constant at that point.
Well, we're only dropping this. Sure, but whatever we get it to fall at, it's going to be a constant thing. It's never going to be that at that point, it's never going to be lower.
Yeah. So what will be constant over, say, 10 feet is the acceleration, although if you want to be very, very specific, that's actually not true. But the velocity will change. The velocity obviously will speed up as you go down.
Yeah, I know, Professor. The thing I'm saying is, at the spot you're saying my thing's going to stop, it's going to always be going into that spot at the same speed every time because you're just dropping the same object off the same track at the same decline every time.
I'm telling you that it will not. because again, air resistance. In your example of dropping something over and over again, that isn't really applicable in this case because you are in the dropping it over and over again, you will have to pick it up, and that is in fact putting energy into the system. What you're describing, there is nothing to put energy into that system.
Okay, but do you understand what I'm saying? The spot you're saying my thing's gonna stick, it's definitely not gonna stick there. It's gonna go up the roller coaster a little bit, right?
Again, this is where we're going around and around in a circle. I'm telling you that when it goes through that lowest point the first time, you're right. It will not stay. It will not settle there. The second time, it will not settle there. But if the 100th time or the 1,000th time or what have you, eventually it will.
I have constant speeds though in every direction. On the incline, I have a constant speed from the magnetism. That's always the same amount.
Have you measured that with, say, a
Well,
photo?
I mean, if you have the same magnets, and the same set of tracks, just have it loop on itself. It's constant speeds falling and going up.
The magnets are, I think you may be confused. The magnets are not, in fact, putting energy into the system. The magnets are simply there to relieve the friction that would be there between the car and the track. So basically, so it would move longer, but eventually, again, air resistance will cause this thing to stop.
This thing I'm talking about, it's not even floating. It's like rolling. Sometimes it's sliding. Like they do different various things. This isn't even a floaty thing. The force these
what is
V-gates.
perpetual?
This conversation?
Correct.
Like I said, we are going around in circles. I wish you luck with this. And if you can get this thing to move indefinitely and videotape it or document it, I will be fully on board with it. But I'm just letting you know that a perpetual motion machine is impossible according to our current understanding of physics.
What is the other gentleman that's talking? What is magnetism?
I need more coffee.
Yeah, I got to get some more coffee in me before we have that conversation. What up, Parks? How we doing? Napalm.
I'm doing all right. I have to leave soon because I have a department meeting department meeting in a moment. But
I'll tell you if when you got time, I figured out how to break the speed of light too. If you got time for that conversation someday.
I can make time for that, just not today.
No doubt.
I'd love to know how they got that speed of light. First off.
They got the limit by making pretty much with physics and mathematics and 200-year-old fucking physics.
Isn't it claimed that the universe?
People taking all these limits, man. That's all science does nowadays. Is just tells you what you can't do. That's why I fucking hate it nowadays. It's just all the teachers and all that, and they just say nope, that's impossible. That's all science does nowadays. It tells us what we can't fucking do. It's horseshit.
We need to push it to the limit.
There should never be can't do.
Take it to the limit one more time.
Isn't the
Eagles?
Yes, it is.
I hate the fucking Eagles, man.
Universe expanding faster
Lebowski.
than speed of light? Allegedly.
Sorry. Yes, that was Eagles, and yes, the Big Lebowski. I hate the fucking Eagles, man. He makes him get out of the cab. It's so funny. Anyway.
I've had a long day, and I hate the fucking Eagles, man.
Yeah, I mean the universe expanding thing. This is where they have, they say space is being created in the middle of this. Like there's new space every so often that gets created, which causes it the further the distance, the faster it moves because there's more space being created in between you and that other point.
So if we think about this logically, and they say more space is being created, what is that space expanding into, and how is
That's
it
what I'm
different
talking
from
about.
space?
Good point. Good point. Outer space. That's what I call it. I don't know what you guys be calling it.
I would like to know the substantive difference between the outer space and then the outer space.
Hold on though, that guy, Jeremy, that guy you were real quick, sorry man, but the guy you was just talking to, I mean, he should have had any other argument. He's trying to argue that it's going to stop at the bottom of the fucking ramp, like
It's
dude,
a
I'm
constant
trying to.
speed. It would never. Yeah, that's never the point. It would stop.
How
And
could
it's
it
not going to
possibly
stop.
stop at the bottom of the ramp?
And once it's on the incline, it's not going to stop either because now the magnets are pushing it in that same direction that it was going up. So it just keeps it going up. Yeah, if you just had it, if you just had it without the magnets, if you had it without the magnets, yes, it would settle in that spot. But once it gets, all you have to do is touch this into the magnet track, and it goes. Like, you don't even need a lot of force. So if you got this up at any decent height, you could have it fall back into itself easily. I don't know if there's a limit to how much you can incline it. Like I said, I've only seen them go a few feet, and they only do a little bit of an incline. Like, you can see it on the level, but it's only like a little bit.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you can extrapolate that out to go 30 feet. I mean, this thing sounds like it'd be like the size of your house. I don't know how steep of an incline you could get it to go up with different variations of V's.
Right. The way I'm picturing it, it could even speed up.
I mean, I don't know if it would speed up. Maybe if you had more V's offset from the bottom V's. Like I said, it's just guys in their shed doing it, and they only use 2D tracks. But yeah, it would never settle at that bottom point if you didn't have the V gate pushing it in the upward direction still. Like, that force is a constant too. If you get it to go up, if you can get it to fall and then go up and get sucked into it like sucks it into the track almost.
Yeah, what's stopping you from putting another little set of V's on the downslope and picking up more speed?
I mean, yeah, I guess you could. Yeah, maybe never even stop the V's, I guess. You might as well not even stop them.
I mean, that'd be where your gap is, where it would try to have a little bit of maybe a little bit of drag, but on that downhill slope, all that drag would do is maybe slow it down from really, really accelerating even faster and faster. I don't know.
I don't know if it would speed up I mean, I feel like the upward force is constant and the downward force is constant. So yeah, could you just keep the V's going around the whole thing? Maybe. I feel like breaking the circle though was part of the thing that made this work. Maybe you don't have to. I don't know. You don't have to keep the V's going. You don't have to
trying to compound the air friction, but I don't think it would compound. It would have to reset every time you hit the top of that hill. That's a whole new set of fucking mathematics. Like,
air friction
carry
is
over.
stopping
You
it.
don't carry over friction because it's a constant once you get to the top of that hill. So if it were any way to stop, it would be before you got to the top of the hill. But the V gate is what's bringing it to the top of the fucking hill. So
once it's at the top of the hill, if the V gate can make it go at an incline, this thing gets to the top of the hill by just touching it and using less force than you would if you had like a 10-foot drop, dropping it into a different track.
The V gate is,
you know what I'm saying?
The V gate is not making it go up the top of the hill. That would be the momentum coming down. There is no.
We have the guy. He just touches it. He just barely touches it, and it goes at an incline. Just using the V gate. I'll try to find a video in a minute. Hold on, man.
Wait, what is it that's, I mean, I'm picturing in my head like a ball, but I just started to set it up, and I tried to use a steel ball, and before I even set it up, I was like, wait a minute, this can't possibly work with a steel ball, but a magnetic ball, is that what they're using? I mean, with the magnets I've got, a steel ball wouldn't work with the magnets I got, I meant.
Do a YouTube search. Do a YouTube search for V-gate magnet track incline. There should be a couple of them. Like, dude's got levels out and shit. They got levels on the track, and these are very
Plus,
crude.
dude, we could add another dimension to it. Like instead of magnetic or steel, like have a fucking like a wheel or a tire type of thing that's on a little track, and have spokes, like plastic spokes with steel little fucking couplings that are free to drop and rise, and like every other one put a fucking steel and then maybe a rubber on the next one, like line up the magnets, like add another dimension to it. I don't know. I'm getting ahead of myself.
I'm just saying, man, if you barely got to put any energy into it and you can make the shit go at an incline, definitely. You just curve it a little bit on the way down. It doesn't even have to go up the same track it came down. You have it go up a different track. Maybe you have like 4, 10, 8 tracks. It goes up and down, but eventually you just curve it a little bit each time, and eventually from all the falls, that shit is back on its original ramp. No, we'll put a pin in it. Did you have anything in mind, Dr. Parks?
About what exactly?
I don't know. Did you have any topics you wanted to talk about or anything?
Oh,
Maybe
no,
the
I've got
universe
things
expanding faster than the speed of light. What's it expanding into?
It's not expanding faster than the speed of light, and it's not expanding into anything. But that is a somewhat complex conversation, which unfortunately I've got to leave in about 8 minutes. So
Lawrence Krauss
Okay.
says that the speed of
Hold
light
up.
isn't truly traveling at the speed of light, right?
Oh, they got-
Lawrence Krauss says we've been lied to about the speed of light.
I tend to not
That-
listen to Lawrence Krauss.
Yeah,
Okay.
Dr. Parks. They've got models though where the universe there's an object moving away from us faster than twice the speed of light. So no matter how you chop it up, I think it's the lambda model, or maybe I forget which one it is, but
You're
So we'll
thinking
never
of,
see it.
it's one of
then.
the mainstream ones.
you're thinking of Lambda CMB, CMD, CDM. Christ, Lambda CDM.
All right.
And yeah, it has to do with the expansion of the universe and the fact that space itself is getting larger, so therefore the speed of light is not actually getting larger, or the speed of light, it's not actually moving faster than the speed of light. Like I said, this is a more complicated conversation, and again, it's not moving into anything. It's actually just getting larger.
Yeah,
If
but
you
anytime
wanna-
something expands, go ahead.
I was going to say, if you wanted a kind of an example of that, think of the surface of a balloon as it's being inflated. If you negate if the third dimension is not there, just think of this in terms of 2 dimensions, then as the balloon gets larger, it's not expanding into anything. It's just simply getting larger.
But we do have 3 dimensions of space, and when 3-dimensional things expand, it does go into something.
Sure,
Even if you had a 2-dimensional object expanding, it has to expand into something else.
But our current understanding is that there is no 4th spatial dimension. So there is no moving into anything.
If you have a 3D object, I know, but if you have a 3D object expanding, it has to expand into there has to be an area for it to expand into, or you don't have any. If there's no. You know what I'm saying? There's nowhere for it to go. If there's nowhere for it to go, where does it go? Somebody's got an echo.
Shunji? The universe is all there is. There is nothing.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Sorry, Mr. Park. But he fixed it. All right, go ahead.
So the universe is all there is. There is, unless you start getting into the whole multiverse idea, which I don't quite buy into. The universe is all there is. It's all of reality. There is nothing outside of the universe. So there's literally nothing that it can grow into. So it's simply, like I said, gets larger.
So you have a 3D object. It's expanding. It's increasing its volume, but there's not. What do you mean? Like there has to be something for it to get bigger into. Like there's nothing there. What do you mean? What does that even mean?
Again, it's the best
No,
analogy.
there's no space. There's an area with no space.
It's just non-existent. There is no space would imply that there is something there, something that is empty, and that's not that doesn't exist beyond the universe.
Yeah, but you need either. Go ahead, Napalm.
I was just going to say, isn't it kind of paradoxical to say that nothing exists? How can nothing exist?
That is a good point, and I've had that argument when I was an undergrad, typically when I was stoned, and I
so go find yourself some weed. Let's go down the rabbit hole.
I honestly need to find a better way of explaining this. The best way that I know how is the typical balloon or raisin bread or plum pudding rather analogy, and
it's not a lack of explanation. I think we all comprehend what you're saying. The only problem is you're not giving a solution as to what Jeremy is talking about. All of those things require some sort of spatial region to expand into.
Yeah, you can't have something expand. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, so the part that I'm not explaining very well is the fact that no, actually, there is nothing there to expand into. It simply does not exist. You actually don't need another dimension in order to expand into.
Yeah, no, there has to be a volume. We have a volume right now. We're gonna have a bigger volume.
So
yeah, say like if you've got a small box and you put that balloon that's not been blown up in that box and you start trying to blow it up.
There has to be a volume there for us to expand into.
So that box would in fact be a part of the universe itself.
The volume would have had to have already been there.
So
you need a volume.
Are you saying that space is expanding?
Yes.
So how would you define space?
You're giving
then?
it properties, bro. You're giving it properties. Space just
how
means
do you
volume.
define space?
Let's think of space as volume.
I'm asking
volume
him
itself.
right.
So he's reifying the word. You can't expand volume. It's not a thing. It's an adjective, or it's something that you measure. It's not a thing. Volume ain't a thing, and neither is space. Space is just what's in between shit. It can't end or begin or expand. It's
We're
not.
claiming. Go ahead, Napalm.
No, I was asking him what his how he would define space, because we're talking about space expanding. Well, how are we defining space?
That's an excellent question. Again, I don't have. What I would say is that I would disagree with Brian and say that our understanding of space, really space-time, is a physical reality, basically the fabric of the universe itself. And that fabric is expanding. The problem is, at least for me in terms of explaining, is that we conceptualize 3 dimensions. We cannot conceptualize 4, at least 4 spatial dimensions. And for me, in order for the example of a balloon in a box, if you take the analogy of the balloon, then where you only basically only experience that 2D surface, and the third dimension literally does not exist, to bring that forward to sort of reality is saying that there is that expansion has to move into a 4th.
Yeah, but you can't.
Hold on, Brian.
Or you
you
can't
have
shrink
a 3D.
space.
Hold on, Brian. You have a 3D, or I don't know. Did you have a follow up, Nate? You have a 3D volume right now, and you want that volume to get bigger. It needs an area to go into to get bigger.
That's the area is how space is defined. So that'd be area expanding. That's the same thing as saying space shrinking.
Yep.
You,
So
you
my
can't
follow
shrink
up would be
or expand that
yeah,
definition of space.
my follow up to the professor would be, we were talking about space, didn't really get kind of a definitive explanation as to how we're defining space or what space consists of. And then you kind of grabbed another concept similar to space but slightly different called time, and you pulled it in together. So now we have two things that we're kind of reifying and saying that this is the fabric, alluding to some sort of physical properties or something like that. But we never really defined space as having such properties, nor we haven't even gone down the road of time yet. But somehow we're coupling those together and then reifying them together. Is there something when they're mixed that becomes substantial or have some sort of substantive makeup once they're combined? Is it the combination of the two that then allows it to no longer be a reification, but is actually some sort of substantive material, a fabric, if you will?
So,
I'm next. Go ahead,
okay.
Doctor.
Well, actually, I really do need to go. But what I will say to answer your question, Apom, is that our understanding of the universe right now is that there are 4 dimensions, 3 spatial dimensions, and 1 temporal dimension. And we have not to rethink this, but I believe we have evidence that shows that a temporal dimension can change without the 3 spatial dimensions. But let's put that aside. Sorry, that's a digression. So 3 spatial dimensions, 1 temporal dimension. In terms of what the fabric of space is, I would say that fabric is energy, basically energy and mass, because they're equivalent.
Oh, dare we call it an ether?
No, we do not call it an ether.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heaven forbid. It's blasphemous.
So you had, despite you saying there's 4 dimensions, regardless, that doesn't even matter. You have 3 dimensions that need to get bigger, right? Having a 4th dimension doesn't mean you now still don't have the 3 dimensions that don't need to get bigger. Like, that doesn't solve that problem at all. You have a volume that needs to get bigger. There needs to be a place for that volume to go, or it can't get bigger.
I understand that that is a conception, but what I'm saying is, and this is where again I fault myself for not being able to explain it very well, is that when you think of something expanding into a balloon, expanding into a box, then we are saying that the universe itself is that balloon, and that box is something other. But in actual fact, the balloon is all there is, because it is the universe. There is nothing beyond it. There is nothing outside of the balloon, and yet it is expanding.
So it's taking up more of the nothing space. Yeah,
I wouldn't
while it's
really
expanding.
call it. I wouldn't
So there's less
call it
and less.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so while it's expanding, it's making less and less nothing. It's taken away from the nothingness.
I would disagree with that, because there would be no nothing. There is no nothing space, because again, a nothing space implies an existence of something, and if something exists, then that is intrinsically part of the universe.
Okay, so this still doesn't solve your problem. If you have a 3D volume, you need to make it bigger. There has to be a place for it to go for it to get bigger. If there's nowhere for it to go for it to get bigger, it can't get bigger.
It's true. It's true, because like those are the analogies you try to give.
That's like
with
the
a balloon.
rules of reality.
And with the bread, they've still got a volume that they can expand into. So it's not really fitting.
So the balloon analogy, the key point of the balloon analogy is that the 3rd dimension does not exist. It is an analogy. It is not trying to represent the actual thing that we see, the experience, because obviously we live in a three-dimensional universe. But imagine if you are in a two-dimensional universe where there is no third dimension at all, and the balloon expands. And then you basically scale that up to 3 dimensions. And so in this case, there is no fourth spatial dimension for it to expand into.
You're not blowing the even if you make it 2D, if you don't have an area, a bigger 2D area for it to expand into, it won't expand. Like bringing it down to the 4D or the 2D doesn't really help the situation because you still have an area and you need a bigger area after. There needs to be an area for that area to get bigger into.
For
You know what I'm saying?
If we talk about the 2D example, then again, it's if the third dimension doesn't exist, then the balloon size is getting bigger. So you really, I think what
we're in the
here is that you really need to just with this analogy, you really need to just let go of the idea that there is a third dimension that this thing is expanding into. It's literally universe. Mm-hmm.
And your 2D example where the balloon expanding on a 2D plane and you just have that area. As the area on the 2D plane gets bigger, it's going to need a bigger area for it to get bigger into. That doesn't help. Like that doesn't help I don't know if you thought bringing it to the 2D was going to help or not. You just have the same issue where you have an area on this 2D plane and you need to have a bigger area. The 3D we're still saying the 3D doesn't exist or whatever. It's just this 2D plane that's going to get bigger, right?
The dimensions don't matter, dude. If it's getting bigger,
hold on, Brian. 1 minute. Just 1 minute, Brian. Please.
All right. This honestly is the last thing I can say because I have to go and I don't know if you can hear me. Sorry, my computer locked up. This is the last thing I can say because I really do need to go. Is when you're talking about when you say that there is in the 2D that there is something that the 2D has to expand into, again, you are conceptualizing that there is something outside and there isn't.
Yeah, you have to have an area. So all right, now we agree you do, but you do need an area for you need it somewhere for it to expand into. If it's just expanding, I mean, there has to be something there for it to expand into. If there's nothing there and we kind of call that the area, then fine. There's this infinite area of nothing it can expand into, whatever. It's got to be something though.
What
it either has to be something or nothing there for it to expand into. I don't know.
In fact, what cosmology tells us is no, that's not actually the case. Is that there is there is no something to or nothing to expand into. But yeah, I gotta go, guys.
No doubt. All right.
And like I said, I will think on this even more and see if I can come up with a better way of explaining it. So
I feel like it's the never-ending story where the nothing starts to consume the things, right?
Oh,
it's just the opposite.
Good movie. Anyway,
bring them college days back.
Peace out, guys.
Bring them college days back. Get into it with us. That didn't go too bad.
You can't expand.
Brian almost ruined it.
You can't expand or shrink space, dude. You're talking about expanding into the very thing that you've defined it as. Think about it. How can you fucking expand space? Space is what's there for things to expand into. So if you're going to try and reify it into one of those things, then you just broke the fucking definition. It's like
it's always going to be a reification.
Space is expanding into space.
It's like saying it's like the reality itself is expanding and into the non-reality. Like I don't get that. Doesn't make any sense.
They try to reify these terms into something that they're not. It's crazy that they buy it. Like I appreciate him trying to explain it, but at some point he's got to think, damn, like this is stupid. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's expanding and it's expanding into area which is how we fucking define space.
Well, the weird one is when he tried to bring it to the 2D and the 4D. Like none of that helped. I don't know if you have a 2D area and it's getting bigger. You need an area for it to get bigger into. I don't know.
Yeah, so ask them to refer to space as area. So
It's the same thing. If you have a 3D, a 4, no matter what you have, this place is getting bigger. It has to be getting. There's either nothing there, or there's something. Like there has to be nothing or something there. Isn't that like a dichotomy? It's like a
That's what I meant.
dichotomy of reality, right? There's either something or there's nothing.
There can't be a
I don't
limit.
even know if you can have nothing.
There can't be a limit to space. If there is space, then it just is. There's no limit except for what we put on it. Because
Can I ask you a theory about spinning? Just what you guys think really quickly? When you're looking at when you're looking at, let's say, when you look at a planet, right? It's claimed to be spinning at 1,000 miles, 1,030 at the equator, right? If you just hypothetically, this is a thought experiment. Apparently, because we're really tiny, the rotation is really small. That would conclude that if me myself, the observer, would increase in size and the Earth would get smaller, would that mean it would increase in spin? Like the visual aspect of it. So when we're really tiny, we can't see the spin, but if we got really big, would we see the spin? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, that's what I asked him about the fucking airplane, how it's supposed to tilt down automatically. I'm like, well, look, let's just grow the airplane. Yeah, so what if we have a fucking airplane that's 100 miles long? I mean, we ain't even got to take it out of the realm. It's kind of take it out of the realms of reality, but still easily we could perceive that in our brain. What if we have an airplane that's 100 miles long or even 1,000 miles long? Is it
Hold
still
on, just
going
to answer data.
automatically fucking curve?
Hold on, just to answer data. If you had a marble, you could do it with us. You could take a pea or a marble or something and just spin it, make it take one day to spin. You should be able to notice it eventually if there's like markings on it or something. Eventually,
Yeah,
you'll be
but you're
looking at
you're
it.
looking at speed. You're looking at speed, not one day to spin. We're just looking at size and spin, right? So if I'm smaller and let's say the marble is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, for me to technically have that marble slow down to 1,000, so it doesn't appear like it's rotating a day, would I have to be reduce in size to be even really much tinier than the marble, right? Because I'm really big right now, I can see the rotation of that marble traveling 1,000 miles an hour. You understand what I'm saying?
No matter what you do, even if you got that's analogous to. So you want to get bigger? I think getting bigger will be able.
The equal would be the same. So whether it's bigger or smaller, the trade-off would be vice versa, right?
You can just scale it down right now. Take a marble or
But
a
you're not
pea or
slowing it.
something.
You're not slowing it down. You're keeping the speed at that speed at 1,000. You have to have the speed first, right? Now you have to have that speed fit into a time frame, right?
Well, the angular size. It's more. It's more about the. Not as much about the tangential velocity as it is the angular, or the angular velocity as it is the tangential speed.
What I'm saying
like
is that
15 degrees an hour, one rotation a day.
Yeah, I know, but would there be a point in size that you would see the rotation? Because the idea is you can't see the rotation because it's really slow, but yet the speed is at 1,000 miles an hour, right? So is there a point where at size you could see the rotation take place? Or would it have to be you'd have to speed up time to see the rotation?
I don't know if you even need to be big. We can just you could just go high and I don't know, go up really high.
Well, 1,000 miles an hour is pretty fast, right? That's a pretty fast speed. So at what would size, like as if I reduce to an ant, would the Earth even move slower? Like, or would I get to God size and I'd see the Earth spin faster? We see all these other planets spin and rotate right at a rotation, right? We develop a speed by appearing, by our reference frame. We see a speed and rotation. But we can't see Earth's rotation, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's just the idea that if the Earth was spinning at that speed, that objects that would leave the surface of it would be blown past it. I mean, that would work at any principle. If you have an object on traveling that speed and you leave it, then the object that's traveling that speed and you leave it will obviously leave you behind, right? Like jumping up and down in a roundabout,
Oh, don't even get going roundabouts. Kosho said some crazy shit. He said you could take two different paths over a spinning roundabout, and it's the same path. It'll be to trace the same path on the merry-go-round floor on a non-inertial frame. Because we already know that wouldn't trace the same path in an inertial frame.
Well, there are two different observations. If you have one that is free-bodied and the one that is interacting with a body, you're going to have two different. You're going to have sort of the same effect, but two different causes.
Picture you're opposite me, and you are opposite sides of a spinning merry-go-round, and I want to fly a drone. I got a drone. I want to fly it at you. If I fly it where you're going to be, like I lead you, I fly it to where you're going to be by the time the drone gets over there, by the time you're at that point, right? So that's one scenario. The other scenario is I'm always aiming at you, and I'm just always adjusting and curving the drone. Like I'm basically like chasing you or whatever. You know what I mean? Because you're moving out of the way of it. I'm going forward straight at you. You move out of the way, I go forward, like that. That's the other path where it's like this curving path.
Which nobody does.
Well, that's how they claim they're flying on Earth, is that curvy path. That's what I mean. I'm like, fly the planes, because when you have a heading, it's always for at the city.
I've got enough people on this debate that already admitted that if I fly 500 miles in my Cessna 152 and I do 3 locations, why don't I have to adjust for curvature, drop, or spin, any of those things while I fly? And I use these rule of thumbs, whether it's descent or correcting for my path adjustment based on drift. These simple applications are, well, I shouldn't say simple. They're, when you practice them, they're the rudiment in finding your location over the surface of the Earth, none of which you account for rotation or spin. And I've have enough people, including pilots, with that scenario in mind to say that it's too short of a distance to calculate anything with rotation or curvature. Right? So then when that's stated, the next question is, well, how far do I have to go? You follow me? So if this is the question, how far does the plane have to follow according to Kosho's claim that it's correcting for the rotation? How far does it kick it? What's the threshold, Jeremy? Because apparently at 500 miles, you don't have to do any of it.
I don't know. They say from Alaska to Hawaii, I think I've gotten a whole bunch of different numbers from, but anywhere from 30 to hundreds of miles off. I'm saying if you flew where Hawaii is going to be from Alaska, instead of, you save 31 miles, and you don't have to adjust for the Coriolis effect anymore because you're just going with it.
500 miles, bro. 500 miles. No adjust for Coriolis. No adjust for any curvature. The descent, the rule of thumb when it comes to the 60-to-1 rule, there's no. If you had to think about curvature and spin plus all those other factors, it would be crazy. So what they do is they claim that those factors are due to the Earth, right, rotating and spinning. But in application, you're not applying any of that stuff. None of it.
So everything happens on the curving, spinning ball like it was flat and still.
Dude, none of it. Even I was gonna go. This is what I was gonna do for a bit. I just haven't done it because it's just fucking annoying. But I was gonna go in and to school again and be like, pretend that I'm really terrified of the globe Earth, right? I mean, like, dude, I'm really scared, man. It's got to be a ball up there. I'm like so terrified. But what about spin? Like I'm gonna emphasize this debate channel, the claims that they make in this class, and was gonna videotape it, to record it, just for the absurdities of it, right? Just for the for me for the comedy absurdities. But it's just it's ridiculous that anybody take $200 up and go for a flight. We'll realize during the instruction of the course, you're going to fly at least 150, 200 miles anyway, very quickly in a short period of time, at least 100 miles anyway. And it just go do it. There's none of that shit. So it's just so nauseating that this debate, this little fucking corner of the web, these people are just so gross that I can easily get them to admit 500 miles, there's no adjustment, no nothing. And then yet still come back and fucking debate Coriolis and shit. It's fucked up.
Yep. Like north to south flights would be crazy on the globe.
Well, you operate it like it's not a globe, right? That's the whole point. That's why it's not crazy. That's why you can adjust for the wind, just for the that's why you can make computer algorithms for weather. Because when they look at all the calculations, it's not for the rotation or the curve of the Earth. It's for fucking weather conditions, man. That is the primary driving factor of your route, is the weather conditions.
What's even funnier is like in here they're like no pilot is a flat earther, and like I personally interacted with multiple pilots that are flat earthers, and every pilot, even if they're not a flat earther, says that when you fly, you would definitely think the Earth is flat.
That's exactly what it is. Even the president of the United States, Ronald Reagan, said, if you obey your senses, you might end up thinking the Earth is flat. So this is the paradox. This is what they write about. This is the whole reason for relativity. This is the whole reason for the globe model Ptolemy made. They admit this paradox in all of their writings. But what's brushed away or mocked in a way is the Greeks thought about it. The Greeks thought about it 2,500 years ago. So therefore it's round, right? The whole point is when you actually read about the Greeks, they all debated whether it was flat or a sphere. But they also don't tell you that too. So whether it's like this indirect, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, go, you're just going to believe what I tell you. You're not going to actually look into it. And when you do, it's a paradox. It's always been a paradox.
Well, that's the only thing. I mean, you just got to know that in this arena on here, there's no accountability, and they can just say whatever they want. This isn't the real world. This isn't real life application. This isn't what real people think or do, right? I mean, you just got to always keep that asterisk in mind. Like this isn't real life in here. The people
Have
that
you guys heard Jesse Gordon's response when Paul, Rags to Riches Paul, was talking about he was on a flight or maybe it was Rakia. Yeah, it was Rakia. He was on a flight and kind of insinuating to the flight attendant about how it looked flat and stationary and blah, 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 right? And the stewardess was basically in agreement, like, oh yeah, we know, kind of thing. And Jesse Gordon's response to that was, pilots and stewardesses and stewards are probably trained that when you're in flight, that you just need to be in agreement so that you don't agitate a potential flat earther because they're known to be disruptive. And he used your example with it of being arrested at Mount Rushmore as why they would have specific training regarding flat earthers and not to agitate them because they can become unruly and disruptive and whatever the heck he was saying. Basically like you're a freaking terrorist or something.
That's awesome, bro. That's hilarious. Dude, have you heard when Xanax, whenever I was like, yeah, I walked on the plane, the pilot saw my flat earth flat earth hoodie and was like, you believe that? And I'm like, yeah. And then he's like, my friend told me to look into that a few days ago, and she was very convinced. And I'm not gonna lie, it's very interesting. And I'm like, yeah, it's a little deeper than you think when you first hear it, huh? He was like, oh yeah. And then Xanax said, these pilots are probably just trolling you guys
for sure these pilots don't actually think that. They're just trolling you guys. I'm
So
like,
are they?
oh wow, Zedek knows every pilot in the world and what they're truly doing.
So are they trolling, or are they trained to de-escalate the situation? Which is it? I think the Globers need to come together and get a consensus on how pilots are dealing with flat earthers.
Do you see what the problem is? They can just make stuff up. So like when you talk about NASA, they do the same thing with NASA, you know. They'll like just start making stuff, like they're the official spokesperson for NASA. They'll just start making excuses up. And they actually act like it holds weight. Like they say it with such conviction. Like who the hell are you, bro? Like what are you talking? Like that's what I'm saying. This isn't like the real world. This is good for if you want to be like, you know, how do sonar waves propagate 10,000 miles? You're the best that the zealots can come up with. Like, cool, okay, I formulated my argument. But if you want to get to like to the heart of like a common sense interaction or conversation or anything like that, this is not real life, dude.
Well, you missed it. There was I guess a professor or something that was in here a few minutes ago. He needed to go get some more coffee when I asked him what magnetism is, but he did. He did
Professor Parks.
Yeah, Parks, I guess. Yeah.
Austin, did you hear that Bob passed away?
Bob who?
Bob Nodell.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Happened last night.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went and saw him after he died. I wasn't really going to say that out loud. But...
Sorry to hear that, man. That's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
So it's Fokker, fucking Antonio Subarats, Bob Nodell, and Rob Skiba, Jedi, and who else now? And that's a short period of time, man.
Was
he Jedi? Jedi was just on 24/7 like 3 days ago.
No,
sorry, maybe not Jedi.
He's
Sorry,
talking about Jibby. He's talking about Jibby.
Jibby, pardon me. Yeah.
Anyway, it's a new era. That's really where we're headed. So thanks for being there, Austin. It's important to us.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about stuff like that around anti-flat earthers. So.
Well, I'm tired of us fucking censoring ourselves. And I'm tired of what Bob did to do that, okay? I'm tired of us censoring ourselves. I am tired of it. I'm tired of being the butt of that joke. When I present stuff and I get presented by the public stuff and I can't get it back up the chain of command, we got a problem. We've had problems.
So now we're going to talk bad about Bob after he just died.
We're going to talk about going forward
go
in the
the fuck
future
up,
and
like,
not
this is the, I don't even know
trying to
why you brought it up
protect
in this
ourselves.
room, dude. I actually went and saw him after he died. I just went and looked at him dead. So I don't need any virtue signaling bullshit. I literally came in here to not talk about it. I don't want to talk about my friend who I just saw dead in front of a bunch of anti-flat earther psychopaths who are going to now virtue signal like Mattoon and pretend that he gives a damn about him. And I don't want to talk about it around anti-flat earthers. I don't even know why you brought it up publicly. I don't even know why it's being talked about yet. And I don't want to talk about it. I just saw him. Okay. I had an actual real relationship with him. He lived a few minutes away from me. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about anti-flat earthers that suck, that are still going to say thanks, Bob, that are still going to talk bad about him, that are still going to make fun of how he died. These are the worst people in the world. So why would I want to talk about that right now? I don't.
I was talking about going forward in the future. Actually, you just ignored that.
No, you brought up the fact that you didn't like that Bob did something that we could be made fun of for. Get the fuck out of here. What are you doing, dude? Are you kidding me right now? He just died.
Well, Cammy's posting it, so it's not a secret. Okay.
Okay, but the point is,
we are entering a new era. Okay.
Why would you bring up negative things about him the day after he died and talk about how you don't like that Bob didn't talk about the plan not correcting, and you don't like that they say thanks Bob because of the movie years ago. Like, what the dude? Chill, bro. Like,
Apparently, it's all about Dan today.
Yeah, let's move on from that and figure out what we can do eventually to celebrate what Bob has done for the movement.
One of the hardest workers. Yep, one of the hardest workers. Genuine souls, man. What a good dude.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Yeah.
See, this is what I'm saying. So what you've done is just alley-ooped and like, look, McToon. Oh, Widget's toxic about it too. The most toxic, degenerate, lying person on the entire internet that will undoubtedly do a live stream with hundreds of people in the chat talking bad about him after he dies. So now we have these crazy, evil, moral, degenerate, toxic people inside our family talking about someone that just passed. Right. And that's what I don't like. So I'm trying to stay cool about it. I didn't want to talk about it. I just had to go see him. And it was sad. It's sad. He's the only reason that I'm even on YouTube. He's the only reason that I ever even did any of this. He's one of the only people that can actually use their brains to talk about deeper, complex subjects. So it sucks. And I don't really want to talk about it right now. And I'm not trying to be mean to anyone, but I don't want to talk about any drama about him when he just passed. And McToon, I'll just kick you from the server, dude. I don't know who you think you are, bro. But you need to go do some sit-ups and stop being obsessed with people that don't like you. It's weird.
I mean, if you got to give him a warning, if he's out of pocket with something or whatever. I don't know
He's
what
like
he's saying.
trying to antagonize about. Yeah, but dude,
just give him a warning if you want. If you think it's called for, I mean.
I think Bitsit makes a good point, because if you just look through the chat, it's so toxic. You scroll up when this information was first brought out. It's a terrible place to have that information put out. These guys have no moral standards.
That's right. Yeah, it's just terrible. Let's see right now. Now what they're going to do is they're going to do a video acting like they cared about it, right? They're going to do a video like, well, I know we disagree about the Earth, but and we had our differences, but we can put our differences aside. Dude, you emotionally and mentally tortured that dude for 2 straight years, dude. 2 straight years. You're half the reason he felt so bad. So, you can just save it, bro. You and all your little, like, psychopathic, harassing people that spam called where he used to work, used to spam called his employees, like, made videos about him constantly, kept his name in your mouth, and talked bad about it. You're half the reason you got to him. Congratulations. So, like, just shut up. You shouldn't even say his name out loud, McToon. You should never say his name. But what you're going to do, because you're such a degenerate, is you're going to go make a video about it for clout. So I don't.
Sorry, Mr. I know you're upset. Let's just move the topic on, because I don't think that anything good can come from this topic right now. And let's just move on to any other topic. If anyone talks about it in the live stream, I'm just going to time them out. And if anyone talks about it here in the VC, I'm just going to mute them. So let's just move on to another topic.
Yeah, please. That sucks, man. I came in here to not talk about it.
Well, did we find that curvature yet? Damn, son.
So we did figure out with Professor Parks that space expands into nothing. Nothing can't exist, but nothingness is what space is expanding into because of raisin bread. We established that earlier.
Yeah, no, we cleared a lot up out of that conversation. I think it's all clear now.
Bread rises into nothingness, but is space. I was still waiting for a proper definition of space. He didn't really give one. He just moved on to wrapping in space with time, and then somehow ensuring that you get a a dual combination combined reification fallacy.
Yeah, but even if you wrap it up, you saw what happened. He tried to bring it to the 4D, that doesn't work. Then he tried to bring it to the 2D, that still doesn't work. No matter what you do, there's an area that gets bigger, and there has to be a place for it to go into.
Would we call that space that it goes into space, or is it different than the other space? I didn't really get a good answer to that.
Outer space. Two outers.
Hey, real quick, is the moon still in Earth's atmosphere? I didn't hear about any new news on that one. Or is that still happening now? Remember when they said that? It's casually the moon is now, or I guess always was, in the Earth's atmosphere? Not sure.
When you Google it, it tells you it is.
Does it say when it changed from outside to inside, or do they explain any of that?
I haven't looked into that far into the pseudoscience.
Okay. I just remember we kind of briefly, like skimmed the surface on that, and then we haven't talked about. I haven't heard anybody talk about it since then. But I figure like that's pretty crucial to parts of the story, especially moon landing stuff. And if you talk about radiation belts and all this, it's like, well, hold on. So where's the line to space now? Has it been extended? Is the moon coming closer to Earth? What's going on?
I believe what they said was particles from the atmosphere were detected out past the moon, not that the atmosphere goes out to the moon, but particles floating away from the atmosphere.
So like crumbs.
Probably it's just...
Well, the atmosphere is the gas that surrounds Earth, right? So when does that stop?
It doesn't technically, right? It's like when
stop, yeah.
integrating between purple and red. Where
everything,
is it? Like between blue and red, when's it purple? It's like it's a gradient. There's lots down here, and less the further up you go.
Everything in the universe is in Earth's atmosphere if the gas never stops. And the gas that surrounds Earth is the atmosphere, and it goes forever. The sun's in Earth's atmosphere, everything.
I don't think you say it goes to a place or not. I think
when's it stop? How high before it stops? Then
it becomes. That's exactly what I'm in the middle of saying why that doesn't make sense, and you're going, but why can't I just re-ask the question? It doesn't make sense. What makes more sense to go at what point, at what distance from the surface or the center of Earth is the probability that there is an oxygen or some other molecule there that came from Earth reach zero? And there is going to be a distance. I don't know what it is, but the idea, if we've got atmospheric escape, that those molecules are bumping into other things within our own solar system, let alone the moon, is quite high.
Yeah, but we got gas particles spreading out all over the place. So
that's right.
We lose like 100 metric tons of gas a day. So like gas is shooting out there. Like when it just keeps going, conservation momentum, it keeps going. Like I don't know, it just could be going forever outside the whole galaxy and other galaxies. I mean, when does it stop? When does the gas stop?
Yeah, like I said, you would say, at what point does the probability reach zero? Is the probability zero that no particles of any molecule from Earth have ever made it outside the galaxy? Quite possibly, I think, because they're going to travel very slow, and there's a good chance that even if they had escaped the gravity of our solar system, that they wouldn't have had enough time yet to travel far enough to get outside the galaxy. Sure, that's possible. But what's the relevance of the question?
Over 4 billion years? This thing's been going for billions of years, right? You think a gas molecule could have made it out past the galaxy?
It's possible. Like, I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just saying I don't know that number, but I don't even understand the relevance.
We're just trying to figure out where the gas. I mean, if it's, I don't know what the relevance is if it came from Earth or not. If we're gonna say the atmosphere is the gas that surrounds Earth, when does that gas stop? Does it ever stop?
I don't know.
I don't know if it's
You tell me.
relevant if the gas came from Earth or it's coming to Earth or it's just been chilling there for a while. Like, I don't know what the relevance of that is, but
Dude, if they come out tomorrow and say they found out that there's way more atmosphere around the moon, they'll just believe it. So I don't know why. What's the?
Sure, yeah. Somebody with good reason says something and can show a reason for thinking that, and I think those reasons are good. Yeah, I'll change.
Dude, are they gonna say there's aliens on the dark side of the moon? Come on, I want to hear that bullshit.
And they're going to believe that too. And when they say there's a mothership in the solar system, they're going to believe that. And when he said they have good reasons, he's never read one single scientific paper as to the reasoning behind when they said that the Earth's atmosphere extends beyond the moon. You don't need good reasons. You just need official declarations.
Yeah, I wonder who got the sample.
I don't need good reasons.
I'm talking. I wonder who got the sample of the atmosphere out there next to the moon. When they go, I'm just, oh shit, there's particles out past the moon. I know that because here's the sample of the atmosphere out there.
Yeah, obviously not the people that went there.
Nope. Oh wait, someone went there?
Yeah, I guess they forgot to check the air.
They forgot to do all kinds of experiments, just brought golf clubs for some reason.
That's right, yeah. They just had some fun risking breaking their face coverings and putting tears in their shit by jumping around and just having a gay old time, drunk probably. Yay!
The official story is they broke the rules and snuck the golf clubs on.
That's awesome.
Good fun. That's a great story.
Fucking free that's how you know it's real. The first thing you do out in space is play golf. What a bunch of fucking losers.
It's the most sensitive, dangerous mission ever done by mankind.
Jaron caught him out there when there was a Super Bowl time, and there was like 12 teams that could have made it still, and they had a live thing when they were wearing like some jerseys or something. But they would have had to have shipped like 11 sets of them for them because they didn't know which team was going to win. In the last like Soyuz mission to refuel it or whatever, resupply it was like way before that. So they ain't worried about sending mad shit up, or they're just faking it. That could be an option.
According to the official story, like the weight and everything was very delicate. The amount of space they had was very sensitive. But they just snuck golf clubs on there.
To show you who the real elites are, because that's an elitist game. It's probably all Indian burial mounds, all those golf courses, but who's ever going to dig that up?
People are drowning in the sauce, man. They think that they have a rover 140 million miles away from here, but the U.S. can't put one on the moon.
And then we lose our RC planes because the remote control can't reach them. How terrible of them. Why would they allow us to lose our $500 RC planes?
You can just have a rover showing the Earth, but no, we must go to 140 million miles away to the Mars.
I do like it how keen you guys are all on space. You guys seem to be far more interested in it and eagerly keeping up with the developments than anybody I know.
Well, yeah,
who isn't a flat
dude, listen, I love the circus. So when it comes out with new episodes, fuck yeah, I'm all about it.
And that's a great point. We know way more about the lie than you do, but you think it's real.
Do you know how gangster that would be?
Do I? Okay.
You know how gangster that would be if you could put a light on the moon. Just shine so everyone on Earth could see this light you put on the fucking moon. Like, that sends a message right there. You don't think so? Like, yeah, we put that light there.
Have you guys ever seen the alleged videos of the rovers on the moon? Like, I guess China supposedly has one, And have you ever seen the Japanese videos that they claim to be seeing the Earth rise?
Yeah. Oh my God. It's like what is it? Super
Those are
Nintendo graphics.
horrible.
Maybe 64 Nintendo 64 graphics. Maybe.
Dude, you know, and like what's so funny? It's like the anti-flat earthers never want to talk about the other space agencies, but then when you bring up that NASA's lying, they're like, "Oh, you think? Well, what about all the other space agencies?" I'm like, "Oh, we're talking about them again." That's crazy. You never want to talk about their footage, though.
Yo, they get bought. They have the worst footage. That's why we faked the moon landings, because we had the capabilities to do. We make the best footage. I mean, look at all the blockbuster hit movies that come out. Ours are the fucking best.
Exactly, bro. Hollywood is in the United States for a reason.
It's interesting how they all look up to us for that, for Hollywood, for our music, for everything. I mean, then they just change the words into their own country's language or whatever. It's very strange.
I mean, these are grown adults that believe all this, like hook, line, and sinker. Go Google the Japanese moonrise. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen, bro. And then they'll say that's an appeal to incredulity. No, it's just objective. It looks retarded. It's not.
Dude,
I didn't say it can't be true because I don't think it could happen. I can't believe it, therefore it can't be true. I said it objectively looks stupid. You guys won't even defend it. You never bring it up.
Objectively looks stupid.
Go look at it.
I can smell bullshit.
No, but you just don't understand what objective means if you're saying something objectively looks stupid.
Thank you. Please teach me.
Objectively, sure, objective and looks don't go together. They're a contradiction in terms.
Let's see it. Post it in the chat. I bet it looks ridiculous. What do I
if everybody agrees if it looks ridiculous, then it becomes objective, right? If everybody agrees.
No, that's still not understanding objectivity.
No, it's just like it wasn't even like a literal use of the word objective, because it was what they do because they're tactfully dishonest and evasive. Anything but address the actual point said, which is that you guys always avoid the other space agency's footage of allegedly the most advanced shots of the Earth that exist.
Well, no, I got this one, man. I got this one. So, objective. Sorry, I can't let him get away with that. So, objective. So, is an apple objectively an apple?
What do you mean? Is an apple objectively an apple? An apple objectively has a weight and a size.
Here we go. Is an apple an apple? Yes or no?
Like if you're talking about a human given label,
answer yes or no question. You fucking sophist. Yes or no?
I didn't realize I'm going to upset you. If it's going to upset you this much, I guess
focus on that. Just do yes or no. The audience needs you to go yes or no, man. It was a simple yes or no. Is an apple objectively an apple?
No, that's a label that a human gives to us.
Oh, so then we can't know what's objective, because even if we all agree on it, it's still subjective. So we can't know what's objective.
Hold on, guys.
I
Give
love
him a couple
seconds.
with you. He did have a follow-up after the no, but give him a couple seconds to respond.
Who cares about a follow-up? It's a yes or no question, and then we move on to the next question.
Moderate this guy away.
I know, but
it's just having a bit of a tantrum. It's okay. Sometimes people get upset.
Well, people have yes or no questions.
I'm concerned for your mental health. Yes or no, objectively, can we know anything?
Can we know anything? I mean, that's a philosophical question.
Objectively. Yeah, objectively, can we know anything?
What do you mean, objectively, can we know anything?
Can we know anything objectively?
Bro, how is that a hard question?
No. Jesus, guys, you don't understand.
Yes or no, are you breathing right now?
This is what's so funny. He's laughing. He's nervously laughing because what's funny is this is hilarious. You stop him! Stop him from pointing it out. So, according to your own worldview, there is no proper use of the word objective.
Well, let me ask about your apple on the table. You just said, is that apple on the table an apple? What tests have you done on it to see if it's an apple?
I didn't say on a table. Try again.
How about you address
wherever it is, you have an apple. What test have you done on it?
According to your own worldview, eggshells, there is no proper use of objective, huh?
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Okay, name one.
Things have objective heights and weights. Objective reality exists. Just doesn't to say that looks objectively that looks stupid is just not understanding what the word objective means. Just go to me that looks stupid, but you don't, because it makes your case look weak. It makes it clear that you're just making an argument from incredulity.
Actually, that's just a mathematical construct we agreed to try to determine certain characteristics, and no actual measurement is perfect. So we're never going to actually know an objective weight or height. That's just a mathematical construct that people agreed on arbitrarily, because length doesn't actually exist. Numbers that we call weight doesn't actually exist. So even in your own paradigm, there is no proper use of the word objective, hon. If the best that you have is measurements, then you have nothing.
That's just still misunderstanding. Something can have an objective weight. That doesn't mean that you can know it to 100 to the nth degree of specificity.
Man, you are stumbling down those stairs. You've fallen down them stairs, aren't you?
Well, when you say that it's objective,
it's just
that these videos are
something
fake.
as simple as objectivity to you guys. Yes, it's very difficult.
No,
when you say that this is objectively fake, when you say that the images are objectively fake, are there no
objectively?
Are there no low res? I tried.
I didn't say that.
I mean, it was eggshells interrupting you. I mean, let's go one at a time, guys. Do you want me to make a list? I can make a list. The list is dope, right?
No, Jeremy, what they're doing is trying to avoid the actual point I made. I already admitted, sure, it wasn't even a literal use of the word objective. I was just speaking facetiously and pointing out that it objectively looks stupid. Sure, I use the word objectively all the time. I think it's funny. I don't care if you get triggered and then you want to double speak your way through your broken, dumbass philosophy of life. How you think there is no such thing as objective, but then you claim there is, but then you try to say, well, we can't know what is objective, but I promise it's there. Okay, well, then either it's objectively real or it's objectively fake, and then we can't really know. None of that matters. Address the actual point. I dropped the footage of them claiming to be on the moon from the Japanese Space Agency. You can go to around 30 seconds, and you are going to convince us that this is real. Have you ever seen it? That was the actual point, was that you guys avoid the footage that seems to have more advanced, up-to-date shots than anywhere else than the United States does, but you guys never bring it up. So why? That's the actual point. And you wanted to hone in on the loose use of the word objective in bad faith.
All right. What should the Earth look like in this situation? What should the Earth look like?
No, I just want, do you agree? Do you think that this looks legit?
I don't have a lot of frame of reference on that. So I have to see what you're using to determine that it looks fake.
No, I asked you a question. Does it look real?
I already told you my answer. Didn't you hear it? Are you deaf?
Does it look real to you? Yes
I
or
don't
no?
know.
I don't have a frame of reference
You don't know
for it.
if you think something?
I don't have a frame of reference.
Triggered for somebody who's describing other people as triggered.
Why can't you just look at the video and tell me if you think it looks real or not?
Real compared to what?
To what you think reality is.
I think it's in keeping with what could be real.
So, there, and I'll drop the footage again. This is for normal people that watch this. They'll be like, "Whoa, I would never defend this," and you guys are like trying to avoid even defending it, and then you're like, "I think it could look real." Right, so like that's.
Well, I told you I have no frame of reference. Why am I supposed to make a decision as to whether it's objectively real or whatever? I don't have a frame of reference. I know that the sky should be black. You should have a very sharp contrast between the surface of the moon. There should be no haze around the moon. The Earth should have no haze around it. It's in keeping with what I would expect to see.
Okay, so he thinks it looks real. Eggshells, do you think it looks real?
I'm not even looking at it. I'm playing it now.
It's just a minute long. Just go to 30 seconds. It takes 10 seconds.
Reference frame, refraction, gravity.
No refraction, no gravity.
Like, you guys will just do the whole thing of like, oh, that's dumb that you think it looks real when it's so clearly fake. And we'll ask, why do you think it's fake? And you'll go, because I look at it, it's obviously fake. What's wrong with you? It's like, sure, yeah, it could be real. Probably is. In my world, yeah. They're saying it is.
Okay, so I agree.
The
There's
authority
no
said
there's no way to objectively test this.
But it doesn't look fake. I mean, unless you have some metric by which you could say it looks fake.
I'm just gonna drop a screenshot.
Run away.
Run away.
Yes.
Do
Dude,
you
you
understand?
said
I
it
have
looks
no
fake.
burden.
Now give me your reason for saying
I
it looks
get that
fake.
you guys don't understand basic logic, but don't worry, I'll teach it to you. So there's something called shifting the burden of proof. You will interrupt this before it's over. Shifting the burden of proof. So when you make a positive claim, like the Japanese Space Agency sent a rover to the moon and then it drove towards the Earth and took a video of the Earth rising up over the horizon of the moon, that's a positive claim. To claim that this is real and that someone went to space and went to the moon 250,000 miles away and took this shot, that's a positive claim. Now, of course, the shift in the burden of proof fallacy is when the person that is supporting the positive claim that needs to be substantiated then shifts the burden to the other party that is questioning or denying the assertion being made. I have no burden of proof.
No.
You need to establish your burden of proof.
The assertion being made here is that it's fake. If burden the burden of proof is clearly on you, stop shifting. No, I'm speaking. Let me finish. The burden of proof is clearly on you because you made the positive claim that it looks fake. Now you have a metric by which you determined it to look fake. You must now explain that metric and tell us how it looks fake.
They
Look,
showed it to us as being real, bro.
Now I just have to repeat myself, and this is perfect to show that you guys don't have a rudimentary grasp of logic. So I'll repeat it.
Please shout while doing it.
There's something called the shifting the burden of proof fallacy. So whenever there's a positive claim being made, which is that these people went to space and this is footage from the moon in space, that's a positive claim. It has the burden of proof. The burden does not lie on the party that is denying or questioning the validity of the assertion being made. Okay, the positive assertion is that this was taken from space. I'm saying I don't believe it. I think that looks fake. I think it looks stupid. I don't believe that. I deny and question your assertion being made. I don't have the burden of proof. So that's the problem.
How did you determine it looks fake?
The Globers
How did you determine it looks fake?
The Globers think you have to prove the footage from space is fake. They don't understand logic.
You have to prove why you determined it looks fake.
Because it's just all choppy and looks dumb to me. That's all I have to say. I don't.
Choppy? It's seamless. It's absolutely seamless.
It's worse than video games from the 90s, bro. What are you talking about? How can you believe that?
You've got to you use to determine it looks fake.
I could make that with MS Paint. MS Paint, kids. MS Paint would do that. So
can you
of these answers, Moyoc sounds quite reasonable. To say it's definitely fake because it looks like computer game footage to me is
it doesn't look real.
I never said
it doesn't seem super logical.
I said it looks stupid. Can you guys substantiate that it's real? Because the positive claim is that this is real.
Correct.
Silence every time.
No, I mean, sure. I think we should leave that for the person who made the claim that it's real. To substantiate. Could that person step forward, please?
Oh wait, you don't think it's real? Roll or eggshells?
Yeah, cool.
I didn't say that. The person, the person who made that claim should absolutely step forward and defend that claim. We just need to find them.
You said you think
Everybody
it's real.
turn over their couch cushions. I said I think it's probably
You said
real.
that.
Doesn't mean it is.
You said
yeah. I'm telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I think. Do I need to prove to you what I think that I think things?
Okay. Do you guys agree that the positive claim? Do you guys agree the positive claim is that someone went to space and landed on the moon and took a video of the Earth?
The other positive claim is that that's not a reasonable thing to believe due to observable facts.
Back to the shifting the burden of proof fallacy. So we'll
it also doesn't look like that
viciously, right? Because you guys don't understand logic. So the positive claim is that someone went to space, landed on the moon, and then took footage of the Earth. That's the positive claim. Okay.
So
now what we're doing is denying
shouting
or because you keep interrupting. We're denying or challenging the assertion being made. So if you look up the definition of shifting the burden of proof fallacy, it is the assumption that something is true unless proven otherwise, and shifting the burden to the party that denies or challenges the assertion being made.
It also doesn't look like that. Hold on. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get this in there. It doesn't appear like that picture or video was taken from the surface of the moon. It looks like it was taken from something that has a much higher elevation over the moon of that.
Oh, it's from a probe? Or
I'll just keep repeating the question.
It looks like something is in orbit around the moon, not something that is on the moon. So, Whitsitt, if you're going to get the claim, at least try to make the claim correct.
Hey, do you agree that you can't substantiate that this is real?
Yeah, I can't substantiate.
How would you recommend I do that?
I just want you to say, no, of course I can't.
Would I be expected to? You brought the evidence forward.
Dude, just answer the question.
You brought the evidence forward and you denied the evidence. It's all your claim. The whole thing is your claim.
No, okay, see, this is so perfect. Let me recap for you guys. This is what always happens. Whenever we ask for evidence about space and that the Earth's a ball, you guys bring up pictures that are allegedly from space. That's what you guys do.
Really?
Now, yeah, every time.
Can you bring that person forward?
Everyone in this room,
I don't remember
can you stop
doing that.
interrupting me? Eggshells, why are you interrupting me? So what always happens is the flat earthers say this looks fake, or they make fun of it or something. And then they say, prove it's fake. Prove it's fake. You made the claim, prove it's fake. Do you guys understand that that's illogical?
We can show you a chain of evidence with it. We can show you who did it, what group did it. But there's only so far that we can take that evidence and show you. And you're going to deny it all the way up that chain. So
no one's ever going to answer your question. You notice how they can't answer basic
You're asking a question you can't get an answer to.
Dude, this is what an honest person would say, is alleged pictures or footage from space isn't proof of anything, can't be considered actual evidence because it's not verifiable. It's not verifiable. Okay, so if I have someone to dress up as a Sasquatch and run through the woods and then I take a video of it,
that would be evidence that I could pick apart. I would say, it doesn't. That's not in keeping with a 600-pound animal. I could show you, that the motions are extremely human-like. I could show you the seam in his costume. I could show you the things that I think make it look bogus.
Or the way they quite often debunk those things is they just find the chap who's faking it, and he goes, "Yeah, I was trying to drum up a bit of tourism or something," you know.
Quit arguing for Bigfoot and the moon landing.
But the question here is, Whitsitt, like you're demanding somebody defend this burden of proof, but nobody assumed it. Like you brought up this whole thing, demanded that people prove something to you that it seems like everybody here is going, yeah, maybe it's true, it could be, but no, like I said, you guys are more obsessed with space footage. I've never heard people talk so much about
easier than to agree that most of the world
cutting edge,
new
scientific thing with space.
Which's claim was wrong in the first place. Jackson Jackson never claimed that that video was made from the surface of the moon. It was made from the orbiter.
That's not the
That
point,
shit's fake,
though.
bro. When we show a reasonable person all this stuff, they're like, "Oh my god."
So is it misleading and disingenuous?
Yes.
The point is it's fake, Blue. Not
Sounds
the
to
fact
me like a
where,
small mistake.
Not where the camera was. The point is it's fake as fuck.
The point is,
Literally a joke. Look at it.
We're looking
if
at.
Y'all weren't if y'all weren't NASA fanboys, y'all would see it for what it is. Bro. It's a joke.
Okay, Brian, tell us what you're saying that makes it look fake.
You paid for that with tax.
Moyoc doesn't seem like a NASA fanboy. He seems like a boat fanboy.
He said it looks real.
Dude, we're talking to extreme NASA fanboys. Y'all defend them with your life.
That's cool. Brian Lee, could you please tell me why you think it looks fake as fuck? I don't see it looking fake as fuck, so tell me what you're seeing.
You think a motherfucker stumbling and sliding around and can't pick up a fucking hammer looks real, bro.
Now we're talking about a specific video.
You're not reasonable. You're defending
We're
somebody
not talking
for no
about
reason.
that.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about an image that was claimed to be fake,
bro.
and you're arguing against something that's not in evidence right now.
You're
it's not part of the
unreasonable, though. Why
conversation
would I
right
talk
now.
to you, bro? You of anybody,
Bro, we're talking video that was posted at 1:10.
Why are y'all so emotionally invested in defending these fucking people?
Why are you so emotionally invested in pretending the earth is flat?
Bro, we take the time to literally show you all their fuck ups, all their mistakes, and show you their worst of shit.
And you never explain why you think they're fuck ups.
Bro. You don't got to interrupt right when I start talking, bro. That's why you're right. Emotionally invested, bro. And we take the time to show you bubbles and how they go to on while they're moonwalk or doing a fucking out of station shit. They go to grab a pipe or something or a fucking wire, and it moves before their hand even gets there, showing you they're underwater. We take the time to point these things out, and y'all make excuses for them. Why are you so emotionally invested? And why are you defending this shit when people take the time to show you the obvious bullshittery, dude?
Show us,
Brian. First off, let me say this.
Oh. Where is the obvious bullshittery in this video that which it posted? Which is not NASA, by the way. It's JAXA.
He did say that.
You can tell by looking at it, Blue, that it's fake.
I can't.
Okay. How? Tell us how.
Tell me how you're determining that.
Let's just say this: they got all the best technology, but when it comes to cameras, they're fucking stuck in the fucking.
What is wrong with the video we're talking about at 1:10?
I don't believe your questions are honest.
Well, I don't believe your question. Your retorts are honest.
Yes, you do.
All right. Yeah, Earthrise is happening at 30 seconds in.
This motherfucker's like, yeah, I'm going to divine your opinion now.
I'm good at that.
Yes, you do. Oh, I'm
it's
good
really
at that.
Easy to tell when people lie. If you
I'm good at that. Yes, I'm really good at it, discerning when people are lying. You can go fuck yourself, kid.
Go learn it. You might get on in the world.
Bro, I'm in psychology right now. I can hear when you're lying, and you're calmly
What was my
lying.
lie? What was my
You
lie?
wouldn't bring it up unless you were lying.
What was my lie?
Doesn't look that fake to me.
You said that he
looks
knows.
remarkably crisp.
He knows that asking why it looks fake is a stupid, dishonest question. Yeah.
All right. Right now, look at the video, the image that's posted. This is from the video in question.
Oh yeah, we weren't talking.
What about that looks fake?
At all. We weren't talking at all. You weird-lipped motherfucker.
Okay, what is wrong with that video or that image, Mr. Dawn?
I can tell you.
Globe's too perfect.
True,
There's no dust, there's no blur. The black's too black.
Okay, what should it be doing in an atmosphere of near vacuum?
Also, we don't believe.
Should you see haze around it?
Properly. We don't believe anyone's orbited the moon properly, so you'd have to prove that as well.
Well, nobody is orbiting the moon in this image.
I don't believe this
It's a cartoon,
thing because
bro.
I don't
It's
believe
a cartoon.
You have to cope with our disbelief.
Not in evidence.
You have to cope with the disbelief and go away.
Okay.
And
By the way,
you really believe it.
By the way, Leek, you said we were excited for over talking people. You seem to be the one who's most triggered because you keep on over talking everybody, Brian Leek.
You keep asking the same question. It's a cartoon.
You're triggered.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Everyone needs to stop yelling. Right? No name calling, glat. No interrupting. Let's let everyone finish. We got all day for this.
with you, Jeremy.
It looks like a
I
cartoon.
don't think the Earth is flat. I want somebody to defend that positive claim.
That's the experience.
Well, there's a positive claim on the table. Hold on. There's a positive claim on the table that Earth is curving, and we're saying it doesn't exist. If it doesn't exist, what else can it be if there's no curve?
No curve or no detectable curve?
Oof.
If there's no curve, can it be anything other than flat?
Here's where the minutia rabbit hole starts.
Have you measured it flat yet, Jeremy?
Are you? Yeah.
No, we're
have you measured
challenging
it
the
flat?
curve claim. There's a huge claim on the table that Earth is curving, right? That's the claim.
There's a huge claim on the table the Earth is flat.
Yeah, and we're saying that curve don't exist. If it doesn't exist, what else could it be?
You boldly assert curve doesn't exist. Have you measured it not existing, or have you measured that it's flat?
We got measurements, yeah.
Have you measured that it's curved?
On the small scale, we can tangibly measure there's no curvature. I mean, when you are the guys that say that when you go out far enough, it does start curving.
No, we say it curves every inch. Every inch you move away from a place, you just can't measure it. It's very small distances.
Yeah, you can't measure it. It measures flat. So we got measurements of flat. You guys are saying no.
No. You don't have measurements of flat. You have measurements of indistinguishable curve or indistinguishable. You haven't gone to the precision necessary to prove this.
You
guys, shut up, Jeremy. Shut the clown down.
Hold on, Moyak. What you said was completely correct. Even after short distances, we do have measurable curve. The David M. Taylor Memorial Model Basin shows curve in less than a third of a mile.
Dude, we went over this. It's horrible. The rail in the water.
But if they can't detect it, it doesn't exist. As we know, all things we can't detect don't exist.
That was horrible evidence.
Can't detect it.
Yeah, I understand where you wouldn't like a curved rail maintaining its height above the unrestrained surface of water. That would sort of destroy your fantasy. And I get where that hurts, but that doesn't change the fact that it exists.
That's correct. And
how do they know how much?
It's much easier to just look at space stuff and go, that looks fake to me.
How do you know something exists? Hold on. How do you know something exists if you haven't detected it?
I'm just going to temp mute people. Hold on.
Jesus Christ.
I know everyone's getting just temp muted. We all got to go one at a time, or I'll make a list. I'll back out of this, but we got to go one at a time, or I'm going to make a list.
If I could answer that question, the guy was shouting at me. When we manufactured the rails, we were able to determine exactly how much curve to put in it. The manufacturing techniques induce a curve, and then the curve was laid on the unmoving bedrock of the model basin, where it still remains today. It's open for visitors 5 days a week. You're welcome to go see it yourself, assuming you're not a terrorist of the United States.
Okay, so can we detect something but then still not know it's there? Or how do you know something if it hasn't been detected to exist?
I would argue that it has been detected. Are you asking the Plovers or the Flat Earthers?
Oh, it's actually Eggshell said something stupid. Subjectively stupid. Okay.
Well, it has been measured.
Well done.
It measured at longer distance.
I'm just saying, if you don't detect something, if I don't detect the apple, can I say the apple exists?
No. But it's dumb to say
and don't
we detect the curve.
And don't you dare say the effects of the apple. Don't you fucking dare.
We detect the curve.
Right.
Really,
we detect the curve, and we detect the curve over long distances and short distances. No problem. It just requires a high level of precision.
So where's
and they measure it without that precision, and then they don't find the curve, and then they go, therefore it doesn't exist.
Well, you got to find it first.
Completely illogical.
Got to find
Failing to identify Sasquatch doesn't prove Sasquatch doesn't exist.
So far, it doesn't exist. So
one more time, I brought up the David
M. claim on Sasquatch. Hold on. Last thing I got. You cannot claim anything about Sasquatch if you haven't found the motherfucker.
Okay, one more time. We were discussing the David M. Taylor Memorial Model Basin and their high precision measurements of a curved rail and the unrestrained surface of water.
Yeah, dude, we've torn this to pieces on several occasions. Do you want to go through it again?
I mean, it's a curved rail, and it saves the same distance from the surface of the water. How else does it do that?
I will step in here and just ask a question about it as the resident Clover.
Then you're assuming that the water's flat that you're comparing it to. I mean, you're assuming the water's curved. And by assuming the water's curved and it stays perfect with the water water's obviously flat, and of course it's going to stay perfect with the water.
Can I jump in real quick?
How does a flat surface have the same distance at all points to a curved rail?
The only way.
Okay, I would like to chime in on. Damn. I'd like to chime in here and just say that how do you determine that rail is curved? I mean, I know that it was supposedly made with curve in it, but we got the same problem with that and measuring water's curve. So, and I also would challenge that I don't think there's a material out there that they could have made a gentle curve in it like that. I think that they did it with adjustments.
Can I jump in real quick? Because I kind of know about this stuff. So I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I'm assuming like a bridge over water. Is that what you're talking about?
No. Okay, you don't know about this stuff.
No.
You didn't need to jump in.
We're talking about the David M. Taylor Memorial Model Basin in Bethesda, Maryland, where in the basement they have a model tow tank with curved rails the exact same distance above the unrestrained surface of liquid water.
Or what were the rails used for? What were the rails used for?
The rails hold a gantry carry which holds the model above or on the surface or underneath the water for testing purposes.
Well, there you go. Okay, this is the guy who knows about this subject.
Well, hold on.
Decided to step on me. No, but you had to step on me to go off topic, dude.
No, I'm getting to the point that if you're having curve, because I saw where you're going with it, but there are points where they manufacture curved steel, but the only time they manufacture steel to be curved is for camber. Do you know what camber is? Whoever I'm talking, I don't even know who I'm talking to at this point. Do you know what camber is? So when you're building,
camber doesn't have anything to do with
hold on, but it does though. But
Jeremy, would you please shut this ass clown up? I was talking when he interrupted with this complete non sequitur conversation.
You let me join in. First of all,
no, you stepped all over me, and I let you speak because you said it was on topic.
We can make a list. We can make a list if you.
Yeah,
if we have to.
that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I'm on it first because this guy started talking over me.
Hey, okay, Moyak, stop being a little bit and just go.
Don't call names.
Yeah, I'll be after. I'll be after him. Yeah.
All right, we'll do Moyak, then APOC. Does anyone else want on the list?
All right.
That's it. Okay,
my main
go
question.
ahead.
Yeah. Okay. My main question was, how did they determine that rail was curved? Because I really would challenge any material that you would make that would be built with a curve at the same rate as the Earth. You wouldn't need to build a special curve into it. You would do that with adjustments and brackets and bracing.
Okay, Apocryphon, go ahead.
Okay, so again, there are instances where they do build for camber purposes, only for camber. So in other words, if you're having steel that's stretched across, and let's say the columns that it's going to be between are a little too far, then the way the engineer will adjust that to allow that steel to have strength to not belly in on itself. So for its structural integrity, you'll put a little camber in it. So that way it's a little bented because that's the way you're going to keep the strength of the steel. Now, building around that steel will all be flat, horizontal, and level, but only for the structural purposes because of the distances of that rail will you have a little bend. That's all I wanted to jump in there. You don't have to fucking bite my dick off.
So,
go ahead.
All right, I'm going to try to answer these questions in order here, reverse order rather. There is no camber built into these rails. There is no bridge and pylons that they are sitting on. They are sitting directly on the bedrock. And then, Moyak, to your question, it's a little bit more complicated. The U.S. Corps of Engineers actually had to build a foundry and pour it directly on site.
But why would you build a curve? Well, you're saying that they formed the rails right in place where they are.
On site, I think they had to slide them over a little bit, but within, right there.
How long?
Yeah, because I don't see any reason to build a curve of Earth into something that if you just laid it on the surface of water would curve at the exact same rate as water. Essentially, there's no reason to make a structural design that does that. I would think that you would just simply brace it, adjust it, put adjustment points on it, and make it match.
Are you talking about that place in California? The
No.
Lago? Oh, okay.
So
Is it about
two
rails?
rails.
I don't know what this is about either.
There are two rails, one on the east side and one on the west side of the canal. They run the entire length of the canal. They are poured in one section. There is no joints. There is no anything. Other ways we can tell that they are curved
So how do you
now
know they're bending?
is we can. Sorry, go ahead. Somebody else knows more about this basin than I do.
Yeah, he's
No,
gonna.
I,
He's gonna
guys,
talk.
stop
I'm
interrupting,
sorry.
guys.
I'm sorry. I just
Yeah,
said, how do you know they're bending? That's all. I just threw that in there. My bad.
I know, but we got to.
So the way we know they are bending is A, we manufactured them with a bend. B, we can actually measure the bend in the rail separately of the water. We can do that optically via laser measurements as well as a sextant measurement where we cannot see the far end of the rail.
So you're saying that the water is showing a bend as well along with the rail?
No, hold on. No, don't answer that. That's not what he's saying. He's saying he measured it optically. They know it's bending because they measured it optically, but now there's refraction involved, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, are they trying to say that the water, like the way you would measure, like, let's say a 6-foot pool, and they have a little 6-foot line inside painted on the wall? Like, then you see the water. Oh, the water's at 6 feet. Let's add more water so that way, because the pool could hold more. But I'm saying, like, and then you have like the concrete slab, and you would measure, like, okay, that's good enough because if we go any higher, maybe it's too much. I don't know. But how do you like optically say, oh yeah, that's curving? The top of the rail on top of the water is curving because I can see it visually. Like, I don't even think you can see that because it'll be straight across level. I'm really puzzled right now.
The way that they measure it is there is a test apparatus that actually goes on the gantry crane and measures between the hook on the gantry crane and the surface of the water. They then roll the gantry crane up and down and take measurements at a multitude of different points along the surface.
And the water changes elevation when they roll that gantry crane over it?
No. The water remains equal distance from the top of the known curve rail.
So if it's equal distance, then that's called horizontal. Am I missing something?
Did you listen to the last 3 words he said?
Of the known curved rail. Okay, but if he's saying it's the rail's curved, but it's parallel to the water, that doesn't mean curved then, because water isn't curving. It doesn't curve.
Correct.
But you're just
well, you're
stating
making
your
an
conclusion.
assertion
That's the
there.
thing we're trying to debate.
Hold on, you only think the rail's curving because you did it optically. You don't know if tangibly it's measurement. If it's tangibly curving, you did it optically, and now there's like refraction involved and shit. And maybe it's bending one way and not the other. Who knows?
Okay. It is one of the best refraction environments since it's indoors and climate controlled.
Yeah, let's explore the refraction argument. So, things that affect refraction, temperature variations, and like Moyoc said, it's indoors, so we can pretty well control what temperature it is. We would then have distance, and the measured distance, I believe the max measured distance is 13 or 18 inches. So we're, real short distances, so we don't have a whole lot of refraction going on.
Wait, what? So over 13 inches, you calculated for a curve?
So I'm going to try this one more time. You're measuring from the top of the rail, or I'm sorry, the gantry crane apparatus to the surface of the water.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I have a question.
What was your overall curvature throughout the basin? Hello?
Anyone?
I don't know. This isn't.
Sorry,
Well,
dying.
that was for you. Did you drop out?
The overall curvature, it's not very much. Sorry, I don't actually have it pulled up in front of me. I think it's like a third of an inch or less than an inch. I don't remember.
Less than an inch over a quarter mile?
Yeah, it's roughly a third of a mile.
It's pretty small.
Yeah, so
kind of sus, small numbers and
so
sus.
I looked into this a while ago when somebody brought it up, probably you, and found all the paperwork on the measurements and all that kind of stuff. Sent it to Kosho. We talked about it. We were kind of in agreement. The rail that you claim is perfectly bent. Are you? Well, let me, before I straw man you, is your claim that rail is a perfect smooth bend from one end to the other?
With the exception of the known divots in the rail, yes.
Right, because there are divots, and
right.
All
the
these...
rail's been there since World War II.
Through manufacturing, like the original measurements, even after it was manufactured. It's not just because it's been there since World War II. I looked up the paper. I don't really have the time to be able to figure out where I found that, but if I find it again, I'll link it. But yeah, there was no like definitive claim that we could have made either way, and that was both sides looking at it, myself and Kosho. I don't know if Kosho remembers it or if he's around today, but
I have no
Were you
recollection,
looking at
but I
the
believe you.
US
I just don't. I have no recollection.
remember I
Were
said
you looking at the U.S. Engineer Corps manual? Because they had to come up with a brand new process simply for doing this, and they wrote a book about it.
that's cool. I'm talking about the measurements that were made in the basin itself, not the manufacturing process.
Oh, okay. And you decided that they weren't good enough because why?
Can't remember. It was a long time ago, but it was something that we couldn't really make a definitive claim on. There's variations in the rail over distance, many like peaks and valleys, fractions of an inch, peaks and valleys, and then where there was kind of a, if I remember correctly, kind of a summing of it all together, and then a calculation, not really a measurement, but a calculation of some sort of possible differentiation for distance and or the alleged rail being curved based on the water. But it kind of also gets into a circular argument. You're measuring the rail to the water. You say they match. You say that matches a curve. The rail was measured to curve based on the water, which is known to curve. Blah 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 blah.
No, the rail was measured to curve in the manufacturing process of the rail.
It's
The
one
process,
length of rail, right?
The process by which the U.S. Corps of Engineers goes through is incapable of producing a straight piece of rail.
Right. So that rail was laid, right? Do you agree?
Yeah.
I mean, the claim of this being like some sort of definitive proof, like it was kind of laughed off on both sides, because the way that rail was manufactured, do you know how
today work day or not?
Do you know how the curvature was put into the rail within the process?
It was allowed to sag due to its own weight while still warm.
Yeah. So the accuracy of allowing something to sag is what we're basing this off of.
Is very well known and very well done within the blacksmithing and forging community, and has been for thousands of years.
How many times has a piece of steel a third of a mile long been done to sub-inch accuracy based on allowing it to sag and harden?
Yeah, a handful of times. I don't have any idea how many, but more than twice.
In thousands of years, throughout the whole entire history of blacksmithing that you were claiming? Twice?
Yeah. More than twice. I know of at least 2 different facilities that use the same setup. So,
as many as 3?
And there's been more that I don't know about. I don't claim to have extensive knowledge on all people who have ever worked a piece of metal, but I know of at least 2 different ones that use the same technology.
You're the one that brought up known techniques for blacksmithing going back thousands of years, not me.
In the forging community.
It's a well-known thing. I'm sorry if you disagree with forging.
So how was that rail measured to be this curvature rate over distance once it was hardened? How did they measured that to be the case? What was the process?
Original process or current process? Because they've actually modified and changed the process by which they calibrate and check their rail.
So
nowadays, it's
your
done with
claim is that they were
lasers and
able.
uses a much closer tolerance of measurement. They actually
So
were
you,
able to
So they
find
still
a
make these
third
things.
compression in the rail.
so your claim is that it was measured and it was hardened to be accurate at this curvature rate post being set into any type of area, right? It was not set in place when it was measured or manufactured to this, sub-inch over 1/3 mile curvature rate. So that's why I'm asking, like, where was this curvature rate measured initially?
Initially measured, it would have been at its manufacturing site.
What was the
Which
process
would,
used?
yes, that is described in the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. It is the entire book that they wrote on how they did it.
Optically, right?
No. They did
So
through
can you
mechanical measurement.
elucidate for the room what the process was?
Basically, and this is a very layman's definition because you should really go read the specifications. They heated it up and they pulled it out of the forge, and as it did, it bent under its own weight, very, very slightly. They then checked that measurement at multiple places against a metal brace that they were using to pull it out. That
So
would
the
have been the
measurement
initial.
So the initial measurement was made as the extrusion process was being done. So it was made in increments, not once it was hardened and an overall measurement being made.
Right. They did do measurements then, but you asked for the initial one. Because for some reason, the
I'm asking for
thousands
the
of measurements we have since then, they're
right. Well, the measurements we have since then are based on what? The sled going down it and its comparison to the water, right?
most of them, yeah.
So you're using
We do
water as the datum?
we do have the calibrations where they actually check the rail, but those are less frequent.
So you're using water as the datum to check for this curvature rate, and you're saying so the rail is matching the water all the way down. So how are you claiming that when the sled moves and the overall difference between the thing that's being dropped down towards the water from the sled, if that's remaining consistent from one side to the other, is that the measurement that you make for the curvature rate based on the water being the datum?
I'm going to say it real slowly, okay? The place is called the David Taylor Memorial Model
You don't
Basin.
need to say it again. I've already looked into it, homie.
Right. Eggshells asked the
Listen
name
to
of
the
it.
rest of us, man. Chill.
It's
I
the
didn't hear
David
eggshells.
Taylor Memorial Model Basin. And specifically the tank we're talking about is the first tank that was installed. It is currently owned and operated by the DC architect. It maintained and actually run by the Naval College.
Can you say the name of the basin
David
again?
Taylor Model Basin. David Taylor Model Basin is what it was coming up as on YouTube. I'll download this thing and post a PDF in the chat.
Oh, is it not Memorial? My bad. The guy's dead. I just throw a memorial on there.
David Taylor Model Basin. I'm getting on Wiki as well.
So when they're measuring the
Eggshells.
rail against the water, do we know that the rail is curving because water curves, or do we know that water is curving because the rail is curved?
We know that they are level.
You guys keep going back to it. He
What?
said like 5 times they made the beam to curve, and then they confirmed that the beam matches the water. Not that we know.
Yeah, but they had no.
Because it matches water.
They had no overall curvature measurement of the beam to begin with.
Yes, they did.
In order to know you're letting the beam curve. Hold on 1 second. Can I jump in real quick?
Just
In
because he
order to
said
know,
it doesn't mean it's true. Sorry.
I don't mean it's true.
In order
I mean,
to know,
you are asking him a question that he's already answered. Go for it. Sorry, Jeremy.
in order to know the beam's curving, you need to have a horizontal in the first place. How did they get that horizontal 1/3 of a mile long? Because if you just know it's curving, I mean, how do you know it's even curving? You have to have the middle point higher than the lower points according to a horizontal. How'd they get that horizontal in the first place?
Say it again for them, Kool-Aid.
And in order to
At
know it's
all
sagging, you need
points
to
along
have a
the
horizontal
rail.
in the first place.
At all points along the rail, it is level with the unrestrained surface of the water.
How did they determine that? For real though.
No, how do you know? You pull this hot ass bar or whatever it is out of the foundry, and now you need to let it sag a little bit. In order to know you're letting it sag, you need to have a horizontal in the first place, so that you know it's sagging. Right? Otherwise, how do you know which way it's even bending?
Exactly.
He said this. They use lasers and a sensor.
So it's all optical, yeah.
Yes.
So it's all optical.
Optical.
Yeah. So this
Sounds
could be
like
a
what the book
refraction
was.
thing.
Isn't
Maybe
that
it's
right,
not
Kool-Aid?
bending. So this could be a refraction thing, and maybe
refraction
it's
thing.
actually going straight and it's not bending.
It could be, yeah. When you figured
it is
something else out
open.
that people who are paid a lot to make a very, very long, precise beam have not figured out by not looking at it. You've debunked them.
Well, something that stands out to me is that he said it's only an inch, I believe he said, of difference in the curvature of over a 1/4 mile or maybe 1/3 of a mile. But does that even line up mathematically or logically make sense, even in their model of where if you take a mile of this rail, shouldn't it have a mathematical curve of 8 inches? Like, so if you have only 1 inch at a 1/4 mile or at 1/3 of a mile, whatever it was, well, then how does that line up with the 8 inches per mile? Like how, or, squared. And so the first mile would be 8 inches dip, right? So how did this curve that he calculated or he said was only just 1 inch? Like that means it's a 4-inch per mile, 4-inch mile squared in their curved round ball.
Not exactly.
Okay, well,
And
please.
you got do the 1/8 inch per mile formula and just break it down for less than a mile.
Okay, so then if you have less than a mile, then again, if you broke it down accordingly, if it's 1 mile 8 inches, I would assume half a mile is 4 inches, and then
No, that's not how it works.
No, oh, perfect. So please, maybe you can do the math and then tell us if that lines up.
Let's see if I can do it. I'm not a mathematician, but I know kind of how to do
It's
it.
exponential,
So
it's exponential. So a half a mile is not 4 inches.
Oh, okay. So that's
actually
cool.
logarithmic.
Logarithmic. Yeah, it's logarithmic. Yeah.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Whatever, nerds. It means it's not half. It means it's not half. If you half it, it's not half.
Got you. I get you.
It's not
I get
4
that.
inches.
I get that. But what is the expected curvature over a 1/4 mile, and does that add up with what their results were? That's all I'm saying. And if it doesn't, then we can go back to the drawing board. If it does, then okay, well then we go back to. So then water is curving in this basin. That's interesting.
This is all based off refraction, anyways. They did it all optically. You might as well just go out with optics and measure 1/3 of a mile or whatever.
Right.
Your problem with refraction, though, Jeremy, like I don't know if this is what they did, but if you've got a beam, you can turn it, right? So you can be like, do I get this left and right? If I get it left and I get it right. I don't know. I'm not
Did
saying
they turn
they
the beam?
did. I'm saying
That was actually one of my ways for measuring the curve, was to take a mold of the curve and then flip it on its side, because we can make a straight line. If we're only worried about left to right, we can make a straight line super easy for miles. So I feel you. Did they flip it left to right, Kool-Aid?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's how they did it, but that's the problem, I think, with going, well, it could just be refraction, because then you'd be invoking whatever refraction you require.
It's 2 inches, man. Over a half mile, it's 2 inches. Sorry, dude.
Yeah, half a mile is 2 inches, a quarter mile is big.
Bigger than Brian's dick.
Wow, shots fired. That was rude. Just kidding. Yeah, just kidding. Okay, so if it's 2 inches at half a mile, what is it at a third of a mile?
0.87.
Third of a mile?
Yeah, because this rail is 1/3 of a mile. Is that incorrect?
At a third of a mile, it would be 0.87 inches.
0.78. So 7/8 of an inch?
8.7. Dyslexic motherfucker.
8.7 of an inch? Or 7/8 of an inch? I heard that backwards. Hey, I've been drinking since yesterday. It's 11 o'clock. I've been drinking since last night. Come on, give me a break.
5/6 of an inch, yeah.
5/6 of an inch.
I know that's not right.
What?
It is.
That is correct. Yeah, 5/6.
Do you mean 7/8?
No,
I got 0.8. I got 0.87 too.
0.87.
Yeah, I got the same thing. 0.87.
If you want it in fractions, I'll give it to you in fractions. It is about 7/8 of an inch.
Yeah, 7/8.
0.87 is correct. Blue is correct.
I don't want it in fractions. I just want America to get up to date with the metric system.
Look. 0.87 to me. I'm an iron worker. I don't go by that shit. It sounds like it's 7/8 of an inch.
Yeah, 7/8. That's right.
All right, I'm just fucking making
Pretty
sure.
close, I'm guessing.
I don't go by. We don't say, "Hey, that shit's 0.87." Fuck that. Get the fuck. Get
Hey,
your
it's an
teeth
inch.
checked.
Hey, bro! It's an inch minus one of the little lines.
It's an inch minus a centimeter.
One line
okay.
under the inch.
Wow. Oh my god. Hey, I ain't got. No, it's
Line
funny.
before the inch.
I'm not fucking joking, bro. The funniest shit. I've had an apprentice before. He's like, it's 7 of those little lines. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You can't even read a fucking measuring tape. Get the fuck out of here. He said it's because he counted the lines like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 7 of the little lines. Oh, bro, are you fucking kidding me right now? Get the fuck out of here.
That's a drop calculation, not a sagittal calculation.
That's interesting. But so this takes us back to the age-old question that now water curves. So that means the bottom of the basin was curving as well to make this round, beautiful pull or whatever
Not
it was.
necessary. Not necessary. You could have a bottom that was totally irregular.
Yeah, that's the point of the rails.
Bottom can be any shape.
Well, again, but that's why I'm saying it's the age-old question because
Not an age-old question. You've answered.
Because in reality, if you pour water into anything, it will always find its level. But if you're saying that no, well, if you go long enough, water's going to bend around, even though it's finding its level within 2 points. If I made a swimming pool that's 3 miles long and poured water into it, it's going to be level on the side of its wall all the way in its Olympic-sized pool, right? Like
the fact that you're asking these questions this late in the game is just amazing.
Is it though?
Yes, it is.
I'm not asking questions. I'm not asking questions. I'm saying that this is like what our reality would reflect. But if you want to now invoke this, like, no, but water is going to bend over a curve because gravity and all that other nonsense, like in fairy tale Disneyland shit. Well, then that's what I'm saying.
Measurements and observations. You know,
right?
I would agree.
Your whole
I would agree.
Claim that it's fairyland.
Right.
I would agree with Kool-Aid that if you were to flip this on its side, it would be super easy to tell.
That would be absolutely impossible to tell, again, because it's made of a real material.
Yes, but it would be super if it's not hard to make a straight line if we're only worried about left to right. So if you had something to line it up to with that, it would be super easy to tell.
Okay,
Yeah, it'd be
I agree.
super
I agree.
easy to. Well, you could even hang a string. The sag doesn't matter anymore. The up and down doesn't matter. It's only about the left to right. So, yeah, if they were to flip this on their side and be like, "Oh yeah, shit, look, it's bent compared to this rail,"
Exactly. Yeah, yeah, you're right.
I agree, but the process of tipping it over, I think, would be challenging.
I mean, they're already
and not distorting it while you do that.
Wembley wants to.
They're already moving this thing all over the place, right? What's the difference?
That's attached to the bedrock.
I really have such a hard time believing that this rail was manufactured specifically taking the curve into account. Now, I know that's the claim,
that sounds
but
like
I see
bullshit to
absolutely
me.
no reason to do it because a straight rail, a perfectly straight rail, made with no imperfections in it at all,
yeah,
would curve with the earth just based upon its own weight.
Look, here's what's retarded too, is that means that they had leveled out a third of a mile long of dirt. They would have leveled it out like to where it would have been level, like flat, right? So then, but you guys in your world, okay, flat is curved, blah blah blah. But if you were at a construction zone where you had a third of a fucking mile level ground flat, then you made steel and it poured on it, and it apparently had this, curve, it built into it. That just doesn't make sense that you would ever fucking do that ever. I don't know. It's really weird.
Think about your words before you just start spewing them out, please.
Hey, you're right. I've been in better situations. I'm going on my Go ahead.
I agree with you, Moyak. This is horrible, globe proof, and APOC should think about his words before he talks. Yeah.
When you say it's horrible globe proof, everything you're going to say is horrible globe proof because you essentially want perfection in everything that is done. Now, I do have a question for the model basin guy who's been there and says this is open to the public. Would they be the access that you have to this place? Do you think that somebody could actually bring a theodolite in there?
I'm sure if you showed up with a clipboard and a name tag,
is your shit waterproof? Because this thing's underwater, right? Or is it above water?
But if you told them that if you told them what you were doing for, that it's like like educational purposes or whatever and whatnot. I mean, I'm sure you can get away with anything.
You know what?
Is this thing above water? Is this rail above or below the water?
Above water.
Yeah, you'd have to get your theodolite out there. Yeah. Even then, now we're back to refraction.
You know what? Now that I'm thinking
is going to
about
be
it,
the minimum refraction you're ever going to get because it is a temperature controlled basin.
Indoor.
I would say that it also would probably have water temperature and air temperature very similar since it's a controlled environment. I would say you would have the best conditions for viewing of any large space other than the Hadron Collider and LIGO. But those will both be kind of restricted access.
Now that I think about it, I do remember this argument from like a couple years ago where I think Zanuck brought it up.
We've tore this up so many times, it's not even
funny. Yeah, you're right. Because we did actually. You're right.
But you tore it up on incredulity as usual.
No, based on it's based on a refractive. My bad. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
But I mean, you can claim there's no refraction, or you know how much refraction it is, but that's not. Now you need to measure how much refraction is happening in there. How do you do that?
I would consider that the reference that you have of your theodolite is now just a geometric reference. Any deviation from that would be either refraction or curvature. Could I tell the difference?
You don't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm willing to bet.
Hold on, APOC. You have to now be able to differentiate. You now have to be able to differentiate between if this is an actual position or the apparent position. How do you tangibly measure that?
Well, do you think that the air is that no magical things can happen to the air inside of this place? There's no magical ether in there or anything. So could we say that refraction will follow the rules that we've laid down by Snell's law at this point?
You're not using Snell's law to account for refraction in the atmosphere. You're absolutely not. You will definitely come out with the wrong number. You will absolutely come out with the wrong number if you use Snell's law.
Does light bend towards a denser medium? Because this is all we're talking about. There's air in this building, and it's temperature controlled. So does light in those conditions bend downward?
Sure, but we need to measure it over the long distance in the atmosphere to make sure that that actually is what's happening throughout the.
Does light bend towards a denser medium?
Yeah, it generally does. We can also make things set on a flat surface.
No, you can't.
If we change the way refraction works, we can make things set on a flat surface. We've seen it with the magnifying glass and with other examples with Pebbles in the Pond from Brandon's show. With Sky Freeze done it. Multiple people have done this where they cause things to set and disappear over a flat surface.
Yes, in uncontrolled environments. We have a controlled environment. And we can now look at that environment and decide whether we've got any weird gradients going on. We can measure it for temperature at multiple locations, although since the whole room is probably 72 degrees, we don't have to worry much about temperature inversions or anything like that. So what we have is a static gradient.
Maybe not. I don't know. You'd have to measure. You'd have the only way to know for sure would be to measure it tangibly, and then we can say, oh yeah, it is. It is because the only way you have right now to measure it is optically, and there's an argument on which way the stuff's bending, by how much, where the actual position.
Well, that was my first question, though, Jeremy. First question was, does light bend towards a denser medium? If you
it generally does.
No, it generally does. It does.
It generally does. However, we can hold on one second. It generally does. However, we can make it so that it has things setting. Things on a flat surface. With Rob Skiba showed us things can set on a flat surface. It's possible.
Okay, so is there a Skiba lens in between us?
Bend like that.
Is there a Skiba lens in this condition with a continuous gradient?
I don't know. It's possible that light can bend like that to make things appear to set on a flat surface. So now there's an argument on whether that's happening. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We're gonna need to show it in a way that isn't subject to refraction to see if that's happening or not.
Well, I think the outrageous claim here is Skiba lensing, because Skiba lensing would require the atmosphere to form a coherent lens between you and every point around you.
Okay, you're making a claim
no mechanism for that to work.
Guys,
you're making a claim that the light is.
Doesn't mean it's stopping. Go for it.
Can I get back to the easier point real quick? Moyak, to answer your question, I don't have any special access. It's open to the public. It's assuming you don't Mount Rushmore it, you're welcome to go in there and take whatever kind of measurements you want.
I'll take my fucking total station in that bitch.
What does that mean, Mount Rushmore it?
But
start screaming at people with a loudspeaker.
Dude, what a piece of shit, Mount Rushmore. We know who you're talking about. You don't have to say shit like that, bro.
Why would I have to scream if I have a microphone?
This is their new trope, by the way, Witsit, is trying to associate flat earthers with disruptive, almost like homegrown terrorists. This is what Jesse Gordon was trying to do in text yesterday regarding, or a couple days ago regarding flight attendants and stuff.
Yep.
No, you see what they're trying to do now? Though, and we're kind of getting off topic.
Moyak, the audience is falling for it, and
you are
the other guy is
to
too.
go.
Wait, real fast though. Can you guys stop saying yelling at people whenever I was using a microphone? That's the whole point, is that you don't ever have to yell.
Sorry, speaking at people while amplified.
There you go. There you go. Now you sound like someone that's actually saying what happened. That's crazy. But screaming at people sounds better to bash me, I guess, huh? So we'll just keep on
90 decibels above normal.
It's called freedom of speech.
Wait, bro, these dudes are just jealous you had the balls to actually follow through with
what
you
So
believe
the
in.
conversation is completely broken down. Cool.
But
it's good. We can go back to destroying your belief.
Then leave your little comments and your little weird anti-flat Earth, talking points to yourself. How about that?
Is that coming from Wixon?
If you go there and choose not to be a disruptive then you are welcome to do whatever you want. They do ask that you call ahead and make sure that they're not actively using the pool. You know, their testing comes way before the civilian use, but after that, they're pretty good about letting you in there.
Yeah,
You
you
have
have
free
to make it.
access
You
to
have to
all
schedule a
the.
meeting. You have to schedule it. You have to. You're talking about the buoyancy lab?
No.
Oh, sorry.
So you have free access to walk the length of the pool. Would you think that you would have free access to touch the water? In other words, take measurements.
This is where you guys claim that they built something for the curve of the Earth.
They ask that you don't get in the water. I bet if you
that's what he's saying
explain
with
what you were doing and just kind of dipped your hand or an instrument down there or whatever, they would probably be chill with it. But once again, that depends on your demeanor.
Is it cool if I
Yeah,
take
this is something which they built a rail supposedly with a specific bend for the curvature of Earth, and it matches the still water in this one location.
I wonder how that
Yeah, but that's
feels if
just
I take a
dumb.
total.
That's just an insane claim.
We've
They built the
dismantled this
Suez.
so many times in the past;
Yeah,
it's not even funny.
and they built the Suez and Panama canals, but no, they had to account for the curvature here, though.
Yeah, wait, that's a good fucking point.
Level with water.
Why did
Again, you guys keep mixing ideologies.
Why did who built it? The engineer, the Corps. Why did they do that at the Panama Canal? That's a good,
Because it wasn't necessary. That's if I'm not believing wrong, that's a sea level crossing essentially. You cut the ground away and you let the water flow through.
Hey, can you repeat that? Did you say sea level? That was
Yes.
pretty good.
You don't understand what sea level means in
That
the
was
globe
pretty good.
paradigm yet, do you?
It was pretty
You
good.
still don't
Yeah, we
understand
all
what the globe
understand.
paradigm says about sea level.
Yeah,
wait, we all understand it. Yes, you guys, it's the equal height above the reference point, and then you guys always use horizontal datum and perpendicular to vertical datum to actually measure sea level and to get your elevation.
Absolutely.
And to measure the topography of the ocean floor.
Every fucking time. Every time.
Yeah,
and
so,
guess what? And if you don't, then you're getting fired.
well, that's how they do it. You can go to their own websites, the people that map out sea level all over the world. You can look at their own diagrams. It's all horizontal, like parallel horizontal lines.
I know.
That's the way that they do it. So, wow. So I guess, does horizontal mean curved?
Yeah, what they should do is they should make it curve at 8 inches per mile squared on their drawings.
Hey, does horizontal
but they don't.
No, it has nothing to do with the drawings. If you actually look at it, they take a vertical datum point that's perpendicular to the horizontal line of sea level adjacent to land masses.
Yeah, so when we transfer a line, we have to make sure it's straight all the way down. It's level, right? Like I said, so if I take a line that's 3 stories high and we're going to build a tram that's going to be 2.5 miles long, every point along the way, we are transferring the line. If you ever know what that is, then that's making sure that it's going to be 3 stories from one column. And if the elevation of the terrain is higher, and if they didn't smooth that out accordingly, or however they smooth it out, we'll still make sure that that column on the next point is going to be high enough to reach that 3-story mark, or 1-story mark, so that way it's still level, or that sea level, that mark, that measurement, based upon the terrain.
Do you guys agree that that for sea level we have to treat the Earth like it's flat?
No.
Oh,
No.
what would be different? How would we measure sea level differently if it was flat?
Witzit, you asked a question. You can shut up now, right?
Your answer was wrong. It's objectively wrong.
Well, that's exactly the opinion. Like just stating again and again your conclusion doesn't get us.
This is not an opinion. This is a fact.
In relation, okay, that's cool. Thank you. In relation to what you're saying, Apocryphon, the most, I would dare say, for a vast number of applications, what you want to do is follow the Earth. Because it's easier, right? Because you just keep going.
No, that's completely wrong. That's completely wrong.
Okay.
You notice how they just want to make sure that they all collectively wanted to make sure to dismiss my point, as if they got some type of juice in the world where they can just dismiss my point, like I'm beneath them or something.
Look at LAX. At LAX,
your conclusion in the middle of a conversation. That's what
I'll say it one more time, okay? At LAX, we built the people mover. It's 2.5 miles long, and the only time that the surveyors would change the benchmark is because the land, the topography was either higher, some points is higher, some parts is lower. But you had to always maintain that level plane all the way across. It has to be level.
But that's assuming it's a plane. The point I'm making
dude
is
just said
that for most just wait, just take a breath.
Yeah, I'm about to expose you. Don't worry.
I'm about to
But
expose
just
you.
take a breath and do it in turn. For most applications, it's good enough and easier to just follow the curve of the Earth.
No,
Not
that's
you're
false.
trying. No. Listen. Not
Okay,
because
go
you're
ahead.
trying to. Not because you're going. It's dropping down an 80 per mile squared. It's just because that's what you do. That's what's easy. What you keep finding, which is why they keep showing these super niche applications.
But
starting level at one point and following that line is super difficult. It takes really
Dude, I
brilliant
gotta
engineering.
say this now. Okay, you
Oh,
said
he's got to go speak over everybody. Jeremy, you got a shit show here. Goodbye.
no. I'm going to expose this bull.
No,
I'm
you're
so
going to
tired
shut
of
up.
Do you want to bet on it?
No,
So
it's
what
not.
happened was I brought up sea level, and then Apocryphon made a subsequent point about following the line, and then you guys all interrupted me, told me I'm not allowed to make my point, to shut up, and then he said I spoke out of turn, when literally Apocryphon made a point based on my original point that you're trying to say I interrupted with. Oh, yeah.
We were having a conversation. Apocryphon said something. I started responding. You bleated in the middle of it. But who started it? Who started the point doesn't mean, oh, I started this conversation, so I can now steamroller anybody else who joins it.
But I'm
No,
agreeing
that's
with
a straw man
not to
fallacy.
me.
I brought up sea level. I'm going to say it again. I brought up sea level and how we establish sea level. Apocryphon made a point about that. And then I'm like, oh, you guys are just avoiding the actual point. And then you said that I was interrupting with a different subject. No, actually, that's not what happened. And then you guys all decided, oh, we're not going to address the point Witsit made. We're going to act like he's interrupting.
Yeah,
Why are you?
I was just validating Witz's point because he's absolutely correct about that. Because when we built the tram, it was definitely based upon sea level benchmarks, according to sea level. So, and the only time it changed was when the topography, when they leveled the land, and then we had to either put a column that's a little bit higher than the first one or even lower than the first one because the land it changes. But it's built. But nonetheless, once all that's been said and done, at the end of the day, that tram is horizontally flat all the way, 2.5 miles long, on one edge to the other. It's going to represent the level transferred benchmark because you want to make that tram completely level, flat. It's not curving. That tram doesn't curve around at 2.5 miles long. It's not like the fifth state because we had 5 stations. Okay, it's not like the 5th station. We're now building it. Oh, don't forget the curvature, boys. We better bend this down. We better mark it lower. No, it's still the same. See that same benchmark from the beginning. I don't know what you guys don't understand about
This
that.
is what's actually happening. Is the point that I make is what's getting steamrolled, right? That's what's actually happening, right? Is like you guys can't address my point, which is that I asked specific. I'm just going to keep saying it then. So, I specifically said, do you guys agree that we have to take sea level measurements as if the Earth is flat? You said no, and you're objectively wrong. You're patently wrong. So we do treat it like it's locally a flat Earth. If you think the Earth's a globe, you take your sea level measurements with vertical datum perpendicular to horizontal that has parallel layers going down. That's how we measure sea level. Horizontal datum perpendicular to the vertical datum, which is adjacent to the land mass. So, do you agree that we take sea level measurements the same way we would if the Earth was flat?
If you add the word in locally, which you did when you just made the explanation, I would say yeah, probably.
Okay, so then, so is horizontal curved?
Way you go.
Is horizontal curved? Is horizontal curved?
I don't know.
Here's how I know.
The question I wanted to ask you about that is, if you're using sea level as a data, and sea level was curving ever so subtly, how would your building? What would you have done differently? How would you
is horizontal curved?
Well, Well,
exactly.
I don't know.
Dude, the Pokemon don't
definition
take
of
the
the word.
bait, dude. To make them answer the question.
I said
Because they're doing
horizontal
everything they
curve. I
can
don't
to
know.
avoid the
I don't know.
question, dude.
I've answered the question 4 times now. Open your ears.
Yeah, you're just projecting again. What's it?
He says he doesn't know. Okay, do any of the other Globers know the 5-year-old question is horizontal curved?
No, horizontal is not curved. What's it?
Thank you. So for sea level, we use horizontal measurements, and it's exactly the way you would do it on a flat Earth, correct?
For sea level, we use elevation measurements, and level is curved. It's a curved datum.
No, we use horizontal datum.
Yeah, we don't do curve,
No.
buddy. We don't do. Listen.
You use level. You use points. You use level points is what you're using.
Okay.
Do you want to bet on it?
Sea level is a curved datum.
Okay.
No, it's not.
It's not. But okay.
No.
Put it.
Objectively is.
All right, I give up.
Okay. Yeah. Walk with me real quick. Okay. Walk with me real quick down this road. Okay. If I had the original benchmark that was according to sea level, let's say it's 465 feet above sea level, and that's my point. Okay. That's the original starting of the first floor, and we're gonna make that floor 2.5 miles down the road. Now, how many straight and level transfer benchmarks does it take to make your curve in existence, to make it a reality? Because once you get down 2 miles and you're still hitting 465 feet above sea level, quote unquote, because that's the benchmark, then how many straight lines does it take to make a curve? Because every point down that tram, you had to make sure it's level, straight across. Now, somewhere down that road, it would have to be curving. It'd have to be bending to make your reality belief, or I'm sorry, your belief a reality.
You're taking their bait, dude. You're taking their bait. They want to talk about the word level and say it's actually curved, and you're taking their bait. In reality, what Blue just said is objectively wrong. I will cite NOAA, the one that does it. They use horizontal datum. You just saying they use curve datum doesn't make it real. I can drop NOAA sources that show you that they use horizontal lines. I will as soon as I get out. In 8 minutes, I dropped 50 of them in here 2 days ago, Blue. So how about this? Do you want to bet on it?
You betcha.
Okay, how much do you want to bet?
You want to bet
that they use?
You want to bet that level is not a curved datum? You want to bet on that?
Change it. There you go. See what I'm saying, Pakistan? They just want to talk about level. You have to keep it on horizontal. The reality is we use horizontal datum. You just said they didn't. Do you want to bet on that?
I'm not that. Look, you want to play word games? Go play with somebody else. Level is a curved datum, which is
okay.
Oh, who's playing word
I've never
games?
understood the word games thing.
Dude, buddy, they don't use level. They use horizontal.
They use level. That elevation.
Okay, so do you want to bet on it?
Do I want to bet that they don't use elevations?
What?
Do you want to bet that? Do you want to bet they use horizontal datum points?
I don't think he understands. Whitson, I don't think he understands that you're talking about the establishment of sea level.
Exactly. That's which is what we use to get elevation. To establish the sea level, we use horizontal datum points. The globe claims you take all the horizontals, piece them together, and then you apply a general rate of curvature to the entire thing, and you try to map it onto a globe, and that's called the geoid model, where you take the mean sea level and you curve the horizontal datum point.
Here's my point with it, is that the steel that we are welding together at each joint to make a horizontal level straight line, so that way it keeps that same benchmark. Imagine on your curved ball, if we did that, that means that at the end of 2.5 miles, that means our benchmark wouldn't be equivalent to the beginning point, because we would have if we made a straight line over a ball, then it would be higher at 2.5 miles, because it's now in your world, if you take a ruler and put it on take a flat ruler and put it on a basketball, you're gonna see
No,
that
we get it. We get it. We get it.
you're gonna,
Straight
okay,
forward
good,
vertical
good, good.
curve.
Okay, good, 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 good.
But
Okay, good.
Apocryphon, this I want to compare this to what you were saying before. This sounds like you're now saying that you could tell the difference between curved and flat, but it sounded like before when we were talking about the whatever Taylor Basin, that boat ramp, that boat tow thing, that you wouldn't be able to tell. It seemed like you were going, I work with metal, and I don't know how you could be able to tell over that kind of a distance with that shorter, that smaller deviation. So how would you, the question I was trying to ask you before, never mind. The question I was trying to ask you before was, if that sea level datum was curved, and you were always taking it from that sea level datum, how would you be able to tell that you weren't just building rails that curve at this infinitesimally small amount?
Well, the reason why is because if you're taking a 30-foot long piece of steel, okay, and then you're going to butt it up, you kiss it. It's called kissing, by the way. When you kiss them, they have to be perfectly level, flat. So my point is that how many straight kissed joints are going to make a curve in your world? Because in our world,
on those joints,
okay, go ahead.
If those joints are straight, that's good. But like along the length of a beam and in each join, to what tolerance? It's obviously we're going to agree that it's not perfectly straight. There's always going to be some sort of deviation or wibbliness to it, right? Perfection doesn't exist in reality.
But even still, we're always trying to keep. Even still, again, it's the ruler on a basketball, little paradox, if you will. Because if you have a level, straight stick on a ball, that the end of that stick is no longer level if it's having to dip down around a ball. That's if you're going to have a curve in it. That means at the end of the tram that we built 2.5 miles down the road, that means the end of it is going to have to be lower, dipping down if it's going to follow a curve. But it's straight. It pick up that end of it and then put it up like if I'm like visualizing it like a ruler.
Apocryphon.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's only true about each segment. So you said each segment is leveled, right?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And how big are the segments?
I said, I mean, the longest one I think was about 30 feet. Yeah, that was probably the longest
He's gonna
one.
lie about margin of error
So
right now.
imagine they're all 30 feet long.
Right.
Okay? They're all 30 feet long. The only straight line. That's what makes Kool-Aid's example different in ways, because it's a pretty long segment. It's like a quarter. It's a third of a mile segment. But you can't really use the entirety of the like all the segments added together and expect it to be the curvature at the end of it, because the error in each after each connection of the segments could easily hide the curvature.
No, but here's
It's a very small amount.
He lied about margin of error
error?
right there. He just, folks, he lied about margin of error just there. Hope you noticed that.
Do
But
we
no, I'm asking.
establish sea
Okay,
level with
so I'm
horizontal datum?
trying to ask.
But
whatever with it. I'm trying to ask you,
Kosho,
Apocryphon.
Yeah.
What is the error?
It's like
that
I just
Kosho's
let him
talking
keep running away from it, right?
Okay.
Like
With it, just shush, please.
Okay. So
What is
Kosho, I get what you're saying, because
Well,
there's a tolerance, but it has nothing to do with the curvature of the earth. I'm letting you know right now.
Okay,
Nowhere.
but answer
ever.
Eggshells. Yeah, answer
Go ahead.
Eggshells question.
Go ahead, Eggshell. What was the question? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
it's
the
both the
question
same
is, does
question.
sea
What is
level
that
establish
tolerance?
horizontal datum?
Okay, just go and suck a dummy. With it, you're being a child.
But the
Apocryphon,
children
what
are
is
the
that?
ones that are
What is
avoiding
that?
the point
Easy,
blank
man.
question,
Easy,
diverting the
man.
talking points over and over, and people are following them
We're having
through
a
their bullshit diversion. Like I
We're
don't
having a
understand it. Like
conversation. This is so childish. This is so
okay, whatever.
bizarre and childish with it.
Please monologue about how level means curved, and you can never know, and then we'll get to the end of nothing because you'll avoid the
Can you
horizontal
stop
aspect.
projecting already?
Oh,
Cool,
well,
then.
let me say,
Let me finish my monologue by asking this short question that I've still been asking. What do you think those tolerances are? Like, if I said over 100 meters, could that straight line be like bent by an inch? I think you'd go, yeah, easily over 100 miles. So what's the maximum error or tolerance that you think that would have over the sound like a shuttle people carry, you said, at an airport?
Well, when you're dealing with the skeleton of a constructed, of the construction, you have a tolerance, but it doesn't have to do with a curve of the earth. It has to do with the fact that sometimes when you're welding, and let's say when it gets hot, when it gets cold, you have this flexing of the steel, and that's what you have to adjust to, because there is these properties of steel to where when it's really really hot, the steel expands, and so the only variances you have are according from one pylon to the next or one column to the next, but it's not representative of a curve. It's represented more of a dip, or from those kiss joints.
What is that? What number is it between two pylons? What's the biggest variance you measured?
So through, when you're welding and the LA City inspector comes in and they double check your weld, then they put their little fucking tool on top of the steel. There is a quarter inch. There's a quarter inch variance, tolerance, should I say? A quarter inch tolerance
between two pylons. You're saying?
Yeah.
Or across the entire length of the track.
A quarter inch. But when they make up, let me tell you though, the reason why I'm saying you guys are wrong, because at the end, it still has to you have to make sure that it's still hitting that benchmark of whatever it was originally set. So like if you go down a mile from that tram, I guarantee you. Matter of fact, I could hit up my boss, who was my buddy that got me into the trade, and I'll say, hey, can you like take a picture of the blueprint and send them to me? And it'll show you on the blueprints. It's exactly what Whitsitt is arguing. They're all it's all based off of horizontal, off of these datum points that are horizontal. Nothing ever.
So Apocryphon,
they should
what
be
you're
horizontal
saying
at each viewpoint.
What was that?
Apocryphon, what you're saying is, as you're building this tram and you've got pylons that help support the tram rails, you can have a tolerance of plus or minus a quarter inch for each pylon as you're going, let's say 2 miles down the track. There's a tolerance plus or minus of a quarter inch per pylon, but that deviation is based on a horizontal, and the starting point and the ending point is still horizontal, right?
Yes,
not
exactly.
level. Horizontal.
No. It ends up, as long as you end up still level horizontal at the end of it. Yes,
just say horizontal. Don't fucking give them that level shit, dude. Just say horizontal.
Exactly.
Because you're establishing a horizontal.
So how is that measured? How is that measured? Just so we can be clear on which it is.
Establishing
how at the end of
measured,
it.
It's measured by the benchmarks that the surveyors have placed for you. So, for instance, like I was on Station 3, right? And we were building along that Station 3, going over to Station 4. Now, all we had to do was take the same benchmark of Station 2 and Station 1 and make sure we are hitting the same horizontal elevation to make sure that this tram is perfectly level with a tolerance of a quarter inch. Now, if you're going to say that over 2.5 miles, we still have to be within that fucking quarter inch. Okay, so you're going to have some variations along it, but still at the end of it, you're still going to have a benchmark of the same elevation within a quarter inch, bro.
I understand what you're saying. I'm asking about the measure, specifically. Like, what are you doing? Like, what exactly are you doing to make that measurement? To make sure that it's in line.
Okay, so the way we make sure it's in line is that we take the benchmark before, and we transfer it. So imagine this: you put a toothpick on your table, and then you put another toothpick, 10 feet away from it. And then you're going to make sure that the top of that toothpick is going to be the same as the first toothpick, right? And it has to be horizontal, right? It has to be straight. Okay. So then guess what? What if your table had a bend in it? Okay. So, cause like the terrain, sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower. So all you're going to do is adjust the column, or not adjust it, but you're gonna put a column in the footing, and then where you're gonna weld that steel, you have to make sure that it's the same elevation of the column before. So even though the column's higher, the column itself is higher because of the land, variation or the ground variation, but it's still going to hit that benchmark of, let's say, 465 feet above, which we would call sea level. So you can take a sea level line, and it doesn't matter if you're building into a mountain or if into a raised ground or a dipped ground. Either way, we're still going to make sure that the top of that is going to be according to that original transferring of the line. So that's why you can build over a plane of ups and downs, highs and lows, because you're always going to keep that horizontal.
You said you spent a long time. I asked you specifically. I'm saying specifically, what tool are you using to make sure that that's at the same elevation? You use an analogy. I'm asking you specifically.
You didn't say tool.
Yeah,
you didn't
say tool. I know. That's why I'm trying to clarify.
Okay, so there's 3 different tools that we can use. Typically, we just use a theodolite to transfer the line, or a laser, or a total station. We can use a total station as well. But it's all about getting the pinpoint of that previous benchmark. So what you do is you take a theodolite and you look at it and you say, okay, boom, I'm hitting it to the east. I'm looking through it, and those crosshairs are going to equal 465 because that benchmark that I'm focused on is 465 above sea level. Then I swivel it 180 degree, and then I have my apprentice go ahead and make a mark on the next column, and he makes a mark, and we're going to say, okay, that transferring of onto the next column is still going to represent 465. And then we know that when we hit the still on the next column, we have to make sure that the top of that still is hitting that benchmark. Now we know it's completely horizontal. That's the way we do it, Kosho. But any more questions?
You do this, and then you do this from beginning to end of that when you're finished. Is that what you said?
All the way through. All the way through.
The laser's actually bending because of refraction. Whenever you're transferring the points, the laser's actually following the curve of the Earth. So that's why it looks like it's horizontal, but you just can't tell.
You're being facetious with it. No, here's the thing, though.
Listen, the reason it's horizontal is because it's curved. The reason it's flat, level, and horizontal is because it's curved. You guys, come on, flatties, get with it.
Oh my
That's
God,
why
that's
you have to hold them to the word horizontal, because they avoid it like the plague. Because they all say level is curved and it's equidistant above the reference point, and sure, that's the definition of level. So they're just going to always say that. You have to point out the horizontal aspect of it, and they will. You know, immediately they're like, "Wits, it's interrupting," even though I brought the point up. They're like, "Oh, we're not talking about that. Oh, whatever, Wits it. Oh, I don't know. Level. Like that's their script.
Real quick, yes.
I'll take things that never happened for $500.
Last thing. Check the live stream text for the definition of horizontal as an adjective: flat and level with the ground, or with a line considered as a base.
Correct.
Affecting or happening at one level in a system. Well, that's different. And the third one is applicable: a horizontal plane, position, or line. Okay?
Correct.
Flat and level with the ground is horizontal.
Right. So that's why, exactly. That's why when you transfer the line. And by the way, when you use a laser level, I'm glad that Witsit brought it up, because there's a reason why we don't shoot a line 1 mile away. We literally do them in small increments because we want to make sure, because certain laser levels are calibrated only to a certain distance that you can even use them to even make sure that that line is even perfectly horizontal. There's a reason why we do that. So you don't go like, let's shoot it for a quarter mile. No, you don't even do that. You're going to shoot it for like maybe at the most 60 to 70 feet at the most. Like
what do you use for a quarter mile then? If the entire length of your thing was a quarter mile,
no, you don't get it. You don't get it. We use it. We did it 2.5 miles, and the way we transferred the line was every 40 to 50 feet.
Right. And, I know, but that's why I asked you. I asked you before if at the end of it, you then connect the beginning and the end, and then and you said yes. So that's what I'm asking you: is what do you use to connect the 2.5 mile line from beginning to end?
No. You don't. Okay, Kosho, you don't build a building from one solid piece. It is literally like box and square, box and square, box and square.
I know, but that's why
I
asked. That's why I asked you specifically when you're finished, if you would then connect the full length of it to ensure that the end is horizontal
no.
front.
Well, you know it matches it because you transfer the line. That's
hey,
the way.
That's what I was asking before.
Okay.
That's what everybody was cheering about just a second ago.
Okay. Well,
So that doesn't happen.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
Oh, no. Yeah. You don't do it from one point all the way to the end of the 2.5 miles. You do it in increments, right? Like you're building box and square, level, horizontal, all the way down.
Called differential leveling, right?
Differential leveling. What do you mean exactly by that? What is your?
That's what you do, right? You take your theodolite or your level. You can use an auto level if you want to, or theodolite, and you shoot a backside and a foresight.
Yes. Yeah.
And then once you shoot the backside and the foresight, you move the instrument ahead
right.
of the previous foresight, which now becomes a backside, and you
Right.
shoot an equal distance to a new foresight.
Exactly.
So you
Yeah, this is the actual.
Okay,
This is
and
the
so this
actual.
is the actual procedure that you use. Excuse me, but I'm still talking. That's the actual
Okay,
procedure
that's why I
you use,
stopped
and the reason that you do that is because the Earth curvature to the backside is the same as the curvature to the foresight. It eliminates collimation error, it eliminates refraction, and it eliminates Earth curvature. That's the whole reason for it.
This is why you have you guys have to realize how you have to converse with them. Okay, you have to trap them and force them to be honest. So you just ask the questions. So the globe
just wasted
position,
you. Now you're going to try. Yeah, right.
I'm gonna expose it. Yeah. So the globe's position is that you just build everything like the Earth was flat and horizontal. You just establish sea level like it's flat and horizontal, but it's
Level
actually
to what?
curved. It's actually curved. It's just that you wouldn't really be able to tell. So then the way that he builds it doesn't automatically account for curvature, and that's why he does it. He builds it like it's flat. So if he was building on a flat Earth, would he build it exactly the same way that he builds it right now?
Yeah.
See, they don't like that question. You have to understand what questions they won't answer because they're dishonest. So
I'll answer it honestly. The Earth isn't flat, so we would never know the answer to that question.
That's not what he asked.
Yes, he did. He said if the Earth
There
is
you
flat,
go. There's the answer.
You're
Do you
saying
have a rebuttal with it?
They
saying you
can't
wouldn't
do
know
it.
the answer because you can't
I
tell.
just
He just
answered
answered you.
He
Do you
said
have a
if the Earth
rebuttal?
is flat, would you do it the same? The Earth isn't flat, so we wouldn't know how to do it the same.
How do you know? You haven't done it any different way.
But wait a. Why don't any of the ballers ever check them when they do that? How come the other baller was just so ready to go, so confident, I just exposed it, Then I ask the question and he gets quiet. Then the troll comes in to just say something completely ridiculous and not address the point, right? Which is
I
that you
addressed it
build it,
straight on.
you
The Earth
build it,
isn't flat, so we couldn't know what it would be like if it was flat.
That's
the globe claims that you build it like it was flat because for all intents and purposes, it wouldn't matter. It would be locally horizontal and flat. So I asked the question, so if the Earth were flat, would he build it any differently than he currently does?
Is a kitchen built over an overhang on a mountain still level and flat?
So Whitsett, here's the thing:
With different elevations?
They're claiming that since the Earth isn't flat, we don't build anything over a flat surface. Well, we do we not have the ability to establish flat, even if, let's say we're on a ball. I'll give you that for this example. We're on a ball. I want a flat spot on the ball, 3 miles by 3 miles by 3 miles. Do we have the ability to do that? Or does it always follow the curve?
No, you can do that easily, and that's how you would know if you're on a ball anyway. You would establish that horizontal plane first, and then measure down to the surface and tell what the surface is doing. If it's curving, you would know.
Right.
These people are liars.
Yeah, Rocky, and you see what they did previously, where they say, well, the method that you're using is done because it perfectly accounts for the curvature of the Earth when you do that method.
Hey,
but then you would use that same method.
No, make the ballers answer.
Blue doesn't know what he's talking about.
So I posted
Blue.
I posted a video. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, it was not. No.
So Blue, what method would you use? I'm giving you money to give me a perfectly flat, not with the curvature of the Earth, perfectly flat 3x3 section of Earth. I want it perfectly flat. What method would you utilize to establish a perfectly flat surface like that?
in today's world, I'd use GPS.
Yeah,
What?
so funny. So you can't use a theodolite to do it, Blue?
Saying 3 by 3 doesn't say the actual
That's why
size
you're
because
not a
it could be 3
surveyor then, right?
centimeters by 3 centimeter, 3 feet by 3 feet, 3 miles
He
by
already
3
said
miles, 3
miles.
square
He already
miles.
said miles.
No,
He
he
said
said 3
miles.
by 3. He didn't
Hey,
define
He said
when.
3 by 3
No, he
miles.
said miles earlier.
Hey,
hey,
Blue,
hey,
would you, Blue, would you drop down to live stream 2 with me for a second?
Yeah.
hey, just real quick. I
Get
just,
your story straight, boys.
hey, just real quick.
See you later, Blue.
I posted a video 42 minutes after the hour, and I asked because this is one of the surveyors on the job site, right? And I asked him. I said, hey, he knew I was going to ask him. The first thing he says, like, first of all, the Earth is flat, dude. I've never even talked to this guy about flat Earth, and this is a surveyor. And then I said, hey, and I asked him, like, how many times have you count? If you notice, he's holding a book. He's holding a book, and it has all his calculations, all his writings, all his measurements, right? All his datum points, as you would call it, right? And then I asked him, and if you look at the equipment he's using a total station. Okay, so then I asked him, I said, how many times have you had to account for the curvature of the Earth? And he jokingly, mockingly says, as many times as I've been on the moon. In other words, never. So this is a surveyor. Now, you don't want to believe me, that's fine. But this dude actually, this is his job. He gets paid to do this. And he's never had to account for curvature, and
Oh
nor
wait,
do
they need to
any of
just
them
have to
do.
answer. They need to just answer Napalm's question. How do we, if the Earth's a globe, and I wanted to pay you $1 million to build a 3 mile by 3 mile flat surface to build something that's completely flat and horizontal, how would you do that?
Well, didn't they did this in was it with a 22 mile or square mile circle basically. Man, they had to use GPS like Blue said at a Large Hadron Collider.
And the Earth was curving down beneath it in all directions.
I'm not sure where it's level at, but it's made to be horizontal, or it's made to be flat. So
Yeah, exactly, Kosho. It's made to be horizontal. So imagine now. Let's like shrink that down to like your backyard. If you're gonna make a round, pipeline for if you wanted to build a little LHC in your backyard, hydrogen collider in your backyard, everything has to be perfectly horizontal because if it's not, then that circle that you put that light on it, to go around and around and around, like it would have to be flat horizontally because if it was like a halo on a basketball, then it's the elevations be way off from one side to another in all directions. Now, if you can show me proof that they built that, like they built it, in other words, like they built it into the ground so that way it does keep a horizontal, but that means the furthest on one side to the other would be higher than the ground itself on its respective places. But that's not what we see.
just like LIGO and Slack and all the other ones too.
Yeah, but LIGO has elevation that they had to worry about, and I had an argument with Zanuck a long time ago, and I had to go to this website that showed me that LIGO is actually built into the side of a mountain, and it actually goes from like 300 feet above sea level up to 500 feet above sea level. So in other words, that means it's going to curve only because they're building on a slant, like a sideways, like putting a 2x4 on a hill. It's going up. But if they could raise the starting point of it to equal the elevation that is going to be at the end of it, then you're going to be level, horizontal, all day, every day. And I don't know why you guys keep arguing this fact, but we build shit all the time.
Somebody had brought up to me the other day. They said to me, "Well, it's the North Pole and is flat, right? It's flat at the poles, right?" So I was kind of curious on how you would measure the flat. Is it so when they say flat at the poles in the globe paradigm? Is that horizontal or is flat at the poles being perfectly conforming to the curvature of the Earth? And then how does that I guess mesh up against the rest of the Earth? So is it perfectly curved then at the poles? And then what's the rest of the curve doing? Not perfectly curved?
I'm not sure. You probably should ask that person the question, but
Well,
yeah, I wouldn't know how it's
well,
measured.
it's safe to say that they're lying. So we can start there.
So is it not perfectly flat at the pole, Scotia?
I don't know, and I wouldn't
Okay.
think so. Regardless, I could ask Rakia, as I'm not sure, but I don't remember there being any mountains in Louisiana, specifically where LIGO is, but I could be wrong about that too.
Well, Kosho, I'm telling you right now, if anybody got on a job site and started to weld a piece of steel, and it was and this idiot was like, oh, I have to account for curvature, so I'm gonna like dip the steel down, he will get fired. We call it, you get two checked. That means you get your first and last week's check. Get out of here, because you can never ever build with a curve. You always build according to the drawings that the engineer have provided. It's always horizontal, always,
I'm going to
all day,
challenge
every day.
you on that one, Apocryphon, and I'm going to say if somebody was able to weld and work with metal such that they were so accurate that it was close to flat or closer to the curvature of the earth, they would get promoted.
Yeah, I could do it. I own a pipe fab. We can
talking
make the
about
top of the pipe horizontal. What are you talking about? It's easy. But you would use the
that's not what
tools, the
that's not what I'm
horizontal
talking about.
you would use the theodolites to do it.
Because you were
To
talking
check
about
your work.
Apocryphon like a half inch between pillars. That's like way more variance.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
that's
and
loads more.
and the reason why is because we understand that steel expands, so it's more of a local thing, but over the great distance, you still have to make sure that even though you're having a up and down, you're still making sure that it's within the tolerance for the sea level, the original benchmark that you're transferring it over. But never, ever, ever dude. Let me tell you this: in all of my career, no one's even talked about the curvature of the earth. No one ever. No one ever builds that way, dude. That's not even a fucking question. This is funny. I don't know why you all think that it is, but it's not.
That's my point. That's what I was saying before. The number of applications that need to discern between them is vanishingly small.
Yeah.
Well,
like there's probably a handful of buildings, probably fewer than 100 buildings on Earth that need to care about it.
Well, it's not even that. It's not even that. They're not even having to care about it. It's just that people are invoking that you have to account for it when that's not even reality, because you don't, because that's not the way you build something. You don't. Everything you're building is horizontal and flat, and it's called plumb level square. There's a laser company called PLS, and it's like a little inside joke that we make its acronym plumb level square, but it actually stands for something for the company. But we call it, it's a laser company, but we call it plumb level square because that's the way you build it. You ever heard of the 3-4-5? You guys know what the 3-4-5 is?
Pythagorean triangle. But hey, I was going
That's
to
the way
ask you.
That's the way you could tell something's perfectly level and squared.
Yeah.
Using the 3-4-5 method. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. Fuck. You said so many things, man. Oh yeah, no. I was going to say that's right. I was going to tell you that based on the questions that Napalm Wizard asked, because I think it's true that if you're making a structured level, for the most part, unless there's a special, like it's a draw, like it's a what do you call it, it's a cable bridge or something. If it's level, then you're building it in segments, and then I think on a flat plane or a globe, most of the time the application would be somewhat similar. But the question that Napalm asked about making a flat structure, like a flat line or a flat surface that's big enough.
Well, it's all flat.
There would be, and there is differences. Because on a flat plane, you wouldn't need to worry about the precision that is required to do it on a globe.
Kosho,
How we do it.
Kosho, the only thing you worry about is the terrain. That's it. So, like, if you put a column in the footing on one part, let's say on the northeast side of the construction, and then you have from that column, and then you go all the way to the opposite side, to the southwest side, the only thing that's going to have a variance is the ground itself, because guess what, when they survey the ground, when they level the ground, they have to also induce or invoke like for drainage. So yes, there are going to be a different elevation of the ground, because you also have to consider that they have to build it for drainage. Because if you honestly, you can't build the foundation perfectly flat, because then you're going to have a flood. All the water will just sit in it. So you have to build it with a little bit of a height in the middle. That's a given. But as far as the building itself, the skeleton of it, the structure, so the first story, second story, third story. Go ahead.
I think it's an 1/8 inch per.
That's not true. I don't know how many
foot.
slabs you've done. That's
Oh,
not
can you not
true
hear
at
me,
all.
Rakia? You guys
Keep
want to ask
talking about-
Rakia if he can hear me? All right, never
Rakia,
mind. You guys go ahead.
can you hear can you hear? Oh, sorry, man. Tell me your name again. Dice Low.
Yeah, Dice was talking. I stopped. I mean, I didn't hear him, but we might have started talking at the same time. But I'll just finish real quick. That's not exactly true. It depends on the architect, but most slabs are horizontal. They don't have an arc to shed water because they're enclosed. But we're paid to make things not curve.
Right. You know, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So for instance, on the slab of it, you're now building on the dirt, right? So if you want to say a concrete slab, you're building on the dirt. You're going to make sure that the slab is straight across, right? Perfectly as flat as possible, right? But then
Yeah,
when you
they
have
literally.
but
They
then when
literally
you
take a
have
string line grid system, dude, to make
right
sure that everything is level.
yeah, right. But then the
They
trade
get
that
the
comes
pitch.
But
They get the pitch.
yes, exactly. They get the pitch. But the trade that comes behind you is going to make sure that when they build the floor on that slab, or even the skeleton, or, for the skeletons and the stories to go up, it's always going to have a little bit of a pitch to where you could allow for drainage. Always, I mean, typically.
So that's what I was trying to address, because water beads up at 1/8 of an inch. So for every foot, you have to have X amount of slope to dispel the water, but not have it pull up. Correct.
Right. Otherwise, you could have a project that it gets completely fucking what's water warped, or I forgot the word.
Yeah.
Where
Water is how you know if your slab is horizontal or not. Every little dip is
Right.
going to hold water. That means it's not horizontal with the rest. Every elevated part that's above the horizontal is going to dry quicker.
Right.
That's how you know things aren't horizontal. But to say that you're following the curvature of the earth is ridiculous. That's why
Right.
Blue is now in another room with another guy trying to figure out what to say next, because what they say is ridiculous.
Right. They're all over the place. I mean, I'm pretty sure that none of them ever even fucking built anything, to be honest. And they probably heard someone tell them that you have to do these things for curvature, but in reality, you never. Like I said, never in all my career of fucking doing this. And not only mine, but even my boss's, because I had my boss on here, by the way, one time on a fucking. I was drunk and I fucking put him on the camera, and I said, "Hey, how many times have you ever fucking And he's built a lot of shit. And I'm like, dude, how many times have you ever even heard you have to account for curvature of the earth? And he was like, shut the fuck up, turn it off. Like, he was mad at me because I was even fucking, like, how fucking lame can you be? That's not even a fucking reality, bro. Like, he laughed at our fucking conversations. Like, you're fucking stupid. Because it is stupid.
So the next question you ask him is there anything we've done that should have had to account for the curvature of the earth?
Oh, no. He has said the only time you have to worry about still bending at a curve is for camber. That's it. That's
not
the
what I'm
only
asking.
time.
That's not what I'm asking, man.
I know. And that and I heard what you said, and then I told you after that the only time he had to ever account for this any type of curve had nothing to do with the curvature of the earth. It has to do with the camber. You know what camber is, right?
Still
Eggshells.
not what I'm asking, man.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Yeah.
So you asked him. It sounded like you said you asked him when he's had to account for the curvature of the Earth, and he hadn't. And my question is, could you ask him next time you talk to him if he's ever would have had to? If the Earth was curved, are there any buildings he's done or things he's made that should have had to?
No. Listen. Hold on. He was the main, the general superintendent on the LEX project for the People Mover. Okay, that is 2.5 miles, Kosho, and everything. This is why he fucking said, "Shut up." I'm sorry, eggshell. Who am I talking? I'm sorry. What did I say? I'm drunk. I'm sorry.
It's funny. It's funny you called him Kosho because I was going to ask you about that, but go ahead and go on. Go on. It's eggshells. It's eggshells. Go on.
Okay, so eggshells. I actually meant to say eggshells, but I said Kosho. Man, get out of my head, Kosho. God damn you. So listen. So this is why he fucking thinks I'm stupid, even talking to ballers about this, because he's like, we never fucking have to do that. That's not even in our fucking vocabulary when we're building shit. We never are ever. So go ahead.
You're repeating yourself. I'm not saying you do have to account for it. I'm taking for granted what you said, that you don't. I'm asking if you could ask him if there's any time you should have had to.
I will tell you no, because I literally just said that he's a general superintendent on the fucking project of the 2.5 mile People Mover. Never have we ever had to account for curvature of the Earth over a 2.5 mile long run.
But the gist I'm getting at is I want you to ask him if he feels he should have had to account for curvature.
No.
If the Earth was curved on the People
No. The answer is no. He didn't have to, and we didn't. We never.
I'm still not asking if you had to. I'm asking if the Earth was curved, would you have had to?
Why would,
why
would he ask that if he's already said he hasn't had to account for it?
Yeah,
oh my God, you both.
If you're living in fantasy world and you've never had to account for Earth curve, would you have to account for Earth curve if you were living on a curved Earth? He's already said no. He's never accounted for it, so he would never ask that anyway.
Right, and I'll tell you why. Eggshells. The reason why you don't have to account for that, quote unquote, is because the drawings and the blueprints, everything is horizontal to the benchmarks of sea level. Everything, all the fucking
Honestly,
points.
just not making my question clear.
Oh yeah,
I get what you're saying. I'm just not able to make myself understood.
Okay. Well, figure it out and come back. No, I'm just kidding.
If you were living on a curved Earth, you would have to account for it. Because we don't have to account for it should be proof that you don't live on a curved Earth. Thanks.
Yeah, it's still not my question.
Well, base your answer to your question on what we just both said, because it damn sure answers it. You're not on a curved Earth, and if you were on a curved Earth, you would have to account for it. But because we don't account for it, which is what your question is all about, then what does that tell you now? You're not on a curved surface.
Yeah, eggshells.
Right,
eggshells. Let me ask you this. Okay, if I told you that he's been in the trade for 28 years and he's built projects, both small and great, and even projects that would have had to, if it was a curved Earth, you would have had to account for it. If I tell you he didn't have to do that, would that at least make you say? Would that make me? Oh my God, that's funny. Would that make you gay? No, I said. Would that make you say then?
I don't know. Is he good looking?
Would that make you then say, well, wait, maybe it's not a curved Earth, because if these guys are building structures that don't have to account for a curvature that my textbooks tell me that it is, then our reality is no longer are you not like able to disconnect from the brainwashing and indoctrination and come to reality and say, well, wait, if these guys build shit and never have to worry about curvature, then maybe it's not fucking curved. Is that at least fair, eggshells?
I mean, yeah, it'd be interesting if he was able to point out structures that should have had to account for it and how they should have had to account for it.
Well,
and
the
then he didn't.
LAX,
Yeah,
well,
that'd be
the
interesting.
the people mover should have. It's 2.5
But the
miles.
people move. I mean, the people
Hey,
mover
that's
sounds like it's got the same problems with what Rakeir's described, which is you're talking about pillars, and at each pillar, it sounds. Could be misunderstanding. It has in itself a half-inch tolerance, and each time you're resetting that horizontal, sounds to me like it can easily create a disco ball. At
Plus
the fear
or
of
minus there, genius. Not
igniting the
always
demon.
down. That's plus or minus. Hello, not just down.
I
Sorry, no curve.
Yeah,
didn't
that's a
say
good
down.
point. Actually, Rakia, that's a good point because you have to realize that if you have a plus, then that means things are going up. That's actually opposite of your down curve. But again, that's why I put an emphasis on this. You're not going according to a curved ball Earth. It's always going according to the terrain, the ground that you're building on, because it's the ground that goes up and down. It's the topography that you're actually trying to calculate against, not the curve of the Earth. I mean, come on, man. How many
I know,
times can I
but
say it?
I think Extra's question though was about your foreman or whatever you said.
You want me to
But
call him right now? Let me call him.
No,
Let me
I
call him.
don't.
Don't call him.
I don't think you should either. But regardless,
Yeah, it's a bad idea.
Yeah, yeah. Regardless, though, I think what he was asking is a second ago. You just stated we didn't count for it, and we should have if it was a globe. You said we should have if it was a globe. He's asking if your foreman would agree with that statement.
Yeah, basically, yes.
Okay, actually, okay. So, with that being said, if it was a globe, we would have accounted for curvature. Now, the fact
That's you
that
saying
we
that.
now
I
the
get that you
fact
think that. I'm very clear that you think that.
now the fact that we didn't should represent that it's not a globe. How hard
So
is
his
that?
question is, would your foreman agree with that statement?
Let me call him.
Yeah.
Hold on, give me a second.
No, do not call him. Do not call him.
I'm calling him.
Obviously, don't. I think that's a bad idea. I don't want to be responsible for that. That seems like a bad
exactly.
idea. Just next
Dude,
time
that's
you're
my
chatting with
buddy,
him
bro.
in person.
Dude, that's my buddy, bro. Like he's my best friend. I'll be like, "Hey, fucker, hey, nigger." Like I can fucking talk to him like that.
Okay. Apocryphal.
I'm gonna call him right now. Hold on.
Do it another time.
I'm gonna call him right now. I'll be back. Hold on.
Oh dear.
Well, I don't understand why that you don't understand. If something's making a horizontal plane and you're on a curved surface, that would show you're on a curved surface. And if you were trying to build something horizontally, you would have to correct for that curved surface if you moved your equipment. Since we don't do that and it is horizontal, what does that mean?
We don't know that statement's
I'm not going to be able. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to explain it to you any other way that other people haven't.
You don't have to explain it to me. I'm challenging
well,
you to question yourself.
Okay.
I
guess I don't really want to answer because you keep shouting in response.
I'm not asking you for an answer. I'm challenging you to go do it. Have you done it?
No, I don't want to. No, I'm not interested in doing it. I'd be
you
more
want to
interested
do a
in
thought? I know you don't care. You're just here to waste time. I know you don't care. You just stated you don't care.
I'm not. Okay.
Just deal with it, man.
I don't care. It's just that I've got more interesting things to do with my time.
Well, you just said you didn't care. You have more interesting things to do than to go actually prove your point wrong. Right. When you're asking and someone's telling you that you're not correct, these are people that have done it. You just dismiss it as time waste.
Sure, just the same as you dismiss people who've used those same tools for far longer and come to the opposite conclusion.
Show me one. Bring me one. I'll do the same method.
No, I'm not going to go get them for you.
I know you're not because you cannot do it.
I'm so sorry.
You cannot bring me a person that's ever measured curved water like we're talking about. Never.
If I could bring you anything, I'd bring you a hot cup of cocoa if that'd stop you shouting.
It doesn't matter. Just deal with it, man.
Give you a little back rub as well.
I'm sorry, this is where you have to turn my voice inflection and my attitude or whatever you want to say, because you can never back up your claim and bring me a surveyor that has used these methods to measure curved water because it's never been done. It can't be done. That's why you have to do these tactics. That's why you have to say you're not going to do it. That's why you say, I've never done it and I'm not going to spend the time to do it. I'm just going to come here and waste people's time.
Your method has no ability to
You've done it, and you still
differentiate
come here and
between
shout
a
at shit.
curve and flat.
Yeah,
That's
we've
the
told you
problem.
this so many times.
My method
that
is to establish a horizontal
Stable
plane.
Earth. We've heard about it. We've
If
heard
there's
about it.
a
We don't need to hear
curve,
it again.
if there's a curved surface underneath that horizontal plane, guess what you're going to measure?
How do you
A curved
exclude
surface.
what would happen
Here's something I
what
would
would
like to
happen
hear.
if you had different verticals at each station
So
that
now,
you set up?
so now
No,
you're
that
saying
is a question because that is the question I'm trying to answer.
I'm answering it. I'm answering it. So you're saying there can't be a horizontal plane created. I'm saying there can be. You create a horizontal plane, straight line segment that doesn't, repeat, doesn't curve above any surface, and it will tell you very accurately what the surface underneath is doing once you measure that.
Now that's great. It didn't answer my question at all. I said,
Straight line segment.
what would happen if you had at each station you had a different vertical?
If you're talking about in Fantasyland?
No, we're trying to differentiate between a curve and flat.
That's
so
how you do it.
You have to have a test that excludes the possibility.
That is the test. You create
have
a straight
test
line.
that excludes the possibility of different verticals.
Fine. Do you agree that there can be a straight line segment extended to be straight, not curving over a 2-mile section?
Well, that's what I described with my test.
Now I'm asking you if you agree that can be done by these professionals.
I described that with my test, not with the method that you're describing.
Is it possible?
Not with the test method you're describing.
Can a professional create a straight line segment not curving over a 2-mile section? Yes or no, smart
Not
guy?
with the method you described.
What method would he use then?
Something akin to what I described that you dismissed.
Adjusting the bottom of the
Can I
legs
ask?
instead of the top? Then I'm done
Can I
talking to you.
ask?
Thank you.
Can I
Can
ask
I
a
ask you, if
question?
we're going to go back here again, Rakia, what do you think is the steel man for people's challenge here? What do you think is the strongest criticism of your extending a straight line segment test?
That it's not possible because every time you move the tool, the horizontal plumb line is wrong, and when you shoot back, you get another straight line segment that's at a different angle, and that's ridiculous because you can check that, and that surveyors do it all the time, and that the horizontal plane they create isn't curving.
Oh God, okay.
So once you measure down, once you create that horizontal plane over a curved surface in your fantasy land water, if you would ever get off your ass and do it, you could measure down to the water and see that it's not curving.
Okay, thank you. So somebody else sounded like I had a question.
Yeah, I did. I mean, if the North Pole is supposed to be level, according to science or whatever, couldn't you take and somebody make a mile-long water level and go set it on the North Pole, and at the other end it should be 8 inches higher, right? Or lower?
You mean like a water level? You mean like an actual steel beam a mile long?
More.
No, I think you're talking about the
Yeah, with a water level in it. Yeah, with a bubble.
Water would freeze at the North Pole.
I think the challenge is, a water level doesn't actually use water, right? Spirit level.
A water level is what she's talking about.
Oh my
No,
God, Rakia.
You're wrong. I'm going to correct you. A water level uses water. A spirit level uses a liquid. Water in a water level tool is a tube with water in it, with no air.
Well, you could put antifreeze in it if you want.
Yeah, but he's wrong about what he's saying about a spirit level and a water level being different.
I mean, you're arguing about semantics here.
Oh,
which is
you're
what
trying to take a
annoyed
mile-long
with.
water level to the North Pole. Excuse me for being like that.
Yeah.
But not very practical.
Yeah, I mean,
just try to not be like that is my suggestion. Practice being.
Try and learn what a spirit
sometimes
level is and
yeah.
a water level tool is. Know the difference before you enter the conversation.
Okay, so water level.
Why don't you name the difference between shouting and conversing?
In answer to the water,
Like I said, this is all you have.
The woman was asking, instead of just bitching about the conversation, the water level would would be lower, but there's the disagreement between flat Earth and globe Earth is that there'd be no way to validate that. We could look at it. We'd have to look through a theodolite. We'd look through the atmosphere. We would say that it's lower, and you guys would say that that's some kind of an effect of how light
Let me answer that. You would say it was lower under certain conditions, but when it showed that it was higher, you would say that was refraction caused by their condition. So you have no clue. That's why we don't shoot over a mile looking through an optic to try and get an accurate measurement. Thanks for playing.
Except they do in tests above the that are much higher above the water, like what do they call it? Mount Everest, surveying.
Yeah,
You ever do a
that's what
count
I
in that
thought.
area where you're describing, Richie?
Yeah,
surveying to establish the height of
to
the
the
mountain.
Mount Everest, and then let's talk, because that's what the topic we were talking about. Thanks for trying again.
Can,
Change it.
can I tell you guys the conversation I just had with my boss, my buddy?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
cool.
I call him, and he knows I'm a flat earther, quote unquote. So I call him. I said, "Hey, fucker," I said, "how many fucking times did you have to account for curvature at LAX?" And he knows so he's like, "Dude, I had to do it 169 times," and he's joking, right? I'm like, "You fuck it." I said, "Be serious." He's like, "No, I had to account for it the same way pilots have to account." So now he's just fucking with me. He's just like joking, and then.
Yeah, but you forgot the question.
No. I said
No, he might not have. He might not have.
No, I asked him. I said, "No, how many times?" I said, "Be real, fucker." I said, "Honestly, how many times did we have to account for curvature?" He's like, "Dude, shut up. You know we fucking never do." He's like, "By the way, I'm gonna go pick you up later, so we go to a bar." I said, "All right, cool. All right."
Yeah, I know, but you forgot. You forgot the actual question.
The question was how many times did we account for curvature?
Right, he said 169 times.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
Oh shit! What was the question?
You got to call him back now.
I'll call him back. Okay.
Wait, before you call him back,
we need to get you to ask us the question, so we know you're going to ask the right question.
Okay. Hold on.
The question is,
I'm gonna get my other phone so that way I could call him and you guys could listen to him.
Oh my God.
It's fine. But there was one other thing that because you said something about the blueprints, and actually I'm really curious about that thing, not just for curvature. I'm curious like how it was constructed, like all the components basically, like each segment. Because I was thinking about it in my head, and the way I'm thinking about it in my head can't be the way that it's actually built. So it'd be interesting to look at that. But was that the structure you're talking about that you can actually get the blueprints for? Apocryphon?
Oh shit, my bad. I transferred my phone and it was muted. What was that? What'd you say?
I said, is that the structure you were talking about that you were saying you can get the blueprints for?
Yeah. For the LAX, yeah.
Yeah, could you really get those? Because I'd be really interested.
Yeah. Hold on, let me call him real quick. Let me call him back. Give me a second.
Where the people move over. And also, you don't know what the question is yet, so don't call him.
Yeah. Don't call him back. Don't call him back yet.
What was the question?
Practice the question with us.
Okay, what's the question?
The question. You're going to practice with us first before you call him.
I'm drunk.
Is there anywhere we should have had to account for the curvature? Or, like another way to ask it is, like, you think the Earth's curved. Why didn't we have to account for the curvature? We made this really long people mover. Why didn't we have to account for the curvature there?
Okay.
Would that be a way to ask it, Kosha?
I got you. Okay. All right. I'm calling him.
My guess is going to be because it followed a curve. Essentially boiled down to it followed
I asked the wrong question accordingly. Apparently, I asked the wrong question.
Hold on. Don't hang up. Hold on.
All right. Hurry the fuck up. They're waiting, by the way. Hurry up.
This is
All
awesome.
right, hold on, guys. Hold on. I'm drunk as fuck. I'm taking another drink.
I have a question to some of the flat earthers in the room and even the globe earthers. The globe earthers, am I right about my numbers? And the flat earthers, would this be a definitive test? Just posted.
Okay, let me take a look. So if I'm right.
I'm still waiting.
Hour.
Bro, where are you at?
Are they going to trust the ring laser jar? Like they already got results. Like it sounds good. Like it should get.
He's on the phone.
Well, I think they agree that it gives. Well, some of them agree that it gives generally a 15 degree per hour. Why it does it would be a question, but the motion of the train causing predictable results to it I would think would be indicative of something, especially being able to predict what the direction of those changes would be.
I was vaguely thinking about attaching a gyro into my bike and having it have a constant readout. So it's just got this incredible noise of me doing all sorts of turns and dropping it and stuff like that. But then going, if we evened all of these, if we averaged out the noise, would you find that I've been turning westward on a westward turning planet? The only thing about your maths there is it appears that west to east has cancelled out the thing, but east to west is the same as going north-south.
The question was,
I think that it would.
What job have you done that accounted for curvature of the
Should
Earth?
have had
What
to.
job?
No,
Or
they
should have done?
had to. No,
I'm sorry.
Should have.
What job should you have accounted for the curve of the Earth?
Yo, when I worked at the San Francisco Bridge back in oh fuck, I can't remember.
Are you drunk already, bro? Are you in the Connex drunk? Hey, it's fucking Friday, bro. You better fucking have a case in the fucking Connex. I mean, come on, dog. Hey, for real though. So when you had this, so you're saying that you account for curvature at San Francisco Bridge? You're fucking so full of it. What?
It wasn't too much like the curvature on top, more than like the bottom on the ground.
Nigga, you're talking about camber, bro. Come on.
Well, listen, it's only so far deep you can drill, right? Before fucking water starts rising.
Okay.
So, and we had to keep the same head clearance elevations from the earth, on top of the earth.
Okay.
So it kind of makes sense, like top, bottom, whatever. So back in 1996, 95, wait, hold on, 96.
I'm taking another drink. Give me a second.
Oh, yeah, so already. Back in 1996, 97, look it up. When I worked in North Hollywood in the Red Line, right? Adjusted because I was setting all the fucking guardrail. So as I got so far, I had to like stagger it down. You know what I mean? So as I recall, in 19, you can Google it. When I worked at the Red Line.
Yeah, I'm gonna Google when the fuck you work. What the fuck you talking about? What?
Oh, okay, whatever. Well, I'll tell you years when it got built.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you saying.
I recall that I had to adjust for the curvature.
You're such a. You're so full of it.
Yo, I got some new info on land surveying.
To keep adjusting.
Right. So you're adjusting. How long was the red line, by the way? How far? Actually, wasn't it like 7 miles, the red line? Yeah, it's like about 7 miles, right? No, 8 maybe.
Oh, it was purple. It changes color as you get so far.
Yeah, I know. That's why the red line. I think it was the red line. It was about 7 miles to LA.
So I'm not quite following it, Apocryphon. Could you ask why?
Right.
Can you ask why didn't we have to account for curvature in the people carrier?
Yeah. Okay. So why didn't we have to account for curvature at the 2.5 mile LAX? Why when we transferred benchmarks from station 4 to station 5, why didn't we have to account for curvature? Because the engineering fucking blueprints told us different. You're such a liar.
You either one or the other. I don't fucking know.
You're full of it. We because one's higher than the other.
I'll put back on my head right now.
So the red line. You're saying that when you were transferring the elevations, that you that it was dipping in a distance.
Bro,
from what to what?
Info on land surveying, bro. You guys
I know, but from what to what?
You guys get up to date on land surveying. I just talked to a land surveyor this weekend, dude.
Hold on. Hold on.
Just a second.
All right. So hold on. Let me ask you one more question, but give me a second. What other questions do you want me to ask him? Real quick. I put him on mute.
I didn't understand his answer to why didn't we have to account for curvature at LAX.
Question? I think he said he didn't know.
No,
Right.
no.
Never mind. Have a good drink.
Yeah. Hey, I'll be here waiting, fucker. Bye. Okay. I hung up on him. Okay.
All right,
So
real quick, I gotta fucking reveal some shit about land surveying that I ain't heard any of you guys talking about. I just talked to a professional land surveyor working for the federal government and I'm working next to the runway in Honolulu, Hawaii, the airport, the international airport of Honolulu. I'm working right next to the runway. We were working alongside. I seen a land surveyor, so I went over and talked to him. This guy is working for the federal government. This is where F-35s and passenger planes go off from. So this ain't no bullshit guy.
Great, get to the point, please.
Yeah, here's the fucking point. He was saying land surveying optically is obsolete now, and none of them use optical theodolites. And he was showing me his setup. They use radar and like some
it's all
other
GPS.
they use radar and they use some other
They're called total stations.
Yeah, they use some other fucking thing, 450 hertz or some shit like that. And he was showing, I was literally standing next to him, talking to him at the airport. I was talking for a good half an hour. He was saying, yeah, that visual shit, that's out of date. We don't use that for the government anymore. Government contractors don't use that shit. That's shit that you use on the private side, but they ain't fucking use it. They pulled up in a black van. This guy's whole business is just land surveying, dude. And guess what? The theodolite auto aims. You have a node that you put on one side, and basically you have the station on the other side, and the station literally, the node sends out a signal, and the station directs its direction towards the station and literally measures it. So all you with your optical instruments, I asked him how long the optical instruments go for. You know how long he said? He said 200 feet at most. So
At the most. Yeah.
Can take shots over 200 feet. It's fucking bullshit. But he said
absolutely.
He said with the radio ones, the ones that they use now, because the visual ones are obsolete because they're not accurate enough. He said the farthest they can get, even with these radio ones, because apparently like signals in the sky mess it up and whatever. The farthest they can get out is like 1,200 feet or something like that. This is with the radio ones. So with radio, they're only getting 1,200 feet. He said with optically, he admitted 200 feet max. So I don't know where the fuck you guys are taking measurements for 50 miles and thinking that you guys are accurate. Thank you. I've resigned my time.
All right. So back to my question, if you'd be so kind. Does anybody have any comments on that before we go off?
The thing I was saying is that your maths just at face value appeared to be a little bit iffy.
Well, let me explain.
North-south is
north-south. I'm going to be moving at 4 degrees per hour on the train. And that's going to be additive to, I think it's going to be the same north and south, regardless of direction. So I think that you're going to have 4 added to 15.
Right.
For those.
So east to west should be 19. West to east should be 10-ish. But then north to south and south to north should be bang on 15, shouldn't they? That's my question.
It should, as far as I'm concerned, it should be 19 because you are actually in real life rotating around the planet at 4 degrees additional per hour.
Okay, then I'm not really understanding it. My challenge is, why does the number 19.39 equal the same as north-south and south-north?
Because I've got the 15 degrees per hour always happening, and I'm on a line of longitude. So, and now I'm moving an additional 4 degrees per hour north-south, 4.39 degrees per hour north, and I'm moving 4.39 degrees per hour south.
So yeah, a gyro compass, what do you call it? A ring laser gyro will only measure it in one axis.
No, they have multi-axis. They have multi-axis. I'm talking about a 3-axis ring laser gyro.
Oh, then it should be measuring on different axes.
Correct. It'd be the sum of
a readout in the XY.
Yeah, it'll be the sum of the angles will answer this.
Right. Okay. I think I get it.
So I think that I'm right, but I'm not sure if it would be the 4.39 would be some kind of a fraction, because the Earth also rotated. So I get a little fuzzy on how that would work.
Hey, eggshells. I'll ask his dad, my buddy's dad, because I live with his dad here at the house in California. So I'll ask him. I'll ask him because he's a retired iron worker. He was in the trade for over 34 years, 38 years. So I'll ask him when he comes out. That way we get a clearer answer. And I'll ask him
I
exactly
couldn't
what he
understand
told
if
me.
he was like messing with you, and I couldn't even hear him speaking.
No. He's definitely messing with me because he knows. Yeah, he's a dick. He's a dick.
Maybe when you're not drunk, to be like, if we didn't account for curvature, how come we didn't have to?
Right. I'll ask his dad when he comes out. His dad's probably still in the house. So.
Yeah, but it's interesting because he brought up briefly the one example I said earlier that like when you're making level structures, you count for the same sort of stuff, flat or globe, except for maybe in the case of suspension bridges, which you brought up.
Right.
And then he didn't touch on it.
Yeah,
I did want to hear about that San Francisco bridge. That sounded interesting because you were like, you're joking. He's like, no. And then he started talking about you dig down to a certain point until you see water.
Yeah, he's talking about the Earth, but again,
yeah,
because he's talking about how you have to make it a clearance for the water, but it's going to be level to the base where you're at. So even in the ocean of digging the pylon into the dirt of San Francisco Bridge, you're going to go level off the dirt below you. Now we understand that even on the ocean floor, it has ups and downs. And you're gonna build it accordingly, just so that way you have water clearance. He said water clearance, which I think was the key thing, because you're making sure that it's going to be built level across the water accordingly.
Tell him, like, if he's up for it one time, like at the start of a drinking session, I would happily get that man a 6-pack to have a chat with him. Like, I'll cash up you or whatever a 6-pack's worth of booze so you can sit and drink and get on video.
Yeah.
Maybe we could do it. Maybe at the end of my trip we could do a stream of it. That would be interesting.
That'd be great. Yeah, he was already getting drunk at the job site in the Connex.
He sounded a bit cut. Yeah.
Yeah, that's ironworker life. We fucking it's especially because it's a Friday. Like we call it a nooner, a nooner or sooner. You try to get the fuck out,
right,
or
well,
you start drinking.
All right, if you're wasted, how about fall back a little bit?
Yeah, eggshells. You're wasted, so fall back. Just kidding, Jeremy.
Don't say that. Last time somebody said that, I got fucking muted. Had one
fall back now. Go,
drink. Cole be drunk, and I got muted for the rest of the night.
I'm gonna mute you. Just fall back, bro. If you're dominating the chat or whatever. I haven't been listening really for the last little bit, but
no, don't mute me. I'll just shut up. God damn.
Yeah, just chill for a little bit.
I'm chilling.
I muted you that day because there was a huge outrage happening. I mean, I don't know if that happened or not. I wasn't listening to it.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, that's because Rakia's standard state is to be shouting, and I got blamed for it.
But ask Kosho your question. You're going to ask him, Jeremy.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. You're good.
Dude, fall back, APOC. Seriously. Just relax, bro. We got this, dude. We got this.
I mean, he was giving you clearance, man.
Show, like, I don't know. People come in here and think they're like the host or something.
Oh, you didn't get the memo?
Dude,
kidding.
Stop. Just stop, bro.
I'm kidding. God damn.
Dude, stop.
No one else is talking. I'm playing, bro. God damn.
Bro, we're going to talk. Believe me, there's 30 people in here.
Yes. Please, someone else talk. So I can listen.
We're going to talk. We can't talk because you're talking now still. See? Just stop.
All right.
I'm muting you, bro. You can't stop. Like, bro, you're wasted. Just come back later. It's all good, dude. Now let's see this stupid fucking GIF, Kosho.
I fell asleep last night.
Oh, you didn't find it because it doesn't fucking exist because the thing you're saying is impossible.
Give me 8 minutes.
No, dude, you said 10 seconds last night. Then you said 7 minutes. I know. You're never going to have it. I know. Just keep telling me you're going to have it eventually, and you'll never have it because the thing you're saying is impossible to have.
I'll just embarrass you in front of a lot of people. Hold on.
That's fine. I love it. I love it. Embarrass me, please. If I'm wrong, no, whatever. I'm not embarrassed because I was wrong about something. It's fine. We all get shit wrong. I'm cool with getting shit wrong.
What is it that Kosho? What is it that Kosho's looking for?
Give me until 3:45.
What are you looking for?
Bro, he wants until 3:40. You're gonna need until 3:40, 45 fucking infinity from now.
Is he looking for the curve?
No,
Oh shit! Looking for the curve.
no. He said we could take two different paths. He said we could take two different paths, but it's the same path.
It's not exactly what I said, but I'd rather not waste my time explaining it. And said, I only got 10 minutes. So give me a second.
He said we could take two different paths above a non-inertial plane, and in the non-inertial plane, it would map out as the same path.
That's how GPS works. It tells you one place, but you're actually another place.
Like if you had a drone, if me and you are on opposite sides of a merry-go-round, and I got a drone, right? And there's a laser beam that can etch marks into the floor of the merry-go-round. And there's one path where I fly it to where you're gonna be. I basically lead the target. I fly the drone to where you're gonna be. And then there's a different path where I keep adjusting. Like I go towards you, turning, you turn out of the way. I adjust towards you, you turn out of the way. I adjust towards you, you turn out of the way. So I do one where I keep chasing you, and I do another one where I lead you. He said those are going to be the same path on the floor of the merry-go-round. Ridiculous.
That will never happen.
That's just silly. I know a 10-year-old could reconcile this. He's got a gift though that's going to show it happening somehow. So. And as far as that, well, they try to get out of everything by just saying reference frames. Because they're like, well, if we got to fly a plane from the north to the south or the south to the north, you either have to speed up or slow down for the Coriolis effect. I don't know. Like, in case you could just fly in a straight line where the thing's going to be, you wouldn't have to speed up or slow down anything, and it would take less energy because now you don't have to adjust for the Coriolis wind or whatever. They start using wind and shit. It's stupid. Anyways, what else we got?
I don't understand why guys in motocross don't need to account for Coriolis. They're doing these big crazy jumps off berms, spending like good 5-6 seconds in the air sometimes, like X Games and stuff. Wouldn't you need to be like double checking whether I'm set up east, west, or north, south before you do your jump?
No, the Coriolis effect over that amount is not going to really be that anything.
But they're landing on an Earth that's spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
Beneath them.
I mean, that's a good point. The Earth, if they're not going, yeah, they'd have to be going east or west, or you can't even do it at that. Unless you're at the equator, yeah, the Earth would turn under you. I'm sure wind
Maybe
is
all
a
the
much
pros always set up
bigger
east, west.
factor, but
Maybe they always just take off going eastward so they jump for longer.
no, even if you're going east and you're not on the equator, you're still gonna get it. The plane flight from Hawaii to Alaska, though, is very interesting because you got to catch up your tangential speed. Now, I think it happens just because you go into the medium. Like, pretend you're in a boat trying to cross a river, and you unleash the boat from the shore. You're going to cross the river. You're in a part that's going 5 miles an hour. The first part of the river is going 5 miles an hour. Then when you get to the middle, it's going 6 miles an hour. Like, when you get into that part of the river, it's just going to be pushing you 6 miles an hour because that's how fast it's going. That's what I think. They're saying you got to speed up, slow down and shit to catch up to the 6 miles an hour. I'm saying, no, it's just the medium. Once you go into that medium, you're just going with the medium now. They start talking about you got to speed the plane up and slow it down and adjust for Coriolis winds and all kinds of crazy shit.
Somebody uses the term Coriolis wind. Who said Coriolis wind?
I mean, Kosho, explain the wind to us. Maybe he's might not be
No,
there.
I'm busy, dude. I have to do this now. I only have 5 minutes, so I need 10 more minutes now because you stopped me for a question. So
okay.
Don't ask me any more questions until I'm done.
Tell me Coriolis wind. Now it's
We'll
50
have
minutes.
We'll have him explain it when he gets back, Extremis, how this Coriolis wind works.
Hey guys, real quick, did Bob Nodell pass away?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Oh my god.
It's a bit sad. I did want to say something about it because people were like saying it in chat, and somebody was saying like, "Don't say that." And I don't know why they were saying, "Don't say that."
Well, I'm just seeing this one YouTube video, that someone posted. It looks like the comments are, but it was just posted an hour ago, and the person was saying just last night.
What just happened last night? Was it like health problems or something, or
15 degrees an hour. Thanks, Bob.
Oh, a bit early. Come on.
Yeah, it's too bad though.
Who just said that?
He said
In all fairness, that will be the thing he will be most remembered for.
I mean, for others, does anybody know the details of like was some kind of accident or something like that?
Do not know any details. Only seen what I've seen in chat, which is just that he's passed away.
That's too bad. Rest in peace, Bob Nodell.
No, it's often down to like subtleties that like the moment somebody says passed away, I'm like, oh, like sickness. Whereas like if they go died, I'm like, oh, it could be an accident or something.
He's relatively young, I thought. Yeah, that's obviously, yeah. I'm just curious, but regardless, yeah, no good, no bueno. Hey, Jeremy, because I'm taking a moment of silence, Jeremy. You have to give me an extra minute on top of that 10 extra minutes I asked for.
Okay.
Hey, Jeremy, is it cool?
It's still Jeremy's fault.
Hey, Jeremy, is it cool to talk about the inverted double rainbow? Is that a cool subject to talk about? To bring up? I could mute myself again.
It's so intense.
I asked Kosho, but he still doesn't give me an answer. I'm just waiting.
I told you I didn't even know it was inverted. I thought that there was the same rainbow, the same direction, but
no, if you look at two double rainbows, they're inverted to one another, and it's a very, very interesting.
Two double rainbows?
No, yeah. If you when you see a double rainbow, the colors are inverted, and that was something that I wanted to bring up because that how can you explain that in your ball world? I know how it could be explained in a flat Earth, but how do you explain it in your ball Earth?
How's it explained on flat Earth? That's interesting.
Well, no, hold on. I'm seeing two different pictures And in some of them they're inverted, and in some of them they're not. It's kind of crazy. So I guess I mean I don't know.
There's a TikTok of a girl, like a TikTok or one of those short videos of this girl being like, "Oh my god, look at that!" Like, hold my phone, and her husband's like, "Oh my god, my wife." And there's like a rainbow that just lands on the other side of the road, and so she runs over, and then he has to direct her. He's like, "Left a bit, left a bit," and then she just starts humping the rainbow. It's very silly.
That's pretty funny.
But
I'm curious. I'm
ahead,
curious because, like
sorry.
I said, I'm just at the. I had to look at where these pictures are coming from. They might actually one of them that I'm looking at could just be artificial, but yeah. So a lot of the ones I'm seeing are inverted. Let me check this one that's not inverted. Because like I said, I didn't know they were inverted.
Yeah,
And,
they typically
I don't know
are.
if they all are.
Yeah, they typically are, and on from my position, I would say it's because it's reflecting itself through the dome that we believe that we live under, and that makes sense because it's a reflection of itself through like a mirror, through a dome, through a glass, so to speak. But if you have this understanding or belief that it's a ball and rainbows are just this like light going through a prism or whatever to reflect, but when it's averted, that would mean that you're looking through something to see the second one, and that's kind of my point. Like it's a reflection of itself, but how do you get a reflection of itself without a medium between of to create that? But I'll shut up. Go ahead. I think it's pretty good proof that there is something up there that we do not not us but you guys you guys are ignoring that there is something that is going to even cause that reflection of itself of a rainbow. So that's all. I'll shut up.
Okay, so yeah, it looks like that double rainbows are caused by a second reflection, whereas the first one is caused by a single reflection. So the reflection, it's like a reflection of a reflection.
Correct.
So you're not completely wrong, but I don't think that has anything to do with the dome.
Well, you would have to then conclude, at least logically, that if you have something inverted, what's the only thing? What else creates that other than a medium to reflect it that way? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, if the first one is caused by a reflection, right? Then why can't the second one be caused by the same thing the first one's caused by?
Well. That's what I'm saying. Logically, if you have two reflections of it, okay, I get that. But if it's inverted, that means you're seeing from the other side of that medium of which is being reflected off of. Does that make sense? I'm trying to like really. I know you understand what I'm saying.
It's saying that the first one's caused by a reflection inside of the water droplet, and the second one's caused by the reflection if it reflects twice in that same water droplet, or in each water droplet.
But you understand that these rainbows are like hundreds of miles away from one another. Get what I'm saying? Like even angular,
Are they?
even at an
What?
angle, yes, they would have to be because one is way higher. Like you have one rainbow that's at its height, and then you have another rainbow that's way higher and way beyond that distance, and it's inverted. So with that inverted color, it would have to represent a reflection of itself. But you could only do that because it's reflecting off of something that's in the sky, and that's why we invoke a dome or an unseen, invisible medium or barrier. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too drunk. I'll shut up. I'm just saying it proves that there's a dome, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I could be.
If there's a dome,
I think proof would be the wrong word.
If there's a dome, where do meteorites come from?
Some people think they are the dome, bits of the dome falling off.
Well, we do know that there's things in the sky, and if this meteorite is in the sky, there are objects up there as well with water. So if there's like these rocks or masses that are up above and they fall to Earth, like how is that like? How do we not understand that? I don't know.
So are you saying the meteorites are inside the dome? And then they just fall to Earth? Or do they fall to Earth from outside the dome?
Good question.
I know that I know a
don't
lot of
know.
people. I know a lot of people don't like when I invoke a spiritual aspect of it, but it does say in the scriptures that the stars are going to fall from heaven. So if these lights in the sky are going to fall onto us, well, they were originally in the firmament. So it's nothing more than just the rocks falling from the firmament, or these masses of what I don't know, dude. Let me go ask God. I'm just kidding.
I heard you can't make a proper rainbow indoors without a dome. Is that right? Did you hear that?
No, you can easily make it indoors with a light source. The question that Chemo was asking for a bit is, can you make it indoors using the sunlight? And because he was unable to find any videos online of somebody doing that, every time they did it, they just you just get a water mister and a torch and you can make a rainbow.
Can you
But
show
he
us
was
the
like,
rainbow
why isn't
inside details, please?
do you want? I mean, if it would convince you, sure, I can find somebody making a rainbow indoors, provided you're happy with the terms I stated, with a man-made light source and a mister.
Well, is it a curved light source?
No, it's just the.
That's what I'm wondering, because
the
what
curve
my
is coming from the
pocket's
fact.
saying is that there's a dome and there's a sun, and that makes the rainbow. So let's see if we can make one indoors. If you can't, then he might have something. If you can, then we'll see how you do it.
So sure, let me find you a video of somebody making a
I think
rainbow
the
indoors.
claim is that you can't get a full spectrum color variety out of it, but you can get it to spray some colors.
Yeah, I've found it before. It's like, why isn't it with thinking that person's making it outside with the sunlight? A lot of people are doing it with the prism, but we want to do it.
I think I think the inverted rainbow is a really good thing to like try to figure out. I want to sink my teeth into that.
You want to bite a rainbow? Or taste the rainbow. Get some Skittles.
And then you can taste it.
I think there's part of the equations happening here with high altitude formations of ice. Form little miniature crystals, all act like a rainbow projector, have birefringence. Creates the prismatic spread. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think it'll like puzzle all of us at the same time, to be honest. Globe and flat earth alike. I think that's a really good question to like try to wrap our heads
What?
around. Because
What's that?
because logically you would think that the only way it can be inverted is because you're seeing it from the other side of the reflection. Does that make sense? Like a mirror, right? Like if you look at something in the mirror.
Well, that's birefringence. It's like a reflection of a reflection.
Yeah, it's just a reflection of reflection.
Right. But the fact that you can be able to see that reflection of the reflection, that means there's a medium between it, like a mirror. Like there has to be something.
There is a medium.
It was just like saying, like, okay, if I had a rainbow projector, let's say, and then I project it to you, you need something to catch that, and then, but that's water in the atmosphere. So there's that like screen,
right,
that's catching the prism, but that's coming from up there. So I don't know. I just take it out of science books. They say that ice up in the high atmosphere is what causes the refraction and ultimately rainbow color.
Damn it.
It's typically the opposite side of the sky as the sun. So it's like a reflection from the sun. Yeah.
Kool-Aid got to it first.
But also, like
We can do it.
birefringence would also explain what I think is a cross polarization in the atmosphere that creates sundogs. So I think sundogs and rainbows are both related optical phenomena.
They're related. They're related, but they happen on like one happens on the same side as the sky as the sun, and the other one's on the opposite side.
Have you seen that video of the guy that he posts the sun, I think, to the east of him, and it's setting, but then to his west, that it looks like there's a whole nother sun like on that side. Have you seen that video? I could try to post it if you don't know what I'm talking about.
Sure, let's see it. I wonder what the sky looks like.
Yeah, it's really fucking cool. Let me find it. I think I saved it.
Was the sky completely blue?
Yeah, and imagine, you know, when the sun is behind clouds and it's really, really bright, like it's like shining crazy bright behind the clouds. So to the west of him, as far as he can see, to the west, it looks like the sun's over there. But then he turns the camera and he's even saying like, "What the fuck? Can someone explain this to me?" He's like, "The sun's over there," and he points to the east and it's setting right to his position. I'm sorry, opposite of that. wait, flip, reverse. It's to the west and it's setting, right? But to the east, there's this really, really bright, light in the sky behind clouds. And he's like, "Can somebody please fucking explain this? Why is the sun over there setting, but over here to my west, it looks like the sun is behind the clouds? Like, how is that even possible?" Let me try to find it.
Moon? Was it the moon, possibly?
No, bro. Once you see it, you're like, "That's not the moon." Hold on, let me try to find it. Let me mute myself real quick. Let me get another beer. Let me be back.
Did my thing just die?
We still hear you. The chat just died for a moment.
All right.
It's that old man internet, Harry.
Oh, man, internet is not. Well, it's actually
man. Since you said you were there this morning, that's what I've been doing this all day. Is think, oh man.
Yeah. I turned up and found out that they do serve alcohol, but not during Ramadan. Oh man.
Yeah. You're in the Middle East during Ramadan? Yeah, dude, it's the worst.
Oh, I'm about to do Saudi Arabia through the desert, where they're super strict about Ramadan. I'm not looking forward to it, I'll tell you what.
Are you going to be near Bahrain?
Bahrain.
It's north of. Okay.
Go on.
Because that's where because when I lived there, that's where all the Saudis go on the weekend because you can drink there.
Of course. You lived in Bahrain. Where did you live?
In Bahrain for like a year and a half. And
What
Qatar.
were you doing in Bahrain?
On the Navy. Yeah, that's the headquarters for the 5th Fleet. Yeah.
Wow, I've forgotten you were in that. That's right.
That's right. But it's like a vacation out there.
What did you do in the Navy?
Is that where your mom sucks? No, sorry, forgot it.
Oh.
No, I was a linguist at first, but I got cross-rated. I was going to get kicked out. So I got. What?
A cunning linguist.
Oh yeah, I was like a linguist. Yeah, right. But yeah, I got cross-rated to logistics.
So, do you speak Arabic? Is that what you were linguisting at?
No, I didn't even go through the full specialist learner farce. But yeah, that's what I went in as. But I was getting kicked out almost at the very beginning of my career. So
What? Because they didn't want more linguists.
no, because my recruiter told me because I had gotten a DUI and I also had I got a minor in consumption like the day before I went to the boot camp. And anyways, I told my recruiter knew about all that, but they said not to disclose that. But when you get a top secret clearance, they do a pretty in-depth interview of people, of everything, right? The FBI comes out. It's like $100,000 interview. Anyway, or investigation. And anyway, so I during my interview with one of the dudes who's like, prepping me for the whole thing, I told him during that, but it was after I was already in, because I knew that if they found out that I would have gotten kicked out for sure and probably charged or something.
Jeez, what a cheeky recruiter! You can tell he's just trying to cover his own
Yeah.
ass. He's like, yeah, don't tell them because I'll get you up for my numbers in recruiting, and when it gets found out, you're the one who gets in trouble.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, because he knew I was going to have to go for a top secret clearance for the job that I signed up for. So,
Did he? I assumed he was recruiting you just generally, and thought, oh, maybe you won't get caught. That sucks.
No, the recruiters are with you like up until the day you leave. So it's like they prepare you for boot camp and prepare you for make sure all your papers are in order, all that kind of stuff. And you get your job assignment. You get your job. You sign up with a job already. Like you know what job you're signing up for. So
A very similar thing happened to me. I tried to join the Navy, signed up as a nuke tech, and my TS clearance was denied because my first wife was a multiple felon.
shit. I still got TS. I still got it cleared, but I almost got kicked out because of that. So I had to get a waiver signed by the commanding officer of the whole base. And then they, instead of having all the jobs, I had a choice of any job. And then they said I could either be undesignated or logistics if I wanted to stay in. I was like, what the fuck?
Your wife was a felon, so you can't join the Navy. Is that right?
Couldn't get a TS clearance.
To join the Navy.
You can join the Navy without a clearance at all. Yeah.
Oh,
Right.
okay. So you can.
I couldn't do that specific job, and as such, it voided my contract. And I was so pissed off. I needed a cigarette. My lighter wouldn't work. The Army recruiter walked up and lit my cigarette, and about 15 minutes later, I was signed into the Army.
Damn. Just the luck of the flame. Just to spite the Navy.
You have to make a wisdom check to play it cool.
Right. I failed.
Kind of stuff we've got so many ex-military in here on the globe side. I'm just going to say, ex-military. I'm an ex-actor.
Yeah,
There's a lot of
I was also ex-military with a top secret clearance too.
We've uncovered ourselves.
Yeah, this is kind of sus, to be honest with you, but
Well, I only had to get that clearance because I deployed to Korea once, and there was a nuclear bunker there, and I was a medic, so in case any kind of health things happened, I needed to have the clearance to be able to go in there. All the medics at the base did. So
that's interesting. But it's extensive. It's extensive investigation, right?
Yeah, they interviewed my parents and all the people that most of the people that I put down as references, and you had to reference fucking elementary school teachers and shit. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, I know that. I mean, I've had friends that said that even they talk to your neighbors and stuff.
Yo, I put it in the chat. They put 2 suns. So if you press play, it'll show you the sun setting over there. But then he switches the camera and he's like, "What the fuck? Why is it so bright in that spot? That makes no sense." But maybe you guys could That's one of like many videos of people like capturing this really weird phenomenon that goes on. I don't know. Let me know what you think.
Eggshells, did you find the rainbow inside?
Yeah, man, there are two in the chat for you. You're just going to have to scroll up a bit. Kool-Aid beat me.
All right, let's get your evaluation on these, Godric. You're the rainbow expert.
Did you watch the video I posted, Kosho?
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm still watching it.
It's really weird, right? Like, what the fuck? How can we even explain that? Like, again, phenomenons, visual, optically. This is why we fuck with y'all every day, because you guys want to talk about things we see visually. Things don't make sense sometimes, man, and I don't know. Maybe it's just God fucking with us all. I don't know.
Did you? Where's that guy's account?
What? I don't know his account. I just saved the
Reality
video.
Wave.
Spirituality Wave. Yeah. I'm just going to go find it.
Spiritual Wave. Yeah, there you go. Spiritual Wave. You can see. Yeah, good call. But the original one, oh yeah, it's Spirituality Wave. I'm sorry, Spirituality Wave. Legit is legit in here? Oh no, he's not. He just commented, but he's not. Okay.
Oh, they're going to tell me TikTok banned. Well, isn't it? Of course.
So, but can we talk about that though? Like, what would be the reasoning? What would be the explanations? I'm very very interested in the explanation of it.
Super sus. I don't have an explanation. If there are two suns, that blows apart the globe model. And I don't see two suns in there. I do see two bright bits, which is still super sus.
Right, exactly. That's very very sus. You're right. I agree. I agree.
That guy's video. That's why I want to find the channel that posted it.
Yeah, really interesting.
I've got it here. Hold on.
It's really cool. Like I know TikTok's a really shitty fucking like app, but it's really cool. Like when people capture things on video that just it forces you to question like what the fuck's going on, bro. Like some things. I know we try to act like we know everything and we know we could quantum we can quantum everything and we could like we think we know, but there's just some things that just don't make sense sometimes.
Yeah, that may not be it.
I can't. I found the channel with exactly the spelling of that, but it's got 6 videos and no followers, and all of its videos are just reposted by people's videos.
I don't know. So Kosho, no inverted rainbows
Yeah,
explanation?
dude. I'm gonna get Jeremy's gonna fucking. He's gonna start talking shit if I don't finish this thing. So, I'm looking up your stupid spirituality wave guy. I don't know what the deal with it is, dude. I don't know. I'm looking for holes in it. I don't see any. Who knows? Okay.
Yeah, I don't see any either. That's why I brought it up.
Maybe where that guy is in looks like L.A., maybe Mexico, maybe Hawaii, maybe wherever he's at. There's fucking two suns. I don't know.
Okay, I'll take that.
But yeah, but I'm being serious. I'm being serious with you though about the that human mover, people mover. I always wondered what those were called because you want to call them like a flat escalator. I don't know what yeah, so people mover. Yeah, I'm really curious about those blueprints. If you could remember to ask for those, or even ask him. Would it have to be on would you have to take a picture of it, or is there like a digital version of those blueprints?
I could take a picture of the blueprints. Yeah, I could if you need me to. I could.
Yeah, that'd be cool, man. But yeah, and also, I mean, is there a digital version of it, or is it just like a hard copy?
We use a program that has everything like digitally. Yeah, all the blueprints digitally. It's called Blue something. I forgot what it's called, and it has all the blueprints from beginning to the end, every fucking phase of it. But I mean, it would be just probably easier just to take like screenshots, like pictures of it.
Hey, well, I'm just saying, if you could get that that file or whatever, I would appreciate it, unless it's difficult to get or illegal or something like that. Even if it's illegal, I'd still appreciate it.
Actually, honestly, it would have to be like a DM situation because technically, like LAX, when you go through their orientation, they tell you for security, like for Homeland Security, you're not supposed to take any photos or pictures of anything they build at LAX.
Okay.
Because they could like deem it like a terrorist could make an attack because they could find a weakness. But
I'll give you my email. I'll give you my email so you can send me an email.
All right, cool. Yeah, let's do this legally on the down low.
Yeah.
I'm down with that. I'm down with that.
Do you have the clearance for this, Kosha? Do you have the
technically I got the clearance for it, so not really though. It sounds like it's the sort of thing that requires like a non-disclosure agreement.
Exactly. Yeah, you're kind of that like when you sign on, you're kind of like doing that. You're saying that you're not going to like take any photo or video of anything of the, you have to be in it to see it, to know it, and like you can't technically share that information. Like for instance, even like I'll tell you right now, in the blueprints, there's rooms that are being built that aren't going to be available to the public, and you cannot disclose that because that can be information for like a fucking whatever. I don't know, and that's why it's very
they got a Cheech and Chong room somewhere, right?
Yeah, they got the smoke room, bro. You can't fuck with it, dog. No, there's a lot of stuff though that you're not supposed to like be sharing openly. Now you can share it with like fellow tradesmen, but not fucking to the public, to the general public. It's not general public knowledge. They're not supposed to know these things. But I think in this, like argument, like I'm just trying to show you how all of our blueprints are all accordingly, and it's like I want once again I want to back Witset on it. It's based upon a horizon or horizontal azimuthal grid or whatever the fuck he says when he goes on his he's really intelligent. He says things really fucking cool and like accurate. And right now I'm too drunk to even repeat it. So I'm just saying, like, this is why Kosho, I agree with him because everything's without him even working on that shit. He calls it out exactly as we do it, and that's why I actually appreciate when he jumps in. I know you guys get like bothered by him and shit, but I don't because I feel like, God damn, this nigga knows what's up.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is Godric on this Rainbow Report? What's going on here?
Yeah, I'm
I
still
mean,
waiting for the rainbows too, bro.
right? I
The
mean,
fake note here.
we settled that, dude. We settled
No,
the whole rainbow thing.
no. Did
I
we?
I saw the video with the rainbow indoors, and the guy had a flashlight in the kitchen, and all the lights were off. Seemed to have created a rainbow. However, it didn't have all the colors the sun has. So I guess the sun is not just a regular flashlight.
What?
It didn't have all the colors. Okay.
No.
He did make a rainbow, but it was missing. It was missing 2 or 3 colors.
Actually, Godric, that's a good point. I remember seeing somebody talking about how you can take a prism, but it's not going to be the same thing when you see a rainbow in the sky, because the rainbow in the sky reflects it reflects all the colors. But when you try to recreate it in your room, or because I've been in the shower before, bro, and the way the light's coming in. Yeah, exactly. When the sun's coming through the window and you're showering, like I literally have fucking seen like a cool little prism going on, or
You taking showers? You taking showers in West Hollywood?
Yeah, exactly.
You're living
Yeah.
some shampoo commercial dream.
And for some reason, I have a thong on, right? Like that's crazy. No, I'm saying though, like
Can't make
you
this
can
shit
see,
up.
you can see a rainbow, like even when you're like in the back. Let me put it this way. I remember I did a slip and slide in my backyard for the kids, and they fucking freaked out when they saw a rainbow by the mist of the of the water.
Okay.
But it it is true that it's not a full rainbow. It doesn't have every color like the way you see it when it's in the sky. When it's in the sky, it has like every fucking color. But when you try to recreate it with like water and light and all that shit, it's not exactly the same. It's not. I'm just saying, it's not the same. It's like apples to oranges at that point. But my argument was, well, let's talk about that inversion of it, like when it's inverted. That's my whole thing.
Just a
Well,
German.
if you just use water and you use an artificial light inside a dark room, you don't get even. It's not even close to a rainbow.
Right.
You only get this real rainbow colory stuff if you use glass or mirror.
Yeah, but you're gonna either get you're gonna get absorption lines of whatever's in between you and the source, and you're gonna get emission lines from the source. So and those absorption lines are gonna look, unless you split it up real like a giant, you really define the lines. You're not gonna see the absorption lines in a rainbow.
How you doing, Kosho?
I'm good. I'm always good.
Yeah, I want to point. You gotta check this out. So I have a Van de Graaff generator right here, and what I did was I ran the wire to these helium balloons. I have 3 really giant helium balloons tied to 3 metal washers. I wrapped the wire from the Van de Graaff around the washers, and then wrapped the entire thing in electrical tape. And I got just the amount of tape on there for it to balance where the balloon is holding up the 3 washers and the tape about 3-4 inches off the ground. Then I connect. What?
Sorry. I just want to say, do you have the credentials to do that?
Well, let him finish. Yeah.
And then I have the wire from the Van de Graaff, of course, connected to the grounding wand. And so when I start to spin the wheel on the Van de Graaff generator, what happens is the washers tied to the balloon start to go down to the ground and then stay on the ground. And when I take the grounding wand and I hit the Van de Graaff generator ball and discharge it or ground it, then it pops back up to floating like 3 or 4 inches off the ground.
You don't know what you're seeing with it.
So
That's
this
pretty
is
cool.
just the ground, like where we live, like the ground, like the earth, like so. I'm literally just introducing charge, and it's going down to the ground. And then when I release that charge, it goes back up. So this literally shows that the object goes down to the earth because of having charge. Just the object having some charge causes it to go down to the earth. Yeah. So obviously those objects already have charge, and if I don't tie them to the balloon, I drop them, they just fall to the ground. Yeah, so then I use the buoyant force, of course, of the helium. I make it float, and I introduce a little bit more charge to overcome or counteract the buoyant force of the helium, and it goes down to the earth until I hit it with the grounding wand and it floats back up. That quite literally proves that if an object has charge, it goes straight down to the ground to seek equilibrium.
Did this guy say that he has any credentials? I don't know if you should take him seriously.
Okay, literally, once you get it to go, it'll go down, 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 hit the ground, and then it'll just stay there until you hit the Van de Graaff with the grounding wand, and it'll float back up.
Well, isn't that a really cool explanation of like how electrostatics or electromagnetism works, or electricity in general? It's always going to try to find its ground for itself to make sure it's equal in its own little position. Is that I don't even know what I'm saying right now. I'm just saying. I think I know what you're saying. I think I can follow what you're trying to explain by what you're saying, but isn't that how electricity works? Like if you, what's the word? Polarize? No, what's the word I'm looking for? If you charge it, then it's going to have to find its ground on its own, or try
That's why
to.
everything goes down to the ground. It has nothing
Yeah,
to do with
exactly.
some nonsense called gravity. That's the whole point of the experiment. Like provably objects go to the ground to seek equilibrium.
Right, there it is. It's seeking equilibrium. That exactly. Even in its charge, it has to find its equal. Kind of like the reason why, like explanation for storms and lightning and all that shit.
Hey, real quick, I'm not gonna be able to respond to your response because I'm walking away, but I have my headphones in. But I'm just curious, based on because I'm not completely clear on. I know what you're saying. I know what your idea of how of the replacement for how things go down on Earth. But I'm curious, how does helium, like what's helium doing in that situation? The helium that's rising up, obviously. And like I said, I'm not gonna be able to respond to your response, so just don't ask me a question or anything. But you know what I'm asking? Like how is the helium behaving in this environment that is causing other things to go down?
It's
That's
just
the whole point, Coach. It's not that things fall down. Some things go down and some things go up. That's what you're missing. That's what they're teaching you that in school.
It's just less dense than the surrounding air, but the helium is intrinsically electric as well. So everything is going to seek equilibrium based on that. And so then you have to figure out what's the cause of density. And Glovers can't even answer that question. So the only way that you have density is electrostatics. And even Jace will tell you when you get down to the smallest scale, that's what you do. You get a charge density. So yeah, the reason that things have quote unquote mass, weight, or density is all based on like its electric nature. So the helium is less dense than the air goes up, obviously. The question is what causes density, what causes this buoyant relationship, and what causes objects to want to seek their equilibrium down to the ground unless they have this, buoyant relationship with the surrounding air. So we just proven, right? Like that's an experiment. It shows you manipulated the cause of charge, and it makes an object go straight down to the ground. And that's just the Earth, it's the ground. It's what's in question. Why do objects go to the ground? Why do they fall to the ground? You can make an object that normally falls to the ground float with helium, and then you can introduce a little bit more charge to overcome that helium's buoyant force. Now, before I introduce charge to it, it already has charge intrinsically. You just add a little bit more to overcome the buoyant force. So, any object that has any charge whatsoever is going to try to seek its equilibrium down at the Earth. And this is why we have what people call gravity. It's actually pretty cool to do it. Anything but mass attracting mass or bendy space-time, apparently.
Trying to get McToon here, but he wants to schedule it. Because I do want him to come and join in this conversation. Because that's really, really interesting. That's really that's a really good fucking point for ballers or flat earthers. That's a really good. Thank you for doing that. It's fucking cool. But I also told him that we're also talking about inverted rainbows. So I want to see his point on it. I want to see what his explanation is. Kosho, you're horrible at that explanation. Oh no, he said I haven't I've looked into it, but I don't know. But any other ballers want to try to jump in on that? Inverted double rainbows? Why? What's the he put with it, he said in an appropriate electrical field, charged objects will be accelerated based on their charge. Gauss law for electrostatics. Yeah, no, yeah, it's actually okay, all right, okay. But can you agree that these phenomenons represent something other than gravity?
Back on the rainbow, I wanted to say that dude did the rainbow in his kitchen. He had like a round flashlight, so I'm supposing that rainbow arc, the rim of the rainbow as it curved, is happening from the round of that flashlight, and then the rainbow outside is happening from the round of the sun. So I don't think you need a dome for that. Just wanted to say it's the round of the light source makes that round rim. The rainbow inside, missing some colors, obviously. The rainbows outside having the full rainbow spectrum.
Birefringence.
McToon said electromagnetics is the general field. It's almost like he's agreeing with you, Witset, but I know when he comes in to debate you, he will say otherwise. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. He's agreeing with you, but will disagree with you in conversation. Does that make sense?
I don't keep up with McToon, dude. Dude is
Okay.
like obsessed with me for years. I think it's weird.
He's fanboying it, huh?
It's weird. Wife thinks it's weird too.
All right.
I'm just saying it is weird, bro. And like I obviously like trying to constantly create intentionally dishonest narratives to provoke a response. The best way to react to that is to not give the response, since that's the entire intention, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the entire intention. Like with the meme you just posted, what's it plagiarized? It like, no, I just went and found different definitions of fallacies and put them on a meme really quickly for Discord to showed it in a debate, and he's saying I plagiarized it because I wanted the words to be big enough for people to read. Didn't have space to put like the website. Like, okay, whatever, bro. And I've already, he's been saying that for 8 months now.
Okay, so I'm gonna post what he messaged me back. I'll go ahead and post that in chat. But hold on though, if he's agreeing to it, then why does he? Wait,
Hey,
Are you?
what's it? You there?
Yeah.
You saying
Did you already
it's
hear? Did you hear about your friend?
Of course, dude. I
Okay.
went and saw him.
Okay. I didn't know if everybody talked about it already. I just wanted to confirm with you. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, thanks.
It's too bad. He seems fairly young. But you know, in the all things. So yeah, it sucks.
so what's it? I posted what McToon sent me, and he's talking about Goss Law, if that's the way you pronounce that. But I don't know though. It just seems to me like it's like admitting that it's that, but then they try to incorporate it back into their ballers' belief to make it sense. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Can I ask a question?
Of course, it's an open forum.
Well, if I'm assuming right here, somebody please correct me, is the whole idea here to change the paradigm of how people think and how people work?
What?
Well, the whole debate. You want people to take it seriously and change the way people build bridges and build buildings and everything, right?
We build both of those things assuming the earth is flat. So no, we quite literally don't want them to change anything. That backfired.
No, I'm still trying to learn all this stuff because I can't figure it out.
Well, we build all bridges as if the earth is flat. We built the Panama and Suez Canal as if the earth was flat. Chinese in 700 BC built a 1,100 mile long canal assuming that the earth was flat. We do all engineering projects assuming the earth is flat. Plane survey assuming the earth is flat is used for all engineering projects.
Not according to Apocryphon's boss.
He was fucking around with us. He's not.
I don't think he
like,
was, man.
No, he was because he's a dick. Trust me. One time, a long time ago. I want to say like maybe
Well,
last
hold on.
year.
Yeah. Let's not take away from the.
Okay, so last year he was drunk, and I was like live streaming. Maybe it wasn't in this server; it might have been in the other server.
I
And
got you, man.
I told him, I was like, "Hey," like, and I asked him a lot of questions, and he was like, "No, we never do that. That's bullshit. That's
I know.
total
Let's
bullshit."
stick on this conversation though.
Okay.
But no, he wasn't fucking around when he said because I said earlier, I said yeah, most things like based on Witset's question and now Napalm's question, most things, if you're making it level, if that's the idea is to make it level, then on a flat Earth or a globe, it'd be fairly consistent methodology. And if it's except, and I said, and I did make an exception. I said except for bridges like suspension bridges. And that's the exact job that your boss said when you asked him, like, do you ever have to account for it? And he's like, well, years ago, we were building the bridge in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And he wasn't fucking around when he said that.
No, but what he was talking about at back in 1996, 97, he was saying when they were doing the San Francisco Bridge, all he was saying is that they had to account for the level from the columns that go way underneath the water into the earth. And all he was saying is that we had to account for to be above the water. That's all he was saying. And they had to go according to the water, the elevation above the water. That's all he was saying.
It sounded like he was giving you it sounds like he was answering your question and giving you the example of when he had to account for the curvature.
Yeah, I know. I get that, but if he's gonna say that he said that you had to account because for the elevation over the water, and then that's kind of where he left it because he jumped into something else after that.
Yeah, he didn't elaborate. I agree, he didn't
Yeah,
elaborate. But
yeah,
that's the project. That's the project he said he worked on. Is my point. But regardless, and then the other distinction being, if you're instead trying to account, or you're trying to construct something so that it's perfectly flat, in that case, you actually would it would require differences. On a flat plane, you wouldn't have to really do anything different. But on a globe that's spherical, you would need to take care to make sure that what you're building is actually flat.
Yeah, but even in the engineering designs for the San Francisco Bridge, you have to realize that it's all horizontal across a body of water, and the land from one side of San Francisco Bridge to the other, they literally just built into the bedrock of the terrain. So when you build a bridge across it, all they had to do was make sure that they're level across the water. That's all it was. And the funny thing is that every time we talk about level, but you want to invoke that the water curves, but that's not necessarily true. The water
All right,
doesn't.
let's make room for this new guy's coming and asking this question. So let's make room for it.
All right, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Hey, new guy, maybe you can help me since none of the ballers could speak up. So I just did a test, because what I'm saying is that just because things fall to the ground, that doesn't somehow prove gravity, or that things bend in warp called space-time that can never be verified and doesn't even work mathematically. I'm saying everything's intrinsically electrostatic, and the Earth is the ground. So objects go to the ground to try to seek equilibrium based on their charges and their intrinsic electrostatic nature. So I just now took a few quarter-sized aluminum washers, tied the wire from the Van de Graaff through the middle of them, wrapped electrical tape around it so that there'd be no electrostatic loss, and then it made the washers float 3 to 4 inches off the ground. And whenever I would wind the Van de Graaff generator that introduced charge through that wire to the washers that were tied to the balloon, it would go down to the ground and then stay on the ground until I brought my grounding wand out and tapped the Van de Graaff bulb that then made it pop back up to the 3 to 4 inches where it was floating before. So doesn't that show you that the electrostatics of the object will cause it to go down to the ground to seek equilibrium?
Valid question.
Were you talking to me?
Yeah, sure.
Whoever Kosho was talking about.
Don't you agree that shows that electrostatics will cause the object to go down to the ground to seek equilibrium?
Well, I'm pretty sure that everything you can touch is affected by more than one thing at a time. I mean, if the ground was negatively charged things wouldn't fall to the ground, I guess is what you were trying to show. But you put a lot of power into that to do that. Normal things, positively or negatively charged, fall to the ground on a normal basis.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a downward electric current on the Earth. We have electrostatics all throughout the Earth, in the air, in a vacuum chamber, everywhere. Earth is where charge goes to ground. So when you just completely hand-waved, dismissed the question, and then said, well, a lot of things can go on at once, that literally means nothing at all. So if you want to show me some experiment I can do that I can manipulate another variable to make things float or go back down, then we can address that.
Well, I don't have the science chops to be arguing any of this, which is why I brought up the other thing about trying to change the paradigm. Somebody should write all this stuff up using the correct math and the correct science so that other people can look at it and
Yeah, you got instantly debunked. You acted like they had to assume the Earth was a globe to build bridges and buildings.
Well, wait, so let me ask you a question. Simple question, and I'm not digging at you. Is there a possibility, this would be a simple thing, could you possibly, like, predict a trajectory of a ballistic using electrostatics?
Yeah, of course, because what we use to predict the trajectory of a ballistic is just that things fall down relative to their weights. So weight's intrinsically electrostatic. I don't guess you guys get it yet, but the density and weight are electrostatic. How else could you have weight without electrostatics? How could you have density without it?
Because we don't use it in calculating those things.
All we use is the effect of things falling down, quantified in an average.
Yet the mass of the object times the acceleration, and it gives you the weight, and that's it.
Okay, is mass electrostatic?
I wouldn't call it that, no.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate for you because it just like provably and objectively is.
Well, I mean, and my intention is to point out some simple things that if you could figure out how to get that on paper, you would be able to demonstrate and show that instead of just, talking about it.
You just showed that your explanation doesn't have anything on paper other than to take the effect, quantify it relative to its medium, like its buoyant relationship. Once you know it's heavier than the air, it goes down. You use that average of things falling down. So that doesn't even in any way establish that there's something other than electrostatics there. So I did a test that specifically uses the variable of electrostatics and proved that it causes things to go down to the earth. I also proved that things can go up or down or float based on electrostatics. So do we have another test we can do where we can show that there's something else here called gravity and the bending and warping of space-time? Is there like another test we can do?
That's a good question.
It doesn't exist, which is why there are top-level physicists proposing papers that have mass charge equivalents and show that gravity is actually just electromagnetic in nature. If this was such a definitive fact that space-time bends and warps and it's been proven, then no 20-year credentialed physicist within that very paradigm would come forth with numerous competing theories to explain the phenomena. So if someone can point me to a test, we can talk about it. Until then, we have one test that proves what I say, and you guys have 0 tests, and I have multiple tests.
Well, I mean, what the other guy said though, I think dude, whatever that new guy's name was, I mean, that's how I've always considered it. That there's obviously, like when you have a weight of something or you have the downward acceleration, whatever. If you do a free body diagram, it's always going to have multiple effects, and then you're going to end up with the net effect acting downward. But I mean, using electric charge to move that further down or somehow make it float or whatever the case is, it's just an additional force, but it doesn't necessarily account for the original force. That's why I asked you about the helium, is because when you consider the helium being in the buoyant medium, like I'm trying to understand that in reference to the same charge mechanism that's causing everything else to go down, because it would have to be a part of that, right?
I guess we're just going to have like a Groundhog Day conversation. So, yeah, first of all, when you say an additional force, you're wrong. Additional force means that it wasn't there until you added it. That would be additional force, which would mean that it wasn't there until you added it, and it was additional to something else that was there. But that's not the case. It was already there. So it's not an additional force. It's the manipulation of a force that's already there. In addition, if you're claiming that it's additional to what? Okay, if you're claiming there's something else there and that's additional to it, you need to prove what else you're claiming's there. And I explained the helium. Helium is intrinsically electrostatic as well, and I can actually affect gases with electrostatic charge. I can literally blow a candle out across the room by pointing my finger at it because I'm charged. I can literally put incense burning beside electrostatics and it'll move towards the Van de Graaff generator. I can light a candle, it'll move towards the Van de Graaff generator. I can use all kinds of different ionization of gases to manipulate their direction. The gas of helium is electrostatic. It's thus has a certain density. Thus, it has a certain buoyant relationship with the air. That's also electrostatic, compiled of different gases that have different buoyancies relative to it. So, at what point in time in this scenario does this other mystical deity of you guys pop into the picture? That's the question, and it never gets answered.
And so here's the answer is when you're using your Van de Graaff generator to influence whatever, if you put up a large grounded Faraday cage shield between your Van de Graaff generator and your target, all of a sudden you lose your ability to control that target with that electrostatic field. However, if you were to use a large mass on the other side of that Faraday shield, you still could control your target right through the shield.
Really? Cite the experiment.
Well, myself.
That was easy. Cite it.
No.
You made it up. You're lying. You didn't do that.
I'm not lying. You shouldn't just accuse people of lying.
Did you actually do that, Jesse?
I didn't put up a shield between mine, but I did put them at the same potential. But Blue Marble put a grounded copper shield between his inner and outer weights, and he still had attraction.
Yeah, and Blue Marble admits that he literally didn't account for electrostatics, and the results didn't work the first few times. And he got it to get kind of close one time without an intricate measurement, and he literally just ignored all the times it didn't go the way he wanted it to. And none of you guys are answering the actual point. You're going to keep doing it. This is all you guys can do. And try to tell me why your ineptitude results in it can't be electrostatics. Therefore, somehow that would equate to whatever you believe is going on must be the case without ever substantiating your claim. You guys will never substantiate your claim. If I sit here and talk to you about it for 8 hours, every single time you respond, it will be why you think it couldn't be electrostatics, but you'll never respond by substantiating your claim.
I will say this about Jesse Gordon. He's in good company with Bryant Myers, because when Bryant and Austin debated back in October, Bryant made the same claim about the Faraday cage, and Austin took him apart for it. So Jesse's in good company. He's making the same argument as Bryant did.
Well, yeah, and I have emails that would be so embarrassing if I released between that dude. I've had to correct Mr. Professor 500 times, and he thought that the math for the Lorentz contraction wouldn't compensate for the fringe shift missing in Michelson-Morley, even though that's literally where the math came from. Yeah. So, Jesse, why does the washers tied to the balloon go down to the ground when I introduce charge?
I haven't seen that video. Do you got a link for me?
No, actually, I had someone else video it yesterday. It will be in a movie. You can watch it then. So, can you just answer the question? Are you suggesting that wouldn't happen? You don't understand the basic understanding of physics that would necessitate you agree that this would happen? I just did it 15 times. If do you know I have a Van de Graaff generator. I have the wire from the Van de Graaff connected to 3/4 size aluminum washers. I wrap the wire around the washers. I then wrap all the washers in electrical tape connected to the strings that are connected to 3 giant helium balloons. And then I balance it just right to where it keeps these washers floating in the air around 3 to 4 inches. When I then spin the wheel on the Van de Graaff generator, and it takes the charge and shoots it through the wire to the aluminum washers. Then the washers tied to the balloons go straight down to the ground and then stay there until I take the grounding wand and touch the Van de Graaff. And then when I discharge it and ground it, it pops back up, floating at the 3 to 4 inches area. So why does that happen?
Would that be the attraction of unlike charges?
Okay. Can you explain why it goes to the ground of the Earth?
Because the ground of the Earth has a different potential than the washers?
So when objects have a charge, they go down to the ground?
No, when objects have a electrical potential across them, then they're attracted to each other. That's the old adage: opposite charges attract.
So when objects have a charge, they go down to the ground of the Earth?
No, they go to whatever's nearest that has the strongest different charge than they do.
Oh,
And
like the ground of the Earth.
that could be the ground, but I'll bet you if you had it
Non sequitur.
Wait a
That's a good
second.
point. That's
You had
a good point,
something else
Jesse.
close to it and got it to go a different direction. That's irrelevant to the actual question. I guess I'm here for an hour just asking the same question over and over.
It's not irrelevant. Let me have just a couple seconds here. Did you try it also with a grounded metal plate above the washers and closer to the washers, much closer to the washers in the ground, so that if it was just opposite charges attracting, to see if it would go up towards that plate?
How many times did I not just preemptively tell you that that's a non sequitur? Like, listen to the question. Why do they go down to the ground of the Earth?
I guess you didn't try that. Your
I already
experiment
know
is
a
inherently
5-year-old
flawed.
would know that. Dude, buddy, Jesse, just like I could take a balloon and stick it to the wall, the fact you said that smiling so smugly because I could hear it in your tone as if you somehow slam dunked on me is laughably telling that you're lost at the actual implications of the comment. Let me just keep asking it over and over. Why did the object go to the ground of the Earth?
He gave an answer.
Okay,
He said
so
that was
then
the closest.
so Jesse,
He said
are
that
you
was the closest. That was the closest opposite charge.
Okay, so Jesse, do you agree then that when objects have a charge, they're going to go down to the ground of the Earth?
Well, it depends if that charge is equal to or opposite of the charge on the conductor called the Earth.
So does the Earth change? Are you saying there's a situation in which I can take this balloon and it wouldn't go down to the ground?
Absolutely.
Where?
If something else was closer or had a higher differential charge compared to your washers,
Red
then
herring.
it would go towards that. That's what I'm
Red
saying.
herring again. Red herring again. I just asked you, is there a situation where it wouldn't go down to the ground, and then you bring up the red herring again about you could bring something closer to it that would make it move that way? Everyone knows that. That's totally irrelevant to the actual question. Are you claiming that there's an area on the Earth where this object wouldn't go down to the Earth? Not because there's something else. You're going to say it again. You're going to do it again. If there's something else closer to it, it'll go. That's not the question, Jesse. The question is there an area on the Earth where the object wouldn't go down to the Earth based on your explanation of opposite charges?
Okay, I got another idea. What if you laid down a thick rubber mat as an insulator, and then you laid down some hardware cloth or aluminum foil or something underneath or on top of the rubber mat, but on the ground, and then you attached the aluminum foil to the same circuit that you're attached your wires to, but with a different wire. So as you create that voltage, the potential between the ground and the balloon, or that is the aluminum foil and the balloon, is equal. Do you still think it would be attracted to the ground?
Sorry, I'm talking to my wife. You're intentionally being obtuse and not answering the actual point anyway.
No, I'm saying if you put a electric shield over the ground.
Oh, if we add
but
something to the Earth that's not normally on the Earth because you're incapable of answering the actual question like an adult, like why do objects go down to the Earth? Why can't you admit that things with charge try to exceed equilibrium going to the ground? Why is that so painful for you to say out loud without guising red herrings as if they're relevant rebuttals? Do objects with charge try to seek their equilibrium by going to the ground, Jesse?
Well, I think the ground has nothing to do with the direction except that that's the direction with the closest, greatest different potential. And
Where do we ground objects?
The Earth is just a conductor, man.
Hey, did you notice every time I ask him a question, he doesn't answer the question? Does anyone else notice that yet? Every single time he pretends he's answering it, but he never actually answers the question. Why do we ground objects into the Earth, Jesse?
Simply, we simply use the Earth as a large conductor so that everything can be connected to a common conductor.
So do we dissipate and disperse the charge into the ground?
It's just a big conductor. Your question makes no sense.
Never answers them. Can't answer
Dis-
questions.
Hey, yo, discharge, baby. Been talking about it forever.
He just
Did you
can't
know?
answer. Like, it's so blatantly sophistry, Jesse. There's a downward electric current on the Earth. It goes from above us, the sky, down to the ground. It's very weak,
Just
but
like
it's there.
lightning.
Hey, yo, and only if there's a fault, right?
It goes down to the ground. All objects are intrinsically electrostatic. Every environment is intrinsically electrostatic. Van de Graaff generator or not, vacuum chamber or not, there's electric properties everywhere on the Earth. The Earth is the greatest ground that exists. That's why energy tries to go there to dissipate, to seek equilibrium. We have the energy going down from above us to the Earth. It sets a slight bias, though you can't have density, mass, or weight without electrostatics, which means all objects that change vector relative to those properties intrinsically are doing so because of their electrostatic nature. You guys just say, nuh-uh, that's just an additional force. And then you start to strawman the idea that the object should fly around different directions based on small surface charges, completely negating the actual position of weight, density, and mass being intrinsically electrostatic. And then we just go in a loop. And then you bring up adding stuff on a surface or making things move a different direction because you introduce something closer to it with a different charge to pull it towards it. Never addressing the actual argument. It's been years. Jesse, you've heard the argument for at least 2 years.
You know that reminds me of what's it is like, why do they have to put spires on high rises? The whole point of it is to take any energy that would have been like detrimental to the building itself. They want to ground it. They want to attract it to a point to what it is grounded. So that way that strike, if it, for lack of better words, it will send it to a specific point and then shoot it into the earth. And that's because it's just all it's doing is just trying to find its equilibrium.
Well, it would
right?
be interesting. Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, I just had a different question. So sorry, go ahead and finish your.
No, I'm just saying like that. That's why they put them on top of high rises, because they understand that there is this phenomenon that happens with lightning striking, and it has to find its equilibrium, and usually they put a spire on a building so that way it could attract any shot towards it to that point, so that way it sends it down to the ground, and that's what we call grounded. Am I right? Am I wrong? I don't know. Maybe I'm too drunk. Just answer me.
Okay, so we established the mass charge equivalence relation, showing that the masses of all particles and antiparticles are states of the elementary charges and their magnetic moments. The equivalence between Newton's gravitational law and Coulomb's electrostatic law results naturally. In addition, we show that the gravitational constant big G is expressed explicitly through the electromagnetic quantum vacuum constants, putting in evidence the electromagnetic nature of gravity. We draw that G is the same for matter and antimatter, but gravitational forces should be repulsive between particles and antiparticles because their masses bear naturally opposite signs. The electromagnetic quantum vacuum appears to be the natural link between quantum electrodynamics, particle physics, gravitation, and cosmology, and constitutes a basic step towards a unified field theory. Dark energy and dark matter might originate from the electromagnetic quantum vacuum fluctuations. So I don't agree with all of this dude's theories, but the point is, you guys act like it's so simple. You can just say, it can't be electromagnetic in nature. It can't be electrostatic because if I put something closer to it, it's going to move that way. Or why don't all negative things float? Or if I make a negative and positive thing fall, then one should float and one should go down. These are insanely remedial, irrelevant, and incompetent responses, dude. And it's been expressed to you guys so many times. And you bring up mass over and over, and I keep on bringing up the mass charge equivalence. I keep on explaining that weight's intrinsically electric. I keep on explaining that density is electric. Why do you guys not ever respond to those 3 points?
I was trying to respond, and you're going on and saying these things that it's. Anyways, I'm trying to ask. I have questions. How much you want to bet? Let's make a bet. Let's make a bet. I'm gonna bet you right now. Let's make a bet. Let's make a bet.
Well, now that's the easiest.
No, let's just talk about it. Let's just talk about the stuff, dude. Okay.
Actually, talk about it.
It's getting aggravating.
Talk about it.
I'm trying to, man. I'm trying to say. Earlier, you said something about mass or charge density, because you were saying that it was intrinsically ingrained in what density is, the charge and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think charge density and density are the same thing. They're two totally different concepts, and the mass to charge ratio is different for different materials. So it's not like a constant thing either. So I'm curious
What?
on mass to charge ratio.
What does that have to do with anything?
Because you were saying that they're mass to charge equivalents or whatever, but there is no equivalence.
No, yeah, okay. First of all, mass charge equivalence is based upon the fact that everything is based upon their elementary charges and their magnetic moments. Everything. The smallest little particles you want to come up with, everything is based upon the elementary charges and the magnetic moments. All of it. In your own paradigm of particle physics, which means you can't even invoke mass without acknowledging elementary charges and magnetic moments, electromagnetic qualities. You can't even invoke mass without acknowledging these things. So the whole point is that mass, weight, and density are all intrinsically electric. And I've said this 500 times to you guys for 3 years, and like every time the response is, no, but no, it just changes based on mass. And all you're doing is making my point stronger because you never address that I'm saying mass is intrinsically electric. So is weight, so is density. It keeps getting ignored though. That was the first time it's even been like there's been an illusory response. But can someone address what I'm saying?
Can you address what I asked you? Because I asked you two questions. One of them being what did you mean when you said that charge density and density were similar or the same or something like that? And that
Even
density is not
Jace tells you
understood.
that when you try to get the very intricate measurements of density at the smallest scale, that you have to account for charge density, and that you always end up breaking and quantifying based upon an intrinsic charge on the smallest level.
Well, like I said, when it comes to mass, isn't that because there's mass that's some of it's due to the binding energy, some of it's due to coupling, but then there's a specific coupling with the Higgs field. So there's a few reasons. There's different things that attribute to the mass. So that's what I understood. But regardless, the charge density is specifically about the charge, whereas the density is specifically about the mass. And like I said, mass and charge don't have an equivalence. Like you keep saying that they're you have to have charge because deep down there's charge involved with mass, but I'm saying there's no equivalence though. Like you can't there's no direct equivalence. There's a different ratio for each material, so it's not like two materials them being completely different based on their charge. You can determine their mass, but you need their mass to determine their weight. So there's a disconnect.
No, there's not a disconnect if you actually listen to what I'm saying, which is that it's all based upon elementary charges and magnetic moments in your particle physics paradigm. So when you define mass as resistance to acceleration, it's going to be based upon the relationship of the elementary charges and the magnetic moments, the intrinsic electromagnetic nature of whatever material you're talking about and how much you have. And that's going to result in a resistance to acceleration based on basically its energy or its resonance relative to those properties. And this is the major point, right? Like the fact that people come in here and act like what I say is so stupid that you can just say like mass and charge are different and negative and positive charged objects would fall at different rates or one would float. It just comes off very disingenuous to me because I'm citing people from your own paradigm acknowledging that seems to be the only viable way forward. So if you understand on the smallest scale what they claim makes up mass, currently people claim there's a Higgs boson field that allows everything to have mass.
Well, it accounts for some. It accounts for some of it, not most of it.
So, wait, what do you mean it accounts for it? Are you saying something?
Some of it is due to the Higgs coupling, but some of it's also due to just the other binding, like electromagnetic binding. So it really there's a lot of different things that contribute to the mass of an object.
A lot of different things, or two different things?
Like a few different things, like binding.
Can you name another one? Because those two, I think you recognize as you said it that those two fully support what I'm saying.
Like the strong force, the binding from that.
Okay. Okay, so now is there elementary charge involved in that?
There's a color charge, but that's different than the kind of charge we're talking about.
How so?
I just said, it's a be a different thing. It's not like positive or negative or whatever.
Oh, well, positive negative is a misnomer, and everyone knows they could have just flipped it around and called negative positive and vice versa. That doesn't even. It's just a property of either something's in the process of gaining charge or losing charge. That's
Right.
it.
Yeah. So it's binary is what I'm saying. Whereas I don't think color charge is.
Everything is going to fit within that binary, which it's either charging up or it's not charging. The only reason that we say it's different is because it doesn't really seem to be doing one or the other so much so that you could classify it. It seems to be pretty damn close to equilibrium. It just has a very base vibrational resonance or a flux. And it's so small that we call it neutral for intents and purposes, but we know there's still a charge there, right? It's just so small and so close to imbalance that people call it neutral. Which is why for many years now I've been saying the same thing about this. Like net charge and charge are two different things. And to say that something has quote unquote zero net charge is not the equivalent of saying it has no charge. And there is no such thing as actually zero net charge. There's no such thing. Nothing just sits there in perfect rest and has no charge whatsoever in perpetuity. That's not real life or anything. Like that's just a basic concept we use. We get it as close to neutral as we can. We call it zero net charge for quantification purposes. These are
Like,
basic
isn't a neutron?
understandings that are important, though. What's up?
Yeah, but a neutron's net charge is zero, though, isn't it? It doesn't have like a bit extra.
Yeah, quote unquote zero, right? But when you actually look at that model down, you'll see that it is built upon charges.
Yeah, I know what I'm saying, but even if that being the case, still the net charge that it is balanced out because it's got a zero charge. And I was going to say about
just add a step.
the strong force. The strong force has 3 charges. Is all I'm saying. Hey Jesse, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
I was thinking about the same things you were saying to it because I thought it was interesting his test. It's unfortunate we can't see it though because I was gonna I wanted to know some more details about the setup because I wonder if this sounds right to you, but can you think of a configuration of the wiring of this Van de Graaff generator to make the opposite thing occur? I guess it would have to be something different than a Van de Graaff generator, but because I don't know how his is set up, but usually you only have one charge coming out. But I'm just wondering if you can configure the setup to make it go the opposite direction.
Well, you would need to make them equal charges because things of equal charge repel.
Right.
So that could be done a bunch of different ways. You could have an insulated metal sheet on the ground underneath the balloons, connected to the same circuit as the balloons, in which case the balloons and the sheet would be equal charge, and then they would repel. Then the balloon would go up, because then the greatest potential difference would be the ceiling or the air above, or something. It would be something other than the ground beneath.
Right. Right.
Or you could have the ceiling grounded and have the balloon and the washers closer to the ceiling, and then they would go up towards the ceiling.
Okay. Yeah. No. Okay. So I'm wondering if there's a way to set up the actual wiring of it. Like I said, I don't think you can do it with a Van de Graaff generator. It'd have to be something where you
Now
can.
they've got two wires. I think they make a positive and a
Okay.
negative. You hook one to whatever you want your ground shield to be, whether it's the ground or your tin can or the box you're in or whatever conducting shielding surroundings, and then you hook the other to your balloons, and it'll go towards whatever is the nearest greatest potential.
And what was the other thing you yeah, because you suggested just putting another wire in there and hooking that up to something else. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's interesting. It's cool to be doing that, but I think that would be more evident in reality, because if that were the case, then buoyancy should be directly directly affected. It should be also due to that same effect, right? Because it's obviously intrinsic in what weight is and what the downward force is. So
Right, and here's something else interesting: is you could enclose the whole balloon in a Faraday cage that was connected to the same circuit as the balloon, so there was no differential between the balloon and its nearest surroundings, and so then it wouldn't move, even though you brought the whole voltage of the whole works up, which according to his theory should still make it go down, because it's still being affected by all the combined forces in all the atoms in the earth, right?
No, you don't
Yeah.
understand the theory. I step into the end and I just hear Jesse just once again not understanding the theory, but you'll get there one day. Hey, but this is what I want to know. So if it's just mass attracting mass and the electrostatic's just an additional force, even though we've just completely destroyed that, an additional means it wasn't there beforehand and then you added something to it. So that's not true. I don't know. I bet you guys will keep saying that it's just an additional force, but it was already there, not additional. But so, and then I ask, where can we find something with no charge? And we always bring up neutrons or neutrinos. So can you guys show me where we see neutrinos attract to each other based on mass?
You know what? Someone took my neutrino trap. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I'm all out of neutrinos.
The irony of you being like kind of sitting and laughing is that that's how stupid your position is. And in order to verify it, you're forced to go to neutrinos, because that's the only thing you can even pretend to claim has no charge. And again, I've already explained that's not even true, because you have elementary charge and magnetic moments and all of the smartest particles and quote-unquote antiparticles in your own paradigm. But let's just pretend it. Let's pretend neutrinos have no charge, even though they do. So can you guys show me neutrinos attracting to each other based on their mass?
no, but you already know that's a bit silly. But regardless, I was going to ask about your setup. Fuck, I forgot. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, in your setup, Give me a second. Sorry.
Okay, it's okay, because I don't want to. Before we get into like it can't be what Austin says bullshit again. I want to verify what you guys say it is. So I'm saying weight, mass, and density are intrinsically electrostatic. When you say mass attracts mass, you can't even invoke such a phenomena without acknowledging electrostatic. You can't claim it's additional, because that would insinuate you're adding something that wasn't previously there, but that's provably wrong. It is there. You're just manipulating the amount that's there. So in order to claim there's something else, you need to isolate it. So can you guys show me mass attracting mass without electrostatics being present? That would be great.
Well, I mean, not if you're going to, include even the electrostatics that are at that point neutral, because then there's nothing that can be shown at that point. But regardless, that's what I was going to ask about, was about in your setup. You are adding a charge. You're saying that's already there, but I mean you're changing the dynamics of the material so that it actually has a I guess now it's a positive charge, and so right. So in the case of other objects that don't have a net charge, the net charge being zero, how would how would that be analogous for an object like that?
Name one. Name one thing that has a net zero charge.
I mean, like most materials.
Just name one.
Let's see, like helium.
Okay.
Helium, argon.
So first of all, we're talking about gases. That's all you have. You don't have any materials. So we're gonna throw all materials out of your explanation.
No, I mean, really, any stable, like any stable like molecule, it's not that's not charged. So like any material that's not charged like that. So you can like think of
like what? Like an insulator? Like what do you want to bring up?
Yeah,
Some
an
material.
insulator.
Okay, cool. Rubber. Let's talk about rubber. Do you think that rubber has net zero charge? Rubber, of course, doesn't. There's no such thing as like a zero surface charge. Like even when we ground something. Let's do it like that. Say I have an object and I ground it. Do you guys think that object has zero charge?
I'm not sure.
Because it's grounded. And intents and purposes, we say, well, it's neutrally charged because we're grounding it. But in reality, what's happening is that charge is constantly being sent to the ground. Because it's constantly accumulating and it's in constant flux. So we're directing it down to the ground to disperse it and discharge it constantly. As soon as we take it off the ground, it's going to start charging up much more again. So it's not like that it perfectly attains zero. I can't take it off the ground and now it's neutral. It's constantly feeding it into the ground. That's why we have to keep things grounded. So there is no such thing as net zero charge. And this is a big thing I don't think people get. It's like if I have a mass here, and then I have a ball, and then I have another ball hanging beside it, right? And that ball, say we ground everything, right? It's like this charge of this ball still exists. It's being grounded, so we're eliminating as much as possible, right? Like we're minimizing the surface charge the best we can for both of the balls, but it's still there. Of course, what makes it up is electrostatic charge, but like even on the surface, there's still charges in flux, but it's just constantly being sent down to the ground. Now, if there's a mass here, a ball that's hanging, and a ball that's hanging over here, and they both are electrostatic, but they're grounded, and then if they're going to exchange electrostatics via electrostatic induction and transference, if there's going to be an exchange, obviously, it's going to be from the mass to the other mass through that medium. It's going to go to the closest compilation of matter it has. So that's why no matter if you ground it or whatever you do, the masses are going to automatically gravitate towards each other because that's the closest place that it can send its charge.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking of like
No, I'm good.
I was talking to Bernie right now, right? About the whole mom situation and like what she was saying.
Your hot mic in the
Hey, what's up, Bernie?
Yeah, but yeah. So I'm wondering about like most materials that have like stable, the stable compounds. So their shells are filled up. They have the equal number of protons and electrons. So their charges would be neutral. There's not an opportunity for the for the so unless you do something to them, they're not going to have a chemical reaction. And that's I'm kind of wondering like, if they're neutral, what effect are they going to have in like your setup, for example?
Do you agree that I can like move gases with electrostatic charge?
Some gases, yeah.
So you think I can't do it to helium?
No, I mean it depends on the circumstance, I suppose. But helium, for the most part, helium and the noble gases are already stable. So yeah, I mean I can't think of a normal situation with adding a low amount of charge that's going to do that. But I could see that happening. Yeah, it's not with
Manipulate
anything I
all
can do at home.
gases. You can manipulate all gases with electrostatics. So like this is, and this is why I keep bringing this up. Like I'm not fallacious, right? So I'm not appealing to the authority of anyone the paper up because I'm so tired of this condescending narrative that what I'm talking about regarding gravity is so laughably dumb and easily disproven that you can say the things that you guys say. But
Okay,
we
but
know that if
you
I brought Kosho, you're a little different, but if I brought this physicist in here that wrote this paper, are we gonna sit in here and pretend that Jesse and Left Lane would mock him and laugh at him, and Kool-Aid would all make fun of him and say, "Oh, well, then why don't things with different charges float?"
we
And,
might
and you
ask
think
him
There is
that
no
would
questions.
intellectual
refute him?
honesty in these debates with the Globers at all, and that's what Witz's point is. That's how easily it's displayed. When we get a professional in here, they will concede with majority of flat earthers in their statements, their initial statements. I'm sure when you get into the weeds, they'll be trying to defend the globe position, but initial position, intellectual honesty is lacking on your guys' side big time.
Okay, but still, my question. I'm still curious about the question I'm asking. Like, if you added a charge, so now that the material you have has a net charge that is positive, or it's and more than zero, so it's not a net. It's not net neutral. So how would you affect an object that had a net neutral charge?
There's going to be electrostatic induction and transference to the objects, and you can always affect gases with electrostatics. The better question is if we flip it back around to your paradigm, and this is the overarching point that I keep making. Every time I bring this up, everyone wants to talk about why they think what I'm saying can't be true, but they never want to substantiate their claim. Ever. I've asked for 3 years, can you guys show me an experiment where we isolate gravity and make things float, change the vector, change the weight? No. Can you define gravity? No. Can you substantiate that it's real? No. But if I can make up some illusory refutation of your position, that means mine's automatically right. And that's the double standard I always talk about. But can we show, like, can I take a thing of helium over here and then a thing of helium on the other side of the room and make them attract to each other because of mass?
I'm not sure if you would want to try to do that because it would seem like extremely hard to get that much helium to be the strongest mass available.
But do you think that the
even at that
helium
range?
would attract to each other because of mass?
Yeah, if you had enough of it together and there was nothing else to compete with that, then sure. But when I say enough of it together, I mean a whole lot. It's hard enough to even get solid objects to attract together. They have to be sufficiently big, and helium atoms are typically not molecularly bound together.
Okay,
They're
so
single atoms.
So we're definitely not going to have any experiment where this actually happens or anything, right? Where object,
so.
and of course, the real problem would be that if any environment that you tried this in would also be electric, like even in a vacuum chamber, which obviously would grossly, it would be detrimental to any attempt to make them attract in the first place, right? But the point is that even in a vacuum chamber, you have this. You have an electric permittivity and a magnetic permeability everywhere. Ground a vacuum chamber, it's still there. So it's like this is the reality. The reason that I'm a glober right now, okay? The reason that we know gravity exists is not because it can't be electric and mass attracts mass and it's been proven without electrostatics or without anything electric. None of that's the real position. The real position is we know gravity exists because knowing that the Earth's a ball that has a radius of 3959 and that it revolves around the sun with other giant planets means gravity has to exist. That means there has to be something else there. That's the actual position.
Well, no, the actual position is we know that gravity exists because we went to the moon.
Okay. But like that's the reality of it, bro. It's like we don't know what gravity is. We can't isolate it. We don't have it fully defined. Our math doesn't fully work. But we know it exists in some form, whatever it is, because it has to. People aren't being dishonest as physicists or quote unquote scientists when they think that way. They truly believe it's been demonstrated and that we know the Earth's a globe. We know it flies around the sun. We know how big it is. So they're just trying to figure out how to best explain what's going on. Assuming that's what's really going on, then they know gravity has to exist. So they're trying to figure out exactly what it is or how it works.
Just real quick, I just want to go into the question I was asking because you answered, but then you kept going about something different. I was just going to ask because you said that you can add like I said, how does it affect charges that are net neutral? And then you said you can add charge. Is that what you said? You can add charge to those objects, or you can apply a charge to them.
There would be charge
What would
transferred
initially
throughout
give-
any medium.
What would initially give helium its property to begin with? Would it not be given its property based on the property that it's adjacent to?
What is that? What are you talking about?
Well, if you're having any physical interaction for momentum, speed, or whatever helium you're saying moves based on charge or pressure, there has to be a fundamental principle of where the properties are derived from. How is it getting its properties? What are you comparing it to?
I still don't understand your question, but
It has characteristics
I'll get back to
that
the
you've
question.
given it. It has characteristics that you're giving it. If you have it in a medium, the characteristics that has been given will respond in the medium that it's in, right? It has inherent properties based on its. That's why that's why we have categories of helium, nitrogen. It responds in a manner that subjected to its
number of protons, molecular mass, the number of electrons, all that kind of stuff.
But they move differently in the mediums, correct?
Depending on their density and their charge.
There you go. So they move differently, right? So that's what I'm saying. So its inherent properties are given to it by its medium it's subjected to. Do you follow that line of questioning or that statement?
Well, both the medium. So if you have nitrogen and helium, the nitrogen will be affected downwardly. It'll have precedence over the helium, so it'll displace it.
Now, is that charge or pressure related, or density?
What? Is
it charge, pressure, or density that's causing the separation?
Hold on. It's obviously buoyancy, which is caused by the.
So what's causing buoyancy? Charge, density, and pressure.
Well, that's pressure. I wouldn't. You're saying like 3 different answers, but yeah, I mean.
No. They're all there. There's charge. There's pressure. What's that?
Plane jump in.
It's more of a pressure gradient. Yeah, but go ahead, left hand.
But it has all of these properties, does it not?
Let left lane jump in, please.
I just want to point out that it's saying that it's acting upon its inherent properties that are given is an oxymoron. The properties that something has are not given; they're possessed.
Yeah. But they're categorized. We've given them characteristics based on the medium that we're analyzing the gas in, right? So if you are going to have a reaction, you have to have a reaction based on the medium that you're putting it into. So it's a charge, density, or pressure.
Let me say this to Kosho real fast. Kosho, I think you'll find this interesting. Maybe. Okay. It's been established that the electron, positron, so the electron and the positron, elementary charge, little e, a fundamental physical constant, is obtained exactly from the electromagnetic vacuum quantized amplitude constant. So we get the exact value of little e, which is a physical constant, right?
Yeah, it's one of the 19 constants, yeah.
Right. Elementary charge, for those who don't know that. And we get that exact value from the electromagnetic vacuum quantized amplitude constant. So the electromagnetic characteristic of the vacuum gives us this exact value that we know is a physical constant.
So with it, what I'm saying is the medium. So the medium that the material is exposed to is given its characteristics, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So that's what I was trying to say from the get-go, and we categorize them and quantize them.
Couldn't this concept be described as energy?
Well, energy is a concept, and it's currently defined as the ability or capacity to do work, which is not an actual definition or explanation of what energy is.
No, but I mean the what you're describing with
Yeah.
The electrical charge, or, the charge, the mass, everything, and how
Yeah.
it's affected by other objects or whatever. That's just energy, and
Sure.
they're trying to break it down and quantify it, or break it down in something else, and it's one thing, and they want to make it consist of all these other things.
Yeah, but like getting more precise isn't a bad thing. Like that's like good in science, like figuring it out exactly what's going on and what different characteristics we can
No,
observe.
I'm not bashing it or anything. I'm just saying, how do you break down energy, right? Into
You'd have to
I mean,
properly
Ian's had a
define it.
conversation the other day about breaking something down. I can't remember who was on the conversation or whatever. Ian's were arguing. I think it was protons, neutrons, electrons, and all that stuff or whatever, but that's the same concept.
It becomes evident that the photon vector potential amplitude and the elementary charge, little e, are directly related to the electromagnetic quantum vacuum through the vacuum constant, demonstrating that photons and leptons or antileptons are physically strongly related entities and derived from the electromagnetic vacuum field, putting the basis for a physical comprehension of their mutual transformation mechanisms. Everything gets its like the physical constant of the elementary charge, this fundamental binding characteristic. It all comes from the vacuum, and what that simply says is, if you remove the air, there's still something else there that's giving it this energy. Okay, so you can't have anything attract anything without this.
Yeah, but isn't that true about the, like, for instance, the same field for the, or the same vacuum for the color, for the quantum color or chromodynamics field, right? I don't forget what that field's called, but wouldn't the same thing be true about that one? Without that one, you couldn't have the coupling for the gluons and anti-gluons and all that kind of stuff.
Well, sure, but this is where
not
there's-
anti-gluons. I'm sorry.
Well, this is where you get the interpretive divide of there just is a background in which all this stuff comes from, or there is all kinds of different fields that we conceptualize. No one's ever seen the photon field. No one's ever seen the electron field, right? We just say that there is this background of little fields, and when we see what we call an electron or photon, that's that field being excited. And there's a very specific reason for this, is if there is a holistic medium that's in the background, then we can't really explain that with our current understanding of the universe. It doesn't work.
What's with the gluons equaling 666? By the way, Kosho.
What is that?
Apparently, there's because it's a unit, right? And you can convert these units. Apparently, when you have a standard value and another unit, you convert it to gluons, and it ends up to be 666, and it's associated with the sphere Earth. I just at the moment can't recollect exactly. It's like the gravitational constant that was devised. It's 6.66, right, to the 10th power negative whatever.
I'm not sure.
But yeah, the gluons are apparently 662, right?
Yeah, I don't know that. I mean, that's like 2/3 ratio, though. It's not intrinsically evil or anything. Like we have carbon.
No, but it's just what I mean is that there's these units that a language, mathematical language within the units that always divides to this number associating with gravity, the gravitational constant, the fundamental model, 66.6 degrees, 66,600 around the sun. You know what I mean? There's this that grouping, if you will.
Yeah, I just don't think the number is intrinsically evil. I think that people throw the number in your face to taunt us, and they may be evil, but
no. If you think about it, the Christian's really gullible, right? So if you're going to want to incite something about something's wrong, then you're going to use 666 as based on superstition too, right? Mark of the beast and so forth. So if you highlight that of the Model 2, people are like, look, it's Baal, it's the Moloch, which you've seen these. I'm sure you've seen these memes.
Well, and they do clearly taunt us with it, right? I mean, like the female astronaut broke the record for days in space, 666 days, and selenium was first discovered in 1666, and they discovered the the north and south poles of the Arctic poles of Mars in 1666, and Isaac Newton discovered gravity in 1666, and it was 666 newtons, and like, yeah, wow, that was a very productive year, huh? You know, like they do throw it in our face, but it's not an intrinsically. Actually, Marty Leeds did a pretty incredible presentation on this at the summit. You know, the number
There's
isn't bad in and of itself.
Yeah, but 0.666 inches per mile square, right? For the curvature drop of the Earth, it's even in that calculation as well. The 0.666. So there has to be a religious connotation to it, right? It's kind of like we're going to show you our religion, but we're going to do it in a way that's going to mock it, and it's going to make you see it in a different way, right? So it's like showing the truth, but you believe the lie, right? So
Yeah, but the number of the man according to the Bible is 666. So
The number of a man, and it's talking
Yep.
about Solomon, who got paid 666 talents of gold every year. But Kosho, just so you know, like it's showing here now, the mass of the electron / positron is expressed exactly through the vacuum constant, the elementary
Right.
charge E, and its magnetic moment. So this is where you get the mass charge equivalence. Now, agree or disagree or whatever, but this whole
electron.
narrative that it can't be the case is wrong in the Glober's own paradigm. Mass is not even understood in your guys' paradigm. Hence why there's like over 10 different definitions. This is one of the first times Jason and I spoke. We actually had a pretty profound conversation. It's devolved since. And we came to this same agreement, right? Where Jace is like, yeah, I'm not going to lie. Mass is something that seems to elude our grasp at the moment. What is mass? What's the proper definition? That's a great question. No one knows. That's
I
a
thought
very
he did say. I thought he said that most people, incorrectly say what it is, whatever. But in his field, they describe it as the energy, and as the energy in the. Because that's why you're right. Like when you talk about the massive subatomic particles, they're expressed in terms of the E constant.
Well, yeah. Well, the vacuum constant, elementary charge, and its magnetic moment. Like, this is what I'm trying to point out to the ballers, right? It's like, it's not gonna work. I know you guys have gotten pretty far doing it, but like, just regurgitating the crude layman term explanations for a lot of this stuff, and then pretending that flat earthers are so stupid they don't know the 7th grade understanding of it, that's not really gonna fool people. Like when you say mass attracting mass over and over. Well, if someone goes and diligently researches it, they find out very quickly that isn't even what people claim anymore. That's just a layman term explanation. It's way more complicated than that. Same thing with like what mass itself is. Okay, and that's the more frustrating part of this. And then a lot of flat earthers fall for it, and then now we're down this like low vibrational convo where we're arguing over terms and definitions that aren't even current. You know, like understandings that aren't even the current paradigm anymore. You guys have got, I promise that there are dozens of well-credentialed physicists I could drop in here that will tell you, like, looks like gravity could be electromagnetic, like we're trying to unify the forces, and it seems the only real way to do that would be electromagnetic, and we're having some trouble with gravity. Right, like that's the truth, and that this mass to charge equivalence isn't some like out of left field flat earther thing that Witsit made up. You know, I mean, I did come to my own conclusion about it before reading this stuff, but that's not really the point. It's like you guys have to admit, if mass and weight and density are all just intrinsically electric, then of course what you call gravity is as well. And that's why I keep asking the Globers, well, what causes density? What allows something to have density? Like, what causes density?
It's just it's just a description of the amount of volume that it's taking up. That's divided into the amount of mass that there is.
Okay, so now we're back to where we need to define mass again. And that's like, that's my point. Mass is not like a very simple, easy amount of matter, you know. Mass is a resistance to acceleration. That's a characteristic of what people call mass. Mass is not some agreed upon, definitively defined thing. So when you guys constantly say mass attracting mass, in reality, you don't even know what you're saying because no one does.
Yeah, but aren't both those statements true? That even though one of them's not, uh, mm, I would say like complete, like the one we say it's the amount of material, but it is both the amount of material and it's the value for its inertia. Like both those things true.
Yeah, it's not that they're untrue. It's a quantified construct we've come up with. It's a construct we've come up with to quantify matter. And yeah, that results in resistance to acceleration. Yeah, of course it would, right? But neither one of those things help us define really what it is. What is the compilation of matter? Like, what causes it on a fundamental level? Like, what is it that's resisting acceleration specifically? And if we go back to just matter, well, then it's like, okay, well, like, and this is the part of it that does get very convoluted. It's like, wait, can you guys show me any matter that's not electrostatic? And we always have to go back to like neutrinos or like concepts of like immensely small things, right, that are just constructs. Because you see an area that doesn't seem to really be affected by charge that much, or it seems like the elementary charge they have is relatively balanced. That doesn't mean that it's not electric, because it is. It's like it all has an elementary that's
Yeah, but that's the thing is like when people bring up neutrons and stuff, you could say, okay, well, we don't interact with that directly or can't, just show that to somebody. But the truth is, like, nuclear bombs and nuclear reactors are based around the fact that neutrons don't have a charge and don't interact with the rest of the atom or the molecule in the same way as the charged particles do. Like that's the reason why those things work. So it's like it would seem that in that case, in the case of a neutron, it doesn't have any perceivable charge, such that it's able to do that. Which means that if it was the charge that brings things down, it confuses me how that would be how neutrons would be affected by that.
Well, this is for one. First of all, I just asked, can you show me where neutrons are being attracted to each other because of mass attracting mass? Or neutrinos, right? Like, no. The answer is no. But it's not that electrostatics is pulling things down to the Earth, right? That's never been my position, but that is consistently the position argued against. So, like, if you straw man my position, then it is easy to try to debunk it. Right? It's like, oh, electrostatics is pulling everything down to the Earth. We can show electrostatics drops off with distance. And how strong does it have to be? And then we could change the different charges and show that it doesn't work. And so everything that's negatively charged would float. It's like, no. No one's saying the Earth has a certain charge and pulls all the objects down to the ground. No one says that. Or at least that's not what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not going to say no flat earther has tried to repeat what I say incorrectly, but I've never even heard that. It's not it's not the position. And that's why I hate that Bob's gone. He's one of the only people that fully understood it, But like, no, it's just that there's a downward current going down to the Earth. Everything's just migrating down to seek its equilibrium, not being pulled down. It's just reacting to its environment and the pressure mediation that comes from the electric nature of the environment and the object is causing it to try to go down and follow this current to its equilibrium at the ground. Right. So technically, when I do my Van de Graaff generator, I put that little bitty piece of styrofoam in the Van de Graaff. I have two plates, right? And I put the positive wire from the generator on the bottom plate. I put the grounding wand's negative wire on the top plate. And so what I've done is I've set it up to where the negative will be on top, the positive will be on the bottom. So it's just sitting there on the ground. And then once I flip the polarity of the field by turning the Van de Graaff generator, so now the positive's on the bottom and the negative's on the top, it's going to cause the object to go up and stick to the top. Now, if we take the trays and we say that this is the Earth, say this is a plain Earth, that little piece of styrofoam is bigger than Mount Everest. It's huge, bro. So I
Well,
had
they
to
did
introduce
this.
250,000 volts from that Van de Graaff generator to move that little bitty piece of styrofoam. So extend that out to how big Mount Everest would be. Like extend that out to making objects move on the earth that have any like serious mass or weight. Yeah, of course we can't. Of course I can't make your phone float with the little handheld generator. Like, do you know how much power would be required? Like, why can't you make people float? Because I'd have to kill them, you know, and some. So I don't get it. I don't know. I don't know why either the position is not trying to be understood, or I'm not saying it good enough.
Well, no, well, I can understand why people. So I know, like, my questions come from, like I told you before, the free body diagram. If you were to draw all the, even if something was staying still, usually things that are balanced because they're not accelerating in any direction. They're balanced because there's no forces at all acting on them, or there's the equal amount of forces acting on them in opposite directions, which is usually the case. And so if something is then accelerating somewhere, it's because they're now there's now an unbalance of forces. You know, and that's going to be that's going to determine how much that acceleration is. And so if on Earth things fall at this acceleration, the question is, what's the cause? And I guess people probably think, like myself, think that it's being attributed to electrostatics, but then it would have to account for all the acceleration. Otherwise, it's just another contributor, but it's a tiny contributor, and the real contributor is something else that's not electrostatics, and we don't yet know what that is, I guess.
Well, this
Right?
is
Because
the okay. Well, technically, it would be the background medium. You're gonna have to get into the background medium and understand that everything gets its elementary charge from the background medium. That this creates the intrinsic vibrational resonance that holds all matter together, and that there is seemingly some type of energy coming from above us that sets us into place, radiates down, basically ripples through the ether, puts the ether under strain, and when it does this, it gives us that charge that we call electrostatic. And that so literally there's some energy source that holds the whole world together by pressing down and pushing the ether on strain. But not anti-flat earthers aren't ready for that conversation. So and that's why I now bring up papers from your own paradigm that talk about what I just said, but in your guys' terms, right? Particles, antiparticles, attraction and repulsion via dark energy and dark matter, and the all-permeating field that we call, say it's full of keenons in the vacuum. And because if you can throw a bunch of nons in there and a couple math equations, and then they don't say the word ether, then that's your paradigm's way of saying what I'm saying. Where that paper specifically says that light is just the excitation or oscillation of this background field that permeates all of space. Well, that's funny. That's what I've been saying, only in a way that actually I, coherently express it. So, and this is another thing that I could be wrong about this, but I speculated this a couple years on Glowbusters a couple years ago, where like really what is charge and what's the difference in charge and vibration, and that I would say charge is actually just vibration. There's no such thing as rest, and charge is that vibrational resonance. There is no such thing as truly being at rest. Everything is intrinsically vibrating, thus has an intrinsic charge. When we get to the really small level, this intrinsic vibrational resonance is so small.
I agree.
I'm sorry, man. I unmuted Apocryphon. I didn't realize you were still hot micing, so sorry.
I was pretty much. It's just that when you get to the really small scales, that vibrational resonance is so small that for intended purposes, you can say that's as close to neutral as we're ever going to get. And then here is a video that was just on Joe Rogan where this guy's coming out basically saying the same thing, thing that we've been saying, right? He's saying that he's been having to sit on it for 7 years, and now that the patents have been cleared, that he's coming out to explain, yes, everything is based on vibration. When you find an object, if you can find out the vibration of that object, you can make it levitate. You can manipulate that object. And that now Mazda has a $25 million contract that they're going to retrofit their different combustion engines with this vibrational technology.
The Mazda?
Mazda, yeah.
The car company? They're building jet engines now?
No, what? Jet engines?
You said rocket engine? What did you say? What were you talking about?
Combustion.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, my bad. I don't know why I thought of
Yeah,
I guess just the regular engines. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, and it just shows that you can make anything float or do whatever you want to with it if you can match its vibration.
Right. Well, yeah, I've seen this guy before, and I mean, I know that to be true because you can show that with what's it called?
Acoustic
Those
levitation.
the acoustic levitation. But damn, I was gonna say something. I have a horrible memory. Oh well, no, I was just gonna ask you, because it seems like you like almost like, and you've especially been doing this lately with your fucking with the movie. You hinted stuff you can't show, but it's not about the movie. It's just in general with this topic of the cause of down the what brings things down and electrostatics and how those are related. Like you've touched on it, and I've heard you have an in-depth conversation once about it. We've talked about it a few times, but do you ever think that you'll do like one of those 3-hour specials that you do where
Yeah.
you kind of have a presentation that you can actually like completely like iron out what it is that is being claimed and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, it's on the list. Yeah, I let my Telegram vote on the next one, but yeah, Skull and the Glovers. Yeah, I will indeed.
Yeah, school
Well,
and
and I'll
Glovers.
probably
I
go
got
through this
I got to go
paper
back to
stuff.
school, man.
Yeah, well, yeah, but well, it's just the reason that I call it that is because a lot of people that believe in the globe, you wouldn't really be this person, but they don't know what the globe even says. But yeah, I'll probably cover that paper in there as well when I do that because I don't know. I don't like I'm being redundant, but like I don't know what people don't get. I brought the paper up not because I'm appealing to his authority, not because I agree with the paradigm he's explaining it from. I don't agree with his cosmological assumptions. I don't agree with his philosophy. I don't agree with his terms. It's just the concepts being put forth. And it's the point is like this whole narrative that what Witsit says is so laughably stupid and rudimentary and just a stupid flat earth word salad and all this stuff. That's not true. It's not real life, right? That's not true. So I've went and given a paper from your paradigm from a very credentialed person showing that that's not a good rebuttal. And then what's McToon do? Does McToon covers it and does he say, oh, well, yeah, this guy does say light is just what Witsit was saying. This guy does say that there's a mass charge equivalence, just like Witsit was saying. This guy does say gravity is electromagnetic in nature, just like Witsit was saying. This guy does say that to understand the variable of gravity, you would have to know the energy within the vacuum of that area, right? The electromagnetic vacuum. No, what he says is, Witsit's so stupid, his own citation debunks him. This guy basically says mass attracting mass and thinks the Earth's a sphere. You know what I mean? And it's like, what the and now I have all these people coming and saying that to me. And that's just dumb. Like it's like you guys have got to chill with that, bro. You got to chill. You need to look into some of these things and realize that your side does not have all the answers, bro, and that includes gravity. That's all I'm trying to make clear. You agree or disagree with what I'm saying, but I promise that if you're arguing from an archaic, rudimentary understanding of gravity and what you were taught in 10th grade, you're not correct. That is not true. Like, admittedly, that is not correct. And,
But don't you think whatever the update is in that relativity or gravity thing, don't you think the update is going to encompass general relativity the same way general relativity encompasses Newton's gravity for the most part, other than his assumption about the instant nature of it?
Well, I actually I think the only way that there will be a replacement is it'll be fundamentally different this time because there will be no universal constant. And I think if you remove a universal constant from the idea of gravity, that you can't even really reconcile it with relativity. And I think that it fundamentally has to change. Like the question I keep bringing up the last couple of days is like, does gravity have an equal and opposite reaction? I know the globe paradigm's answer. Rarely do I even get it, but the correct answer is no. And I've heard it from a couple people, which is that, well, it's a pseudo force, it's a fictitious force. It isn't an actual force in that sense, and it doesn't have an equal and opposite reaction because of that. Right? But it would have to in reality. And whatever is replacing the current understanding will have to integrate that. And I think it's very obvious where the fix to all these problems lies, and that is in what I call the ether, right? So it is. it's clearly if there's like a reciprocation in the background, if this is the primary causal agent. I mean, right now gravity claims that it's the bending and warping of space-time in the fourth dimension, that there is something outside of the three-dimensional material world that causes gravity. You basically already invoke the ether, right? Like the same idea. It's something outside the material world. It's this other medium. It's this other fabric outside the 3D world. Einstein basically invoked the ether, just not in its old definition. And that's why he specifically says ether must exist for relativity to be true. For the simple fact alone that ether actually means that space, that's the only way that you could have physical properties in space, is to invoke quote unquote.
Was he talking about? I thought he was talking about as space time as the ether. Oh, that's what
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But he's saying that the proper understanding of ether is that there are physical properties in this other realm outside the 3D world, and that in this sense we must acknowledge that there's an ether. Then he goes on later to say, like, I misspoke when I said there's no ether. I should have just said there's no ether wind. And he goes on to specifically say, like, in fact, space without ether is unthinkable. Now, of course, that's not him agreeing with the previous definition of ether, which there were like a dozen. But that's not really my point. My point is that even the current understanding of ether has had to dive over into this realm outside the material world to try to explain it. But now we have this hiccup now where people don't really want to do that. Although quantum field theory does that unequivocally to explain almost everything.
Yeah, they have the quantum fields. Like I said, I know Dirac was he was into the ether well into after he's come up with the basis for quantum field theory. But regardless, I was gonna say that's interesting what you said about Big G not being constant. I have a question about that, but also, well, I guess I'll just ask you that question because you said a bunch of stuff, and that's the only thing that I wrote down. But yeah, so the Big G constant, I can see. So I'm gonna have to ask you because I want to know your answers. But I would assume that what you're saying is that maybe Big G is a local value. So it's the constant as we know it, like locally and where we're kind of familiar with, and then some reason outside of that, it's a different value. I could see how that could fix certain problems. I don't know what I don't know what the ultimate consequence that will be from that, but yeah, that's what you mean though.
Sort of. Like, yeah, Big G would be local, meaning that the actual value would change based on where you are, even just on the Earth. Like, it would be based on the local density of the vacuum, the electromagnetic vacuum for that area. So it would be close to the same, based on what I understand. But it would slightly vary. So it wouldn't be a universal constant. It would be relative to that electromagnetic vacuum wherever you are. And then what that would help your side out with, frankly, is cosmological anomalies. You would be able to say that space basically and whatnot, like electromagnetic, the density of the vacuum in certain regions of space is different, and that's why we see different gravitational effects.
I mean, it'd have to be much different, though. I think in that case,
yeah.
I don't know the exact values, but I think they're said like I don't remember the exact values, but let's say distant galaxy. Don't they say that like it's I don't know like almost 5/6 of it is not accounted for or something like that, like a large portion of like 86% or something like that.
Yeah, well, it's different for each one. Yeah, I mean, some of them are 99%.
Yeah, because that would make Big G in those cases if it's like 6 to the negative 11, it'd be like 1 to the negative 11th or whatever, times 10 to the negative 11. But yeah, okay, yeah, just sort of asking about that because that'd be interesting. But obviously it would require, you'd have to see because I know that Big G is not only in it's a constant that's used in formulas that you wouldn't think it's useful in. I can't think of them on top of my head, but I just know I've seen it in other places, not just places that are affected by gravity.
Well, it's gonna get into like this like whole idea of antimatter, matter and antimatter, and that would be like baryonic matter and dark matter maybe. And then so like where the concentration of antimatter is yeah, you would just basically say there's different concentrations of that in space, right? And that's what would cause that would actually explain like maybe the expansion, so that maybe wouldn't be dark matter as much as dark energy, but like you would have a different expansion in space based on what happens in the background at that area. And then you're going to have to say the same thing for the dark matter problem. This actually, I hate to almost even talk about it because I can kind of see a little wiggle room here where your paradigm can take it and try and, theoretically fix a lot of problems. When I fundamentally disagree with your model because it's philosophically driven and it's just antithetical to evidence. But like,
Well, yeah, I mean, your position is paradoxical to me because we're talking about. That's why I was imagining, even though I know it's not true, but I'm imagining in this conversation that you agree with what galaxies are, and so then because otherwise there's no contradiction there that would fix, right? Like in your paradigm, it's
well,
not really
I don't
it's not
need
really a
that. I
paradox.
don't need to fix those paradoxes more so because I think that galaxies and everything is all electromagnetic phenomena and it's in a fluid medium. But I guess the point is to move the conversation forward. I'm highlighting it because I am simply combating this narrative that relativity is the most thoroughly tested and validated theory ever, and that we know that mass attracts mass, but it doesn't have an equal and opposite reaction, and that it's the bending and warping of space-time, and we know that relativity is true. Like all of these talking points that are so often parroted, they're not true. They're like patently wrong. And so with good faith intention, right? I'm bringing this forth for that. I'm bringing it forth for good faith, as in like globe or flat. The conversation has to progress intellectually. It's becoming monotonous and redundant and just a waste of time. We're just going to keep talking about the same things, but we're not even arguing about the current paradigm. We're not even properly arguing it, right? We're arguing this archaic idivot, and it's annoying to me. So for me, I'd rather toss the Glovers a bone in that sense. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I appreciate you for that because I mean I agree. It doesn't always bother me when that's the case, but I do agree that without new arguments, it does get stale to some extent, at least for others. So I do appreciate because like I said, I'm in this community because the things we talk about are interesting to me, and that includes the things that most people don't talk about that you do bring up, and there's things like relativity and quantum mechanics. So it's just interesting to talk about. So I mean, I do appreciate you bring that kind of stuff up. But I was just thinking while you were saying some of this stuff. I'm not saying this as a joke or anything, but how interesting would it be if like because you wonder where this new idea would come from, like this new idea of what gravity is, like this paradigm shift in that regards, where it was going to come from. It'd be interesting if it came from like this community or someone in this community. It's just yeah, but
Yeah, I've actually
I
thought of
honestly
that,
think
ironically.
yeah, we talk about some pretty intense stuff in here, probably more intense than a lot of people who are even doing this stuff in school. So, some of it.
Yeah, because this room exists outside of academic confinement, so it has a advantage in that sense. But I personally like I wouldn't be salty about it because I would just be impressed. Like if someone can like I am very sure that the reason that the understanding right now is at a standstill is because they won't unify the forces under electromagnetism and acknowledge ether. And it's way more nuanced than that, but I'm like positive of that as can be, right? It's just my opinion, but I would be interested in seeing someone accept that reality, apply it to the heliocentric paradigm, and try to make it work. And I would tip my hat to them because I can't make it work in my mind. Like I can't think of something, and I know that there are people that are smarter than me that maybe could, right? And I can't though. I can't make it work. So I wouldn't even necessarily be mad about it. I'd be impressed. I'd be impressed from the standpoint of theoretics. Like I don't see how it could work. Like if we have free space impedance, then that's really what we need to use to explain a lot of these problems. is that free space or that ether. And I don't really know how you could say that there's impedance that has all of these qualities that give us everything in the material world, in the perceivable world, without invoking substance, like some type of substance. I can't think of a way, so I'm not saying that someone won't think of a way. Like, if I had to bet on it, I would say they will, no matter how nonsensical it may be. But yeah, like if there's a substance, then that refutes heliocentrism, right? Because then you have to look at Michelson-Morley again. If there's some type of substance in the background, then you would for sure get a fringe shift. We for sure don't get one, or at the predicted value. So, like, that's not actually an option. I understand the standstill. In my opinion, I think that's what it is.
I got two more questions basically. Well, I got a question basically what you just said, and then I had something just kind of a topic change. But did you see Mr. Moyak's test? He was asked about earlier. I don't think you were here. He I guess came up with a test involving a ring laser and a train. I was wondering if you saw that.
No.
Because I know you were interested in doing a like getting a Michelson interferometer, a sort of table setup thing, and possibly getting that set up on a plane or something like that. I don't remember if I suggested that to you or if you said that you were interested in doing that, but yeah, that would be interesting. And his idea of doing it on a train too, like a bullet train, would be just as valuable in the same reason. He was just coming up with what you would expect on that bullet train and testing that in reality. I didn't know if you saw that or you thought it was interesting, but I'd have to wait for him.
I haven't seen it. The bullet train would have to go pretty fast, though. I don't know.
300 miles per hour, he said.
How much?
He said 300 miles per hour.
I don't know. I would have to hear exactly what he's saying, but yeah, I don't know. I think another part of that as well is, it's not just linear velocity in reality. In the heliocentric paradigm, of course, we have an elliptical orbit, and we actually have a momentary bank. And so, in theory, you should be able to test it at different times of the year and isolate that moment of like peak change.
That's kind of something that data talks about that slightly, because and this is only if you look at the data on Stellarium, because I had done this too just to see what happens. But if you you see it in the angular size change of the sun, kind of, but that's it's a different means of testing that same thing. That's what you mean by bank, right? By the sort of the extreme ends of the orbit.
Yeah, but he talks about what data talks about is like the change that even appears on Stellarium day to day.
Yeah.
A slight angular, and that wouldn't be it. It would be, it would be like throughout the course of a year, right? The entire orbit. I mean, of course, we're on elliptical. We're gonna have to bank at one point. The current paradigm is that there are no absolute frames of reference. We're in a geodesic, so we experience it as a free fall. And that the centrifugal force or the inertial force that would result as we change direction is not experienced in this frame, right? And so, like, if you were to throw a substantive background anywhere near that theory, they would clash. So that's why quantum and cosmology has such a huge gap, in my opinion. And I think if gravity really
you guys
existed
are
the
still
way
missing
people
the
think,
point of the observation of the sun and stellarium. It's not just the apparent diameter size change; it's the fact that it actually reduces in size completely. It reduces in size as daily. More importantly, you can witness it daily stop changing angular size, grow in angular size, stop, and then reduce again. So it's not just this fluid motion that you say. It's a daily thing that happens, which if it is a geodesic, like he says, and we don't have any of these physical forces that could be explained away with the reference frame, what relativity does. The idea behind it is that even if you go to model this in an orbital path, like you do it in a 3D program, or just draw it, there's nothing you can do to show me that an object, an object has to have a physical relationship to another object. You can claim it's relative, sure, but when it comes to apparent size changes, if you're in motion or the other object's in motion and it displays an increase in size, a stop increasing in size, a reduction in size, and then a stop, and then an increase in size, if you draw this in an elliptical path or in an orbit, there's no way that you could have two bodies express that relationship in size change. No, you cannot. You can't model it, dude. Trust me. I did this in Blender. You cannot have a body in motion approaching another body.
You already said it.
Let me finish. So the sun, the Earth is moving, right? So it has to be approaching the sun. You're getting slightly closer to the sun, or slightly closer, farther away, right?
It's understood. You already said it.
You cannot go towards a body, stop, go away from a body, and then come towards a body. These are motions that aren't explained in even any of the models I've ever seen. You cannot have an object change size in that manner, man.
Can you say, like, dude, what you just said could have been said in 10 words, and then I could have responded. Dude. I'm trying to respond to what you're saying. You don't have to say it 15 times. But yeah, dude.
But I have to say it 15 times because I've said it again. I've said this again, and still the point isn't expressed, and still you don't even know my contention yet with it.
I
you
do.
both
Yes,
still got the contention wrong. No,
I do. Data.
Go to model a body.
Stop.
Go model a body.
Stop, so I can respond to you. Unless you're afraid to hear the response. Let me
I'm
respond.
not afraid to hear the response. But I just
okay, well,
want
then let me respond finally,
I'm going to clarify, and I'm going to
no,
shut up.
There's no need to clarify.
As a body is along a path moving towards another body, you cannot have this pattern that Stellarium shows if you have a constant rate of velocity, constant rate of speed, constant rate of whatever along an elliptical path. You cannot model this apparent size change in the manner that Stellarium expresses it. Sorry.
I don't mean this as an insult, but you are a gremlin, dude. Okay? But let me just respond to that now.
If I'm a gremlin, dude, if I'm a gremlin, you're a lummox.
Okay, fair enough. That's fair. Now, let me address that. So, yes, you would not only can you model that would be expected and was expected by people such as me the first time you brought this up, and I was able to predict when it was because this occurs twice a year at a range of days during that.
Wrong. It occurs daily. Wrong. It occurs daily. You should keep deflecting. I'm going to repeat myself again. It's a daily occurrence that is measured in Stellarium. You cannot. If you try to do this a daily effect along a path, along an elliptical path, moving towards and away from a body, it doesn't work on the model that I've seen in the heliocentric model. It doesn't match what I see with the parent diameter change. You could do this in a blender quickly.
Let me ask you a question, Data. Today's the 7th. Today's the 7th of April. Would that effect be happening yesterday, today, and tomorrow?
So if you're observing the sun and the apparent diameter change, and you are to model a body moving towards it along an elliptical path, you would have to have the body stop, reduce, move forward, stop, and then go reduce again, or vice versa, depending on the cycle of the season.
Oh shit! You're malfunctioning, man. You're saying the same thing. I'm asking you if yesterday, today, and tomorrow, this effect that you said happens daily, would it be occurring on these 3 days, during these 3 days, or would it not continue in a pattern?
The effect that we're discussing is the claim that the Earth is moving around the sun. What Stellarium shows is an apparent diameter change that changes daily, that stops changing, stops growing or shrinking, whatever part of the cycle you're looking at. It displays an apparent change in size that doesn't show a constant rate of motion. In other words, if the claim is the Earth is moving along its path, it has to stop, come back, or reduce, and then stop, and then move forward again, and vice versa. Like I keep repeating.
Data. It's a yes or no question, man.
You keep.
It doesn't take a long time. I know. So I'm asking you, and you said it's daily. So I'm asking you, would that daily occurrence be true for yesterday, today, and tomorrow? Would I be able to find what you're saying for yesterday, today, and tomorrow? Yes or no?
If it's a daily occurrence, you should be able to go to Stellarium right now and watch any sunrise to sunset in sped up motion, and you should see what I'm discussing. Yes, granted, probably on the equinoxes, you're going to find a little bit more of this variable, but nonetheless, if it's a daily occurrence, you cannot model it on the heliocentric model. As stated, if you have two bodies, one body's in motion, moving towards another body, it's going to change apparent size. What Stellarium dictates is that the motion is not constant, it reverses. It's like moving back and forth along its path, but that's not what's described in any of the heliocentric models. That's my point. I've stated this I don't know how many fucking times.
you have data, and that's what I'm about to show you. Because without having it pulled up yet, I'm about to pull it up. I can predict, because my idea of what's going on, what you're saying isn't true. And I'm going to pull up Stellarium and show it to you. It is true for a range of days, twice in a year, or in a range of days around that. But it's not
So
true
that's
for.
not true. You
It's
can
not.
pick
It's not
any
going to be true for
arbitrary.
today.
You can pick
Pick an
any
arbitrary
arbitrary day. It gets as it gets closer to the end of it. Let's say if whether it's the sun moving or it's the Earth moving, it gets to an epoch between 2 points or whatever you call it, the apogee and the perigee, whatever you want to call it in your heliocentric model. When it gets to those two different cycles, there's more of a dramatic change. Yeah, but it's a daily occurrence. The apparent diameter change. It has to maintain that particular pattern to produce its cycle.
Now, just give me a minute just to get everything set up for
Look,
this
I
little
already presented
experiment.
video evidence that contradicts you, right? So you just told me that the date that I chose before was specific. It was arbitrary. I chose July or December, right? If you're going to choose
It's
March, go
arbitrary.
ahead.
Hold on.
Yeah, it is.
That's arbitrary.
Absolutely.
Really?
Sure.
Okay.
July for
That's
sure is
coincident. That's
arbitrary.
coincidentally
July
where
is
I would predict
very
what you said
arbitrary,
to
dude.
happen.
No, December might be coincidental between December of 21st and December 27th, sure, but that's even more dramatic, which would even show that your model that you represent to us is even wrong then. The way that behavior is displayed in Stellarium. Again, you can't have a moving body along an elliptical path display another body's size in the manner that it's changing if there's a constant rate of motion like the Earth has described. It doesn't work.
We got to try to do this without the repetition, man, because you say so much of the same
I'm going to
thing.
repeat the same
Dude, it's
thing
fine,
until you go
but just
back
hold
and
this
listen again and you actually get my
data.
point.
Just hold up, okay? Just hold up, because what I'm telling to you is that it's true. I can predict 2 days where on that day it's for sure true, and 15 or not 15, maybe 30 days before and after this date, just to be safe. I don't want to say 15. There's a day outside of that, but let's say 30 days before or after this date. I could say that it's possibly true during this time as well. And that's
It
predicted.
doesn't matter whether
And it's
it's
also
possibly
predicted.
true.
It's also predicted that it's not true.
The major issue, you cannot have something move along the elliptical path, have displayed a daily pattern of apparent size change in the manner you do, because it would require a body to have a relationship between the two positions change to give it the apparent diameter change. And in this case, what Stellarium says is that it increases and decreases in size daily along its path. Okay, which means you have to have that other body move in not a constant motion is what I would understand how you get the apparent diameter change to change between growing, stop growing, reducing in size, stop reducing in size, and then growing along its path again. That would be a physical relationship between the distance between those 2 points. That's the way I would see that.
I've never heard you say that before. Just give me a second. I've pulled up Stellarium. I have what's today? 7th. I'm going to start from yesterday at the beginning of the
It
day
doesn't
and then
matter.
end up
It's
tomorrow. And I'm going to find out what happens.
It's there. So listen, Kosho, it's there. You're confirming that I've noticed it. You don't have a model that represents that path of motion. Okay? It doesn't exist in any model that I've ever seen of the heliocentric model. That doesn't exist that information. So while you confirm what I've said is to be true, can you model it for me? Because you cannot.
Give me a second. I'm rewinding and fast forwarding. So I'm about to press play on a certain speed. I'm going to watch the size change, and I'm going to find out if it decreases at all. Okay.
Yeah, Daddy, you're saying Stellarium says something, and Kosho's fixing to go look at Stellarium to see if it says what you say it does.
He already confirmed what I stated was true. Now he's just
No,
trying
it's
to pick
not.
another.
No, I did not.
It's going to show Stellarium.
Okay,
You
my
told me
plan.
2 years ago.
What I said was true.
About it.
He just said what I said was true. What he is now trying to show me that
I did not.
my blanket statement is not entirely true. So again, it's a deflection from the initial statement, which it does highlight this path of motion or this apparent size change would require a certain path of motion or pathway and a motion along that pathway to present you that information, which would be the slowing up and speeding down along one path. That's how I would assume in physical reality you would get apparent size changes in that manner. So while you want to show me something that is not reflective of my point, you should address my point and model it.
watching the stellarium. It's going. So it's not just these 2 days. It's still going. It's going down. Still going down. Hasn't gone up. It's several days in so far. So this is past the 8th, going into the 9th. This is going down, constantly going down. Not one time did it go back up at
You
all.
know that I've already
So-
presented the information. I've already shown it, right? And you're already on record confirming what I've shown to be true.
I haven't
Again,
confirmed what you said to be true, Data.
You're
I
already on
told you
record
2
saying
years
it.
ago. I told you 2 years ago, whenever
You're
you
already on
first
record
said
saying
this.
it. And I already presented that
I told you this
information
is
on YouTube. I
predicted.
don't give a fuck. I don't give
So
a
this
fuck
is
because it's already
predicted.
there.
This is
Anybody
predicted by
could
our
use.
model.
Just go in July. Why don't you just July? Why don't you show them your day
Because
and then show them
that's
my
when it's
day?
predicted. That's when it's predicted to
Why
happen.
don't you do December
Like you
too?
said.
Why don't you do
That's
December
what it's.
too?
That's also when it's predicted to happen.
Okay, so then model it because
That's
it doesn't
predicted.
happen. Because if you
It's
have two
predicted at these
bodies,
times.
if you have two bodies and a distance between them, and you have a pattern that is predicted on those days, you don't have a model to represent that pattern. Okay, whether you predict it or not, you don't have a model represented, which means it's not a constant path. It's not a constant motion along the path. It shows that between these two bodies, the apparent size change is stopping and then reducing and then continuing on, or like I said, vice versa in the cycle, whether it's summer or fall, or if you're the north or you're the south, there is a variable there. Point is,
Can I ask
daily,
you?
daily, the apparent diameter size of the sun will change. That is a fact.
Okay.
Daily.
Thank you, Dave. Can I ask you a question? You know, like it's not a change of topic, so just don't think that this is, and then trying to answer the question. I'm just asking you, during the lunar phase, the moon, you notice how the new moon and full moon, they tend to last. They tend to last like in total like 3 days each. It's really one moment, but it's like the moon will be full, like particularly like 96% or more
We are
full
talking
for 3
about the
days.
Earth
Hold on,
motion
data.
around
I know
the sun.
data.
We're talking
I
about
understand
the
that. Data.
position.
Please.
We're not talking about the
Data.
moon. No, please. We're not talking about the moon.
I
We're
data. I
talking about
prefaced
the sun.
data.
It doesn't
Can you
matter what you
stop for a
preface.
second?
Stay
Yeah,
on
I know, but
topic.
I'm
It's about
particularly
the
interested.
claim.
Data.
It's about the claimed
Please,
elliptical path that the Earth
please
is
allow
on.
me to finish, Data. I'm particularly interested in your response, so you'd have to let me finish the question first. But it's those last about 3 days each. If you include the range where it's almost nearly full, it still looks full. But and then the quarter moon phases and the 3/4 moon phase when it's halfway lit, those are much shorter in time. Like it doesn't seem to persist for 3 days. It seems to change more quickly during that time. And do you know why that would be? Why it would be those would be shorter lived than the new moon and the full moon? I'll just give you the answers because during those phases, like when they're on like that side or whatever, it's how do you say, like 'cause I've made this argument before, but I said it wrong. But regardless, it's moving more quickly during those. It's moving from that position more quickly during those quarter phases.
It's not moving 15
It's like
degrees, right?
what?
The moon's moving
What'd you say?
15 degrees, is it?
What do you mean around its orbital path? What do you mean?
No, the new moon. It's moving 15 degrees, is it?
Oh no, a little bit less than that. And in this, but I'm not talking about in the sky. I'm talking about like if you look at its the angular, like the angular change during that time. It's hard for me to express it.
The angular diameter of the moon also changes. In fact, it gets bigger than the sun. It goes from 28 arc minutes to I think 32 and a half, or it's slightly bigger than the sun. Apparently, the apparent diameter of the moon. Right. This is part of its cycle. Like all planets have a different apparent diameter changes.
Okay.
Right throughout their cycles. Right. So we're talking about that. We're not talking about anything else other than about the apparent sizes of these bodies. Now, these apparent sizes, all the planets, the 5 known planets, all have apparent diameter size changes over their cycles.
Yeah, but
and apparently it's all measurable, right?
Data. Okay, here's how I mean to say it. In the orbital path of the Earth, for example, we'll change it back to the Earth. So it makes sense. When you look at the distance change, so the amount that the distance is changing by. So if you imagine we'll call it a circular orbit, even though it's not. Like if it was a full circle, no, sorry, you can't think of it as a circle. Think of it as an ellipse, like it is, okay? But if you look at the distance change during that year, then it's going to change the quickest during the equinox. It's going to persist at about the same distance during both those solstices for a longer period of time.
July is nowhere near the equinox, dude. So spare me your
Yeah, I know.
crap. You're
They're
just
opposite.
talking March and
They're opposite.
December.
Yeah, I know. They're
Or,
four different. They're 3 months apart each, right? But during the solstices, the size or the distance increase or decrease is going to it's going to be happening at a slower rate than the distance increase at the
again, it's not the speed. It's not which the speed it moves. It's what the information says about the size change. And the way I understand the apparent diameter and the way it's measured optically, it's measured to the distance from the Earth of the observer on Earth to the position of the sun. So if that information is telling me daily, and as far as the July goes, it's a pretty arbitrary month to me to pick this particular observation closer to the end of the month.
Really?
Yep.
Really?
And
Even though
sure.
that's when we're the furthest from the sun.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The point that I'm emphasizing, it doesn't matter the cycle of when. What I'm emphasizing is the way the apparent diameter size changes.
Okay,
It doesn't
well,
change. Let me finish. It doesn't change
You're
in
gonna
a
say the same
constant.
thing.
It doesn't change in a constant rate. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Well, at the point in July, there's a point in that month on our model where we're the
Osho, do
furthest
you
from the sun.
understand?
No,
Do you understand that it doesn't change in a constant rate?
Data. Stop
Do
for
you
a second,
understand the apparent diameter sun change doesn't change in constant rate?
dude. Will you fucking stop for a second, dude? At that point in the year, in July, there's a point in our model where we're the furthest from the sun than any other point in the year. So it's true to say that there's the time directly before that that we're approaching that distance, and there's a time directly after that when we're receding from that distance. So we're between those at those two times, if we say 8 hours before and 8 hours after that time, we'll be equally distant from that distance, right? So for that reason, equally distant from the sun. So for that reason, during those two times, wouldn't the rotation of the Earth be more of what dictates how far how big the sun appears in the sky than the distance from the sun, since it's the same distance during that same period?
Yeah. So imagine this: if you're along a path and you're observing an object in the distance, and you're coming closer towards it because you're moving along a track. And the relationship in which you move, if you are moving at a constant rate, it will show an apparent diameter change at a constant rate. This would be a correlation to motion and the distance to the object. Would you agree?
Yeah, sure. If you're
Okay,
moving,
so if
in
I'm moving
one
along a
axis,
track,
but we're moving in two. We're moving
I'm
in two
moving along a
axes.
track. It's not a straight track. It's a curved track. The curved track is going to be irrelevant as far as me moving along that motion and the apparent diameter change, because the curved track is irrelevant of my constant motion. It's just a curved track, which means at some point the curve will come closer to the object and then curve away from the object.
Yes.
But if I'm moving along this pathway at a constant rate, the apparent diameter change would change at a constant rate. Stellarium.
Well, how many vectors? How many vectors?
You can add whatever vectors you want. The point is, the theory is if you're moving at a constant rate, at a constant speed, velocity, whatever you want to say, along elliptical path up, and you go to model this, the apparent ratio change. Let me finish. The apparent ratio change. Because I'm trying to pound it into you, dude. Because you seem to not really address my point. You keep not addressing my point. Do you realize that?
Data.
You keep not addressing my point, Kosho. Why?
Hold on for a second, okay?
Why don't you respond? Why don't you respond to my repeated, stated claim that if I'm moving along something at a constant rate and I have an angular relationship to it, that too would change at a constant rate.
Okay. Data. Are there not two different vectors determining how far we are from the sun at any given point in time?
If you're a moving body and you have a angular relationship to that body and you're moving to it and from it at a constant rate, that too will change at a constant rate. You can ask me if I have let me finish. You can ask me if I have another vector, would it change?
I'm about to run out of patience, dude.
I don't care if you're going to run out of shit, dude.
No, but there's no point in talking to someone who does this, dude. Like, you're just repeating yourself over and over and over again.
You just asked. Answer it with a question. You're not addressing.
Yeah, So answer the question.
If you're applying
the answer
another
is yes.
vector, What other vector would you be doing that is in relationship to the
The
constant
obvious,
motion we're already at? What are you
the
at? What are you
obvious
doing?
one, the rotation
Which
of
is
the
what?
Earth. The
Okay, so
obvious one, which is the
so you're
rotation of
telling
the
me
Earth data.
you're telling me the rotation now is the cause for the oscillation. So great, I'm glad you mentioned that, because now we're going to the next level. Now I want you to model a half rotation of a sphere moving along one vector direction, and I want you to show me how you can get a increase in size, a decrease in size, and an increase in size relationship to a half rotation along a constant motion. Can you show me that in a program? You cannot.
Sure.
I'll tell you why you
Data.
cannot. Because
Oh my God,
as you
dude.
listen, what Stellarium shows is
You're a menace, man.
as Stellarium shows during sunset, the sun, as it reduces in size, will stop and increase in size as you're moving away from it. So how is an object increasing in size if you're moving away from it? Again,
Okay, Data.
you are not
Data.
paying
Data.
attention.
Data.
You
Stop.
are not
Stop.
paying
Stop.
attention
Data.
enough.
Stop.
You are
Please
not
stop.
paying attention enough to the details. You're either dumb to this or
Data.
just
Let
don't
me
believe
just
it.
respond to what you're saying, dude. Stop talking, for fuck's sake. If you fuck, man. If you take the time of the equinox or the solstice, the solstice. Sorry, take the time of the solstice. Okay, and let's assume that the solstice happens at let's say noon. It happens at noon on July. No, it was so not the solstice. Let's take the aphelion, right? Or the perihelion. Sorry, and you take that time and it happens at noon, right? And you take 30 hours before that and 30 hours after that. So at exactly sunset the next day and sunrise the previous day, you take the distance from the sun at both those times. They're going to be equal to each other. Okay. So for that reason, you're going to, the angular size of the sun should be the same as viewed, from viewed from the same position on Earth, or the same position in your rotation. But because one's at noon and one's at sunset, you're not going to be at the same position in your orbit. Actually, I picked a bad time. We have to assume that one time is at noon. Data, hold on.
Here's a
Data,
better
hold
example
on.
for you.
Data, stop. We have to choose noon, where one is at noon and one is at sunset. Okay. But same example where the previous 33 hours was at sunset and the next one was at noon or whatever. The 33 hours afterward. So in this example, you're the same distance, from the sun. The Earth is the same distance, but you're at different places on Earth. You're at different places in the rotation on Earth. Like one's at noon and one's at sunset. So for this reason, the only thing that's going to be affecting the angular size change of the sun is going to be which part of the day it is for you, because the distance from the sun is the same for the Earth at those times. So you can see why that would be predicted in our model.
You're
It's
still
obviously
missing the
predicted.
point, aren't you? Okay, so this is what you're going to notice when you go to Stellarium and you see the sunrise. If you're in let's say it's winter and you're approaching the summer month, the sun will get larger towards you. So if you look at Stellarium as in the north, you will see as it cycles through, it will increase in arc minutes in diameter until it reaches its maximum point of cycle, right? While you watch that happen, the most important piece, Kosho, you keep avoiding, and you claim that it's caused by rotation, which I can assure you a half rotation in a 12-hour period wouldn't offer you this effect. And this is the effect that you have to listen to and that I cannot model or even draw out to make sense, which is, if you are moving away from an object, how does it increase in size?
If you're moving away from an object, well, during the times you're talking about, you're not moving away. So that's the problem.
Okay, so in Stellarium, it's predicted in your model that the Earth is along a path around the sun. And in the sun, the sunrise and sunset is caused by the rotation. So what the Earth is doing is the Earth is rotating in a direction where the sun is rising. And as it's doing that, it's rotating towards the sun where it's getting larger, right? But what happens is during the rotation of this 12-hour, you notice the sun actually stops growing in size, reduces in size during the rotation that you talk about, okay? Reduces in size and then continues on growing in size as you continue on rotating away from it because it's now nighttime. So if you can model that for me, Kosho, because this is exactly what Stellarium represents, You can't have a body in motion rotating and provide that example of a sunrise and sunset with an apparent diameter change in the manner which the sun does. It just doesn't work. I can't model it. Just like I can't model the sphere dome Earth without Walter Bislin's presuppositions, I can't model the globe 100% either.
You know what's also interesting about Stellarium? The apparent diameter is in there. Above that is light time, and then directly above that is the distance, right? And you can see clearly that in any given day, the speed that the distance is changing is going to there's two extremes. There's like the fastest time and the slowest time, and you can predict when those times.
What makes sense is the sun moves independently of the Earth. That's what makes sense.
Christ, dude.
Because
Why are you cutting me off, man?
Well, because you still negated my point. Again, the oscillating diameter change. No, it's not, because it actually shows a pattern, a physical pattern.
Yes.
Which would be indicative of the sun just moving and the Earth being stationary. Why so? Because here's another thing that you can notice, is that if you take any azimuth measurements, altitude measurements of the sun along one longitude line, at any given time, you'll notice that at one location it will be 9 degrees per hour, another location will be 14 degrees per hour, along the same longitude line. So you notice that the sun has it's explained away with refraction and atmospheric conditions and so forth. But the correlation data, the data that correlates to the sun having its own independent motion, is also corroborated with the example that I presented with the apparent diameter change, because it would show that the sun. First of all, you wouldn't have to explain away all the motions of the Earth and these non-forces that are affected, or relativity would exist, because you would know that the celestial bodies would be moving, and you would have two motions. You'd have the sidereal motion, and then you'd have the diurnal motion, and then everything that you would witness from that position would be from a stationary plane Earth. That would be the what you call it, the Occam's razor. And in fact, it is basically how all models were made, including the Kepler's model, Copernican model. All started with a geocentric principle.
Did you get all that, Kosho?
Huh? Oh no, I did not. I moved on to doing something more productive. Because having a conversation with that guy is not for any reason. Right? The only thing productive about the conversation data is possibly if I'm wanting to hurt myself. It's kind of a way to slowly pain myself, which I'm not interested in doing. So it'd be nice if you'd like to have an actual conversation data where I say things and then you respond with saying different things.
Dude. You don't acknowledge anything I say at all.
You're saying the same thing over and over again, and
you don't
through
acknowledge
what I'm saying.
You don't acknowledge a single thing I say, dude. You don't even admit that what I'm presenting. No, you didn't, dude. You have a apparent diameter sun. A sun change is not constant. It does not change at a constant rate. It speeds up and slows down, reverses, and then.
To.
Again, if you claim that, I've never seen a model of the heliocentric model representation that highlights that effect, which means you'd have to have the Earth speeding up and slowing down, just like I presented to you with the azimuth change of the sun longitudes. It's not a constant 15 degrees. It's not a constant speed. It doesn't show a constant rate, and that's the example with the sun diameter. So you don't want to acknowledge that, dude.
Data. It's expected if you have say a spherical object. Rate, right? Data, stop talking for a second. Stop talking for a second.
It's not a constant rate, right?
Data, just stop talking for a second, please. But if you have a spherical object that goes around at basically a constant rate, but I know it's not, but let's not get into the weeds. Let's say it goes around at a constant rate. Data, stop for a second, dude.
If it's not a constant rate, you have to whisk away the effects of...
Are there any mods around?
Yeah, I mean, I could mute him, but I'm just not.
Dude,
particularly
you
interested in
now
somebody who
create
I'm
more
in a
problems
conversation
when you
with,
tell me
it's easier
you
just
don't
to
want to talk
disengage
about
with
the
them.
constant rate.
Yeah, it is, and it's easier for everybody too.
Yeah,
Unfortunately,
it's
yeah. No matter
yeah.
what truthness you're saying, if it comes across as being super annoying to everyone, then you're the only one enjoying it.
It's not my problem, dude.
Well, I know it's exactly not your problem. It's all of our problems. Our problem is the way
You're
you're
not going
engaging
to
us.
acknowledge my position, and you're not going to. I didn't make this up, dude. This is
Kind
not
of
my
doesn't matter
position,
because
by the
like
way.
it's really, yeah. If he can't get through a sentence without you having to get in the way, then maybe it's just not a good match for a combo. I don't know.
If Kosho's not willing to acknowledge my statement and what I said, then there's no conversation. He asks me to listen to him, but yet he doesn't acknowledge anything in what I said whatsoever. He keeps deflecting and not even
Acknowledge.
discussing.
I'll still
Again,
min you right now.
what you did. This is what you did to acknowledge.
I'll still min you. I'll still min you right now.
This is
I
what you.
agree with
This is
you.
what you. This is what you acknowledged.
agree
That
with both of you.
my present claim didn't happen every day, all day of the year. That was what it is. But you still didn't address my claim. My claim, it was a deflection from my claim, is what you did. Okay. The claim is there is not a constant rate of change with the apparent diameter of the sun as the sun and Earth have a relationship to each other.
Data,
It's not a constant
you're annoying.
relationship.
You're annoying people. I'm just gonna say this, even though I don't particularly like to do
hold
this.
on,
But
I
if you
was about
interrupt
to-
me,
no, Coach,
hold
guys,
on, man.
no.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
say
I'm definitely
something.
I'm gonna start muting everybody. Okay, you're both correct.
How would you mute me?
Coach, because you're not addressing what Data is saying, and Data, you are definitely interrupting him. You try and let him.
I was in the middle of
finish.
steelmanning him.
I'm interrupting him because he's not addressing what I'm saying.
Let's don't play that bullshit, man. Come on. So definitely.
That's exactly how I am. I do that every time. Want to know why people?
Mic check. Is this not working?
We hear you. You're a little fuzzy and a little weak, but we hear you.
Okay, sorry. I was trying to. Yes, both of you are correct. You're both cutting each other off, and you're not addressing what Data is saying.
The only time I'm cutting him off is when he's interrupting me. So if I I was getting ready to steelman him. I was getting ready to steelman him to prove that I am listening to him. I am addressing what he's saying. I can steelman his exact argument. I don't know why that's even being claimed that I'm not listening to him. He said the same thing over and over again. He's just saying that if you're moving in respect to another object, then as you move away from it, it should constantly be getting smaller, and as you move towards it, it should be constantly getting bigger. This is his claim, and he said it 1,000 times. So that's not.
Okay. All right. Okay. Great. Is that your claim, Data? Is that your claim?
Do you not agree with that, Kosho?
Yeah. So here's the thing.
Yeah, well, hold on.
You just asked me, let me answer. While that is a simplistic understanding, I emphasized more to the point that stellarium represents this data. It's not conjured. It's not made up. It's not based on any model. It's just an observation. And the way I understand how that observation would work, because I've tried to model it, would be a relationship between two bodies. And if a body was moving at a constant rate, so would the apparent diameter change happen at a constant rate. But that's not what stellarium shows. Kosho, now do you get my point?
Yeah, I've just said it, so of course I get it. And the point that I'm trying to make to you is the actual distance change for individual position on Earth, which is what stellarium expresses, and the actual apparent size change for that reason, or from of that effect, that position on Earth. It's predicted on our model that it would not be only in one direction, like only getting smaller, only getting bigger at certain times of the year, because at certain times of the year, the distance from the sun changes so slowly, and it reverses even, such that during those times, the distance from the position on Earth being closer or further from the sun during that day is going to actually do more to your distance change from the sun than the actual movement of the Earth. So it's predicted that before and after the solstices, there's going to be a range of days that it's going to oscillate between getting further and closer, and bigger and smaller. Bigger and smaller. This is based on that. So it's predicted. It can be modeled, and it's I don't know. It's like this has been expressed over and over.
Yeah, okay. So you expressed it as such, right? You whisked it away that rotation along an elliptical path is the cause for it. And I said to you, okay, great. I'm glad you mentioned rotation. If you're going to do a half rotation along a spherical body as it's moving along a path towards an object, I want you to show me if that constant motion of rotation can affect the apparent size change in a way that stops, reduces, stops, and then increases in size as it's going in constant motions. If you can do that, then you have me convinced. Because as far as I've tried to model, there's no way that you can have constant motions describe the apparent diameter change in the way that stellarium represents it. The only way you could have it is if the Earth was stationary and the body of the sun would move independently along its path arbitrarily to whatever the cause, whatever was causing it. Its pathway is uninhibited by the idea that rotation or the elliptical path of the movement of the sun is the cause. Because here's another thing that I brought up to you that correlates to this claim, is that even along one longitude line, and we go to time and date and we watch the azimuth change of the sun, it doesn't change at a constant rate. Sometimes it's 4 degrees, sometimes it's 8 degrees, sometimes it's 12 degrees, sometimes it's 14 degrees. This is a daily occurrence, which would indicate to me, again, that the Earth is not rotating at a constant rate. So you have stellarium showing that this variable is happening daily. Then time and date shows you the sun doesn't move at 15 degrees. So you have all these conflicting things about the rotation of the body. So I've asked you, can you model it for me? I would like you to show me a half rotation, 12-hour day rotation, and when you're moving away from the sun, as it's sun setting, I want you to show me how the sun can increase in size, because that's what stellarium shows you.
It would be a quarter rotation is what you'd be looking for, and yeah, I mean, like I said,
12 hours. It'd be six to a quarter rotation.
Quarter rotation, and you can see that, like, let's say that the solstice occurred, or not the solstice, again, not the solstice, but when we're furthest from the sun, let's say it occurs on July 3rd at 3 p.m., right? Well, if you do 3 p.m. the next day or 3 p.m. the day before, we're going to be the same distance from the sun during that time. So the day after and the day before at 3 p.m., those two times will be the same distance. The Earth will be the same distance from the sun. And also, it will still be 3 o'clock, so the sun will be the same size to that person, right? However, between between 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and then the next morning, and 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock, all that stuff, it's going to be changing because of the